here for, like, I don't know, shit yogurt or anal pads, something like a commercial like that.
Depends on where I am in my life, if I need the product, but also, I don't. It's if anal pads is truly coming with like
men's tampons.
8 figures. I mean, men's tampons. Is that a real thing?
No, I'm just trying to think of an embarrassing one.
Don't listen to
Are you trying to ask if I would take 50 mil to do a man pond?
Yeah.
I would. See, that's a good invention for you. You write that down. Man, tampon, gay men who want to dick but don't have a pump. They just pop it in their ass and leave it there. It's like Benoit balls. Remember Benoit balls?
Yeah, dude.
You put them in your ass and then you come back that night and pull them out while you eat them.
Ooh, there you go.
But isn't it for after that when you're leaking? Like,
No, that's more retarded. You want to get the ass when it's tight. So you put the Benoit balls in her ass before she goes to work, and you leave a little fuse out. Like that's a tampon. And then she comes home from work, you tell her, abandon ship on the panties. You want to eat that monkey? You put a few finger moves in her pussy, you eat that little flick to death, and then she's huffing and puffing. You just rip that chain out. Shoot that poison arrow through my heart. You just rip it out, and blood and toys fall out. It's like a fucking Mexican pinata falls out of her ass. You're reading that fucking muffler. It's tremendous. And now, for a word from our sponsor.
You could transpose that entire paragraph into some song lyrics.
Oh my God.
The Church What's Happening Now is sponsored by Policy Genius. You're like, Joey, what's Policy Genius? Listen, 'tis the season. Open enrollment is upon you. Cover your butt for 2020 now, today. Because even if you get insurance through your job, you might not be fully covered. There's always a by the way. Most people need 10 times more coverage than what they get through their job. But getting life insurance doesn't need to be difficult or expensive. That's where Policy Genius comes in. It's the same easy way to shop and compare prices for insurance online. Just go to policygenius.com, and in minutes you can compare quotes from top insurers so you can get the right amount of coverage at the best and lowest possible price. And Policy Genius doesn't just make life insurance easy. They can also help you find the right home with insurance, auto insurance, and disability insurance. And once you apply, they handle all the paperwork. Listen, buying insurance is a pain in the ass. It really is. Especially disability insurance, life insurance, car insurance. This is the way to go. Head to policygenius.com today. Policygenius.com today. Get quotes and apply in minutes. You can do the whole thing on your phone right now. Policy Genius, the easiest way to buy life insurance. Get it at policygenius.com and tell them Uncle Joey sent you. That's policygenius.com. Anyway, back to the show. So as you were saying, a couple weeks ago, you and I were at the store.
Oh, yeah.
It was a Sunday night.
Yeah.
And I don't know who
main
showed
room.
me on in the main room.
Yeah.
And I walk in, and Bill Burr's up there. His special just came out like the Tuesday before.
Yeah, dude.
And he
uproarious applause when he enters the stage.
Fucking level the room.
Yeah.
And I walk in, and I go, I didn't even say anything. I just walked in. I walked back there. You were back there.
Yeah.
I think the pothead was back there.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Doug Benson.
Doug Benson.
Yeah. Sarah Teller was there, I think.
Sarah Teller was
there.
Yeah. I'm looking at you going, do you want me to follow Bill? You go, no. I'm supposed to be up next. I'll follow him. I go, you sure? Do you want to follow him? And you go, yeah, no, follow Bill. Kind of turned your back, and part of me was disappointed because I wanted to follow Bill just to see where I am.
Yeah.
But the other part of me was so fucking impressed with you. You know, I've been at the store for 23 years, and when I hear the pussy shit that goes on down there, it doesn't even go through my ear. There was a point where I used to torture people for being picky and selective.
Trying to massage their spots.
Yeah, massage their spots and who they're going to follow and who they're not going to follow.
Yeah.
And I gave them shit, but then after a while I stopped because I go, you're going to learn the hard way. You're going to learn when you least expect it. You come down here, you don't follow nobody, and one day APA's going to see you, CBS for a showcase. And you're going to go down there and guess who you're going to have to follow. A motherfucker like Bill Burr. You're going to go, fuck. I should have followed him at the store on those nights. When I should have followed him.
No, I'm not ready for this.
And it's so weird how I've always loved thinking you're a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I cheer for you when I see you on different TV shows.
I appreciate you.
I don't know if it was the one about the music I saw you on with a nice sweater and your hair was done to the side.
What's that? Ballers, maybe? No.
Yeah, we're Ballers.
Yeah. We were like, super white, preppy dudes,
Right.
giving JD Washington some shit.
I always dug you, and I always knew you were a hard worker, but once you said that to
We're
me
going to
that
try to
night,
cover some of the great
I knew you were
accomplishments of
one
the
of
nations
us.
as they come in,
You
starting with the
accepted your
refugee
fate. You're
Olympic
like a
team.
Marine.
Syrian Gamba made history for the refugee Olympic team here in Paris when she won boxing bronze in the women's middleweight
It just takes a
competition.
weird-
Team's first ever Olympic medal.
I could tell you
So
thousands of
see
stories at the
Greece
store.
coming
People
through with their
falling
flag,
out
and
and
they
playing.
have a male and a
Just
female
stop
flag bearer for each of these nations. Artistic
because they had to
start.
follow a particular person.
Evangelina
That
Lactinol
you
is
fail.
carrying for Greece.
You fail on your own.
You're giving up if you're doing that.
You gave up before you even fucking started. I never understood what the mentality was behind that.
Yeah, that was crazy, and I love you for even acknowledging that, because it's like, I'll be honest, I'm back there, and it's like, Burr's ripping the room, and I followed you a bunch in the OR, which, to be honest, like, that's one of those spots too. I've never viewed massaging spots as even an option, and I think I saw people doing it early on, and I was so turned off by it. Oh man, I was like, I was like, why would you want to? I go up before you. And I see people do that and then still be at the bar, or they'd be like, I got an early flight, and then they're hanging out, and I'm like, oh, dude, true colors.
You're like, do I smack this guy?
Yeah.
No,
you just go, hey, he's getting it. He'll get his.
Okay, and you know what? I know 2 or 3 guys. I used to see them do that a lot in bar shows.
Oh, great. Stand up is one of the most just professions where it's like, man, the ball don't lie. You know what I'm saying? If you start trying to, mix and maneuver and just like adjust things the way that, if you're worrying about things other than ripping it on stage and doing your job and trying to get the most out of that for you, your head's in other spaces. At least that's for me what I figured out. I was like, if I'm going to be concerned with where I'm up in the lineup, then I've already lost for the night as far as whatever I'm going to do on stage, because I've already kind of put these blocks and barriers up of like, oh, I can only do well if I'm there, or I can't do the things I want to do because of this and that, which is so fucking insane to even actively do that to yourself. And so being at the main room, also, it's like the store has become this, real, especially now, when I was working the phones there around 2013, I think, and 2010 actually, and it's obviously a different energy now, and so you want to be a part of that even more. You want to be in the thick of it, and being in the main room, man, was packed like that, and the idea of being sandwiched in between you and Burr was like, just something. I was like an outer body experience for a moment, because look, the lineups I'll do the 9 p.m. a lot in the OR, and then or 11:15, 11:30. And in the main room, sometimes it just shakes up how it shakes up. And there are times when you're on a certain spot, and Burr or somebody will come in and guess what? If you had said too, like, I got to get out of here, or I got a spot in the OR. Do you mind if I go next? Yeah, like I'm so easy with that too. Again, because I'm not trying to go. I have no ego about it. Where it's like, yeah, I'll go after you, and then after. Because I've also again heard the people that go, well, I don't want to. The room will be dead. They say, they'll be tired of laughing. Burr, then Joey, and then I'm going to go up. Like, so that didn't even cross my mind. But I love you, so if you were like, dude, I got to get out of here. My legs hurting. Can I do this? And then bounce. I'll be like, fuck yeah, dude. Because so those types of case by case things should always be, present in your mind. But yeah, man, the challenge of it, of like following that and then bringing you up, and dude, it made me want to like, you want to always
great. I was watching that.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
you were confident.
Yeah.
You were like rattling. Because that's what most Americans, what most youth, Americans for.
Yeah.
We lose in our mind before we can. And for years, I lost in my mind before I get. Yeah, I could tell you guys now. We could sit here till tomorrow. And how many things I didn't do because it was my fear.
Honest
victory
damn, for real.
ceremony coming
Yeah.
up later here in
I
the
went to a comedy
program.
contest one time.
His son will be honored
Before
for a
anyone
great
started,
26.2
I'm the old man.
miles, 42K that she
The
ran
big
this morning.
contest was HBO came to the town. Okay. Let's say we lived in Boston, you lived in Milwaukee. HBO showcased everybody and they narrowed it down to 3. Yeah. Came back.
Delegations in all
And then if you were really lucky, you narrowed down to regionals. And then you went to nationals. So the big ones were Johnny Walker. I don't know if you know this. If you go into old archives, Johnny Walker blues was huge in the country. Yeah. In the 80s, early 90s. If you won Johnny Walker, it was Johnny Walker, HBO, and San Francisco Comedy Competition. I know about that one. Yeah. So you had to do something in those 3. To make a name, huh? To make a name. Yeah. To get the ball back. Yeah. Johnny Walker was like guaranteed 20 weeks from the improv. God damn. $50,000 cash. And you have to do a spot in front of Mitzi on a Sunday night. Okay, it's right. That was for that was. But I many of those contests I went to and just looked around and I got intimidated by t-shirts. Guys on like Minneapolis Comedy Zone. Yeah. There was a guy that had an NBC shirt. I'm like, fuck this. Right on. No way. There's an NBC guy. Just left because that's what I didn't have a chance. That's so crazy. So, but I'm not the only person who does it. Yeah. I know from experience of living in LA, people who have just not come back to the store because
it was simply
it
about
must
the act
listen,
of competing. For
the
example,
last act isn't
Lam
for
George
everybody.
had a brilliant
The
Olympics,
improv on
producing
Melrose
one of his
isn't for
best ever
everybody.
scores in the
And the
archery
comedy
ranking
club
round.
for I
Pushed
like
his
all
round of
3 of them.
64
And I've
opponents in a
had people
close
come up to me
contest,
and go, I
winning one
can't
set
step foot in the
and
store.
drawing another.
Why? It's too
Haley
dark.
Wong,
That's too
16,
They're creating
competing
excuses for
Brunei
themselves
Darussalam.
because they have fear is too. No, you don't think? In my mind, there's a lot of folks out there. No.
Whether you have a
If they're paying
delegation
the
that is
bid,
in the hundreds,
I like
like the
it.
United States, or some that are 3 or 4.
You know what I'm saying?
Next one,
If you
those
wanna
flags
pay the
go
freight,
high, and each one
Let me make it like
here in the
that.
Olympics held in equal
But
regard.
if you're not going to pay the freight, they're just clubs that you just don't like some about it. Of course. There's got to be 3 clubs right now in your life. How long have you been comedy for? 13 years. 13 years. There's 3 clubs.
See, I told you, you can get the
That from the
entire
minute you
globe
walk in,
inside this stadium.
you feel creepy. And every time you walk in, they go, this is my last time in this motherfucker. And they call you with a bigger offer, and you're like, God damn it.
Also, the
Mother was
participation in the
fuck.
Olympics, 10,500 athletes.
You're like, I don't want to go there. I want to go to Penguins. I'm like, well, Penguins ain't going to pay you this. You know, there's so many fucking places that you don't like, and I get that. I
Well done to the flag
think
bearers.
that since I've been at the store for the last 16 months, I've changed completely as a comic because I was shopping around town too much, and I was getting whatever, just disenchanted at other comedy clubs. I feel now that for me to improve and grow, I just gotta go to the comedy store. Yeah, there's no better place than me following Adam Gray one night. You know, fucking Brad ain't no party to fucking follow either. Dude, that's Bobby Lee's no fucking party. Yeah, man. Rogan's no party. Ron White's no party. You know, forget Chris D'Elia. Yeah. If he gets him jumping up and down, you got a long 15 minutes ahead of you. Yeah. You know, if there's a 70% average of hot chicks in the audience, Chris D'Elia goes up, you might as well fucking shoot yourself right now. Because you ain't getting nowhere. Yeah, you know, you gotta make time for them to put their hands up, bro. You're not getting nowhere. So what you do is you go up there, you watch them. Do not go up there. Like, it took me a year to learn how to follow heavy acts. Like, if you go, what'd you do? What was your process? My process at first was to go up there and focus too much on Lisa. Let's keep it going for Lisa. He did a great job. He's a real fucking pro. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. Fuck Lisa. Yeah. You walk in there and say, keep it going for Lee. Fly into Lee's end. So those last 3 or 4 jokes Lee said while you're sitting in the back of Mickey's chair, you're picking up his word. Yeah. His whatever. Because you're going to go up there and flip right into his end. So when he walks on stage, he's going to leave that costume.
Probably fewer
And you're gonna walk into that guy. You ever seen like a play?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love it, the celebration.
There's 5 people holding something and they just zip you up. It's like you in Indianapolis 500.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's the same thing. You've got 20 seconds to get into Lee's costume. Do his tenacity. Don't put him down. Don't go. Let's keep it going for chubby motherfucker. This is just law. They loved it. Why would you
do that, dude?
Why? And I've seen it 1,000 times.
God, no, it's
Let's keep it going for the Mexicans. Well, they love that Mexican.
God, yeah, what are you
And you're
doing?
saying keep it going for the Mexicans.
You have to suck his dick, but celebrate us for a minute.
You better. And I used to celebrate them. Like, let's keep it going for a moon.
Yeah.
You know, I was really talking. No, I'm foaming at them up. I'm giving them their resume.
Yeah.
I'm putting myself down.
I know, like, who's this guy?
Who the fuck are
Yeah.
you?
He's fanning out over
I'm
it.
not being disrespectful, Lee. I'm just saying you saw Lee kill fuck. He's done.
Dude,
He's on his way up low.
I honestly think that's the only way to do it.
That's how it
It's
is.
to ride the wave, you know? And that's exactly what I thought that night. Dude, Berg gave me a pretty nice intro because I even said, he goes, what do you want me to say about you? And I go, and I never even thought, Burr was, and we've been homies for a few years now, so I was like, and I started to kind of think, and I paused, and then he just goes, you know what, nah, fuck it. At first I go, hey, whatever you want. And then he goes, really? And I go, actually, you know what? He goes, no, fuck it, I got it, whatever I want. He goes, I got it. And I'm like, oh, great, now what is he gonna fucking do? But he's just such a sweetheart, such a pro, gives me a nice intro. I was on a show with a mutual friend of ours from New Kids on the Block, Joy McIntyre, and he loved that show, so he gave me a glowing thing about it. He's like, I fucking love this show. He was on my buddy Joy Mac, one of the New Kids, fucking, hey, it's great, fucking got a podcast with the little fella, and then he just goes, man, just give it up. Gives me, so I'm going out there with a true opportunity to win, you know what I'm saying? And again, I stepped out and he fucking murdered. And I know you're coming up behind me, dude, so it's like, in my head, I'm like, I got excited for the crowd. I was like, dude, if I just ride this wave, I always got energy, so I know I'm always just going to take it up a notch. And then, so I got excited the idea of it going, Burr, and I ride that wave into you, and then you just fucking blow the roof off, dude. And that's what happened. But having any thought different than, and it's, again, I didn't fucking overly praise Burr, it's just like, what do you got to say? Keep it going, man. And everybody's like, holy shit, said something else, and then I got right into it.
What's up?
Yeah, dude, right into it. So he's off the stage, yeah.
Keep him there like a memorial.
Yeah,
talking about him.
People are thinking about him. Where is he? Looking for him. What side did he walk out of? Maybe I can go say hi to him. No, man.
I would go up, give him praise. Bert said something really funny. Bill said something really funny.
Yeah.
What the fuck
am I doing? What are you rehashing his shit for?
What are you rehashing
I'm
shit
gonna move
for?
forward, man.
So it's just so much. I called Rogan the next time. I saw something fucking crazy last night. Fucking, I looked at him and I asked him if I could follow Bill. He's like, no, I'm next. And he's like, he's the real deal. I know.
Joe said that?
Yeah, because we live for that shit. That's what, being a comic, that's what being a human being.
Yeah.
Is eliminating all the fear from your life to get the most potential from your life.
Yeah.
The more fear you have, and listen, and don't, Joey just said, look, I got fear of fucking Hindus.
So they'll feel it.
So you glue those fucking sandals on.
Yeah.
And you don't like Thai food, But those insecurities are not teaching you. I really don't want to travel with them. I'm just scared. I don't know if I'm scared. I don't know what to do it. Should I get my visa? I know I'm going to learn a fountain of information.
Yeah.
By going abroad.
Yeah.
And that's what we're scared of sometimes. That we might learn something. That something good might happen. It took me 14 months to get on stage the first time. Why do you think? Because I was scared. I put people in front of the car. I break into places. I sold jewelry stores. I do shit that nobody knows. I used to pickpocket people in supermarkets. What? People looking at the other and leave their purse open. I just walk by. When Friday when you get paid,
Please tell me you made that face too when you did it.
Oh yeah. Take it to go. Take it to go. So I did all these things while I'm scared to go up on a stage, do 3 minutes, something I've been doing all my life, except without the stage. We've been being social all our life.
Well, that's what's crazy about stand-up, dude, that you truly, pickpocketing, rob, whatever, but there's still, what is it about getting up there by yourself and having all these people. That's why so there's a select few that do it and really end up standing out through the test of time, because a majority, what percentage of the world you think just could not even fathom? I mean, there are people that I respect, some of that aren't in the comedy world, right? That have other avenues that they've, really, achieved a lot of greatness in, and they look at and they talk to me with this like deity type. Amazement of like, I don't know, and I'm like, maybe me, like I'm talking like athletes and other people. I'm
You're a
just
surgeon.
yeah,
You're a surgeon. I've had surgeons come up to me and go, "Oh, when you get up on stage, you should
put a heart back together."
Yeah. What about when I'm cutting with a scissor? I gotta make sure it's the wrong fucking sheet. I mean,
gotta make sure I'm using a knife, not a spoon.
It's funny. Mercy, my daughter had to say and then guess what we were talking Friday. And she goes, "No, Dad, I've done it with other people on stage."
Yeah.
The same for myself. So I tried to explain to her that next to death, the second biggest fear is public speaking. It was certainly years ago.
Swimming against the current in the Seine for the marathon swimmers, and that was a tough day at the office.
Well, you can argue with John about
Can you even think of a time when you were that where you would put those two in the same boat, where you would go deaf public speaking, or was it always? Was there a point where you ever were like, I can't imagine being on a stage talking in front of people? Yeah.
When you get here to the Olympics,
or was it always something like, oh, I can do that, but I just don't have any Robbie. Yeah. His headset and all that.
How do you get to that line? How do you get on that
If you walk through the
training?
aisle,
Is 11,000 athletes from 11,000 different
Oh, he wants to be a part of the people, right?
in shape and ready to
Yeah.
go.
Absolutely. We just saw the People's Republic of China enter the arena, and what an Olympics
Rubby
they
shoulders,
had.
jacket off.
Second overall on medal tally, the
I thought
same
that was
gold
pretty
medals as the
amazing.
United
know
States,
how
but
he could
slightly
do
less
that.
in total.
I didn't make
They
a
won
mental
8
note
gold, every
whether
gold
I could
medal
do that or
offered in
not.
diving. It was just
I just
incredible.
knew that
And
was
their
pretty
first
fucking
2 gold
amazing.
medals in artistic
I always
swimming as
appreciated
well.
people who could
Just saw the
just,
coach there of the Chinese rhythmic gymnastics team.
I don't know,
relying
I
all
can't tell you
around
that I
gold
wasn't
medal
or
and brilliant
wasn't.
accomplishment.
Gotcha.
Onto
I
Team
didn't have an
Japan.
opinion for it at all.
Gotcha.
They had
But
a
I
strong
felt
game, winning
comfortable
20 gold medals as expected. Terrific in
We took the
gymnastics,
board.
judo, and
Yeah.
wrestling.
Yeah, go
But they also
Yeah.
excelled in newer Olympic sports with the Yoshizawa Koko and
Holy crap.
Morigo
Oh, yeah.
Yuto
Up there reading the
winning
fucking
gold
sheet
medals in
and shit. They did that.
skateboarding.
Yeah.
And then the 6th grade.
No one's expecting you to connect or make a fucking jaw-dropping performance. Yeah.
So I think I got over it early. Like,
Joyous folks as they
to
roll
stand,
there.
and then people tell you you're funny,
Yeah, yeah.
and
I thought
stand
you said
there.
a crown and we're
So
bringing
the
another
first time you
huge
have to stand up,
currency.
you walk there and
You're
realize that
into
what
it.
you've been doing all those years is the stand. You thought it was stand
The
I had-
Queen, she was the Queen of the pool for Sweden, and some wonderful images of her sharing her
3
gold
kids
medals
laughing at
with the
fucking
royal
kickball
family
at
of
recess. I thought I could take that energy and.
The worst is when you invite your employees,
Oh yeah.
the people you work with, to one of your second or third performances, and you're like, I can't wait, it's so funny
Yeah.
to work. And they're all just sitting there waiting to laugh. When you're at the Comedy Works finale, there's no laugh.
No.
And then afterwards, like, he was so good, and you're like, oh.
And they always do. I've seen it in like belly room shows where there's a guy comes, brings 40 employees, and he also is so out of his element and so overly ambitious, and they're so excited and supportive, but you get a little blue right off the bat because he thinks like that's what's funny. So he's up there talking about like, man, and work's tough, and it's tough working across from somebody like Karen, and everyone's like, yeah, Karen. He called her out. He's like, because all I can think about is, boy, what is that? What does it taste like? And everyone's like, hey, what? Like, is that the joke? Like, he just, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then he's breaking the wall a little bit too much because he thinks like, oh, this is comedy because it's what he sees, and he hasn't done it enough to really, have a point of view. He's just like, this sounds funny, and oh man, so worse than the best. Oh yeah. I think what you were saying too about getting like, even you telling me that you told that to Rogan is really cool because, you want the respect and the on some level of your peers, right? And to even get to a point to where I could be at the store and be a regular and be on a show like that and have an opportunity to be in a place where I'm between two fucking beasts like that, two true legends of the game, people that are just that people look up to like that on a large scale. You gotta, you know, I even had, there was no doubt in my mind to not, you know, and I could almost feel I had to kind of gauge you. I was like, is he trying to fucking test me right now? Or is he, I was like, because I know what I'm going to do, my answer is, but it's also, I had to take a beat once I was walking out, and you, because you said to me after, you like, I was making sure, he's like, because if you were going to let me go and you didn't want to seize this moment, you're like, I was going to go tell the little guy to find another tall person to do the podcast with, you know? Yeah. But
it shows me who you are.
Yeah, dude.
It just, you just cut through everything I have. I can't respect this.
And getting that respect is what you want. And I do want to say this too, because it's like, you know, hearing that about Joe, you know, there's certain people too that you get in this business where you know, that you put up on these pedestals, right? And having like the store where it's a very, there's a good sense of community, like there's the fun and the, you know, the pressure of some of these rooms and wanting to crush. And I hear comics all the time saying like, dude, I can't even do new material in the OR now because it's packed and it's always, you know, I'm following this, I'm following that. So I feel like I just got to crush. I can't do my shit. So there's different energies changing every night, but I was in the OR one night, and this is to my point about appreciating that you even told that to Rogan, because, you know, I think we've been on shows. I brought him up a few times in the main room, but, you know, everyone's doing their thing, not paying attention all the time to what's happening prior to them being on stage. And I'm in the OR, and Jeff Scott and I, every time I'm up, we'll sometimes do a little, you know, because I got a big musical theater background. I used to bring my buddy Avery Pearson on the road with me, and he'd come on stage with his keyboard, and after an hour 20 of stand-up, we do about 20-30 of improvised musical crowd work. So any crowd work I've done in the show, we now do improvising songs off the crowd. And, you know, I've been singing my whole life. He sings too. Joe, it fucking blows the roof off. And it's something different. And it's, you know, as a white dude, it separates me a little bit to be like, oh, there's another kind of skill set that he's bringing to the table. It's not just jokes and a sea of white dudes that are doing clubs around the country. And so Rogan's back there, Griffin. And I don't know if he's seen me really on stage yet. I know he's heard, you know, whatever when I bring him up on stage in the main room. And he's back there, and I'm messing around with Jeff a little bit. It's a small crowd, and it's fun or whatever. And then I get off, and I see him and Eric talking in the back. And my first thought is, I see him kind of like talking to Eric. And I was like, my first thought was kind of insecure about like, oh, I bet he's wasn't a fan of the musical stuff that we were doing, right? It was a little different. And then it gets up, kind of walks by me, and I go to Eric, I go, man, was Joe really like not speaking highly of that? He's like, and Eric's like, oh, what do you want me to say, man? You know, what do you want me to say? And I was like, oh, it was, huh? He's like, yeah, he was, you know, just kind of, you know, taking a couple jabs at whatever that was, and not in a, you know, malicious way, but just the way that you kind of, you know, do it with your buddies. And again, we chummy enough at that point, so I didn't really take it for too much to stop doing it. But there was a piece of me too that was like, and it was a real good learning moment, because it was like, it got like, you know, it ate at me for a minute, because I was like, God, here's this guy that like, you know, I'm looking to be best friends with, but you get to a point when you're around in the store or any club so much where you get to be on a peer level with someone that you want to like have that evolve and grow, and you want to hope there's another instance where I'll be at a bar and we'll have a chat that'll go 30-40 minutes, and we'll learn more about each other, and you just, you know, get to pick somebody's brain about comedy or whatever. And in that moment I was like, oh man, is that like, I started getting real insecure about does he now think I'm that comic? Because I know I was like, he hasn't seen me on stage, now maybe thinks I'm just some guy that fucks around and does musical shit in the OR in front of 50 people. So anyway, to circle that all back around, the fact that you told that to Joe, and he you know, I was pumped about it. That means something to me, man. So I appreciate it.
I find out somebody says something about me, they're gonna follow me. I'll tell Joe, and me and him laugh our asses off.
Oh, yeah.
And we figure out a torture for this person.
Oh, for real.
Sandwich him certain nights. There's a dude at the store that won't be down on Tuesday.
Why not?
Because I'm down. And when I'm down there, he gets, if I have a 10:30 and he has to go up behind me, he's down there at 8:15 because he's waiting for me to miss that by 1 minute. And he actually complained about it. There's been a couple dudes.
Oh, shit.
Complained about it. I laugh at them. I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
You let a fat felon get your comedy career, but you let me stand in your way where I would keep following me and figure out how to follow me. And I know it's like that night. If I would have followed Bert, I would have ate a bag of dick. I would have gone home and analyzed it honestly, why I blew something big after Bill Burke. Was he that powerful? Nobody's that powerful. It just wasn't that I wasn't that prepared. So that's how you learn to follow people. That's why I always really like the sport. Yeah. Because it teaches you how to follow other great people. But if Mitzi Shore found out to be great by that Adam Ray had a hard time following Joe.
It's time to celebrate, isn't it? It's time for unity. It's time for
it got back to her.
sporting spirit.
Your day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
she would make you drive to the Hoya to follow me after I headline. Like just for principle. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, I love it. Let's go down there after you. You're like, I don't want to drive down there to follow Joe. It's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying is that that's what she did.
To help you on.
I would have like the first year. I'm like, do me a favor. I want my career to last year. I want to keep doing stuff. Don't put me in the main. She's like one of the worst experiences of my life. Big mistake.
On the track here in the Stade de France, making the
Every
semi-finals.
Saturday at 1:40. Spot and hate.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't know a spot,
Yeah.
when you're broke,
Yeah.
you know, I was
Ooh.
when you get off the stage, it could have sucked 3 dicks.
He's second in the quarter hurdles. Third.
Because probably got 100 for each dick.
I was just gonna say, how do you know what you're
Close
getting?
my eyes. It sucked it. It would have been better to do it that spot because I just died. Like, quarters 2 spot, you're going to die.
Yeah.
Especially if you have to follow a host. Especially if there's 4 people that follow.
Yeah.
So all these things, when you go home after a situation, you tell yourself, this isn't working.
Yeah.
I'm not start roller skating again or skateboarding again. But little do you know that those situations are building you very strong.
Yep.
And then I think every night you get, every night when you go on stage, listen, whether you, again, you're a plumber, electrician, carpenter, every time you go to work, you get something. Like for us as comics, we either get something ego boosting, a new joke. There's always something. There's always a result to a set.
Oh, even if you're not purposefully trying to do a new bit to get something out of it, like
you grow. You grow.
Yeah, just from that,
And that's on the nights that you don't think you're going to grow. When you grow, nights that you're like, fuck, I can't.
Oh yeah.
And then you go down there and you have to follow somebody. And the joke you were gonna write, you changed it before you went up, and it worked. You know, there's so many little fucking things you could take out of a set. It's not just win or lose. It's not like me entering a swim race where I take first, second, and third, and I lose. With comedy, you might lose by not having a great set.
Yeah.
But you learn.
Well, another great example of that, the main room, that was where I showcased the one time for Mitzi, right? And all her only feedback, by the way, was, why do you wear a hat? Because I had a backwards hat on. I was like, what about the material? And she's like, I just saw the hat. And I was like, fuck. But it was such a cutthroat thing to say. And I was on this bringer show, right? And back then, you do 3 minutes for your showcase. This was like 2011. And she was still coming around, but less and less. But she was there in the main room watching the Tommy, and the runner of the bringer show. I was supposed to go. It was supposed to be a host, then one of the bringers, and then comic that was going to showcase. And instead, this guy who was running the bringer show said I had good energy, and he goes, you're going to cold open. I'm going to put you up top for your thing. And I was like, I started getting in my head, and we're talking about massaging spots. I was like, dude, this is not setting me up to win at all. This is my showcase. Like, I know I'm supposed to be later on 3 minutes up top where the drinks are coming in. And he made this whole point though of, he's like, hey, if you're ready, you're ready. And you can go out cold with 3 minutes. And part of me was like, I think there's some truth to that, but also like, fuck you. Like, this is not where I'm supposed to be in the showcase. It's 3 minutes. I'm going out cold. Like, this is, but Mitzi's back there waiting. So I go out and drinks are coming and when you're also going out first, you feel responsibility to play a little bit of host and welcome everybody in. But I got 3 minutes. I got no time for chit chat and how you doing? And you guys excited for the show? Whatever. So I just get up and launch into material, which nobody was really ready for. And it did not go well. And I was in my head. I started making excuses right after. I was my position, it was this and that, and then Mitzi being like, why I didn't like your hat, and I'm just like, dude, nothing about my fucking jokes or performance was critiqued that night. And it took me, man, a good probably close to a year to like just look deep inside myself and go, dude, if you were fucking ready and poised and just like how we just talked about, which is fucking crazy, what, 7, 8, 9 years full circle, get another main, experience moment to go, are you gonna make excuses, or are you just gonna like jump on the wagon and take advantage of what's right in front of you? And it's like, I thought for so long, I was like, dude, it was because I didn't get past then because I had to go first. And it's like, no, man, if you had your shit together, you would have gone out and done your thing, and Mitzi would have been like, I hope you only wear a hat, Yeah.
It's funny how I think she said things to you also. Looking back at it now.
Oh, for sure, right?
Yeah. To make you go,
yeah, how should that matter? But
what's 12 months of that joke?
Yeah.
Farting in the couch. I fall down the stairs. And now I gotta fucking worry about it.
Yeah.
It's such a long.
Very special moment at these games.
Life is such a great job.
As we saw the Haitian flag,
Why
Lindsey
fucking
Graham
live in
became the first ever artistic gymnast to represent Haiti
I
at the Olympic
that was
Games.
me. So I was like 20 something. I was just half scared. Don't get me wrong. I'm kidnapping people and robbing apartments and robbing coke.
do you have a best kidnapping? Like out of all the kidnaps?
No, I only have one kid.
Okay, great. You tapped out after that.
Yeah,
It was a pretty good one.
but you don't really know it's kidnapping until you do it, because kidnapping isn't really me calling Adam Ray's father and saying I need $250,000. Kidnapping is me taking you from one room to another without your consent. So if I put a gun to you, let's go in the bedroom, let's go see that safe and how much your money you got in there. That's kidnapping.
Yeah.
That's against your fucking will. Wow. But if I'm talking about like all the criminal creepy shit, like I didn't have fear to do that, but my biggest fear.
Meals served at the athletes' village each and
And I had
every
1,000 of those fears growing up. Man, like little things that could have
I always say to the
Yeah.
people in the
Like
catering
stage,
tents,
little
it's
things.
you that actually runs the
Audition.
Olympic Games. It's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't really want to go to audition. What are you scared of?
Not getting it.
Not getting it or getting it and blowing the fuck up.
Oh shit, yeah.
What are you fucking scared of? Both ways. You only got two things that happen. Blowing the fuck up or them saying no. And then you try back again.
Do you think there's a time that human beings just on the whole like get comfy with facing any of those fears? Like, do you think somebody at 20 who maybe didn't have the experience you did, do you think they're faking it if they're like, I'm ready to go, I want to? What do you think some people truly are born and have this level of I don't know, confidence and just a sense of, yeah, I'm gonna make the best with whatever happens. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, some of us are born with more talent than others, but we could all work, get that talent equal to
Yeah.
one another.
Yeah.
Work, you know. Obviously, all three of us had a comedy bug. So now we have to work it and mold it into like a sculpture. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
has to be a gymnast or an artistic swimmer.
That was the answer.
That was
the answer. Well, I was just curious if you think like people you can, if there are even at that young age, because you said at what 27 is when your fears, right? Is that what you said? Kind of went away.
There's going to be an invitation extended to all of the
I was
athletes
just-
to join in.
Like it took me so long to get on stage. Like nothing bothers me more when somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey,
I'm allowed to say
I'm
that.
moving to LA in 14 months.
Words on the screen for it.
What's gonna happen in 14 months?" Well, I got a new job and I'm gonna pull away 800 a month. You're dead. You're dead. You're not gonna come out. You're not gonna put an item. Because if you know anything about life, shit happens. I just ripped my fucking hamstring. Yeah, shit happens on a day.
Yeah.
So for you to tell me you're gonna put 800 a month away, move on in 14 months, nothing bothers me more than that. Ever since I got into comedy, like I started comedy, my thing is go. Like if you come to me and go, "Joe, I'm thinking of starting comedy," I'm the type of motherfucker that'll drive you to your first open mic. Just for you to get.
Wow.
Because if I gotta you tell me 10 times how you get material ready.
Oh, God, yeah.
Get ready. Don't worry, bro.
Yeah.
I'm getting it ready.
3 months, man.
You know how long I had that excuse for? Yeah. I use that excuse. I'm getting my material ready.
I got to kill it 7 minutes.
It's like
ready.
It's like when you walk to the gym. You know how much is it to the gym? And they're like $80. That's cheap. But you see people like sweating blood. People crawling. I'll be back. Then every time you walk down that block to get a slice, the owner comes up. Every time he's like, "Hey, when are you coming next week?"
Yeah.
And then you run away. Next week.
Yeah,
Next week. That was me.
Yeah.
Next week. That's the same thing to a time. When people hit me up, I get hit up once a week. Hey, man.
Oh, no shit.
I'm getting material ready. I'm thinking of going on stage.
I'm going to feature for you in 5 years, man.
Yeah, I want to feature for you. I don't want you to think about it. Your first time on stage, you're going on stage to die. You're just going on stage to get your feet wet out and get that rush.
So tough to hear.
I want to get that.
Yeah.
Damn, it's something tough. But if you're going to come up to me and say, I'm getting on stage, what kind of material should I write?
You got to get a little taste of it first before you start playing.
It doesn't matter what material you should write, because you're not going to remember it the first time you go up there. 80 eyeballs looking at you, and there's nothing but lights. And you can see the people all the way in the back. Like, you could be fucking blind. And when you walk on stage, you can see that one head that's popping through the back. That one guy that's trying to look at you like, this motherfucker. You can see me from all the way back there, you little fuck.
Yeah.
Like, you can see all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That, ever since I got into comedy, the stall tactic, I stalled right through. And I never stalled again.
It's always
I go to
exquisite,
jiu-jitsu
but when you've
school,
got the
I like
atmosphere of the
it.
Olympics around it,
Let's
it's
sign up to
something
that.
different
I
entirely.
want to go home and discuss it with my wife and see what plans we got.
No, this is no 1 foot in, 1 foot out business.
Yeah, you just shot.
Yeah. And the people that start, I got a buddy that's 6 months in. He's like, when's it going to get better? When am I going to start getting on? How do I, when do I become a regular? When's the bombing going to stop? I'm like, that's up to you, man. And that's also, you know, up to just the fucking comedy gods and like like there's so much that's out of your control. Control what you can control, you know?
What is that question? When is the bomb?
Now this one
I know, dude.
It's like a
has
woman who
become
gets beat up
very,
every night.
very popular recently.
It's like,
Again,
when does this end? And we come home and just smack you again. That's exactly what comedy is the first 2 years.
It is.
You're
Man.
a domestic wife.
feel
You're
free
just
to sing
domestically
along
abused.
and
just
describe
top
all the
off.
neighbors as you
They copy and call Joe Menente or fucking the guy who runs the club. It's nobody to call.
Yeah.
It's such a, and I do it again. I'm willing to do it again.
Yeah. 1,000%.
Would you start all over again?
I know nothing. I know nothing different, man.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Like, I would do it again just
It's in the blood, dude. I know.
just to get yelled at.
Yeah.
Like, I remember going to New York
Because I love that part of it, and you have to. That's why we're here. You have to because you love that part. Because you knew that this was gonna, you knew it was building to this. You know.
I still remember going to comic strip and running to get spots in New York. And like Lucius, you know, some tickets door to door. And you know me, dog. I'm a great self. I was selling. And I still remember selling. Like,
Crystal Best had his Olympic moment and
the
ends
last
up
pass.
with a medal.
I got an
Was
envelope
just
for 4 hours.
overjoyed. Didn't
And I remember
know
being
color,
on
he just got
78th
it around
Street, walking
his
to
neck.
the comic strip yard. Why would I give it for this spot? It's a spot. I could do a spot anywhere.
Yeah.
You keep this one. Fuck this with his tickets. And I went to Harlem, and then I come back. Where's your tickets? I dropped them here last week. Okay, you could do it. And I still remember getting like 2 spots.
No way.
From selling tickets.
More
And
athletes
like
coming
8 or 9
into the
people
arena.
there.
South Africa have entered the arena as well. And Tatiana Smith, you may know her from Tokyo as
You just
Tatiana
can't.
Schoonmaker.
Oh, shit.
She won
There's
another gold
nothing
medal
you
in
can do.
swimming pool.
Like, there's nothing you can
100
do.
meters
Just
breaststroke.
remember how that
She's the
tasted so you
flag
can
bearer for
wash it
South
out.
Africa. They're just
Have it
entering the
back.
arena.
Again,
Yeah, there you go.
That's the thing. Where can they find your website?
Man, AdamRayComedy.com is where all my tour dates are. And right now, yeah, I got Omaha Funny Bone coming up, and Tempe Improv, and DC Improv for New Year's.
Great club.
Yeah, first time headlining there. Yeah, and
DC's from out.
I love it. I went there with
Perfect.
Bobby Lee. It was my first when I was featured.
Perfect
for him.
club.
Yeah, it's. I mean, underground. I feel like you shouldn't be there. Packed,
Yeah, it's
intimate.
fucking great.
Acoustics are killer.
And Tempe's great. You're doing Tempe.
Tempe Improv and Copper Blues live. That's December 5th through the 8th, and then 2020 minutes. You know, Helium in Portland and Hyenas and Baltimore. It's all AdamRayComedy.com. About last night, the podcast with Brad. Hopefully, we can get you on before Brad leaves to check in with Dad. My special Read the Room. It's out, and I got a comedy music album coming out December 13th. Got a cartoon with Seth Green coming out on Hulu called Crossing Swords, and then hopefully more shit.
I love you.
I love you too, man.
Thank you.
So good to see you.
For doing that night, because I was getting every time I
Thanks for fucking checking me.
every time I get down there, it's always the most obscure guy that comes through for me and lets me know I'm not fucking crazy. And that night, you let me know because like I said, there's a dude who won't follow me, and when I see him, he'll always come up to me like he tries to be cute. Are you going to use structure this evening? And I'll go, man, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it, but I really want you to tweet it. So on top of everything that he won't want to follow me, I break his balls. Oh my God. I don't break his balls for disrespectful way.
Yeah.
I tell him, you should teach me how to become. That's what I'm missing. If I had your writing skills, there would be no stopping me. But he refuses to follow me. So, like tonight, he will not be down there. He's never down there. And there's times like I don't call him for Thursday. I see he's down there for Thursday, and I'll call Adam. So let me get down there right in front. I don't know why I can't. He's early.
God damn, man.
You know what, man? I got one date left. I'm in Miami for Thanksgiving, but everything's sold out. All I got for me, motherfuckers.
The new one, right?
Second show. What's
The
that?
new Miami Improv? I've been there. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited.
Oh, good.
The only tickets that are available right now are Town Hall. Second show, December 6th. December 7th, sold out at the Chevalier Theater in Boston. Chevalier Theater. So all I have for you guys is the second show, December 6th, 10:30, Town Hall, which is going to be fucking off the chain. I love that fucking place. I'm excited to be doing it. Before we get out of here, a word from our sponsor. Number one, listen, it's over. Fucking football season is halfway there. The NBA is here. College basketball's around the corner. The playoffs are here, and you're still dilly-dallying. Listen, nothing in life is worth it without risk. These days, even going to the fucking grocery store, you get shot in the fucking head. So listen, during Thanksgiving week, my bookie is offering a risk-free bet for the Bears-Lions game. Choose a team against the spread for $250. If you win, you get some cash for the holidays. If you lose, congratulations to you as well. My bookie will give you all your money back. This is what gravy's all about on Thanksgiving. So when you're sitting around after dinner hearing the same old story from your Aunt Irene, why not make it interesting? Fucking put a bet in. Quit fucking waiting around. Sign up today and get into this fucking game. Like I said, you really can't lose. And you got the bowl games coming up. And the best part of it, if you join before Thanksgiving, you'll still have one last shot to take the advantage of their incredible sign-up offer, which is log into mybookie.ag, make your first deposit with promo code CHURCH, and MyBookie will match your deposit dollar for dollar to jumpstart your motherfucking bankroll. And that's on top of the risk-free bet, the Lions against fucking the Bears. So, who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, Joy Bananas? Let me repeat this. It's a guaranteed deposit match and risk-free bet for only Thanksgiving only. So if you're a true football fan, whatever the fuck, you don't want to let this opportunity pass you by. Listen, stop waiting on the sidelines. Jump on the gravy train and get on the action with mybookie.ag. Again, grab a pen. That's mybookie.ag. Use promo code CHURCH. Listen, MyBookie, you play, you win, you get motherfucking paid. The church is also brought to you by him. Listen, let's get to the time of the year you don't want to walk around with that book, do you? How much more can your hair go back? How much more hair can you lose without you doing it? That's why 4Hinge.com is here. A one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. I'm 56. I knocked my wife up at 50. But 40% of men by the age of 40 struggle with not being able to get and maintain an erection. Why do guys turn to weird solutions or do nothing? They can turn instead to medicine and science, expensive pills, injections, where no man wants a fucking injection. Share any experience if you have with doctors in dealing with ED issues. Fuck all that. Check out him, the gift that keeps on giving. Listen, well-known generic equivalents to name brand prescriptions to help you combat ED. Hims connects you with real licensed doctors and FDA-approved pharmaceutical products to treat ED. Prescription solutions backed by science and made more affordable by 4hims.com. So see the results where other treatments fall short. Stop worrying about multiple in-office doctor visits. No painful injections or other treatments like that. This is easy. You answer a couple questions about your medical history. You chat with a doctor on a confidential review. If you're approved by the doctor, the products are shipped directly to your door. Listen, you can't make it any easier than this. That's why Uncle Joey's here. Being your best means performing at your best. Erectile dysfunction, who needs that? You're going to walk around like the ugly chick at the fucking prom, knowing that your cock don't work. You don't need that. With these Black Friday deals, they're not going to last long, but you can. Do me a favor. Feast your eyes on this. Grab a pen. Start out by going to 4hims.com/church and get a free online visit. Free. Who takes care of you like that? Nobody. Your Uncle Joey. Prescription products are subject to doctor approval and require an online consultation with a physician who will determine if the prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information. This could cost you hundreds if you went in person to the doctor's office or pharmacy. Remember that, 4hims.com/church. I also want to thank Policy Genius. Listen, when going for insurance, go to policygenius.com. It's that easy and get the best quote. I want to thank Policy Genius. I want to thank him, and I want to thank mybookie.ag. Most importantly, I want to thank you fucking savages for listening to the podcast. We'll be ready to rock. And don't forget AdamRay.com.
AdamRayComedy.com.
AdamRayComedy.com.
Yeah.
Don't forget JoeyBeers.net. The hoodies are coming. Don't forget tickets for December 6th at Town Hall. And that's it, and that's that. Have a great fucking week. I'll see you here Monday morning. Tip-top Magoo, ready to motherfucking go. Kick this mule, Lee.
Women's 4x400 was the last event on the track on the last night of athletics. Another nod to the great women.
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, the 25th of November. Get your shit together. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by My Bookie. Listen, attention, attention. Past, present, and future My Bookie players. This Thanksgiving Day, you can get in a game risk-free. If the Pilgrims could sail to America, you could take a chance on the Bears-Lions game. Either way, you're not losing. Excuse me, Guinness. Either way, you're not losing Guinness. This Thanksgiving Day only, choose a team against the spread up to $250. If you win, you got some cash for the holidays. And if you lose, you also win because My Bookie will give you your money back. Let me repeat, that's a guaranteed deposit match and risk-free bet for Thanksgiving only. So if you're a true football fan, I mean a real motherfucking football fan, you don't want to let this opportunity pass you by. Stop waiting in the sidelines. Stop sitting there like a fucking mutt. This is the prime time to make money. Now you got this game, and then next week is bowl season. You got basketball. You got college basketball. You got NBA action. You got everything coming at you. And the most importantly is you got mybookie.ag. So go to mybookie.ag, use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get in on the fucking action this year. You play, you win, you get paid. The church is also brought to you by My Tushy. Listen, I've been working on My Tushy for 3 years. Lee still has his. I still have mine. They're fucking tremendous. Do you understand me? Why walk around with that stinky fucking asshole on Thanksgiving? This is the year that you want to feel good about yourself. It starts from within, from your asshole, your nutsack, all that type of shit. But start with Tushy. You're like, why, Joey? Go to Hello Tushy right now and look at the great selection of bidets they got starting at $69. They even come with a fucking guarantee, but there's no guarantee. Let me tell you what the guarantee is. Lee and Joey have had one for the last fucking 3 years, and they still work, and they haven't broken. So if our fat asses haven't fucked it up, what is your skinny little bony stinky ass waiting for? Go to HelloPushy.com right now. Press in church and get 10% off your order. The church is also brought to you by CBDLion.com. Listen, this last week, I injured myself really fucking bad. And the reason why it was easy for me to sleep at night was because CBDLion.com. I took the tincture and I rubbed it on my thigh 3-4 fucking times a day. They got a rollerball now. It comes in like a eucalyptus flavor to it, like a mint. You roll it on the back of your fucking leg. Listen, CBD Lion ain't stopping. They take care of you with the fucking vapor pens, no E, no vitamin E, accelerate there, whatever the fucking chemical is that's making kids cough their lungs out. They got the shatter, they got the tincture, they got the raspberry fucking gummies, they got the roll-on. CBDLion.com. Go look at the third-party test results yourself online. Go to CBDLion.com right now. Press in church and get 20% off your first order. All right? Who takes care of your Thanksgiving week? Nobody. Kick this fucking mule week. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Thanksgiving week. Just think, 2,000 years ago right now today, Pilgrims were stabbing Indians in the heart with pencils and shit, trying to take their motherfucking corn and shit. So when you eat your little fucking turkey, don't forget about nothing. Donnell, talk to me, baby. What's happening?
I celebrate every holiday. I know you just dismissed that evil holiday of Thanksgiving and how it started, but me growing up, I liked any holiday that you didn't have to go to school for.
Me too.
Chris, I didn't know who the fuck Christopher Columbus was.
I didn't give a fuck.
George Washington, President's Day, Christopher Columbus, any day. And a lot of those holidays was all after white people, and no disrespect to the black community, but I was so happy those white people who was able to give me a day I had to go to school.
Remember when it used to be Lincoln and Washington Day? You had a whole
president.
Yeah, you had a 2 Mondays in a row. Then they got hit to it. They cut us down to President's Day.
President's Day, they put everybody. And then when Barack got elected, they got rid of the holiday altogether.
Yeah. No, then they got rid of Columbus Day, which I knew was going to backfire.
Right.
Because that means they're going to start changing motherfuckers' days all the time.
Oh yeah, Columbus Day. That's
once you fuck with Columbus, now they want to change Halloween.
What are they going to change Halloween?
Saturday. The last Saturday of the month, so the kids don't eat sugar during the week.
Is that like some legislation or something?
No, that's fucking Gentiles.
Okay. I'm like, who makes up this shit?
Yeah, so they always want to change some shit, but man, let me tell you something. For 20 fucking years, I've been watching. I wonder what street from Harlem he's from. Me? Yeah, I always thought you were from fucking Harlem.
Nah, Brooklyn.
And then the other day, you're from Brooklyn.
But not, well, I'm originally from Washington, D.C.
Alexander, Virginia.
Yeah, but for the most part, when I started, 6 months into it, I broke out of D.C. and I moved to New York. So I consider that my second home. I consider that the home of my career, but that's my second home in life.
What year did you start coming?
It probably was like 96, 97.
No shit.
Yeah, it was right when Black Comedy was on fire.
And what made you? Did you think about it?
I never thought about doing comedy, but I was always the funniest dude in the room. You know, and I've told this story before. I was in the military. I was a police officer in the military, and I got out of there. I got out of the military and I was waiting to be a DC police officer, and I used to work for this grocery chain. I was head of security. And it was a guy that used to work for Hostess Cupcake Company. And he had a day job. He didn't quit his day job. He was hostess dude in the daytime and then a comedian at night. He would give out free passes to get people to go, and I used to go with a lot of people I worked with, and I started heckling. I was heckling people. I was heckling the shit out of people. I mean, I was heckling where pros was coming up to me saying, "Yo, chill, man. I'm trying to work in this set." So I was like, "Man, fuck out of here. You do your job, I'm gonna do my job." And I did that so long that people started to come to the comedy club to hear me heckle. And I was so naive because I went to the club owner and I was like, "Look, I didn't increase y'all business by 30%. I tried to get a door deal as a heckler." Yo, I was like, man, look at the numbers that I'm bringing in. They look like, what the fuck are you talking about? What club was this? Was Comedy Connection at Greenville.
No.
And it was like, and at this time in the 90s or late 90s, it was like black comedy was popping so hard that it wasn't comedy clubs, but it'd be like a pizza shop that, you know, like they usually have slow business on a Monday or a Tuesday. They would start at night. And then they was finding out that, you know, these little small comedy hubs turned into comedy clubs. Monique, she flipped a restaurant in Baltimore when she first started from a struggling restaurant. She had a comedy night on a Thursday, and it was doing so well. The door was doing great. The food was doing great. Everything was doing great. Business wasn't doing well on the weekends, and she turned it over and flipped it where she caught the lease, and she turned it to one of a black comedy club in Baltimore. And that's how the Comedy Connection in Greenbelt was a spot that the need for black comedy was so overwhelming that anybody could just open up and say, you know, we got black comedy, we got Def Jam comedy, you know. So I went on. They wanted me to shut the fuck up. I didn't shut the fuck up. And one day they say, "Would you go on?" And I was like, I like it on this side of it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, no, I don't want that pressure. And I didn't do it that week. And then I went, and that week I went and wrote what I thought was a half-hour worth of material. You know, when you first start, you think, you look at the sit, you're like, oh, that's going to get me a minute. That's going to get a minute. And that ain't got nothing to do with nobody laughing at the shit. You being nervous and forgetting the shit. And I practiced what I thought I was going to have a set. And a week after that, I went on stage. I caught a standing over, first time I ever touched the mic. And I'm sure part of it wasn't just that I was super funny, but because I had such a history in that club, people were really rooting for me. They wanted me to graduate from being a heckler, and the only thing next to do is to go on stage. And that day, I never looked back. I was like, "This fuck is a cop. I'm doing this shit." That's how I started.
Now, how long were you in the service?
4 years.
And you were stationed in Korea.
I was stationed in Busan, Korea.
What did you think?
I loved it. When I went in the military when I was 17. So my mother actually had to sign. I had to get parental consent to fight for my country. And for me, it was a good transition because I'd never been on an airplane. I'd never been outside of the Alexandria area. Culturally, it was great. You know, for me, not really being trained in anything or having these skills. And for most black people, that's a good option to just being a street person or going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Probably the first time some people get credit cards, first time you see anything. So that experience of me leaving home was incredible. I met some good friends in basic training, met some good friends in tech school. My first duty station was Busan, Korea. I met some people that I still consider to be my closest friends for years. I met some good people. And I got to go to a place and learn a whole different culture, a whole way of life, a whole different how people look at people. And it kind of opened me up to look at the world different from that person that would have just been, you know, on a corner talking shit, rolling dice and smoking weed and shit.
Why didn't you stay in?
I didn't stay in because I had a discipline problem, and it wasn't enough to. I would have kept getting in trouble. I wasn't built for it. 4 years was good for me. Like, I had an issue with respect, I guess. I wasn't a bad.
You didn't like how you were spoken to?
I just didn't like anybody just because you outranked me being able to say any fucking thing.
The way they want to.
And then some people like was abusive with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I would rather you talk to me like a man first, but not like somebody that, you know, that works for me. You know, and it was a good transition for me, not doing anything in my life, but finding something to do, and it was just time for me to move on. And I had some good experience and I met some good people, but I wasn't built to be running right out of bunkers and doing. In fact, if I had to protect this country, a lot of people would have got killed. So we used to do exercises where you simulate war. So you simulate like what would happen if you under attack by, you know, North Korea or whatever. And when you get killed, they come and pick you up in this van or this truck, this Deuce, I think it's called a Deuce, and they take you to the gym. And when you get to the gym, while you're there, you get to play basketball, right? So, man, it wasn't no black people in that battleground. So it was all white people with camouflage makeup on all of their face, hiding behind trees and shit. Black dudes in the gym hitting 3-pointers, man. We was like, fuck that war. So I wasn't. I served my country, but I wasn't like super patriotic, like. But, you know, I did.
At 56, you know, it's one of my biggest regrets.
Not going into the military? Why?
It was my mother's dream.
So you from military?
No, but she
No.
she was
How are
Cuban,
you, Kim?
and
How
she
you
thought the
living?
United States
How are
heavyweight
you
champion to the
living?
ring.
I'm
That the least she
asking
could
you
do
a
is
question.
offer her son
How are
to fight for
you
this country. So
living?
she used to never shut the fuck up about it.
Really?
Yeah, she never used to.
That's a dope story.
But what's really crazy to me is, okay, you come to me and you go, Joey, my name is Donnell. I'm thinking of doing stand up. But Donnell, what are you doing for work? I work at Rocks. I stuff shells. I make 18 an hour. I get benefits. I go, well, listen, we're going to go plant. We're going to get you some open mics, blah, 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 blah. And then you're going to transition. You're going to look at me and say, cut it out, Negro.
Right.
How much am I going to make? How long is it going to take?
Exactly.
And I'm going to look at you and say, 10 years.
Right.
To be conservative. Let's go for 10 years before you make it done.
That's
9 out of 10 motherfuckers. For 10 years, I ain't got 10 years for you.
Yeah.
And then one day you find yourself, you're 34 years old. You go, fuck, I should have. If I would have gotten into that when I was there. What am I done with my life?
But you look how you feel. It happens for a reason.
No, and I get it. But man, the idea of walking out of a motherfucker when you're 38, full retirement benefits.
You're so funny you say that, Joey, because I actually have that. Sometimes I have that. I dream about that thought.
I dream. That's my dream.
And I was like, because I went in when I was 17, and I look at it. That's the one thing. But it's a difference from going from that 4 to that 20.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know
it's easy.
like,
we're just talking here.
We just talking like that 4. I'm looking at 16 plus, and I'm looking at a military that always yelling at me, right? Your blatant disregard for established military policy. That's every day. I'm getting letter of reprimands. Even I was mischievous. I got in a little trouble, but the military, they want you to be, for the most part, squeaky clean. And even if you're not, it's so much harder to get stripes. It's so much harder to get the accolades you need. And I'm the same way. I thought like you thought. I thought about that 20-year joint, but that 4 one was such a grind for me. I couldn't go to the next 16.
Man.
But I respect the people that do it. And even I meet people, they're like, man, I was in the military. I'm like, man, think our business, that might not have been the path of life. 17, go in, 20 years later, get out, 38. You really, especially Black Don't Crack, I really could have started a stand-up career then.
Getting $7,000 a month with the best insurance in the world.
Yep.
All you got to do is go down there and they'll give you a pair of teeth right there.
Right.
Anything. You have to just think about it.
Yeah.
And a lot of young kids listen to these podcasts.
Right.
And you really have to explain to them that. Let me tell you something, man. I'm 56. I still remember being 36.
Right.
That 20 went by quick as a motherfucker.
They don't see it now.
And I starved, and I slept on couches, and I took Greyhound buses.
All of that.
What's the difference? The only thing I didn't do was get shot at.
Right.
Some fucking dude with a towel or threw fucking a grenade at me. But in my heart, I felt like it.
Right.
When you're fucking at a Greyhound station with $4 in your pocket.
Man, I did when I found my love for comedy, I was like, this is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life. And I had a pretty decent job. The job I had, benefits, everything you're talking about. And like your come up and my come up not too far, not far apart in the sense of the first thing you want to do is be able to provide for yourself. First thing you want to do, like you said, benefits, and let me get some regular shit. And as square as our lifestyle, as square as I might think, and I know probably in as you got older, you like, could I have been that square motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Could I have been that? And that's not a bad life at all. And for a lot of people, the military, that's what it provided. It provided that transition for you to have a decent life. 20 years, I was like, if I started, 20 years ago, 38, started this all over, you could think that would have been a perfect situation, but then, everything happens in its due time. And I was on the buses when I moved from DC to New York. I moved to DC to New York with $35 in my pocket. I had my military duffel bag and an alarm clock. And my man Royale Watkins had already done Def Comedy Jam. So he was under Russell Simmons' umbrella, managed by Rush Communications, Bob Sumner.
What year is this?
This was like 97, 98.
Okay.
So he already got it popping. Like for for DC comic to hear about another comic moving to New York, because everybody talked that shit. And everybody always have an excuse. I need to save an amount of money and then I'm going to go up there.
Right.
You make a million excuses. You know, you're making a million excuses. Oh, I got to do this. I got to get my set together. No, motherfucker, you got to get on that bus.
Get on that bus.
And I know he was trying to pump me. Every time I see him, this thing was happy as shit. He getting development deals and everything. He was like, yo, come up to New York. And one day I called him. I said, man, I'm moving to New York. And he was like, when? I said, Friday, motherfucker. And I went on that, got down the Peter Pan Trailway. At that time, for me, it was $19. And it was, when I first went to New York, I wasn't getting no stage time. So, you know, when you leave a certain place, your money, you like a popular name in DC. So I was still a part of the DC scene, still doing the cabaret. So when I was broke, I would dip down to DC to do a show for like $500 with $20 in my pocket, knowing I had to go over there, snatch that money up, and then come back and keep on grinding until people started to take notice. And then I started to be able to do the same hustle in New York.
When so you moved to Brooklyn?
I moved to Brooklyn. Brooklyn was the first borough I moved to.
What's the first comedy club you went into?
First comedy
Pips?
club? No, it wasn't Pips. It was I was still from the black circuit. So I didn't even really go to, when I first went to New York, I didn't go to comedy clubs. I went to black nights. Like Boston Comedy Club was pretty much of a mainstream.
Right.
The Comedy Cellar was mainstream. Catch a Rising Star was mainstream. And out of all the comics in New York, it was probably 3 or 4% of the black comics worked in the mainstream rooms. You just couldn't get in. And the only way you could get in, you know, you had to be first vouched by somebody else, you know, but waiting to get past and all that, it was just comedy nights. You like Def Comedy Jam nights, Comedy Explosion nights. So those are the stages that I performed in. First mainstream comedy club I went into was the Boston Comedy Club, and that was because it was a black night on Sunday. And when I moved, and I was happy with just doing the black circuit because you could make an honest living. There was like so many rooms that were open, like you could make $1,000 a week, you know. You could make it like you have like 6 or 7 spots. You're doing $1.25 each joint. You can make $1,000 a week for a comic that's not married, don't have no responsibilities, and rooming with somebody that was decent. And that was probably one of the reasons why a lot of black comics had an issue with crossing over or doing mainstream because they got so comfortable with making a decent living in the black circuit, but not understanding that wasn't the future. You know what I'm saying? That was temporary.
One of the things that I got on stage in '91. I didn't get serious till '93, and a young brother saw me in Denver. I was in Denver. His name is Kwame, and I think about him a lot because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He threw me into a den of thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, a black man on the East Coast.
And you went up?
This is East Coast, actually. East Coast.
Right.
Hookers, syringes, crack pipes, and it's called, Black Explosion on Sunday night.
Right.
He would book comedians to fly in, and I got to meet, which these relationships are still intact. This is '94.
Right.
Got to meet BL, Bernie.
They were smoking back then.
Cedric Young.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey, I'm sure I met other ones I don't remember, but
so it was a black night.
It was a black night.
Right.
And they only allowed 2 white comics that were allowed in there.
Rich Falls, who are you?
This is Denver.
Okay.
So it was me and a white dude that you guys know. His name is Dr. Kevin Fitzgerald. He's a veterinarian.
Really?
On Animal Planet. He's a big white dude.
I mean,
he saves animals and stuff. He's a stand-up.
Oh, yeah?
In real life. So, like, Kwame was a solid brother.
Right.
You go, bro, everybody's welcome.
Right.
But not everybody was welcome. You go down there, they throw shit at you.
Man, I know those rooms.
So I figured out that for me to go up on stage, I had to come out dancing first.
Right.
So I put on like SWV, and I come out dancing to SWV, and then I'd have to attack them.
Oh, yeah.
This is, 2 years into comedy.
Yeah.
I had to jump into them. Like, look at this fucking very white-looking motherfucker. To let them know, look at this guy, looks like Archie Bell.
You pop them shots right
out
of the
go at them. You have to attack them.
Yeah.
And I would have 3 jumps. But the first 10 minutes was, look at this.
But I'm going to tell you one thing, even with that said, but when you got them, How good did it feel ripping?
I used to remember getting off stage, and listen, I was doing comedy 3 years. Now I can tell you whatever the fuck you want me to tell you. I was eating a bag of dicks.
Really?
But for 7 minutes, I was making my soul strong.
Yeah.
Because not too many people do that. Not too many people go into an African American room. Never mind go to the bomb and be up first.
I'm gonna tell you, I saw the first time, and you 100% right. Because when I started Comedy Connection Greenbelt, Def Jam was hot. So, like you said, all those names you named, Bernie Mac, D.A., Chris Tucker, Eddie Griffin, Shucky Ducky. I mean, so many. So it was so many. It was just black comic. And the first time I ever saw a white dude go into this room and just straight demolish it, it was Rich Voss.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you. I said, this motherfucker had a ponytail back there, sir. And I was saying, he was going so hard at these brothers. I was like, oh, he about to get shot. But the thing about it was, he didn't back down. He was like, bam, bam, bam. Rich Voss was the first white guy on Def Comedy Jam.
Yeah. And
I always tell, whenever I run into him, I was like, man, I've never seen a white dude with a ponytail go into a black room like that and just eat them up. But the love you got, it was a handful of comics like that. DC Benny out of DC, he was one of the dudes that worked on. Yeah, Puerto Rican.
Good dude, yeah.
Puerto Rican, one of them whites, right? and Bill Burr. Bill Burr, when he first moved to Boston, Bill Burr was heavy on the black circuit. And then, you know, he did Madison Square Garden. We've had the black community haven't seen him since. But Bill was one of those dudes that would go eat up anywhere, black room, white room. And I tell, like I mentored, sometimes, you know, I got all types of comic friends with them, and more so with my white comic friends, when they like say like, wow, it's hard for me to get stage time and stuff. I was like, you know what you should start doing? I said, start doing black rooms. And they look at me like, oh. I'm like, why? I say, because most black rooms are going to put you on just to see you fail. And even if that's how you get on stage, at least you get on stage. And then when you get on stage, you flip it and show them something different.
Figure it out.
You know what I'm saying? You figure it out. You figure it out. Like we so used to being in an environment where it's comfortable and easy. And following back, like when you said, first room I went, the first places I performed outside of the black room, it was poetry scene was really hot in Brooklyn at the time. They had this spot called Brooklyn Moon Cafe. And it was when poetry was like really popular. They was doing the snaps and shit. And dudes was getting pussy just by, you know, burning the right incense, drinking the right tea, and just telling the bitch, I love your energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm connected to your soul. They was fucking them herbal chicks in the bathroom the same way the pimps was doing it. I'm into your soul, my sister. And the longer you say sister, that's the longer you be in the fuck. I'm saying, like, oh my God. Did you see Mr. Knowledge? And when I couldn't get on the stage, I was like, man, I got to perform somewhere. And I would go because that shit used to be so boring. But this spot was so hot. Like, Most Def used to go there. Fucking Talib used to go there. Erykah Badu used to go there when she was not Erykah Badu. Like, literally, like, she's go to this spot, like, moving to Brooklyn, like being there for like 3 weeks. It's just a hot spot. And I was like, man, this shit is so dry. They could use some jokes. And I felt like the fish out of water. I was like, yo, can I get up there? They was like, you a poet? They was like, you a poet? And I'm like, yeah. And I'll go up there and be like, I want to say, and then I'll go into a set. And I started getting popular on the poetry scene. I was like, wait a minute, I can't get on stage. These poetry spots be so dead and dry. I could be known as a comedian to come shake up the poetry scene.
That's what I would do.
And that's what I was like, I don't know. We think a lot in terms of how you get better. You know what I'm saying? Always sharpen the sword. You know, at your age and at my age, you know, this is not being cocky or anything, but we've been holding our weight for a long time. Through types of technologies, man. VHS, beta, we remember all of that shit. Motherfucker, VHS, beta, CD-ROM, Blu-ray, links. That's a lot of motherfucking years of technology, son. That's a lot of, and when I say that, Because these motherfuckers like to talk a lot of shit, hey, old man, all that type of shit. But see how long a motherfucker can hold their weight. And not just pity party, like, yeah, I saw him so and so, so I gave him a couple chuckles. I'm talking about, no, motherfucker, pound for pound, let's go. And they don't do that no more. They don't do the United States. You gotta be there every night, but you gotta stay sharp. You gotta get on it if you're a comedy fiend. That's what I am.
When your mind switches into that comedy fiend mode, where life isn't even life anymore. Your whole life is writing, watching, getting on stage.
Right.
It's a part of your career where, for me, it was the 3 years.
Uh-huh.
Well, for 3 years, I didn't know what was popular on TV. I didn't know anything.
He was in it.
I read BET Comedy All-Star tape with Martin doing the warm-up with Joe Torre.
Uh-huh.
And I rented Rodney Dangerfield's Young Comedian Special with Dice and Bill Hicks. And if I wasn't on stage writing, I was watching those two things.
That nut, I know.
Study, moves, hand gestures.
Man,
What's the young brother from New York that was killing in New York when we went back in '94? He's still around. Oh, good-looking young brother.
Bill Bellamy. Yeah.
He was like the king of New York.
Man, let me tell you, Bill Bellamy is one of the reasons he endorsed me to be on Def Jam when I tricked Bob Summers taking a phone call from me. I called up there. I had Def Jam's office number, and I was like, man, I need an audition. I can't call up there and say, what is the procedures, or do I send a tape? I said, I got to call up there and act like I already know these motherfuckers. I said, yo, this down there with Bob, put him on the phone. The receptionist was like, who is it? I said, never mind, look, tell Bob. She was like, wait. She put him on the phone. Who is it, Donnell? I tricked the receptionist, blah, 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 blah. I had opened for a lot of the guys that under your management or whatever. I just want a shot. And he said, can you come this Thursday? I said, I'm working this Thursday. He said, nigga, you got a job. How you a real comedian? You got a job. But I'm sure,
The Golden Voyager's
because, and I had worked after that, I had worked with Bill Bellamy. And Bill Bellamy was the one that dropped the seed in Bob Summers' ear in his brain for him to let me get an audition.
And then you got on Def Jam.
I got on Def
What year
Jam.
was it?
This was like 98. I was doing comedy for 6 months when I made Def Jam.
And did your life change?
It didn't change. It didn't change. The reason why it didn't change at that time for Def Jam, you for your life to change, you had to have an explosive set. Now you could have a set where you could make some money for a couple of years because it was such a demand for black comedy that everybody was doing rooms. And the biggest credit for a black comedian was Def Comedy Jam. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't have to be the baddest motherfucker. You just had to be on Def Jam. The promoter could be like, this from Def Comedy Jam. The brand sold itself. Hopefully you get one of the marquee people, but if not, you still get somebody from Def Jam. So with me, I was really young. When I made it, I made it, Def Jam. I was doing comedy for 6 months. And I taped Def Jam. I was doing comedy for 11 months. I was green. I didn't know nothing about those bright lights, whatever. I told a story about this fat kid taking my bike when I was a kid. It was my signature bit in DC. It was a bit where it was animated, I acted out. But I'll be honest, my set wasn't explosive. Even keep it real, I thank Michael Blackson for me even making the cut. Because when you tape Def Jam, it's 4 comics that tape. One person always gonna get cut. Everybody didn't make it. One person, and whoever had the not the wackest, but the least funny is gonna get cut. And I'll be honest, it was me, some Anthony, God damn it. The hang with Steve Harvey, my brain is catching a fart now. J. Anthony Brown.
Yeah.
J. Anthony Brown, some more, this guy named Wyatt. J. Anthony Brown, some more, Wyatt. Me, it was 4 or 5 take me, Michael Blackson. And my set was just okay. Michael Blackson destroyed the room. Michael Blackson was ripping this room, just demolished this room. It's going crazy. And at the end of it, he already damn it in the middle of a standing up. It was the African, but the focus, you went to Africa, you know what that means? And then everybody said, well, he said, I have a big dick. Everybody's like, and he was like, you want to see my dick? They was like, yeah. And they thought, and then this motherfucker pulled out a prosthetic dick about 5 feet long, right? Big black veiny, a big ass horse dick, and he started waving around, and it ripped the room. But Def Jam was coming down under a lot of flack because they was like, all right, this shit is getting too crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, now y'all pulling out big ass dicks. How far are we gonna take a dick joke? And Mike said, this far, right? And that Mike got cut off of it because his set was, he could have closed. He got cut because of that, and it gave me the opportunity to be on the show. But it didn't what it did for me is it started, I could have other conversations with people, you know, promoters and different shit. I'm still doing the chilling circuit, but it's like, oh shit, it's a reference point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, that is the guy from Def Jam. And like back then, they knew you by a joke you told. You know what I'm saying? It's like, Royale, he did this joke where he said, I ain't scared of you. I'm not, he said, you know, y'all not gonna make me nervous tonight. And then he takes his coat off and turns around and put on the mic stand. And he's got a gun in his backside. So they knew him as the dude with the gun in the back. You know, at the time, Chris Tucker was known as the pissed off man. Because when Chris Tucker was on Def Jam, he got seen by Bob Sumner. Bob Sumner was a talent coordinator. I don't know if you know, but they had a really popular black comedy competition called the Bay Area Black. It was over in Oakland. It ran for like 15 or 20 years. If I'm not mistaken,
What's his name was a couple times?
Who?
Mr. Cooper.
Yep,
Hanging with
exactly.
Mr. Cooper.
Yep, that launched him.
Yes.
That launched him. That was the direct, because I think if I'm not mistaken, Marcus King, who used to manage Jamie, I think he was affiliated with some kind of way, but whatever it was, when it came to black comedy, that's where you went. And Chris Tucker was a part of that competition. And Chris Tucker, he didn't win the competition. I think he came in like second. And at the time, Chris Tucker had like 6 minutes. That's it. But you know, in this business, sometimes people think you got an hour and a half. Sometimes all you need is 3 minutes of the right shit. And it's gone. He had the look. He had the energy. You know what I'm saying? He was energetic. He was happy. He was friendly. And he just had this energy. He had 6 minutes. And that's all he needed. And it was like, and this was Def Jam. Def Jam was making people overnight stars on one tape. That's how powerful the show was. The show came on at 12 o'clock Friday nights, and you planned your evening or whatever you was going to do. It happened after Def Jam came. And I remember Chris Tucker, and I've said this on different platforms, when Chris Tucker came off and said, "Pissed off, man." You know, some people just got it. He said, "Pissed off, man." He said, "I'm so broke. If a nigga robbed me, it'd just be practice." And he did some shit, and it was pow, pow. Bernie Mac, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. Pow. Adele Gibbons, these big lips, and your little dick would be like giving a whale a tic tac. Pow. It got so bad, Joey, that motherfuckers was like writing catchphrases. They were like, oh, if I get to this, sugar ducky crack crack, something that people could remember you from, and people was eating off of that.
I can still see Joe Torre and recite his routine.
Yeah, Joe Torre was one of those. He was a breakaway.
Martin Lawrence, I could recite his routine. There was a bit he had.
Martin. It was just Martin was, man. It was just such a lot of people. I don't know if they know the story, but Martin wasn't the first option for Def Comedy Jam. It was Robin Harris. One of the funny motherfuckers, stock joke, crowd.
Good motherfucker.
You could feel it. But, you know, in his passing, they was looking for, that was Robin Harris' show. He passed, Martin was bubbling, and next thing you know, that was it. And I think the show, Def Jam kind of suffered when Martin left because he just stamped it so much as, when you heard Def Jam, you heard of Martin Lawrence. And no disrespect to Joe Torre or all the other attempts they made, but Martin was just so likable. You know what I'm saying? He was so likable, and he had that gift to be able to be insulted without being offensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could get you right there, like, oh, you know, but we up, and then he'd bring you right back. And Martin did so much. Martin, Russell Simmons, and Stan Lathan and Bob Sumner did so much for black comedy, man. created a platform when it didn't exist, when all you had was late, like David Letterman. You know, you had those late night circuits and late night shows, but how often did you see a black person host? You hardly ever did. And they found that need and desire, and they filled it and made some careers. I mean, really, that show really made some careers.
From 95 to 2000, black comedy was so huge. No matter what town you went to, what club you went to, they had one night a week dedicated. They Black Sunday, Black Thunder. And they always flew 2 guys in, always sold out 2 shows. But one of the busiest African American shows I ever saw in my life was D. Ray Davis in Chicago.
He had a Sunday night,
Fortune.
and that was his night.
He would walk out there with 30 G's.
Let me tell you something, man. This is that was the hustle. I had like
He didn't even need to leave.
every city,
$100 grand one night a month.
How many people would show up?
like.
1,200.
But the thing, Joey, that was in on the urban scene. That was the hustle, bro.
The hustle.
The hustle, like everybody in the hustle went to different cities, and then we created like the Black Circuit. We created our own tours, but we called them runs. You know what I'm saying? You knew like D. Ray would have a night, and then somebody else would have a
What's
night.
the dude in South Florida? Good dude. Glasses, been there since
Marvin Dixon.
Marvin
Dixon is another example. I had a room in Brooklyn, New York. It was called Poke Knockers. Right? It was called Poke Knockers, and it was just like this West Indian restaurant. And we would do 4,000 at the door, and then food and drinks to do like 10, 12,000. This was on a Monday night. And like you said, like the smart comedies, the ones, the entrepreneurs, and you can see how D-Ray become so successful. Like we had like the dope dudes in the city, you had a night that you could eat off of. I was a struggling comic for me to have one night where I could pay my rent. I didn't have a lot of bills, but that's when you adapt. D-Ray did it. Bernie Mac, before Bernie Mac blew up on Def Jam, he had the Cotton Club
down in Chicago.
Yeah, they had the Cotton Club.
I heard stories about it.
But the only thing about it, Joy, was like with these pop-up black shows or whatever, and then like people started like looking down certain clubs and stuff. They would look down on black comedy. You know, they would just lump anybody. If you just said motherfucker, you'd be like, oh, he's one of Def Jam acts. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of people didn't respect some of the stand-ups from there. So now you got that. It's only gonna last for a certain amount of time. You got that certain type of money, but now you don't have to do mainstream. But you know, the more people that know about you, the more opportunity. It's not too many black comics that have built a very, very successful career just off the black audience.
What do we have now? We have Chocolate Sunday.
Chocolate Sundays.
We have B-Ray Monday. Then they went small with it at the comedy store. Thursday.
Upstairs. Michelle Murdoch.
Now, when I got to this town, if you wanted an agent, a manager, a movie, you had to be at one of those nights.
Right.
I wasn't a big Chocolate Sunday guy. I did it one time in Bonn. The guy didn't like me.
Pookie?
The check. I'm talking 98.
Okay, cool. I don't even know who was doing it. Was Chris Spencer the host? Who was hosting it then?
Chris Spencer, you're right. And Weber used to go there. Chris Weber would go in there with the black model.
Yo, Chris Weber I think he wanted to be a stand-up because when he was with the Wizards, he used to always be at the comedy spots, man.
So I used to go to that one.
Joe Torre, too. Joe Torre had Fat
partner from Indianapolis.
Guy Torre had Fat Tuesdays.
Guy and Joe had, and they had a partner. Solid brother. I still ask about Kansas City. He threw me up on there, and that was $35 in those days. People don't know it. $35 on a Tuesday.
What? Shit. Man, when I was in New York, man, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And they would have ribs and shit. They would get it catered from.
And you got to eat free?
And you got to eat free and shit.
Motherfuckers will know about that. And 2 drink tickets?
Two drink tickets? Shit.
2 drink tickets, and you can walk with your 30? You had some of the bullshit motherfuckers be like, they give you $30, like, drink $15. Motherfucker, give me that drink, leave me the fuck alone.
Monday night, now it's officially. First of all, Joe Torre's room on Tuesdays was where they went to see Chris Spencer for
An
American
incredible
History
performance
X.
that we
Oh, yeah?
But they
just
gave it
witnessed.
to
And
Guy
now
God,
we welcome to the
I didn't know that
stage
story.
And then they went
popular
to see Joe
French
Torre
indie rock band
for Fifth
Phoenix,
Dimension.
along with some
And
special
they gave it to Guy?
guests.
Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
They're from
They be like, stop coming to my
Versailles.
motherfucking
They're
shows.
I still remember being a
Stage to
telemarketer
enjoy
at the
the
store,
performance.
and the main room seats 450 people, and they would get 100 industry people. Real, not
Real. Oh, yeah, change.
I'm talking
That's the
Paramount.
ones when you see the
Looking.
motherfucker write on a piece of paper, you're like, oh, I got it.
But Monday night at the Improv was the night. That was
It's a hot night. Spike Davis. Spike Davis started that.
This is 98. This is when it was Ariel Spears, Corey Miller, Zoo.
Oh, yeah. Zoo's fire.
Zoo 98, 97.
Is that like I don't see people doing it that much anymore? Like my old time comedians would go at the end of this, it would be thank you, I've been Lee Side, rather than like people don't really do that. I mean, is that why people would do it? So like the industry would be like, oh shit, okay, that's his name.
The Improv did it. What the Improv did was the host one.
It's been like 25, 30 years, too, right?
20, yeah. So this is 98. If you got a Triple Crown, shit.
It was good.
That means you did Latino night at the
Yeah.
Factory.
Oh, what do you call it? Hat trick, right?
Hat trick.
Yeah.
And then you ran over to the Improv and did Freaky Monday.
I don't remember that, but I know
It
the
was-
triple.
Freaky Monday.
Why you change your voice when you say that? Like nobody listening no more. Yo, you like we got some things in the back.
It's a secret time.
Okay, awesome.
With Uncle Joey Phil Jones.
All right, I felt it. You look me in the eyes when you change your tone.
What's that white dude that's got the neighborhood? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers. I'm like Mr.
I
Rogers.
feel like he's a pervert for some reason.
He is a person. When he takes you into the law with Rangers.
Don't do this to me, man. Like you.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna talk to you about some perversion. But Freaky Monday was very good, very industry strong. The host went up and they would put a 5-minute act up, black or white, getting his chops, and then the lineup would start 8:07, and it was
Fire.
Young Killers. Then at 8:35, they put on the hottest white people, Pablo, Doug Stanhope,
Right.
shit like that.
Right.
Then the African Americans would start. They would be burning. Dot, dot,
It
dot,
can
dot,
imagine
dot,
in
dot.
that room, bro.
I still remember going, set a time, going, I'm on to something. And then Bucket Stanhope went up one night, and he goes, it's easy to jump over a fire hydrant because it is a nigger. Chris Tucker was up on stage, and half the room laughed. The joke was funny. He didn't mean it in a racist way.
Right.
Chris Tucker heard it. He yells, get that white motherfucker off the stage.
And that was it.
The room went silent. Guess who's gonna follow?
You?
Yes. So I went up there.
Those what they call defining moments, son.
Dog, I went up there to crickets.
Really?
They just turned.
Oh, they could. You represented that white motherfucker.
Yeah,
Get him out
I
of
went
here.
up there and this guy that slowed down.
Yo, you was like, all right, I'll be back, motherfucker.
And I did come back. I came back like 2 or 3 other times. And then it just got too rough. It was too, the booker changed and whatever. But those were the nights. If you wanted an agent,
You want to be
an
there.
agent was black.
But the thing people don't understand, Joey, just like a lot of people don't understand the kind of like writing, like it's weird now because you go places, people try to set the list a certain way and they be talking about, well, he's not gonna be able to follow that. They try to pace the show, but you always got to be ready to have a defining moment. I came up one time and I think I get my shit off on stage and I'm back in the main room at the comedy store, and you was up, and I was like, God damn, this motherfucker. Every joke felt like he about to say goodnight. I'm like, oh shit, what you do? What you sink or swim? And I was like, fuck that. I just love being in a situation where the motherfuckers either going to count you out or they're going to see what's next and step to that. And there's so many motherfuckers now. They're just so weak when it comes to that shit. It's so weak with it, and it's like our business is like our I won't say competition, but the way we flow, it only brings out the best in a motherfucker. It does. Like, oh, you ain't trying to. I think Neil Brennan said sometime once he was coming behind me. He said, "Oh, we doing closers?" I'm like, motherfucker, I'm doing whatever I need to do to fuck this crowd up.
That's it.
That's
That's your job.
I don't give a fuck if you're like, I'm working on this new material. Guess what? I would think I could work that shit, but my job when I go up there is smash that bitch. Whether I'm in, like, you know, I came up from a school of like Fat Doctor, old school guy from DC. He was a mentor to a lot of people, and we talked about working out. People feel like when to work out, you gotta always just do straight new shit. He's like, man, you get the motherfuckers going, throw that new shit in the middle somewhere, and then do your shit. You know, you ain't gotta. I'm working. I mean, they do it. Motherfuckers do that. I'm working on this. I don't know. I'm just like, I feel like that shit gotta be in the moment. And just once you get in the
That's
groove,
what it is.
it's gotta be in the moment. It's not what I wrote. I feel like this. It's never what I wrote on the page. It's how I feel. How I feel is gonna sell a joke more than anything. You know what I'm saying? You feel fucked up. You got a well-written joke. That shit sound like you're a fucking writer.
I know. You got together with Royale, who's a sweetheart of a guy.
Good guy.
I was here for the Royale blow up with the TV show and everything.
Built to last?
Yeah.
When he left me?
He left.
That's when that motherfucker left. He was here.
I was here. He was running things. And he got speed.
Man.
He got speed. He was hot. He was hot.
Yo, man, from where I came up or whatever, that I'm gonna tell you, Built to Last is a reason why I got the brownstone that he had. He was bringing brownstone, right? And it was a dope brownstone. We was broke as a motherfucker. But we had a dope brownstone, and he had an above ground swimming pool in the back of that bitch. The guy who owned the building, he had two brownstones. He split the fence in the middle, opened it up. African dude worked for a bank. He opened up, it had above ground swimming pool. That's not exciting to a lot of people. But for fucking Brooklyn, New York, to say you got a pool. And I remember, I didn't talk about it was on this side of it. He was popping, bro. Yo, he had a TV show, Built to Last. But you got to be selective on how you name shows, because you can't name a show where a critic can fuck you up. Niggas, they would just say Built to Last won't. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't met with good. No, but here's the thing. And the way I look at stuff, as much as critical people want to say or didn't last or whatever they felt about it, that motherfucker did something that a lot of people I started with and people I'm still rocking with now have never got to. You haven't got to sit at the big table with motherfuckers saying NBC is like, you haven't been in part of an announcement when NBC does their fall lineup and you was on that bitch, and then Angela Bullock, whatever that shit is speed, you want some other shit? And I remember because the motherfucker just left New York. He said, I'm moving. He did the same shit to me. That motherfucker left, but he left in a good situation. I just had to find another roommate. But I remember when he took off, and he found a lot of success earlier on his career, which I think has really helped him become a better businessman, a better producer. He does a lot of hour specials. He has relationships with so many people, relationships with Kevin Hart. I think that getting that much success so early on and seeing how it could fleet, and then not by your design, just how shit happens, what you're going to do now. And I know he went through that from like, it's popping, like, whoa, it's slow, but what can I do now? I'm going to reinvent myself. I'm still going to do stand-up. But like Method Man said, I'm tired of being a chump in the front. I want to be the Mac in the back, you know. But it's so cool that you knew that story, because he was gone. That motherfucker, I could see his wisdom. He was so goddamn happy. You could see wisdom teeth in the back of his fucking mouth, man.
When did Chappelle come into your life?
Chappelle came into my life. He came into my life before I even met him. And the reason why I say that, in DC, not too many people leave to go to New York or to LA. That's the hardest thing for a motherfucker to do. They get scared shitless of. Some people do it and they come back. I'm older than Dave, but Dave is older than me in comedy. So when I first started in DC, I was and again, it's not being cocky. I was on fire. You can tell him, actually, like, I was literally smoking. I was doing it for 6 months. People thought I was doing it for 3 years. I was the name coming out of DC. You know, you leave somewhere. What's the name? You go back for Christmas and all that type of shit. You're like, what's the name? And I said, I was like, who is and people used to tell me, yo, you know who getting it? I'm like, who? This young nigga, Dave Chappelle, young nigga, right? I'm like, how young? Like, he's 16 and 17. He getting money, son. I mean, youngin'. That's how they say in DC. He getting money, youngin'. He up there, he doing his thing. He fucking with the white boys and ages and shit. And I used to say, because I thought I was on fire. And I'm saying to myself, fuck, make this motherfucker so funny. It was no competition or anything, right? And then, look at my face here. He looked at my face and said, well, he's young, right? Like, I'm an old ass motherfucker. There's like, he's young, he's smart, he's animated. And then this is something that a lot of comments had. They said, one of my friends, Mike Watson, he said, and he act all this shit out. You know what I mean? Like, that means if you're doing that, producers and directors already see you as an actor. You know what I'm saying? You got people tell a joke. But when they said that, you know, it's like, he act all this stuff out. He's good at storyteller. He's everything that embodies a DC comic. So I would ask about him. And he shared this story on my birthday 2 years ago. And Chris Spencer said, how did you meet Donna? He said, and Dave reversed the story. He said, you know, Dave said, I had it popping in New York. I was the man. I used to go home to DC, and I used to ask, like, who's popping? And then he said, I would always hear the regular names, blah, blah, blah. They said, but they got this one motherfucker named Don Aaron Rollins. And Dave said, he was like, man, fuck that nigga, right? Because our thing is like, we giving props, but we don't want to give props. So when I finally moved to New York, I met Dave, because he would come around to the Boston Comic Club on Black Night, but he would do mainstream. He did all the clubs. And then it was that relationship we had as being two motherfuckers that was thorough from DC that connected us. It was that. It wasn't like hanging out. It was, we met. I think the best way to meet or engage somebody is respecting them. Respect their reputation and what you hear about them. You know what I'm saying? And that was our connection. And this was years before even the birth of Chappelle Show.
So you're cooking, you're in New York, you're making it happen. Any acting class or anything?
I never took an acting class. I don't know if I'm a great actor. I can get past it, but I would get monologue books and just practice monologues in the mirror and shit. And this was the weird thing. This goes back to what you said earlier about that 3-year period when all you thinking about is creating. All you thinking about your life or your future. Like, this is it. And I just was just thirsty to do anything. You know, I started a sketch group out of New York before in Living Color. And I started this group because I noticed with my stand-up, it was very three-dimensional. I have characters, my uncle, this fat dude. I was like, wait a minute, man, I could turn this into some, I could take these jokes and start casting different people. I can cast somebody to play my mother. I can cast somebody to play Fat Tyrone. So I knew that I was getting opportunities to stand up, but nobody knew me as an actor or anything. I said, but what's the next level? What's the next level of this? So I said, I can write these jokes. I can cast these people. I got friends. So I'm going to start this group called Secret Society. And at the time, Red Grant was in the group. Ariane Punter, she was a poet, so I was hitting with the poetry side. Mike Epps was in the group. Good friend of mine, Jimmy Martinez, Rich, Mark Theobald now writes for The Last OG, Sherry Davey, Jason Ondor. I had like 12 people, and nobody. It was the most diverse sketch group in New York. Nobody was doing sketches. And we did a showcase. I told my manager at the time, and his company was just starting. And I was like, man, this is something different. Nobody's doing it. Let's see if we can get a night at Caroline's and showcase the sketches that I do and act them out. So, you know, the industry didn't know exactly what it wanted. So some kind of way, a lot of the industry came out. We did this showcase. And the next day, my manager's phone was ringing off the hook. And we had 4 agencies that wanted to sign us. I chose to go with APA. At the time, it was the 4th largest film and television, it's by coast, 4th largest film and television agency in the country. And they wanted to sign me and somebody else. And they didn't want to sign the whole group. But because I got there with the group, I said, I'm not going to sign with you guys unless you sign the whole group. And it was the first time motherfuckers had casting calls where you'll see people's names, then you just see Secret Society, like Wu-Tang. Like you got everybody audition and whoever wins, you know? But that was my relationship with New York and trying to do things to get seen and get noticed. I tell people all the time, you got to be able to, I think in this business, you got to be able to do what the next man won't do or haven't thought about. It's the only way. And if you don't do that, you're just a regular motherfucker.
The Dolomite.
I haven't seen it yet. I got to see everything. I keep hearing about it. I keep hearing that. And I know the acting was good, but I feel what's resonating is the story of Dolomite. Of how he was a maverick, you know, first one to making his own comedy album, leasing out movie theaters. Did you see it yet?
Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Very much. Very much. I enjoyed the black experience.
Right.
I enjoyed, he says something in there that really strikes the chord with you, especially when you're an open mic at one point. That was Michael Evans. He just, I'm from the 70s.
Right.
And he's like, black people like, funny shit, nudity, and kung fu.
Right.
People love kung fu.
He was a Wu-Tang of comedy at the time. Yeah.
Wu-Tang of comedy.
That makes sense though, man.
You know, it's just, it touched me in a lot of ways, you know. Like I said, when I came from Cuba, the first family to take me in was an African-American family in the 70s. It was completely different. Afro picked the hand in it.
Right. Yo, you was original Different Strokes.
I had an Afro pick.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, with the thing. And, you know, I still remember their mentality, and I still remember how on Saturdays the whole building would have a talent contest. We would do a show.
What a performance by Phoenix, an indie rock band.
You
French.
killed it.
They're from Versailles, and they
You did it. You did. As long as you still
And
beat, you
joined
win it. So it's
some
with
of the
black people.
best artists from the French music scene.
You would go down there and there'd be 100 black families. You have to sing or dance or tap dance. And I still remember me and this kid, his last name is Williams, and I still think about him. We won because we sang Joe Tex, I Got Ya.
Oh, y'all killed it? And then, I question, but when you have a moment like that, did you think you were going to be in the business of entertainment?
Not even close.
No?
The point I want to make in the story is how they entertain themselves. These people were poor, you know, and when you went to the house, it was bologna sandwich, and they gave me half, and the great Kool-Aid, and they gave me a glass, and, you know, I slept on the floor with the brothers and sisters, whatever the fuck they got, I got, you know. But the thing that struck me the most about it was the love. Nobody else would like me.
Yeah.
Except this. I still remember walking into
Well, it's
those
been
projects.
absolutely
And there'd be some
spectacular.
songs.
But you had to be a real motherfucker, too,
I'm
man.
5 years old.
You was a real 5-year-old. You said, I don't know how to be a real motherfucker at 5.
I didn't know anything.
They felt something about you,
I
though.
was walking
Really?
and go, you know, what the fuck was his name?
Some
Not
spectacular
Torre.
musical performances
And they
too.
would yell, what we doing with that white motherfucker bringing him in the building?
Right.
He would go, he ain't white, bitch, he's Cuban.
They like this. He look white, though, right? They like,
Scratch their heads. What's a Cuban? Because it was 1960.
Right.
Nobody knew nothing about nothing, you know. But I learned a lot. No, I did not think anything about the entertainment business. It made me fall in love with. They taught me about
I
it.
live in Pimp. We're watching the closing ceremonies of the Olympics. Fuck you.
Black people love, man. Black people love to fucking love, and black folks, man, we not the only race, but it's because I know it. Like our circumstances could be the worst circumstances in the world, but we will figure out a way to laugh, and we will fucking figure out a way to stay up that therapist's couch. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they talk about like mental health issues and whatever. They always say, well, black people are afraid to get help, whatever. They're afraid to get help. But some motherfuckers don't need to get help. It's just like you got to step your coping mechanisms up. We all go fucking crazy. We all have bad days, but it's how you cope with shit. You know what I'm saying? And another reason, you know, and I'm not speaking for the black community like 100%, but man, motherfuckers are so fucking nerves of pills. You know when you go talk to that shrink, you leave it with a prescription. You gonna get something, son. If you like the average black person, if you sit down with a motherfucking shrink long enough, he's gonna find you a prescription. And the prescription could possibly be trying to cope with shit. I know the mental health shit is real, but how motherfuckers cope? You can't suck nothing up. Everything got a goddamn acronym. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's suffering from PS water syndrome. You know what? Every time he drinks water, he's just crazy. Here's a pill. Here's a pill. Black people been through so much. You have to learn how to laugh. You gonna be miserable and upset all the time.
I was getting to that. What I saw in those projects early on in the 70s, you know what memories rehash those memories?
What's that? And why so?
I felt that black love again. I felt that humor in your sketches.
Did that resonate through the performance of it, like just
And I had known Dave since when before. I know Dave since Robin Hood met at Tights in the Boston Comedy.
Yo, Joey, it's so funny you said that, and this is no shade or anything, and this is about when you finally on the right team, when you build the right team. Dave Chappelle probably had 11 pilots.
Yes, he did. A lot of people don't know that.
His company, Pilot Boy.
Yes, he did.
11. He was getting shots and shots and shots.
ABC.
He stayed.
A white dude had a pilot.
Jim Buer.
No, one of those big time white dudes.
I don't know what a big time white dude is.
A good looking white dude, like Greg Kinnear.
I'm not sure.
At some point, ask him.
What the point?
98, 97. They kept trying to make Dave a star from early.
Oh, they loved him. He was a golden. He was the one. And for 11 pilots. We're talking about 11 pilots. And he probably wasn't even doing comedy 11 years at the time. His company named Pilot Boy. And it was this little show. It just, following up what you said as far as the love and how you felt. It was something about this show. It was something about the connection Neil Brennan had with Charlie Murphy. It was something about Charlie Murphy. It was something about me. It was something about Anthony Barrett. It was something about all of those motherfucking background people that was on that show. It was something that was love, and it felt like motherfuckers was trying. It wasn't about, I ain't getting paid this and I need top billing, because wasn't nobody getting paid shit. The only thing motherfuckers was doing was trying to create the funniest shit you could. And for you to say that, that's how it felt, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, even when Dave and Neil had reservations about the shows, this and that, and I used to predict how the ratings were going to be. I was like, man, this shit about to blow. And they was like, because they've been through it. They dealt with rejection. I don't know that. I'm still like that 3 year nut you talking about. Like, I'm like, man, I'm telling y'all, and the reason why I knew it is this is why I knew it was going to blow. Because I heard niggas in the hood talking about Dave Chappelle. And what I mean by that, Dave Chappelle, when he first started, he came out the gate mainstream. Frat boys loved him, colleges loved him, super smart people loved him. But I think in the black community, they didn't get him yet. You know, they didn't get him yet. But it was just something about this show. It was like when they started popping in the barbershops, when they started popping on the block and shit like that, that's when I was like, man, this is something special. You know, this is something special. And I was like, because Dave had every audience, but that really, really street shit, it didn't connect it. Not that you need that, but it's something about Brian Tucker, and just something about the team that they put together that understood all of that and connected with every part of it. I think that was one of the things that made that show so dope.
How many seasons?
2.5. Yeah, and then you know, not to take with Dave's, like it's easy writing for a superstar, and Dave was a superstar. Dave's the type of superstar where you can have shitty writers and still won't flip it. You know, so you got that combination, you already had a game, and then you got a team of people to put together. And that dude was like, you know, we worked together. I remember one particular time we were seeing with Chase O'Neal. He was playing Pitbull. He was one of the original players. It was Rich Voss, me, Dave, and Charlie Murphy, and Yoshi, the Asian dude. And we were working on 16 hours. Man, we was tired. I don't never think I would ever say I was joked out. I was joked the fuck out. And we had to look at this board of pictures and shit and just roast. And nobody, you know, we was looking like this. Patrice was back again. So Patrice and Dave, they roasting each other all day before we were rolling the camera. We got the camera rolling. Everybody gassed out and jumped and just paused. It was a picture of Rosie O'Donnell, and Dave said, she looks like she wears drawers with dick holes in the back, right? Yo, you see this laugh, Joey? This laugh was like, where the fuck did he get this from? And that was him all the time. And that's the same way we talk about being in comedy clubs, when you go hard and let the shit fall and fall. That's how it was when we were working on the show. You know, he would do something, and then everybody, the creative would go, and then everybody's like, oh, what about this? What about this? And then shit was just pop, 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 pop. That motherfucker always came. Always came on one thing we learned.
When the athletes paraded on the Seine, when Celine Dion sang the hymn to love from the balcony of the
really
Eiffel Tower,
being connected
the Olympic cauldron rose
to
up into the
who
Parisian
you
skies,
are and your true self. And not just on the stage, just in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is your true self and being your true self? And then, like, you know, it's hard to emulate this, but having your calm while you do it. I don't think I've ever even seen Dave raise his voice. You know, and just, I watch him as a performer, and I'll say, like, I say he's like Tom Brady, and when I say that, like, he knows how to lay in the pocket. You know what I mean? He don't scramble like chaotic, like, huh? You know, like me, like I say, I'm like Michael Vickish. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I'm trying to run that shit down the 2 holes. Every time I know we got a pass play, but I'm gonna run this bitch. I'm gonna run it. But he's like, when I say Tom Brady, get in the pocket, the calm is there, wait, and then take a hit at the boom, and score a touchdown. You know, and like, he's like a Dave was just a good person. He's like a good person. You feel that. I travel with him. People are always like, even with me, it's unfortunate sometimes because the work I've done on Chappelle's show easily probably overshadows anything I've ever done. So, do I get the credit for being on HBO's The Wire? Do I get the credit for being on The Corner? Do I get the credit of you and I both had that motherfucking gangsta ass cameo Spider-Man shit? You know what I'm saying? I've done a lot of stuff, but that something about that show is just where everybody comes to that shit.
Very interesting, something you said. I had the honor of working with Dave. What year did the Chappelle show?
That had to be, that was like somewhere around 2002, 2003. Yeah.
I remember working with Dave in 1999. The Miami Improv at the time was in Coast.
I remember I closed that club down.
Yeah.
Not closed it down, but I was the last one before. Yeah.
I'm there next week.
And they had some, they got that Cuban restaurant. You down there? I can't wait to get back. Yeah. And not to cut.
You're talking about the old one, talking about growth.
No, I'm talking about, I'm excited about the new one But I know Coconut Grove, and the reason why I want to say, and I don't mean to cut you off, but that was one of the best places for because they catered to Cuban. They had that motherfucking Argentine steak and shit, son. I'm like, this is what the empire. Yeah, they had a very Cuban influence me, so I know you about to have a ball.
And the Italian restaurant downstairs.
Yes, yeah, I remember that. The fucking did the fucking white chicks walking down a little strip down there too. With the salad bars. I don't think I ever motherfucker was in love with smoothies and shit. So I saw the white chicks walking down there with the motherfucking lemon lulu's and shit.
But Monday and Tuesday at the Miami Improv was African American, Marvin Dixon. So Marvin Dixon would give away tickets. Now,
with a phone or without a phone, because you know he's put his clothes on. Yeah, the tickets, yeah.
Tickets out on the way out. And not to sound, whatever. It's a different type of.
We found ourselves in a country of wild supporters who never want to stop singing.
Liberty City, motherfucker.
Right.
And I still remember opening up the Chappelle.
Tonight I have never felt so proud to be French. Together we have shown the world the most beautiful face of France.
The audience had 250 people in it, 100 whites, 100 Latinos, and maybe 50 people, 40. But the ones from Def Jam, Monday.
That's the point I'm saying.
They would walk out. They would walk out on day. And I'm going, I don't understand this.
Because you was the reason why your mind was like what I say, everybody not ready for everything. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It was when the Chappelle show popped up that the hood started getting a connection. And I'm telling you, I used to get around, it's like a lot of it like motherfuckers in those like the real gangster nights, a lot of motherfuckers didn't want to think about their comedy. Dave makes you think about the joke. Dave makes you think about the joke. Dave is not going to be pop. He makes you think about it. He's always been that. He's always been from 17 to 16. He was funny but socially conscious. Your motherfuckers be drinking Hennessy and eating them lemon pepper chicken. They don't want to hear about that shit. They don't want a motherfucker think like that. And like I say, there's no shade or whatever. Anybody knows that coming up. But that Chappelle show, that's when it seemed like everything connected.
I still remember doing a Tuesday night there because Marvin was always on.
Right.
I was the feature act, so Marvin would give me 100 a show for Monday and Tuesday. We just take care.
Right.
Marvin was a solid little brother.
Yeah.
And I still remember being in there on a Tuesday night. Chris Rock walking in that motherfucker, Madonna, and Chris Rock was on stage. Them brothers weren't going for it.
Right.
They had forks and spoons, they would hit the glasses.
Oh man, you gotta understand this. Marvin Dixon, you understand. Marvin Dixon's rooms and Bruce rooms were first off. It was Bruce room was in
belongs to you, dear athletes of the French
Atlanta. Was it Atlanta?
No,
The
number
room
of
was
medals won by Team
Florida.
France.
One of them motherfucking Southern John. But they had the two toughest Marvin Dixon room. Everybody knew because the reason why because Marvin never really established his room as a comedy room. He established a spectacle. Like he used to tout the fact that he had 300 standing ovations in a row. You know how easy it is to get a standing ovation at the end of the song? You drop "Don't Stop, Get It," and a man strips down to a motherfucking thong and start dancing. They're not laughing with you; they're laughing at you. And that's what he established in that room. So I could probably tell you people that ripped that room and people that didn't rip that room. Everybody's waiting for that. But those, I remember Bruce told me one time in his room, he said, "Look, man, I'm give you money now. Like we was doing the drug deal. He told me, give you money now. Just do your 10 minutes and get the fuck out here. The door that life." You know, like
we don't want it to end.
Those guys, they built the room around their personality so much, it was hard for anybody to do. And I'm in Miami. Bruce, when was it? Miami? Miami. I'm in Bruce room. And I said something. I said, "Yeah, all y'all stripping bitches in here." Joe,
need
I
to
did
give
not
us the
realize
biggest
that
wake-up call of our lives.
how respected of a
In
job that
sports, as in
was.
love. It's not often we
Like,
get a
they
second
looked at me like,
chance.
we got to get him out of
So to
here.
all
He
those who
talking
have
about
not
our
had the
motherfucking
chance to
livelihood.
experience an Olympic Games on their doorstep,
And
and
those
all those
rooms was
others who
just,
like us
they
don't
was
want
like,
these games to
those
end,
was fast rooms. If you didn't, like you said,
let me
you used to come
reassure
out
you,
and just
this
start
evening is
fucking
not
them
the
up. I
end of
tell
the
people,
games.
then when you get,
It's the
after you
end
get
of
doing
the
it, you
opening
learn,
game.
you're like, okay, it's gonna be tough. This is what I got to do. I got to
Ladies
make an
and gentlemen,
example out
all
of
of you who
somebody.
love the games in France and
I'm
around the
sorry,
world,
sir.
I invite you
I
on
know no
August
disrespect,
28th
but
for
I'm
the
about
best
to tear
return
your
leg
ass
of your
up.
life. Be there
I
in the
gotta
stands,
do
in the
it.
fan
And
zones,
all
in
you
front
could
of your
come, oh
screens.
no, he
Be
did.
there
The
for
next
the
thing you know,
Paralympic Games of
hey,
Paris
listen.
2024.
Now because of you, I'm gonna call in next week and we're gonna do everything.
Yeah, do it.
Because it's
It's
been
an honour to leave the floor to
10
Thomas
years. I'm
Lance,
sitting here looking
President
at
of the
you going,
International
why is
Olympic
it that?
Committee.
Well, at the store, I would always go. The guy would always just come look at me and go, we got a 5-minute gap to get in there real quick.
It's those were the challenge joint. It's like, and like, there's so many reasons. It's so you can come up with a million reasons why you don't want to go there or whatever. But for me, and you know, like I work 8 clubs, man. You know what I'm saying? I do the store, laugh back, I do everything. I'm a marquee motherfucker. But it's just something in me. Every once in a while, I just gotta go do it. When I go to New York, it's so. And then another thing, I feel like because of some of the success I've had, when my resume speaks probably more than my bank account does. When I go to when I'm in Brooklyn and I go to these little off spots, the look people give me, they look at me like, "Fuck you doing here?" I'm like, I'm a comic and I started here, and it just like for me to go to these little spots, like they be freaking out, Joey, like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, man, I'm never ever gonna forget what these rooms did for me. These rooms paid my rent. You know what I'm saying? These rooms gave me a place to practice. These rooms was everything to me. And I'm never going to stop. Never going to stop. I remember when Dave Chappelle had his residency at the Radio City Music Hall. 6,500 people, like 17 days in a row. 2 nights. And I was crushing this shit. 2 nights after standing up 6,500 people, I get in the car with my man and drive to Brooklyn to perform for 30 people in Brownsville, and gave them motherfuckers the same shit. And to be quite honest, felt better about those 35 motherfuckers that saying, I ain't think, yo man, do it, get a drink with me. This is as much as we do this shit, we always gotta do something to make our soul feel good. People always tell us, you make me feel good. You know, it's like therapy. I need that. Y'all don't know, motherfucker. Y'all out therapy. It's mine.
It's mine too.
Man,
I can feel
yo, why ain't the motherfuckers working at night? I am not working at night. I'm going to see my therapist, motherfucker. And it's you, motherfucker. My friend, Fat Doctor, and his health isn't doing that well. I love this dude. He's a mentor to me, mentor to Tony Woods, mentor to Mark Lawrence, really good guys, very popular in the DC circuit. And he used to tell me, Donnell, that's our life, that's our shit. He said, we deal with regular life. He said, but when we get on that stage, we put that shit on the side of the stage to do our shit. It don't go away. We pick it back up and we deal with it when we get off. But that's our shit. That's our shit. Yo, John Witherspoon passed. You know, everybody was like, I was just talking to him because that's how he worked. That's his life. People are like, we didn't have to, but this is our fuel. What else do we know? Dave asked me one day, he said, when is your tour over? I said, never, nigga. When I'm dead. When I die, they can be like, he just did a spot in the belly room. What else do we do?
I love the fact that if I don't get on stage for 2-3 nights, I go into a different world. I can feel it.
Yeah.
I get on stage.
Yep.
Like I couldn't get on stage Tuesday. I couldn't get down because my leg was too swollen. I fell there. But fucking Wednesday night I went down and had a blast. The belly room just had a blast because it's who we are. I gotta do it every couple days.
I couldn't do I couldn't a week or something. I'm like,
Yeah, no.
I'll be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and especially like right now, I'm going through because I did the degenerate shit.
When did you tape?
I taped about 2 months ago. It comes
When
out
is it air?
December 31st.
Oh, that's a good one.
Time. I did that. I did some stuff where I didn't give a lot of my bangers to TV. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm back in the back cave right now. So I don't want to see them faces. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that face like.
I heard.
Yeah, you know.
It's a nightmare.
Some people don't give a fuck about that, but I do.
No,
So right now,
I do. So
and now, but you like, I get off. I watch you do that shit too. I'm like, God damn. But the thing I feel like, I don't know. When I watch you perform, like you're so strong on who you are on stage. You so strong with who you are on stage that I feel like nigga can throw a Lysol bottle up there, and you'll catch that bitch, and it'll become 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody don't have that skill set to. You tell a motherfucker go up there and just make something happen.
These were sensational.
None of that shit. Make something happen. Motherfuckers gonna get so fucking nervous because motherfuckers do not want to trust that what's supposed to make you up there is that you are a funny motherfucker. You're just a funny motherfucker. Some motherfuckers are pen and paper and I don't knock it, but some motherfuckers just fun. Just like that motherfucker on his worst night, he's shitting on y'all best nights. My leg hurt, nigga. Yo, my leg hurt. I still fucked y'all up. Yo, I didn't want to sit down. Yo, this leg, but fuck that. I'ma still smoke y'all motherfuckers.
How many years you been doing shows? You going on 30?
20.
No.
I'm trying to backtrack time. Probably like 26, 25,
23.
25. Yep.
How do you feel now? Stronger than you ever felt.
Joey.
And you still wait till 35 years.
Joe,
I look at Chris and Joe Rogan. Those motherfuckers been doing it 30 years.
Yo, this is crazy. After 25 years, and I'm not talking about 25 years where it's a slump, where he was whacked from 92 to 93. I'm talking about 25 years of being a ripper. And I tell this, I still feel like I get better every year. Every goddamn show. You know? And I'm talking about, motherfucker coming here with like, motherfuckers like this. Oh, shit. Yo, that motherfucker's funny. Like, but it's not going to stop. You know, man, every year. And I'm not, again, I'm talking about off, like last year, I was killing shit. Where people are like, oh, yeah, that's it. It's always got to find something else.
The National Olympic Committee.
Well, we evolve. I love evolving. I love writing. There's nothing worse than being excited to see a comic, watch a tremendous set, and all of a sudden one day you get an email who's back in town, and you go there and he does the exact same set. You just lost me forever. So you're telling me that in a year, nothing happened.
Nothing happened in your life.
You didn't even take a shit.
Man, I'd say the best compliment, the most appreciated compliment I get is when the motherfuckers come up to you and start saying, this is my 5th time seeing you. They ain't coming 5 times if you ain't flipping.
Yeah.
If you ain't flipping, they ain't coming.
Like I don't even like to go. Like I gotta go to Atlanta in January. I won't go to Nashville.
Right.
In April. Because half of those Atlanta people gonna drive from there. I already know.
I gotta go to DC. I do DC Thanksgiving weekend. This is
this
weekend coming. Yeah, this weekend coming because that's my hometown. That's like been my traditional show for like the last.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you do DC.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, this been my traditional show. But it's so challenging because when motherfuckers that you grew up with start coming to your shows, it's a different level of heckler. I know your mama. You know what I'm saying? And then you start hearing people yell out your name, "Hey, Darnell!" Like the only way a motherfucker in high school, but you like, oh, he was in gym class with me, and I do that every year. Like right now, I gotta do a remix. I know. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens because I was just there. I just did Birchmere a while ago, and then I just salted so much. I'm just in that place where once I just gotta get up, something's gotta pop, and then once you get that groove, you just right. You like, damn, that's fucking 20 minutes right there.
It's so crazy how right now in the back of your mind you're in hell, and you'll be in hell for another month. Then you come up to 4 minutes and something. You know,
Right.
Rock does something. This guy does something. Now you got 6 minutes, but then you put together a 10-minute run.
Right.
And guess what? You can add 3 from a joke you had from a year
Yes.
ago.
When you start putting it together, you like this. You like this.
And you're
Oh
like,
shit, they ain't even ready.
Shit.
You like this is when my last set that I had to chop it up for Netflix and do some other stuff. But I was like, man, this is gonna be my dope hour. But nobody was coming to me for an hour. They was coming with 15 minutes here, 20 minutes here. I'm like, man, I ain't saving shit. I said the way I'm gonna get an hour is smash shit. So like even on the Netflix joint, I literally took 45 minutes of shit, trimmed all the fat off, and got straight to pop, pop, pop.
Ooh.
And I had to sacrifice. It's like, well, you should have set it for your Netflix. But I said, Netflix ain't give me an hour. They gave me 15 minutes. And that'll give me the other one. But that, and I had this closing where I had the beginning, the middle, I had a callback, I had a tag, and then my last joke, I had 4 callbacks from the entire set. So it was like bop, bop, and at the end, bam, 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 bam. And I dismantled the set. It's going to force me to go harder, though.
So December 31st.
December 31st. And I'm going on tour with Martin, too. I'm doing Martin Lawrence. This is going to be so nostalgic. Martin Lawrence Lit as Fuck tour. And he's doing 29 cities. I'm doing like 9 of them. Earthquake, D-Ray, Little Rail, Jay Farrell, Tommy Davidson. It's a mix of everything, a mix of different people. I got 7 days. But for me to grow up, like looking at Martin Lawrence, it's like a bucket list shit. Man. Just to be able to shake his hand coming on and off stage is going to be dope.
Good for you, man. You got a website where they can find you?
DonnellRollins.com.
DonnellRollins.com.
And Joy, you know I've been coming under, I'm glad we had this type of interview. I've been coming under a lot of attack on that I talk too much. And I've heard people saying I don't know when to shut up and I talk too much. So I've taken that energy and I've started my own podcast. So I can talk my motherfucking ass off. It's called the Donnell Rollins Show. You probably can get it right now.
Where do you say for that?
Anywhere. I'm so bootleg.
All right.
Yo, I want you to check it out. I know you get sick of it, but I'm excited about it.
I want to do it.
It feels, yeah. Yo, it's fun. You're gonna love me and Kate, but it's just, I watched it yesterday and I was like, this is different. It just feels so real. It's so dope. Even our chemistry, you know what I'm saying? Because you see her, when you first see her, you see a pretty face, right? And then you get a couple of minutes, you see a tomboy and just a cool motherfucker. Yeah, she's cool as shit. Yeah, she's dope. And she speaks so highly of you.
Some nights I talk to her at 3. She's like a little.
She talked to you so much. I'm like, bitch, I'm not worried about no goddamn Uncle Joey no more.
Yeah, we talk a lot. Her and I are like comedy.
Yeah, you mean a lot of her life. I can tell every time she.
Yeah, no. Listen, man. We also have the mutual friend with the violin, Eliza.
I love her.
I love her with all my heart. Guys like you and me, we need industry.
Man, that girl Eliza, before I moved here, it would be like I would have to do an audition or something. I didn't know nowhere around. She would come and take me to auditions, damn near living out her car. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen her go up and down in her life. I've never seen her down. I've never seen her frown. I've always known her to be like, it's just part of it. We keep it moving.
I love her Twitter. That's why I put her on the podcast. I love her. I love it as that.
And that violin shit piece.
Oh my God. She made a play. I told her to bring it.
I was like, man. When I talked to her, because she talked to me, right? She was like, I know you tell you about. She's like, I would say, bitch, not a bad way. I was like, listen, you don't got to take that motherfucking violin and rock that shit. She killed it, right? Yeah.
She made me fucking cry. But bro, you always welcome on my podcast.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
This is family.
You
kill me at the store. Your energy. And I wish you nothing but luck.
Appreciate it.
And don't forget, I'm in Miami next week, December. No, New York. December 6th. All that's left is late tickets
You in New York
for
for
Town
6?
Hall. Yeah.
And
Where?
with Los
At Town Hall.
Angeles 2028
I'm gonna be. I
on
gotta
the
go to a
horizon. How
birthday
about
party.
the
God
most
damn, I might catch you after. I'm be in town.
That's all right. I'll be there December 6th, Friday. All the tickets I got left. Boston sold out, so all we got left is the second show for Town Hall. And it's going to be a great show. I got a bunch of motherfuckers showing up. So bring the reefer, do what you need to do. And now for our words.
Hey, that's my birthday, son.
December 6th?
Yeah, I'm fucking with you. I'm sorry.
How old you gonna be?
I don't talk about that shit. I'm still trying to act. I'm still trying to act.
You don't want them to put you in a
I'm still
category.
trying to act, man. I be going to auditions. I'm like, well, send me out for some teenage shit. I'm sick of y'all talking about too old. I'm just going to keep it to myself, but I'm happy.
Now for a word from our sponsors. Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? I want to thank Donnell Rollins. I want to thank the fucking Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys. First off, listen, the holidays are coming. It's a whole new fucking. Everybody wants to start changing December 31st and they have goals for January 1st. I do it different. I get ready now. I start getting ready now. You start writing your goals now. You start going on that diet now. Fuck the 31st of December. That's when all the other jerk goes. Right now, if you want to turn your life around, you're going to start with a fucking bidet. Because why walk around with a stinky, filthy fucking asshole? You don't need that no more. And it's an amazing, unconventional gift that everybody in your life needs, because everybody in your life has a stinky fucking asshole, or you have to assume, okay? Everybody deserves the gift of fucking tushy. Wiping your butt with fucking dry toilet paper just removes the shit, but it leaves the other maluki and the stink and the odor. You got poop and all this shit's on all part of your body. You wipe it off with dry fucking paper. What the fuck are you thinking? Water cleans better than dry paper. Why kill 10,000 trees to wipe that stinky, filthy fucking hole of an asshole you got? Forget about it. It's right now, it's time for you to get a bidet. And if you know somebody, you ever look at somebody and you go, I wonder what their ass smells like. That's the motherfucker that needs a bidet. Go to hellotushy.com right now. They got bidets starting at $69 motherfucking dollars. You understand? $69. You got different colors. You got different guaranteed. They got towels to dry your ass. Listen, I know these people personally. I believe in their product. I think they got a 60-day guarantee. It don't matter. If me and Lee haven't cracked it, your fucking skinny ass ain't gonna do nothing to it either. Go to hellotushy.com, press in church, and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. Like I said, it's the best gift you could give this year. It's nice and easy. Get it delivered right to their fucking houses. If you don't have Hello Tushy in your house and fucking portable bidet, you're slipping. This is the only country with hands. Everybody else just presses the button. They clean your balls. They steam dry your asshole. Tushy's making big moves. Go to hellotushy.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your order. The church is also brought to you by My Bookie. Listen, how much longer? How much fucking longer are you going to sit there like a mutage and not make a dollar? Not even a fucking dollar. Really? Really? You can't pick a winner. That's what you're telling me. One fucking game a week. You can't pick? Yes, you can. It starts with My Bookie. Look, past, present, and my future. My Bookie players this Thursday. You're going to get a game that's risk-free. Listen, put down the turkey leg and listen. Go to mybookie.ag. If the Pilgrims for sail to America, you can take a chance on a bad line. Either way, you're not going to lose no views, all right? For Thanksgiving Day only this Thursday, choose a team against the spread for up to $250. And if you win, you're going to get some cash for the holidays. If you lose, you also win, because my bookie will give you your money back. This is Thanksgiving with all the fucking goodies. You understand me? Quit waiting around. Sign up today and get into the fucking game. It's Monday. Sign up today. You can start tonight with Monday Night Football. Carry your winnings to fucking win more money on Thursday on a guaranteed bet. You can't fucking lose. Okay? Let me repeat. That's a guaranteed deposit match and a risk-free bet for Thanksgiving only. So if you're a true fucking football fan and if you're a true fucking gangster, don't let this opportunity pass you by. Log into mybookie.ag, make your first deposit with promo code church, and MyBookie will match your deposit dollar for dollar from the fucking jump. And that's top of the risk-free bet. Stop waiting to fucking sideline. Stop making some real fucking money. Now I'm gonna drive Uber. You ain't gonna do things. You ain't gonna do things. This is the fucking path to your fucking visit. And Gamblers Anonymous. 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-GAMBLER. But for right now, mybookie.ag, cocksuckers. All right? Use promo code CHURCH. You play, you win, you get paid. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank HelloTushy.com. And I also want to thank CBD Lion. Fucking making lives better. Go to CBDLion.com. Do not forget, Friday there's just a couple tickets left in fucking New York on December 6th. I'm sorry, there's maybe 20 tickets left. And then Calusa Casino on the 27th of December. And the San Francisco Performing Arts Center, something like that, on the 28th. There's a few tickets left up there too. Knock yourself out. Have a great fucking week. This is the week, motherfuckers. It's Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble. Kick this fucking little league. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Manscaped. Precision tools for the family jewels. Listen, this Thanksgiving, if you want her to say gobble, gobble, you got to trim it up down there a little bit. You can't go down there looking like Eddie Munson's head. Don't let bad hygiene get it. Hygiene. Don't let bad hygiene get between you and the stuffing. You know what I'm saying? Carve up that love stick with Manscaped. They created the only tool you need to shave the pole of death and shave your balls. It's called a lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. And right now, the church family gets 20% off your first order. Listen to what I'm saying. 20% off your first order to keep your fucking love stick tip-top. Good. You understand? You shave the hair. You know, have you looked down there lately? It's a nightmare. I don't care how old you are, it's a nightmare. You don't look as nice. We go out there like the world knows or something. The world don't know your dick. You understand me? Go to manscaped.com right now. Shave that love stick. Shave around the nut area and see how much girls will love you even more when you got that nut right in your mouth. And then looking at you like this nut tastes like a chocolate-covered strawberry. You understand? But the church family gets 20% off your first order when you use church at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, which I'll tell you at the end of the show, they'll throw in a free travel bag just when you use the code CHURCH. All right, that's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, to get 20% off your first order. Clean that motherfucker.
Uniquely American, the
Number
city of
2,
angels.
the church is brought to you by Hello Tushy. You're like, Joey, what's Hello Tushy? Hello Tushy is a portable bidet that takes you 10 minutes to install yourself on your toilet. And it basically changes your whole life. You don't understand what it's like to sit there. No more toilet paper, no more cutting down trees, no more little Arab-looking little Mexicans running down the jungle, cutting trees and stuff. No more of that. We eliminate that whole process. What do you want to do? Wipe with toilet paper? You wipe your butt with toilet paper, but you still leave the microbes and the germs on there, which cause a variety of different things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTI, not to mention the classic itchy asshole and skid marks, which at 56 I still get from time to time. I should be shut down. Well, listen, bidets are common all over the world. Bidet saves you money on toilet paper. Tushy, the bidet sprays your little muffler with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet spray. You understand? It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Do me a favor. They start at $79. It's the most amazing unconditional gift you can give anybody in your life. And listen, everybody needs one. Take a look at your mother next time you go there for Thanksgiving. Look at her ass. It looks like with all those dimples and shit. If everybody needs a bidet, it's your mom. Start with your mom. Give it a lift up. Give it a gift of love. Wash your ass, mom. Go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in church, CHURCH, and get 10% off your order. Tushy starts at $79. Again, HelloTushy.com/church and get 10% off your first order. You'll kick this. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Joey here, just giving you a little pep talk before the holidays. That's it, it's over. Thanksgiving's here. You were sitting there scratching your head. Halloween, I'm going to be the Wolfman, the gay Wolfman this year. That shit went and passed. It's Thanksgiving. Tomorrow you'll be sitting there with a bunch of people looking at them. Some of you go to those hobo Thanksgivings where you don't know nobody. And you get there, nobody's got teeth. There's one guy that's half nude. And he's offering you stuff that you need that in your life. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have a little shing thing tomorrow. Lee's coming on with cake. He's coming on. family. It's all about on Thanksgiving.
City Hall and into
Sunday
the
night I
Los
was at the
Angeles
Comedy Store.
Coliseum,
One
where they
big
have held
conversation. It
games
was really funny.
previously. And
It was funny at first,
four-time
but
gold
then I went
medalist
home and I thought about what
Michael Johnson,
transpired and
one
what
of
it
the
said.
decorated Olympians
And
ever.
I felt sad. I felt so sad. I called Dean Delaware and wanted
He's
to-
a Texan.
Really?
He lives out in Los Angeles now.
because it was a conversation about the movie The Jump.
Okay.
And it was Eddie If, a couple guys in the back. And Eddie If was
Be
saying
an
how
athletic
he didn't enjoy the
extravaganza
film
in a place
because
that loves
it had some type of, it let the public know that it's okay to shoot people or something. And then Alonzo Bowman was sitting there, and, you know, I was like, he fixed airplanes for a living. He worked with Boeing. And he made an interesting point when he was on stage. He goes, I enjoyed the movie,
Jagger
but it also let me know how that's every comic you know. That could happen to every comic you know
Oh yeah, down to the
because of the highs and the lows.
There's a lot to do.
And I went on
Disneyland,
stage and, you know, I got off and I talked to Whitney and I talked to this guy and said, oh, the bartender, you really forget. And as I was driving, the world came in a fact into my mind that not a lot of people know, I'll tell you. 1995 to 2000, I was pretty much homeless. It was every day was a different story. It's where I ended up. When I left, well, June of 95, I'm sorry. I left with a car filled with stuff, the essentials, you know, and I packed up some stuff in storage. I thought I was going to come back, but in my heart, I knew I wasn't coming back. With a live nobody.
You were going to Seattle.
Phoenix, we come to the Red Hot Chili
I was gonna
Peppers
go
on
do
the
this
beach
comic.
in Los Angeles.
I was going to go see what it was really about. I had had a touch of the road already. I knew what the road was about. I had featured at a club already, but not really. It was like a C club. I was going to the Comedy Underground, you know, a well-known club, and I didn't know anybody or whatever. And I went up there and I was with the stripper, you know, my dear friend. And, you know, my name wasn't on the lease. She throw me out every 2 months. Or somebody's house. And then we lived in a trailer. It was her trailer. And then I came down here and we broke up like in 97. Pretty much from 97 and a half to 2000. I was pretty much homeless. Like that would make somebody go, you know what, how much do I really love comedy?
I don't think I would do
It's
it.
time to get a job and really assess my life. And I just had no other choices. I had no other options. I had tried everything already.
Did any part of you think about going back to selling drugs? Or
Oh, yeah. The plan was the failure and to go back to New Jersey and just sling until I died. Whatever that means. Whatever that means.
how far? Like, what did failure mean to you if being homeless wasn't there yet?
Failure was spinning my wheels, which I felt deep down inside I wasn't. And actually, my instincts were correct. Spinning my wheels. At least I was getting spots at the store. I would go to the store at 9:05 and take a shower some days. And I would go about my day, and then I'd go back in there about 7:15, 6:45, 6:30, before the bartenders got there, and I'd go in the main room and take another shower. And I'd be ready for the night, you know, and just thinking about all those things got me so depressed. I called Dean up because as of 2 or 3 years ago, you know, when Dean started on the podcast, Dean would go to New York and would be basically homeless. He would start every day at 12 and go to a coffee shop and write jokes. And then hit all these open mics and hit some paid gigs to put some change in his pocket. And then he would walk around and go on that hotel app.
Hotel Tonight, yeah.
Hotel Tonight. And he'd wait till 10 o'clock to get a room. And I gotta be honest with you, and you guys know me. There was a lot of nights that I sat there going, should I just send him $300? Like, why is he doing this? And right before I was about to pick up the phone to send him the money, it dawned on me that this is what you have to do. This is the sacrifice. This proves to you that what you're doing, this makes you committed into what you're doing. You know, I had tons of highs and lows when I got here. couple of them were suicidal as fuck. That most people would ice themselves, or most
He was
people would
enjoying his
quit.
moment on stage, as he always does.
You know, one came up in particular with Dean where,
When they pass it over,
you know, when you
Billie
start
Eilish.
auditioning, you get lucky at first. You know, knowledge is not power sometimes. Going in there not knowing what's going on is way better sometimes. Sometimes you hit the jackpot not even knowing. And then when you get smart, you don't book big
Right.
for years. Once you know what you're doing, you won't book nothing. And you go, wait a second, maybe I should go back to what I was doing. So you don't really know. But for a year, I had a manager that was a real manager. His job was to get you out every day and get you on a TV show. And Lee, he went at it with all his heart on a daily basis. This guy would fight. He was a fighter, Jewish guy, one of those desert Jews, short, and, you know, yarmulke wearing. But man, when he went to work in the morning, he went to work. There was nights he would call me at 12:30 at night with an audition. Who's texting me? Like, who's paging me? And it would be him. And I'd go like, what's going on? He's like, I just emailed you a script. Go home, read it. You got to be in there by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Like that type of stuff. So for a year, I took a beat, Lee, just going to auditions, walking out and saying, I got this role. And then I wouldn't even hear back.
Right.
You know, after they were like, thank you for coming in. It was so nice meeting you. We're going to come to the store and watch you one night. I would just go in there and eat a bag of dicks, pretty much. And this went on from 98 to about 2001. Think of going into things, big things. Like I was going to, I remember going into for Men in Black.
Damn.
Like I remember going in for the first one, going like Rhoda Cress. That's her cast. That's the casting agent. Rhoda Cress was huge then. Like if you got in to see Rhoda Cress, people go like, "Who do you have as representation?" There was 3 or 4 people that you could not get in with in those days. Like the lady who cast Spider-Man 2, she cast Pretty Women and a bunch of other things.
Damn.
She wouldn't see. I don't even know how I got in there. The guy that he cast the Walter Hill movies and all of Blade and all those movies. Ruben, I forget what his name is, black dude, gentleman dude. That's when you used to have to pre-read. That's when you used to have to go and read for an assistant. If the assistant thought you were good enough, then you go home and get a call and go back the next day and read for the casting director. Jesus. And then if he liked you, he called you back again. This is when they were allowing budgets to cast people. Like real now, if you know anything about casting, they cast right from the sheet. Like they just go down the sheet, call, they just put offers out. Like I had an audition when I first busted up my leg, and I was like, I don't know if I should go or not. And I called them, like, listen, I'm not gonna make it because of my leg. Can I put it on tape? The audition was at 4. At 4:45, they called me back. I'm like, well, no, they already made an offer to somebody. So they were gonna make me drive all the way to Wilshire and read, even though they had made an offer to somebody.
Right.
That's the type of world we live in today. Back then, they wouldn't lie to you. Like, and that Walker Hill audition was a movie with Bing Rames and Ruben.
Billie Eilish.
It was Bing Rames and the guy who went to jail for taxes for Blade.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It was him.
City, Hollywood music,
I'll
and
never
of course,
forget that.
listen,
I swear to
Suko's
God,
been
I
in
must have
Paris
gone in
more
7
than
times.
Tony Estanguet, which I
To
can't
read
believe.
for the Travolta
And
movie
since
7
Oliver
or 8 times.
refuses
Same
to
lines, or
cooperate,
they
I
do
will tell you
different
right now,
Same
make way for
lines,
Snoop
sometimes they
Dogg,
expand
the
the
Neo
script.
Double Jizzle for shizzle.
Sometimes they give you all your scenes from the movie, so they make sure you can read all the scenes from the movie and you can handle it. It was just buck wild. You know, I remember reading for The Sopranos and the paper shaking. But my point is, it's tough not to snap. It's tough not to snap as a comic. And that night, I didn't sleep much that night because that's how much it affected me. Like what I went through to get here, like the mud that I went through to get here. You know, I used to be really hot this time of the year. Right now is my time of the year. Like commercials, I would burn them right now because this is Super Bowl time. And it's also, we have to shoot this pilot time. And I'll never forget, like every year during the holidays, I couldn't enjoy the holiday. They ruined my holidays. Better yet, I let them ruin my holidays because of my weak mind. You know, when I walk into an audition now and I do an audition, I walk out and I get my card. It's done. It's done. It's done. And people look at me and go, how do you do that? It's 20 years. Right? There's no use in taking this long. But there was a time when you're slipping on somebody's couch that you need this. This is not a joke. You need this. You need this worse
And
than
now
ever.
the doctor is in, Dr.
There was
Trey.
one particular time that I came all the way home because when I read the script, I go, I can't see anybody doing this. It was a show for Fox or NBC. It was NBC, you know, the crazy roommate, the straight two white guys. I forget who the lead was. But I came all the way off the road. Had to sleep on a couch. Like I think Ralphie was out of town. He took the keys so nobody could go in there, so I killed him. So I had to sleep on a couch. I didn't have a car. My apartment got towed then. That's when my apartment got towed. So I had to sleep on this guy's couch. And from December, like 6th, the torture started. December 6th started. Come on, we want to read Joey Diaz. Went down there, read, came back. 2 days later, we want to read you again. Went down there, read again. We want to read you again. They read with 4 guys. So I had to read with the 4 guys they were looking at and see how we looked together in the room. Went back down there, read with each guy individually, and the weekend hit. Went back down there a week later and read new lines and revisions. And then went down there. They made me go to stage. We had to do the scene on stage.
Well,
With the paper in your hand, like a little play for the scene. They taped that. That went on till December 19th.
so 2 weeks of that? Oh my God.
So 2 weeks. My whole life was embroidered in that. Yeah, there were other auditions and other stuff. And then, boom, the holidays hit. I didn't get nothing. I mean, I was pissed.
Staring at your phone.
I was staring. I was sleeping, pager. I needed this job.
Well, drop
This
that
wasn't
gold
a job.
mic.
I needed
Snoop
this.
Dogg,
Whatever the pilot paid,
Dr. Dre,
whatever the episode.
and congratulations, a little slice of Hollywood to
This
Ben
was in my
Winston, the
world, the
director.
end of my
He's
life.
won 13
saying, right,
Emmys,
yeah.
holds the
I
record
saw it
for
as a
most
means to an end.
nominations, and this
So when
one
you see things as a
was
means
just
to an
epic.
end, they hurt more. They hurt a lot
The
more.
best coast to the best coast.
And I'll never forget that I had to wait it out from like 19th to like the 4th or 5th of January. And that first morning,
Neil
he called
Marshall
and I
has
go, man,
made his way
tell
from
me
Jardin de
what's going
Tuileries
on. He goes, this has been
to
the
the Stade de France.
the
So the
worst
time has come
holiday season
as
because
we
they
have had a
called me on
glimpse
the
of LA
24th.
2028 to
What they paid
extinguish
us.
the Olympic flame.
Black guy.
Paris has
So,
joined
2
London
weeks
as only
of
the
driving
second
to
city
Orange
to have
County.
hosted 3 editions of the
I got
Olympic
nothing
Games
against
in
black
the
guys.
century.
I got nothing against black
After
people, but
Paris 1924,
takes
which
your
in
heart.
turn
It
was
just
24
rings.
years after Paris
It
1900,
just
the
rings,
second
you know.
modern games.
And you're getting 10 of those.
It's been helped out
10
by
of
other
those
parts of
shot.
mainland
Like I still
France, by
remember Steve
Lille
Rennes
hosting
easy
basketball
coming
and
up to me.
handball,
Like with
Marseille,
tears in
where
his
sailing
eyes.
and football
And
matches were
Bobby
held,
Lee,
by Bordeaux,
all those
Lyon,
guys.
Nantes,
You
Nice,
all
and
went
Saint
through
Etienne,
that
all of which
where
hosted football.
you
And
really
by the
start to
overseas
test yourself.
connectivity
You
of French
try to
Polynesia,
not test it,
which
but you
hosted the surfing some
start to
10,000
question it.
miles from Paris.
What am I doing? What am I doing? And then you go home, pick up the pieces, and there you are the next day. And you know, you hurt.
He makes his
You
way
hear you
onto
get the role,
stage,
you hurt. And then
already
you know what the
occupied by
crazy
these
thing
great
is?
athletes.
That all that pain
Cindy
you went
Gamba,
through in Northern English,
Sun Ying-sha,
the show gets made, it gets picked up.
Mikhail
You
Lopez,
curse it.
Teddy Riner,
You're
Emma
cursing it
McKeon.
the whole time. Fuck you. I hope you fail. And sure enough, there's 6 episodes and the show gets canceled.
Right.
Chant that
And
we've heard
you
so
feel
much
so
at
much
La
better.
Défense Arena
You're
continues
like,
here
you know,
at
so I've learned over the years that the roles I didn't get, like, they didn't matter. Like, once, you know,
I think he's
didn't
going to
really
have that
matter.
everywhere he goes
once
for a
they were
long
done.
time.
But it's easier looking at it 20 years later. Like, I've thought about this, like about the Joker. I mean, obviously we're in comedy and stand-up and acting, but something that I've come to realize as I've gotten older,
One more task.
like I used to look at, like, remember when Martin Lawrence ran down the street crazy? I was like, oh wow, he's great. The older I get, I'm like, I can see how just you can be having like a bad couple weeks, and one guy like cuts you off on the freeway, and you just like I could see that happening a lot more clearly now. Like when people, I remember applying to jobs, and it's the same thing. You don't hear back from them. They have you come interview, and you drive all the way down there, and the interview takes 3 minutes, or the person doesn't show up for an hour. That's like I used to think crazy people were just crazy, and some of them are, but I think there's just some things that you can just snap. I think it's easier than it seems.
I could lie to you people and tell you that I know there were about 3 times I was on snap. And I know about times that I did snap because of a situation. And I went off on somebody else about something else because of that initial situation, which a lot of us do. We're so angry that we got towed. Our brother calls us and says, are you coming home for Thanksgiving? You're like, oh, the hell? Exactly. And you're like, no, you got a beef because you went out of line. You were out of line. I could see myself. You know, I haven't watched The Joker yet. I am going to watch it. I just didn't want to go to the movies and stuff. I didn't have time that week and the whole thing. And I am going to watch when it comes on a plane or something when I could watch a movie. And that was, it was just, it's really hard to swallow what mind feels I walked through to get here. Like that night, it made me realize. And again, I go back to a conversation that I've discussed on the podcast before. You know, my only conversation ever with Slash was at the Riviera.
This is.
And he was like, are you happy in your life now? And I'm like, I'm happy.
This is part of the commitment.
He goes, this is going to be the best time of your life.
To make the Paralympic Games the
when you get the big checks, you look at this time and you're going to understand why you got those checks. When you start, you know, selling out like a club or something like that, and you don't have to doubt yourself. A lot of people start doubting themselves. They really do. They try to, what's that word? Not camouflage. They try to, you know, like bombard their own success. They stand in it.
Oh, self-sabotage.
They self-sabotage themselves because they don't think they should be. They deserve what they do. That's not really. Oh, okay. Like that. I really lost sleep. I couldn't wait to do the podcast to talk. And like I said, I had to call Dean. And Dean was like, I don't think people know that. Dean did 3 years. He did, I think he said, 900 gigs on a motorcycle. He goes, I drove to San Diego. And he goes, I drove as far as Portland, Oregon on a motorcycle to do a spot. And he goes, I can tell you right now, I wouldn't do it again. And he goes, I don't know what I was thinking at the time. But that's the process. You know, that's the...
A song written by Claude
I don't
Francois.
Like there were plenty of times when I went home and said, this is it. I'm not doing this.
Well, I mean, you and Dean have some, and to a small extent me, because I started at 29, which is old, but not super old, but Dean started at 50. I can't imagine being 50 at an open mic with 21-year-olds. He was 46. Oh, 46. And you were 30 something?
I think I was 28. 1990.
Okay.
So I was, in 1993 would make me 30. So 1991, I was 28. First time I got on stage, I was almost 20.
It's, I can't imagine starting at 46.
I had life experiences. I didn't have the heart to talk about them on stage. I avoided them like a plague. I didn't start talking about prison until the podcast.
Really?
Or maybe Joe Rogan's podcast. Yeah.
Fuck.
I wouldn't talk about it. What's the price tags? How wrong was I? It's got everything to do with the price tags, but it's really real. When Alonzo said that night, how there's so many highs and there's so many lows. I mean, you could be opening up for Tom Segura on Saturday night and come home on a plane, right? And then the following Friday, you're getting in a car and driving to San Jose. for a feature driving back Sunday night, which is 6 hours. And you're in the car going, last week I was in a private plane, sipping mimosas at Tom Segura. And this week I'm driving to San Jose in my car, which barely is not going to make. Like, I've gotten in cars that I knew wasn't going to make. Like, did you ever do that? Like, if it makes it, it's going to be a miracle. If not, the feature actor is behind me or the MC, and he'll pick me up. I'll just abandon ship on the road.
Jesus. I had a shitty car, but I didn't take long trips like that.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is part of the, you change the oil, you change that oil filter.
Right.
You put that thing in the radiator so it won't blow. In the old school cars, you put these little plugs, aluminum plugs.
Oh, yeah?
And like that, your thing wouldn't leak. And it's just the price you pay. I sit here now and I go, you know, I did things that were completely out of my realm that I would not even consider doing. But I have a hard time going to 7-Eleven at 11 o'clock to get a kombucha juice. Like, seriously, like, if I'm at home at 11 o'clock, that's scary out there. maybe I'll go to the one by the open mic over there, like that one, and I'll go in there and I'm like, nah, because I don't want to see those people. And if you go to the one over here, you got homeless Johnny, you got the chick with no legs, the one that we put the light beams in her eyeballs that night, she gives us the finger. You know, I'm scared to death.
Yeah.
I'm scared to death. You know, there was a time when I lived to do comedy because they would feed me. Like, I was in great shape. Oh, you were thin and bone. Yeah. Because I was really, what was that diet you're on?
Oh, which one? The keto?
No, the other one. The
Low carb?
No, the other one. Occasional starvation.
Oh, this is intermittent fasting?
Yeah, I was intermittent fasting in 95. I was intermittent fasting from 95 till I met Carol the stripper. You know, until she started feeding me, you know, turkey burgers and stuff like that. My life was all about intermittent fasting. I would look at the people, I would eat a sandwich, wrap up the wrapper, and look at the wrapper and go, I don't know, I'm going to see one of these again. But we'll figure it out. You know, jumping over a counter for a pack of cigarettes at Denver International Airport and going into the bathroom and smoking because you don't have any money for cigarettes. I mean, I got 1,000 of these stories. You know, taking that bus. I lived on a Greyhound bus on the East Coast. Lived up and down. Buffalo, Syracuse, you know, Rochester, Toronto, back to South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, back to New York, you know, Philadelphia, D.C. It was just crazy. Standing on the bus stop for 3 hours, from 3:30 in the morning to 7 till your bus comes, with $3 in your pocket.
What a tremendous
See, there's different levels to it. Like that to me sounds like kind of exciting. I mean, obviously for years at a time, I could see how it would not be cool. To me now, that sounds kind of exciting, but the whole
the closing ceremonies do what they always do, right? They
I guess it just doesn't make sense in my head. I'm like, to
refortify your faith,
not have money to eat,
high deals, feel better about yourself,
pretty fucking.
But you're gonna pick up money that night.
Au revoir.
After you do what you really,
See you
really,
in
really
Los
want
Angeles.
to do.
Okay,
Au revoir,
okay.
Paris.
So you know you got something.
Yeah, I got $3, but I'm on my way to a weekend gig.
Got it.
But I'm going to pick up $300. It's not. I'm still not going to be no judge and millionaire. Don't get me wrong.
But you have
And
something.
by the time I get paid, I'm going to take 130 in draws for a bag of weed and room to taste.
I was gonna say because usually you get paid at the end, so you'd go up and be like, "Listen, I don't have it."
Oh no, you just tell them the truth. You know what? On the way up here. But my standard line was I lost my ATM card.
Okay.
Everywhere I went, I lost my
The
ATM
games
card.
of the 33rd Olympiad are over, but what
Everywhere I
memories
went.
we are left with. Memories
As soon as I
to
got to the
last a
club,
lifetime.
if they said go
Some
to the
was
hotel,
literally
I
and
go to the hotel.
metaphorically set.
That's where the war would
Time
start.
to pack medals in
You have a credit
suitcases.
card? No, I don't. I
Time to
lost
say
it on the
goodbye,
plane.
but not farewell.
So how are we going to
The
check it? I don't know.
friendships
Let's call the
that
club.
will
I have
last
to
a
call the club.
lifetime.
The club owner will
Time
have
to
to
travel
come.
from France to the
Get
USA,
the credit card number
from the
over the
City of
phone.
Lights, to the City of
And
Angels.
he would call me and I'd tell him the story. I don't have a credit card. I haven't eaten. Say in the morning, he'd go, okay, get dinner at the hotel and put it on my tab. It'd be the worst dinner in the world, but what would I care? it would be, and I'm lying to you, it wouldn't be those type of hotels. They would be like Motel 6s,
Right.
with potato chips in the hallway, and then down the corner it'd be like a really bad hamburger spot, like stuff like that. And he would come and bring me cash and drop me off, and I would have to walk back like a half a mile to my room and then wait. And it was just an abuse cycle. It was just a cycle of abuse, but I was working. And that's all that mattered, that I was working every weekend. I was picking up Tuesdays, picking up Thursdays.
Is that part of it? Because, like I was saying, when I went with Simone, I made, and the guy gave me a bonus, but because I drove, but I was supposed to make $375. I think they gave me $475, something like that, for like 4 days of work. But it really is so much fun. Like especially when you're on, like you're there for the weekend. You hang out with your buddies. You're working a couple hours at night, making people laugh. Like, is that why you go through so much shit? Because it's not like you're at a job. Like, I'm at the cubicle. It's like,
listen,
fuck
man,
it.
one day it comes to you that society doesn't work for you. Society doesn't fit for you. Bob Lingus sits at a desk all day. Bob Lingus is a sweetheart. I know he makes good money in accounting.
Yeah.
But ask Bob if he'd like to get out of that job, have fun and goof around. But everybody has their priorities. Everybody has a family. Your father pushes you into a direction. Your father's like, I want you to be a lawyer like me. And then you realize you're miserable. One day when you first discover comedy, all right, you discover it, okay? You watch it, but then you get involved with it. But then you take it to the extra level. Like, I was involved with it for 2 years, and it was fun. Like, my eyes were wide open. I didn't say much. And by the 3-year mark, I started understanding what was going on around me. I was getting used to the rejection, the lies. People, I'm going to book you, call that number. Call the number. You start realizing that comedy is a lot like life. There's no big differences. There's people who are pieces of garbage, and there's people who are great people who will open their hearts and their hands to you and give you whatever the hell you need while you're there. It's really weird, And I've said it before, that commitment and confidence in the universe, as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you'll see it. I see it. I still see it. I still see it in little bits and pieces. As long as you know you're doing the job. Last night I was home. It was Monday night. Whatever it was. Yeah, Monday night. And my wife wasn't feeling well. She went to bed at 8 o'clock. I had an option. I could sit there and watch TV. I know you called about 11, but I was knee deep in Vietnam stuff. I was getting plane tickets. I was sending itineraries.
I wasn't sure what that meant.
Sending emails. I was, it's just so weird that the work ethic. I'm very proud of my work ethic. It's a shame my mother died. It's a shame that it's been 40 years and I miss her and her anniversary was the 8th.
The Premier League returns Saturday.
I was sorry.
Live Sky Sports.
Very, very sorry. And the events that happened made me step up. Made me step up. Made me do things that I never thought I would do. I never thought I wanted. Back to your question. The third and fourth year of college.
And whoever controls space may very well control the
It
future
really is a part of
of humanity.
it. It really is fun. Once you've established that A, this is what you're going to do. B, you got yourself a little telemarketing job in the daytime, just covering your bills, G. Just covering your bills. You know why? Because that's all you want to do. You got 5 hours a day for something else. Those other 19 hours, you're dedicated to comedy. You eat, sleep, and dream comedy. Before you go to bed, you're circling clubs you want to play. You're writing your goals. You want, like I still remember the confusion I lived in when I was in Boulder in 95, from January of 95 to June of 95, when I knew I was fighting an uphill battle. I knew I was fighting an uphill battle, but then number 2, I realized that I was going to lose the battle. At one point, you do realize you lose the battle. And I lost the battle, and I made a decision. I tried to do the best I can. And listen, you know what? I tried to do the best I can. I made it on top of that deal. I lost a daughter, but I made her on top of that. Okay, let's. Once the fourth and third year of comedy comes, you're getting rejected, but it's falling off your shoulders. Because you've been getting rejected now for 2 or 3 years now. Now you know how it feels. The thing is, you're going out, you're picking up $25 and you're getting two drink tickets. And you're going to give the bartender a 10 and a drink for free the rest of the night. And you got your 3 buddies and your 2 little comedy girlfriends, and they're married, but they're out. You know, this is, and in a year you'll see him. We got separated. He didn't like me hanging out at night. But guess what? People will get divorced.
Yeah.
They will get divorced for comedy. Once you get that bug, you'll lose people along the way constantly because they can't handle what you do or how you do it. Your lifestyle. Your lifestyle becomes different. You ever see Major League?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll never forget this. One of the opening scenes of Major League is when they call him around looking at the players.
Right.
They call Tom Berenger. Drops down, he picks up the phone, and he's like, oh, there's 2 naked chicks next to him. I saw that movie before I started doing triple bars. And in my head, I equated that to a triple bar. That's what I was doing. There was not one night that I picked up 2 girls to go back to the room. But I equated that because I had done my research, I had spoken to other comics. And the comics I had spoken to, Rogan it's like, how many doctors and lawyers are you can destroy a thing, has a real control. You have to think about how crazy you have to be to get it. How crazy you have to be. I would love for them to publish charts. They can't do it. It's like the census. Yeah. When they go looking for homeless people and they take, let's see how many people live in the bushes. You'll never get the exact population. You'll never get the exact population of comics because comedy's a lot like jiu-jitsu. You get people who do it for 3 months, you get people who do it for 9 months, you get people who do it for a year. If you're in it for a year, you're going to stay in it for 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years when you go, I met a girl. I never really liked the road anyway. I met 1,000 comics who looked at me and said, I loved comedy until I had to take a plane and drive.
See, that's the most fun part.
That's the most fun part.
Hello.
So that's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the travel.
I'm working to.
That's what you're working for. So there's a lot of people who come to me and said, this is not,
we will all
I'm
have to wait 4
do
years
it, but
until
I'm
the
not
next
going to go on the
installment of
road.
action
I'm
from the
going
number 1
to
Olympic sport. And for the first time in Games history, the women's
do it
marathon,
locally,
as
get his
opposed to the
day job,
men's,
get married, and have
bring
kids.
down the curtain on an
That's the beauty about
amazing
doing
10
comedy.
days
You
for the
can pick
sport
to
on the
choose
roads of Paris and
the
inside
way
the
of
Stade de
comedy you want
France.
to do.
Yeah, it could be a hobby or it could be a
43 nations have won
Some
medals.
people who this
Will
is
there
not,
be any more?
and again,
On a
I've said
day
it
which
again,
marks
this
the
was not
40th
my
anniversary of the
original plan.
event's inclusion.
My
Who would
original
forget
plan was
LA
not ever even
84,
to come
Joe
to LA
Benoit
because I thought I would be good
storming
enough.
to victory in front of a home crowd.
We have felonies and
Switzerland's
all the
Gabriela
other
Anderson Schiess
It just
taking
went.
5 minutes
But
44
anyway,
seconds to stagger
I
around
just
the
want
last
to
lap after heat
reiterate to you
issues
people
and
that
earn the respect of the
finally,
world
after
for finishing. Women's distance running
I've
has come in
convinced myself,
leaps and
thanks to you
bounds
people,
since
thanks to the
84.
feedback,
And I tell you what, we might
the
have saved the
emails and
best to
whatnot.
last.
I really
This has got
have.
everything.
But I
Defending
really
champion
did
against
go
world
through a
record holder,
minefield to become a
against
comic.
world
It really,
champion,
really
against the
was a
second
minefield.
fastest in history,
And like I
and one
told
of the
Dean,
most
I go,
consistent
Dean,
performers
honestly,
on
that was
cross
nice
country,
when I talked to
road
you, but
and track. It's a fantastic lineup, and you'll be listening to myself, Rob
you had
Walker.
it the East Side Comedy
Alongside
Club,
me,
and you had
Gary
it 2
Collison.
spots at the Cellar.
Gary, I reckon
And
this is
hopefully
one of
by
the
that time you'll find
best
out if you
ascending
got out.
fields we've
And
ever
I would
seen
go
for the
out and
Olympic
go.
marathon.
We have some heavy hitters up front, but also just with the weather, we can see some surprises in the field. And I think that it's going to be
This is
a day where we're going to see some epic performances. This course is so
you know,
hard.
what
As I
happens if
said,
you
the
do go
weather
to
is
Comedy
challenging
Cellar
today. But
and you need a
yes,
girl?
we have some huge
She's like,
names.
come back to
Names
my
that
place.
I
You
think
can
most
stay
of
there
us
for
are
a week.
so excited to see
You know,
actually race
That's the
together against
adventure
one
that
another.
you're looking to get.
Well, lots
But
of
if
people
you
are
don't
talking
go out
about
there and
Paris
look for it,
Church here and whether
It's
she
never
can
going to
become
come
the
to
first
you. It's
woman in
not the
history
bluebird
to
of happiness does not
successfully
knock on
defend
your
the
door.
title.
You know,
It's hard to bet
It's so
against
weird
that
now.
because she set a women's only
I had
world
a
record
couple
winning
weird
London
things happen the last
earlier
2
this
days.
year. But the
Monday was
quality of
my
everybody
10-year
else
anniversary
means that
with
that
my
victory
wife.
is far from guaranteed. Despite
Today
the fact
was
that
my
she's a
last
very, very
doctor's
consistent
appointment with
performer.
this doctor.
Churchill
21 years.
hardly ever races badly.
Which one?
But
Dr. Waxman,
I still think this is wide open.
family
And there's
doctor,
lots of
21
interest. You and I
years,
were
the guy
talking
that
on the bus on
reintroduced
the
me
way
to the
here.
needle.
Helen O'Beary has made
Because
a
I would
wonderful
not take a
transformation
needle.
to the roads.
He
Double Olympic
convinced me
silver
to
over
draw
the 5
blood.
in Rio
He
and
convinced
Tokyo.
me to do
But she's
physicals.
won
He
Boston
put the
twice.
finger
She's
up
won
my
New
ass.
York.
I'm surprised you don't make him not retire just for you. Like, listen, you can retire for
She's
He was
also
a very,
former World
very,
Cross
very
Country
good doctor.
champion. She
And I
won't
will
be
applaud him.
intimidated by the
He
brutal
told me to
hills
stay
that we
friends with him
saw
on Facebook.
savaging
I gave him a
best of
hug.
the
I
men
brought him a
yesterday.
gift.
For sure. And here we are getting a taste of that course,
He
which you
reminded
said
me of the
is
time I gave him a
brutal
cookie.
and
I
savage.
mentioned it was a THC cookie.
No,
We've
you
got some
didn't.
great
Yes, I did. He put it in
landmarks
his
for the
freezer and
athletes
he
to
ate
run
it like
past.
a day
And
later.
I'm assuming
And he
we'll
started
get as
getting
many
all these
people on
little
these
emotions
streets
as well.
today as we had yesterday for the men's
And,
marathon. It was brilliantly supported.
It was just
So all this is
really
lovely and it's
interesting
flat
that
and
I didn't give him a
everything's
hug.
nice for the first 5K.
He left a note for my next
In
doctor.
fact, many of the
Don't
athletes
bother
say
with
up until
needles.
about
He's not going
14
to do it.
kilometers,
I've been trying to talk
It's
to him
all,
about a tetanus shot for 4
pretty flat,
years.
next
He
to the
won't
river,
do it.
lovely landmarks, nothing changes.
I'd love to get him on the podcast.
Only
That's the
get
championship
him
marathons you'd expect.
to give blood in the
However,
mornings.
He needs a window in
So
there.
I gave blood this afternoon. You know, I did a podcast with
It
nurses.
all
My
starts
daughter's
to
in the
get
studio.
a little bit
She's got
tiring.
earphones on.
On 14 and 15K,
I did a
there are
podcast
some
with
big,
her
big
about
inclines.
science. And I'm sitting. Yeah, we do one every
So I
Tuesday.
just want to hear you
So
say
in
Yeah,
this
we do
stage,
one every
coming back
Tuesday. It's
down
called
the other side
Science with Mercy.
of the green area of
And,
the course,
You know, this morning when I was taping her
it
podcast,
all
I
starts
was
to
actually
lead
preparing
towards
to give
a
blood, and she stopped her
huge
podcast to
climb.
ask me,
from
Hey,
around
you
about
doing?
27.5K
I gotta go for a
to
physical.
29K.
I know I'm gonna have
And
to
the
give
field,
blood,
the
so I
big
might
men's
as well
field, was
practice.
What do you
split
practice?
in two
I put my arm
after they had to
I'm getting
contest
raped.
a 16
I try to think of just getting raped. Somebody
They
climbed
will
on
have
top
an
of
equally
me
big
and
impact
raping
on
me,
the
and I
women's
can't
race.
push with my other hand. Because
And the
when I
long
give blood, that's
charge
exactly
back
what I
into the
feel like.
finish.
Ah,
I
The
have
Eiffel
to let
Tower
myself
looms
feel
large. It's
restless.
got to be one of the most
If not, I won't
amazing
give the
places
blood.
to
I
finish
have
a
to put my
marathon
arm out and
ever.
go, take me, I'm yours.
One of the
You know
toughest
what I'm saying?
courses, probably
If
the most
not, it's
beautiful,
not going to work.
and it
I'd
brings
love
down
to
the
like just
curtain
live
on
an
the
hour in
athletics
your
here
brain.
in
You just
Paris.
You have no
In
idea what I've gone through.
What?
Listen,
I
my
can't
fear of
remember a
needles
marathon
ran
finishing with a more
rampant
beautiful backdrop than that ever.
Rampant.
Can you?
for
No,
years.
I mean, I
Really,
just think
really,
the
really
ladies that
is.
will be coming around
No,
the
I
bend
beat
will
you
be
out
so
'cause
excited to get
you
home.
go.
And it
And I
is
was a guy that
wonderful to see
refused to
all
go
of
to a
them line
doctor
up
from
and
the
with
age of
such a phenomenal
19.
celebration. 40 years. And to end this for the first time with the women's marathon, the Olympic Games, that is spectacular as
Nobody
well.
said anything about a needle. I
Yes,
just-
because it means that the women,
I
as
met
opposed to the men,
Waxman.
will have the honour of receiving their medals
I
during the
started
closing
getting
ceremony.
one blood thing a year, and I would
That's
faint.
got to be as
Then they
good as it
figured out.
gets,
They
hasn't
put
it?
me in a room
I
with
would think so. I
windows.
mean, we're celebrating
They
all the
put
great
ice on
things
my
that we've
head,
already seen
tipping
in
over, and
the
they said,
last,
"Bring
11
music."
days. And for them to be
Bro,
able
I worked
to
myself
get that
up
medal around their
from
neck,
going
close
in there.
out
I
the
would
Olympic
bring a
Games.
sandwich and a
I don't
can
think
of
they'll
soda.
ever get it.
What?
Oh, guys, come on. You know I'm scared of all that stuff.
Barely a breath of wind.
I was the biggest fag. I would go there with a ham and Swiss sandwich. I would take a can of Coca-Cola with me to replace the sugar, and I'd bring like a donut.
Which one of these?
After they took blood, that was my
Confidence and composure to
that
tame the
was
course.
that was
92
my
runners
present.
from
And then
47 countries.
I drive the car and go to
This
Louis
lineup
without
of women
breakfast.
have contested
After the sandwich and the donut?
Oh yeah, you know,
81
400
marathons
pounds. They
between
didn't
them.
get there because you only eat one meal.
And you may
So
spot
this is how crazy. You know,
Sifan Hassan.
when you go get
That's a
blood,
very
you can't
low
eat before you go get blood.
That
Right.
is, of course,
Are you
because
crazy?
she
Got
had
killed.
her
I
number
can't
issue
leave the house
because
without
she's
eating.
primarily,
I get dizzy
has
when
been
I'm
for
drunk.
most of the last week, a bit.
I would have to drive,
She's
have
been
my
primarily a
wife drive me
track
down there. I'd be
double
crying the whole
bronze
way.
in her attempt to successfully defend her 5
You
and
have
10,000
no
meter
idea what I
titles.
suffered
She's
those
doing
first
these
5 years.
multi-day
I'll never
sets
forget with the sleep
So,
apnea. Like I had
we'll
to
have
call
loads
him
of
and get
time to
this
talk
word,
about Hassan
but it had
when the
nothing
race
to do
gets
with
going.
needles, sleep
If
apnea.
she wins a medal of any
He's
kind,
like, don't
and
worry
then
about
goes
it. You get
medal in
no
the
needles.
5, medal medal in the
went
10,
down there.
medal in the marathon.
And,
I did this stuff when I was like 7. I was like 6.
yeah, no, you were 6. I was a grown adult.
That's so funny.
I was a 30-year-old adult, close to hitting 40.
Distance running
I
would
was.
that
When I
be?
first
It would be huge. I mean, we saw
Well,
Faith
you figure
Kipyegon
when I first
with
went
the
into
3
wax
straight
when I was
1500 last night.
I had to
That's
be
a huge moment
30-something
in
years
Oh
old.
my
middle
God.
distance and distance
First time
running.
I
But I
went
think
to wax, I
what
didn't even know I
Saban
had
Saw has
wax
done in
available.
the last what,
went to
6
the
years
emergency room
with
for my
this sport,
tooth, 'cause
showing how you can
I
run
used to take my
800
teeth
meters
out.
even,
So I pulled one,
1,500
my
meters,
molars
the
out.
5, the
But
10,
one molar
and
broke.
now the
Stayed in
marathon.
and I had an abscess.
She is one that
And it
we
would
will talk
swell up and I
about,
would
like
push it.
Azad
Pus would
Pack. I
come
mean,
out.
that is
And if I was
a
at the
name
comedy
that
store around
is
people I
forever
didn't like,
history, and I
I
think
would push the
Stefan
back of my
Hassan will
tooth
be
and
as
the
well.
pus would shoot out and hit him on their neck or
Oh
their
my
jacket.
God.
Only Josh Wolf and Joe Rogan
Yes, we
knew
got
they love what I
very,
do.
very
Joe Rogan always goes,
great
please go get that
athletes
tooth
lined up
fixed.
here.
Yeah, I go, no. I love it. It's my pus shooter.
That's why
I
we
used to
watch.
just shoot
Now,
pus at
for
people
the
with
final
this
time in
tooth. It
athletics,
was
we
like a
have
little
the
fang.
baton
I finally
moment.
Steve
And I
Simone's
think
brother's
it's
a
appropriate
dentist.
on the
Yeah.
40th
He took it
anniversary
out,
of the
put
first
fake
women's
teeth
marathon.
there.
In the
That's
games,
so
we have
funny that you went to
Catherine
Steve Simone's
Switzer,
brother.
Steve Simone's
pioneer
brother was
of
my
women's
dog. I
distance
go in there
running.
with a
If you
phone
know the famous
insurance
story
company,
about
type of
Boston
whatever.
Marathon,
Allegedly.
she officially entered and registered
Filipinos.
just
He
using
tried
the
to sell
initial
me
of
on
her
stuff
Christian
me
name
being
because
back.
women were not allowed to compete.
Oh my
So,
God.
yeah, Steve
She ran
Simone's brother
and
was
she
my
finished,
dentist
and
for
the
years.
rest
I didn't
is
know that.
history.
Down in Santa Monica. They
Catherine
left me.
Switzer is a
I was pissed at
legendary
Steve for
figure.
years.
For all the women
Because he
standing
left me
behind
that
her, she
1,500
is the
left on my
pioneer,
teeth plan.
and she has the moment
On
of
the
announcing
insurance, I was
we
going to go
are
down
about to
there.
begin.
But when I went down there, he wasn't there no more. So I lost the 1,500 on my fucking teeth. I was pissed at Steve for like 6 months. I go, Steve, where's your fucking brother? He goes, he moved back to Philadelphia. Nobody told me. What type of dentist is he? He doesn't even send me a postcard
And so are the
to let you
athletes.
know he's
Catherine
retired.
Switzer,
I'm surprised you didn't go to Philly and get him.
Oh, I was furious at him. I just recently
Stefan
started talking to
Hassan.
Steve about his brother.
she recovered
How
from
the
the
dentist
10,000 meters.
because this tooth has worked. It stayed
Double
there solid.
gold
It's
over
got a
the 5 and
lifetime
10.
guarantee. Whatever, you people don't care about
Double
lifetime
bronze here.
guarantees. As far as the anniversary is
She is
concerned,
the
Monday,
second fastest marathon
I knew that it was our
Her
anniversary. It
range
was our 10th
is
anniversary.
ridiculous.
And went
Melanie Roland could run well.
at home.
She was 6th in Seville with 2:24. She's the national record holder. Paris Churchill bidding to become the first woman in history to successfully defend this title. She's got a great chance, but she's up against a great field. Tickets to Safer is a former 800-meter runner in the Olympics.
Not that I
Had
forgot
issues
it was
with
our
her
anniversary. I
Achilles
just started
and
crying
switched to the
because
roads. The rest is history. 2:11:53 in Berlin.
even today, we
Now, Lorna
talked about
Salpeter
if you knew anything
is
about
so
me, I was the type
consistent.
of guy who
Wheels
quit
came
a
off when
doctor.
she was in a bid for
I was
bronze
quick
3 years
things
ago
with
in
nothing.
Tokyo. She ended up
I
finishing
hung
in
out with Dr.
66.
Wax.
She's got a great chance of getting on the podium this time.
5,000 doctors. Hey, come over here. Come on to Chicago, dog. Every time
So
he
here
goes
we
to
are.
Chicago, he brings back meat.
With the
And the
Hotel
buns
de
and
Ville in
freezes.
the background.
And he says that he wakes up in the middle of the night,
One of the
he
greatest
puts some,
assembled
cooks some,
fields for
Nice.
any
he steams the
women's
bread. He would
marathon.
tell me how
He's
he
about to
steamed the
burst into
bread
life.
perfectly with a paper towel and stuff. He's just a great doctor, a great
The
guy.
last event
So I just wanted to
on the
thank him.
athletics
But
program for Paris
what a lot of people don't
2024
know
is
is, there's a
underway.
barbecue joint on 148th Street.
The privilege it's been here in the French capital.
Yeah, we went in there
The
and bought
energy of the
barbecue beef. I
performances,
don't know
the
anything about
drama, the noise in the stadium, and
brisket. I didn't know anything about
the
ribs.
enthusiasm that we
I knew
know
about
these
Chinese
athletes
ribs.
will
You know.
experience on the
My mom
roads
always
because
got spare
yesterday for
ribs,
the
but I
men's
didn't know
race they were
what
6 or
barbecue
7
really
deep,
was.
even at the
I must have
local
been
time,
5 or
which is
6,
just
and I would
a
go in there every
minute or so
day.
past
Whenever
8
I went to my godmother's house
They
around the
turned out
48th,
in
this barbecue
huge
joint
numbers.
was just a small little place.
Crowd
And their
preparing to
specialty
wave
was
goodbye.
barbecue beef sandwiches and 2 pieces of Wonder Bread. And it was just
2024 after
delicious. Like,
embracing every element of being the host
and
nation
God
of the
knows
host
what I was
city.
eating. Cat fingernails. Who knew? You know, it was the 70s. They just gave you the best of
A
what
really,
they got.
really
You know.
good quality field.
But the
Looks
guy
nice
was
and
an
steady
African American
in the
guy.
early
I get
stages.
to like him.
Weather looks good as well,
The fact
Gary.
he used to
There's
let
not
us help
a
him work,
breath
you
of
know,
wind.
which was
It's
nice.
quite warm.
Like I
I'm
told
kinda
you
hoping
yesterday,
on
those
behalf of the
streets
athletes
in
it's
New
not
York, you see
quite
those
as
things that
muggy
go down.
as it was
And there's the
yesterday. There
business.
was
He would let him carry, he would let us
Fairly
carry stuff and trade for them for food and
humidity
stuff.
factor to the air.
But he used to always say
24
an
hours
expression,
ago. But
and I never knew what he was saying. It
all
was
in all,
called,
whether it's hot, whether it
till
rains,
the wheels fall off.
whether it
I'll be here
starts
till
to
the wheels
get
fall
windy,
off.
we're in for
He'd
a
go
great
out.
race.
I'll
We
be here
are.
till
You know,
the
I
wheels
think it
fall
looks
off.
like the humidity is down
One
just a
day,
little bit
what
from
does that
yesterday,
mean?
which
He's
it
like,
would be
"You're
really
all
nice
over
for these
that.
women.
It means you're
But
all
right
in,
away,
baby.
oh
You
my
know,
gosh,
you're all
look
in.
at the nerves, the
You're all in.
excitement.
He goes, you see the way
You know,
you
going
guys
through
hang
your
out together.
rituals. Oh, Paris
You guys
to
were
share.
gonna
You
hang
know,
out until
she
the
has done
wheels fall
so
off.
much in this
Shit
sport.
became like a state of mind
still,
for me.
Obviously,
So the
so
wheels
very
fall off
nervous. And
means
as
that I
the
got you.
defending champion,
I got you,
you
bro.
got to
You know
know
what I'm
that
saying?
she
Like,
has
this is it.
a
We're
lot
friends for life.
weighing on her shoulders.
I got you. 20 Puerto Ricans show up.
So
I gotta
consistent,
fight them with
Church,
you
yeah.
back to back.
I hope I
You
don't
have to
jinx
do
her
the
when I say
same
this.
for me. Don't
She
think that
never
this is a
runs badly.
one-way fucking
Right
street.
away,
And
everybody
sometimes it
looks
is.
like
And
we
you
couldn't have a
stop
tough day for
you
the
know,
U.S.
living with
women.
those people like
You
that,
know,
but it's
Keith clearly
really
not in
weird
her
that that's
perfect
what's
gait there. She is
engraved inside
She
our
is
wedding
limping,
bands.
and we've heard that she's
Till the
had some
wheels
issues
fall off. Till,
leading up to this race.
you know, when
But she
good or in
was
health, whatever.
our Olympic
wheels
trials champion
fall
in the
off is something
U.S.
that we live
She
by.
ran
It's
2:22,
already
set the
Thanksgiving,
Olympic
guys.
trials
Listen,
debut.
it's already
Lots of people
Thanksgiving.
were hoping for a
And
great,
something else is
great
happening.
performance
The
by
year
her,
is
but the
coming to
body
an
doesn't always
It's
work the way you want
officially
it to.
over.
So
You
just
might
giving
get
her
a
a
lot
quick
of it,
shout out.
maybe. If all
Yes,
these
it's obviously
angels
going to
align.
take
But besides that,
a long time
you
to
know,
get
you
round.
might pluck a
That's
job. But right now,
Satoshi
everything dies. People after
Sharifa of
after
Nepal.
December 7th, the 8th,
She hasn't
everybody's
reached the
talking
time
about
yet
jingle
this year,
bells,
so
and jingle balls, and
we'll
Christmas.
be here until the very end. And yes, it
I'm
might
already
well take
thinking about 2020.
the American
I'm
a
already
long,
thinking
long
about
time
gold.
to get round. You could
What
tell she
things
was
that
limping as soon as
hurt
you
up. I
looked at
really
her.
gotta
But
get this book.
I would have
You
done
know, as
exactly
much
the
as I
same had I
write, I
ever
gotta
been
get
an
this book
Olympian,
off the
wouldn't you?
shelf. Not
If it was your only
it's gonna
chance
be
to
hard
compete
to
in
do
the
so
Olympics
many
and you
things.
worked for
Lately,
years
and
and
I
years to
talk
get the
about the
qualifying
podcast
time,
about
unless you
maybe
knew it was
taking
going to
music off
put
so
you
we
in a
can put it
position
on
where
Spotify.
you were
You know,
going
it's
to be in
November.
agony for the rest of
And
your
I'm
life,
already looking at 2020.
you would run
Listen,
that
this year
race.
is over.
Well, it is a very
Whatever
tough
happened,
call,
happened. It
and
was
we've
a
seen
good
it
year,
time and
bad
time
year.
again at the
You lived
Olympic
through it.
Games
You made it.
where
You're
you
here.
are just hanging on by a
Now
thread,
you have to
trying to
see
get to
how
the
we're
start
going to get
line.
better for 2020.
And
You know,
yeah, I don't
I'm
know
going to get
what I
better
would
in
do in that
2020. Lee's
situation,
going to be a
but
little bit better than what he is
giving a
now in
lot of love to
2020.
Zion O'Keefe. I know she struggled to get
My
here.
daughter's going to be a little bit better than what she is. And I'm counting on the church family to all strive
Just
to be
going through
better.
that first kilometer, getting the nerves out, just shaking
Well,
things
Joe,
out.
it's easy for you to say no.
This is where sometimes
It's
you're
easy.
thinking about
I
all
don't
the
want you to
aches and
go
pains
from
that you might have,
hero
but
to
we have a
zero,
long ways to
from
go,
zero
and
to
some of
hero.
those things,
I just want you
end
to
up
take 2 baby
being
steps. It's
things
1
that
foot at
can
a
make
time.
a big
Get
difference
there,
in a
you
race,
go.
but also they will
Whatever you
shake
go,
out
might
here,
be, you
and
want
the
to be a
race will get
DJ.
underway, and
You
we
want
will see
to
some
be a
fireworks,
fighter.
no
You
doubt.
want to switch your career. You know, we talk a lot about
Fireworks and some
switching
amazing
careers here.
landmarks.
It's going for
I
what
always
you
think
love.
the first
Going
couple
for
of
what
miles
you
in a
love
marathon, if
makes your
your
life a
training
lot
has
easier.
gone well
You know,
and you haven't
we
been
all
injured,
60% of people who have a job.
these
It's
women
very-
should, in theory, feel
it's
like
very
they
seldom
are
that people
floating.
really enjoy their
Because the
job.
whole point
I
of
don't
tapering your
even care
training
what
is
I'm
that
making a year.
for months
I
and months and
really
months,
enjoy
you've
what
been
I'm doing.
training
If I
on
was doing,
tired
if I
legs.
was
That's the
looking for
whole
real
point.
money, I would have just
And
joined
then,
Marco.
if you get your tapering
If you're looking for that
correct,
type of money, just
you
go to
can't
Mexico.
remember when you
You bring
start
back
the
Coke. I don't know
race.
what to
Oh, that's
tell you.
such a shame.
That's
Sinead
real
Driver,
money.
she's
What
47
you're
years of
looking
age.
for
She's
is
the
just to be
oldest
content,
entrant
be
on the
proud of what you're
athletics.
doing. You know,
She's a great athlete.
I'll
She
tell
was
you, man,
10th
for
in
years I lived
Tokyo
in
and
disgust
wasn't
with
far
myself.
off the podium at the Commonwealth
Frustration,
Games. That's
disgust.
really sad to see because I thought she might be in for a
Maybe
decent
before I had
race.
mercy,
Yeah, and it
that I
looked like she
started
was in
seeing the
severe
light
pain, so
because
something must have
now I
happened,
had to
or
act a
either
certain
it's just
way,
the
you know,
emotional,
and
pain that she's feeling. But we
just show
also
how
have
happy
another
my wife
really
20 years. We
great
celebrated
story up
10-year
in
wedding
front once we
anniversary
get that
Monday.
front on shot.
And I gotta
Lindy
tell you
Elmore.
something, man.
She's
I never thought I
44,
could
so like
accomplish that.
Sinead
After I
Driver,
failed
she
as a
is
husband the
another one
first
of those
time,
veteran runners who was on
marriage
the
was
track
the
way back
last
in
thing on my mind.
2004. So
And
she
for
was
me
a
to be
1500
married
meter
for
runner,
10
went
years,
and
you know, I'd
came
like to tell you
and
guys
back
that I
in
found the right woman. That's an excuse we all give ourselves.
2021 actually.
We
She was
found the
ninth
right
in the
woman.
Olympic
No,
marathon. And in between
we
those years,
decided to
she
fight for
was
what
an
we
Ironman
believe.
athlete, triathlete.
The first
I mean,
woman I was
amazing
married for
stories.
was a very
She's
sweet girl,
really
but she
cool,
went
and
through
I've
4
been
or 5, 6
overworked on
years
the
of hell.
Ottawa
with me.
Marathon a
You know,
couple of
and
times, and I've
you
had
know
the
what?
privilege
When
of
I was
talking
with
to
her,
her. She's an
even towards the end,
incredible
it was very
character.
tense.
She is.
This is
Lovely
how
woman.
Yeah, mother
this
of
is how much of
two.
a change
You'll
I
see her
made.
up
There was
front
no
with
future
the white ball cap
because I
on,
wasn't
running for
content with
Canada.
what I was doing. Forget all that. Listen, man, I
So
got
look,
into
we'll
comedy.
keep you across what happens with
Yeah.
O'Keefe of the
It's
United
till the wheels
States
fall
and
off.
also Sinead
That's
Diver.
all I got to tell you guys.
But as I was
Mercy
saying,
Diaz. Can I talk
unless
to
you've
you
got a
on-
problem
you want to sit
on
with
the
us for
start
5
line,
minutes?
this first few
wanna
miles,
say
you
hello to
feel
the
like
people?
you are
And
floating
tell them
because you
about your
can't remember
science
the
of
last
mercy?
time you ran without feeling fatigued in your legs.
There you
Yeah,
have it.
the taper is
There you
real,
have
right?
it.
And
She
these
wants something.
athletes
At least
run
I brought
so
it. I
many
brought it to the
miles
office.
preparing for this.
She wanted
And
to see
then
what
they
I did.
almost
She
get a
does her
little
own
antsy
podcast.
because of that
This
taper. It's
is
a
what we
very
need to
hard
do, and this is how we
thing
do
to
it.
go
She's been
through.
doing.
They don't feel
She's
real
up to
great.
podcast number.
Sometimes you start to overanalyze little niggles that are
She's only
happening
taking a week
within
and
the
a 30th
body.
off like we
But
are.
you know, this is the best
Tried to
feeling
take
that they
her
can
birthday
have right now. They're
week
getting
off.
out
She's
there,
like,
they're
I
getting
wanna
this
do it
race
the week before.
underway.
I'm like, you
And
do-
it
we
is
do it every
still
week.
like the men,
This is
so
called
bunched up
consistency.
because
There's
these
no
early
days off.
miles,
You
they
want something to
have to
happen,
play
you
it
gotta be
safe because
consistent.
of what's
That
going to
plain
happen
and simple.
with those hills.
You want something to happen, you gotta be
Well,
consistent
and
every
the
day.
added benefit
Look at
of
this
going
guy,
second,
Kung Boom.
out
He
of the
wants
two
a war. He
genders,
keeps sending out
they're all
missiles.
pretty tight-knit
Trump's over there
units.
scratching
Yeah.
his wig. No,
It's one
no,
thing
no, we're at peace.
analysing
We're
a course.
friends. This
Gonna
guy's
be
still
funny.
shooting off fireworks like it's the 4th of July over there.
Many of these
King
women
Young
will have had a
Boom.
chat
You know,
with their teammates.
Whatever
who
his
ran
goddamn
yesterday
name
and
is.
said, okay,
I'm not good with politics.
at
Yeah.
what point did such
Yeah,
and such a
you know,
group
I'm not good with that
kick in?
stuff.
Imagine if you were president,
They
just
would have
tweeting out this
had
stuff. You tweet, they've been
having
begging
those
for Trump
conversations
Oh, please. Forget
in the
about
hours
it. I'm listening.
after
I give it to you
the
how
men
it is.
finished
But anyway, I'm like,
For
yeah.
sure. I mean, you think
If
of
you're
all the
traveling, be
athletes that
safe this
had
weekend. Remember,
the men, even
Thanksgiving,
Toa,
this is a...
the gentleman that won the
oh
entire
my
race,
God,
has teammates
tomorrow.
running right
Thanksgiving is
here.
tomorrow.
So their
Please enjoy
coach
your families
is
and all
out
that stuff. But one thing,
scoping and figuring out
Thanksgiving
how
is
to
everything.
get through this
Because
course
when you're
months in
pissing
advance.
in the morning
But
when you
then when
wake
you
up,
have a teammate going win the
if you're
whole
not
day
saying,
thing,
God,
you
thank
know
you for
that there
giving
is
me
a
another
lot
day
of
today.
insight that was given to
Together,
these
have a little
athletes
bit.
that are racing for
You're
Ethiopia
fucking
today.
missing the boat. I give that. I'm one of the most grateful people
as if to
there
emphasize
is.
that.
I'm grateful for my
Teresa
shoelaces.
Galetta, who
I'm
was fifth,
grateful for the weed
is
I
the
smoke. I'm
brother-in-law
grateful for everything
of
because
one
I
of the
knew there was a time
Ethiopians today.
when I was
Occurred to a
homeless as
labourer.
hell.
So I'm sure
I
they
had
had an
nothing
in-law
for 5
conversation
years
somewhere in
without
the
a
Olympic
residency.
Village yesterday.
I
And
wanted
would have
people
I
to
don't
know
think I could
that.
do it.
And then
passed on his
before that,
thoughts
like
on
I
the
had,
course.
you know, in
Conditions look
84, I
fairly
was
similar
homeless
to
and stuff like
yesterday.
that.
It's
But that
just
was
a
because of
question of
drugs, because I was
whether the
a nuisance
humidity
to society.
is not quite as
This was,
intense.
I was in love with something. And I still
I
know
mean,
I'm homeless. You know what I'm saying?
The standard of
And I was 3/4
marathon running
together.
at the moment for
I
men and
was
women
doing
is
a couple
ridiculous.
criminal
But we
things.
just had a
But
check on the World
the
Athletics
homelessness
website.
was due to
If you're a
me
stato
wanting
and you're a
to
real
become
fan of crunching
what
numbers,
it meant
the
to me.
World
And
Athletics
yeah,
website is
there's
really
highs
good
and
because
lows
you
and
can
anything
go on
you
there
do.
and
It's
look
fine.
up
But
the
hey,
all-time
who gives a
performances,
shit?
but you can
It's
also
Thanksgiving,
isolate
man. Enjoy
events
your
to a particular
families.
season.
Real quick,
So just out of interest,
I'm
we
in Miami this
double-checked
weekend. It's sold out. I
how
don't
many.
know
I
what
should
to
have
tell
asked
you.
you this.
I can't help you out.
Just for
I put the
knowledge,
tickets up
just
for
to
sale
see
a while
what your
ago.
guesswork
I'm
was.
sorry. I will come
So
back to
we just went
Miami in
on to see how many
2020.
women happen to have
Whatever.
run
We'll
inside
figure out a
220
bigger
this year.
venue or whatever. New York is
22.
singular ticket
Now,
stuff, and they
I'm
raised
not
all the
that old,
prices
but I
on
can remember a time
So
all
do
in my
not feel
opinion.
bad. I'm done.
Liberia may
You
have
know,
fallen
I
there.
don't expect. I don't want to
Liberia, I
pay over
think, is one of the
$35.
favourites for this race.
So move on.
She's made a wonderful
We got
transfer onto the
21st
roads for the marathon,
Christmas with
having
Uncle Joey at the
enjoyed
Ice
great
House,
success on
and then we got the
the track
27th at
outdoors and
Calusa
indoors of her
Casino,
cross country.
and
So
the
she either
28th
stopped to tie
at
up
San
a shoelace,
Francisco Palace of
or she
Performing
took a
Arts.
tumble. She looks
You
all
got
right. She's
the
edging
belly
her way
one too.
back
Yeah,
towards
Belly
the
Room
group.
sold.
But that
Oh,
is
so that
not
was
22
Damn.
women have run
Right.
inside
That's the
220
workout for the
because
one-man
it's not
show.
that long ago.
Listen, this
that if you saw
podcast
a
is brought to you by
teens, a two
Manscaped.
teens, you just on a
Manscaped,
stat, you just
over
went,
the years, I've had 1,000 sponsors.
Yeah, you
I
can
really
count on
enjoy
one hand.
Manscaped.
I mean,
I really
really,
enjoy what
not
Manscaped
that
does.
long ago
I
was
like the
that the
bag.
case,
I like
and
all
now
of it.
in this time,
Everything they got. They used to have
in era,
Manscaped
distance running,
lawnmower called the 1.0.
sub
And they upgraded
222
it.
is
They
really, I
skin
think,
safe
where everybody
technology
sees
for
the
you
top
momos in
athletes.
the back. That means
And
it
even
won't
now,
nick
the
or
woman that's run
snag your
faster than
nutsack.
anybody has ever
Plus,
run
it's perfect to travel
26.2
for.
is in this
I
race
take it with
today.
me, and it's easy to charge. You put it right
And
against the
her
wall.
teammate
You can
was
Manscape
Tamara
wherever you
Toa,
go.
the man who
I
won
do it
yesterday.
one-handed
That's who
while
we're
I'm on the
talking
phone with
about.
Lee,
So she's
talking
a
about life.
2:11.
Manscaped will have her landing on your little
Rock.
Plymouth
That's
Rock.
sub
I mean,
212
rock.
if you didn't know.
Anyway, if this is the first time you consider Manscaped,
I saw that.
they got the deal for you. I got the deal for you. You ready? Grab a pen. It's called the perfect package
Of Zimbabwe,
because it comes with a lawnmower
the African nations
2.0
so
and a
well
safety
on the
razor
track.
plus. Plus, it comes with a
Brilliant to
thing
see
called the
Zambia.
crop
I know
preserver,
that was Zimbabwe.
especially formulated
Brilliant to see
deodorant
Zambia
so your balls don't stink.
On the podium in the
And
men's
trust me, they
400 with
smell
Sam
worse than
Conga.
the Mayflower. And the Reviver, it's a spritz that tones and refreshes your
Zimbabwe, I
junk
think, had
to
two
keep it
men
all. If I show you my
in
balls right now, they look
men's
like they're
200 meter
90.
final. Two
If
young
I spray
boys,
them with
one
the
the inside
spritz,
and the
10
next
minutes
two and three.
later, it's like putting eyeshadow on.
In
It
fact,
looks
the
like I'm
African nations
22.
were really well
Tighten the
represented
stuff
in
up. And with the
the
perfect
sprint
package,
finals.
your pouch will be powdered and your pole will be perfect. What are you waiting for?
Just with her.
Grab a pen. Go to
Number on
manscaped.com,
the
press in
left.
code CHURCH.
Merceline
And
Jagger,
if you
the
order the
bronze
perfect
medalist over
package,
the
they're going to
10,000
throw in a
meters
free
on the
travel
Gold Coast. I
bag for you
remember
that
that
you're going
race.
to love.
It was
They got a zipper in it. You can put
nice
reefer
warm
in
day.
there. Who's better than you? You know what I'm saying? You didn't hear this from
outside
Uncle
Brisbane,
Joey.
so she'll
Frank
have
call,
clearly
Frank call.
deciding
Anyway,
that she's
go to
going to
manscaped.com right now. Use promo code CHURCH and get 20% off your first order. If you order the perfect package, they'll throw in the free travel bag gratis. Just use promo code CHURCH. That's Manscaped. Also, the church is brought to you by one of my personal favorites. We've been with them for years. You know, some people say, hey, is there a warranty on this product? Listen, a bidet, a portable bidet, you can install yourself in less than 10 seconds and change your whole life. Joey, how's a bidet going to change my whole life? You ever have a Chinese girl spit in your asshole? It's tremendous. Now, eliminate the Chinese girl because it costs too much money. Just think of
a lot of upkeep.
Just think of having somebody just spit in your asshole for an hour like that.
But also
That's
this
what
humidity
a
and the
bidet
heat that
does. It's beautiful. It started at $79. Tushy
It doesn't
sprays
seem,
your ass
right
with
now
fresh
when you
water,
look at the
not
temperature,
toilet
it
water.
doesn't
Tushy
seem that
connects
warm, but the
to the
sun
water
is
supply
very warm
behind your
over here.
toilet to
And
spray
it
your little
is
dirty
thick over
parts
here. So a
clean
lot of the athletes have
with
been
fresh
training at
water,
heat
the same
immunity.
water you brush
They've
your
been putting
teeth
on
your
extra
teeth with.
layers. I was speaking
Wet
with
wipes are
Nathan
worse
Ritzheim,
than
who is
toilet
Helen
paper.
O'Beary's
They're
coach.
terrible
He
for the
said they've
environment. They
been
cause
safe rates
anal
at
fissures.
altitude, but
And
they've
you
been
don't want no
layering
anal
up
fissures. Listen,
because they were trying to make sure she
Tushy
stays warm.
started
And then
$79.
the
Got different
month
colors,
before that,
different
they were in
styles.
Italy training
Tushy's
in the heat
latest
immunity
product,
to prepare
the
for this.
Tushy
So
Element,
yes, I
helps
think
you
they're
get
taking
everything
it
out.
easy in the
Now,
initial
you're saying to
stages
me, Joey,
of the
why do I
race to
want to
make
use
sure that
Tushy?
they
You know
can
why?
try to get that
Because it
negative
sprays
split. But
directly
at the
nice,
same
clean
time, their
water
body
into
temperature is
your
going
ass
to
and
rise.
removes the
They
poop
are going to
completely.
feel the humidity.
So you are
So
a sin
that
on
too is going
bacteria
to cause havoc,
that
not
leads
just
to
the course.
hemorrhoids, yeast
So they have
infection,
more
UTI,
than one
and the
reason to
worst thing
try to
ever,
relax
itchy
the
asshole.
first
You ever
half
have an
and
itchy
then hammer
asshole in the
home.
middle of the day, you got to figure out how to scratch your asshole. And then you're scared that if you scratch, it smells too bad and you're left over. Like, you ever have that tequila ass when you're sitting there, your ass is on fire for no reason? Just because you got a little afterglow, like you left a little bit of bottom around the rim, now your ass is on fire. That's not going to happen with tissue because it gets deep in there and you won't have it. Your ass will feel depressed. It's like putting Listerine in your mouth in the morning to kill all the germs and the leaky germs. Do me a favor, go to hellotushy.com right now. Take a look at the best portable bidet in the business. Pick one. I'm going to give you 10% off your order when you press in church on the way out, all right? I love Tushy. I've been using it for 3 years. They have a 60-day guarantee. But Lee's got one and I got one. That fat asses haven't broken it. Your little skinny bony ass won't do no damage to it either. That's it. That's that. Listen, I want to thank Hello Tushy. I want to thank Manscaped. But most importantly, I want to wish you and all your families a happy Thanksgiving. You guys are great. Thank you for the support, the love, and we'll be back
She hasn't run a marathon
Tuesday,
in
Tip Top
2024,
Magoo, the 2nd of
so
December,
she might
ready to
have
rock.
been-
Crack
she has
that
no results
motherfucking
from
wheel, Lee.
2024, so she just might not be the runner that she has been in the last year due to injury.
Greetings
or
from
illness or something.
Podcastville.
You know, in
The church
this
What's
race
Happening
right
Now
we
is
have so
sponsored
many big
by
names.
the
A couple
Behind
big
the
names that we haven't
the
seen at the
Irishman
front of the pack, though, is
podcast.
Helen O'Beary,
You heard
and we
about the
did
film
see
The Irishman on
something happen
Netflix.
to her, correct?
The latest
And
movie with Martin
I think that
Scorsese
we saw it
starring
on the
De
men's side.
Niro,
We had a couple athletes that had
Pacino,
to
Joe
stop and do
Pesci,
something to
and
their
my
shoe,
brother
get
Sebastian
get
is
a
Crazy
stone on
Joe
it.
Gallo.
I can't
I
remember
loved all
which
the
one,
performances.
who
I
it
like
was,
that
but
crazy
somebody
guy
had to
that
grab
played
a
Tony
stone out of their
Pro.
shoe. This is what
I
we need to
mean, I
happen in
thought
the
the
early
movie was fucking
stages. We
phenomenal.
don't
I don't
want it
care
to
about the
happen in the
CGI or
final
all
K.
these people who gives a fresh fuck. But I will tell you one thing. Now you can go behind the scenes, behind the Irishman, the official podcast. Learn about the real Frank Sheehan and his deathbed confessions to killing Jimmy Hoffa.
Yes, she did.
Learn what drew De Niro to the book and how he convinced Scorsese to make the movie and what it took them to get Joe Pesci out of retirement. And for the film nerds out there, learn about the de-aging technology they use to make the cast look 20 years younger. It's hosted by Sebastian Maniscalco, who's part of the church family, and he's great in the movie. This is such an epic movie that it needed its own podcast. So this is the first Netflix podcast dedicated to a single film. Right now, go to Behind the Irishman. It's available now on every platform. Check my show notes for the links or search for it now. New episodes are falling every Monday. Watch the movie, then go behind the scenes with the Irishman. The church is also brought to you by On It. Listen, they got the Alpha Brain sweepstakes. You're sitting there on your ass. Alpha Brain makes a great fucking Christmas present. You know, somebody with a little box, a little fucking retarded. Get them a little Alpha Brain so you can start focusing again, right? Go to On.it.com to press in. Church, boom, and there you have it. Kick this motherfucking movie. This is one of the dirtiest albums. You can play this album and get on. Some people
You bring up the horses.
this album is as dirty as can be. They got a song on here called The Lemon Song. I almost raped the bitch one night. After I heard it when I was 15, I did fucking angel dust. And I drank a bunch of beers, and there was this lady in my block that was a milk. Before the milk was 1979. Nobody knew what a milk show was. She had big tits and she always wore what do you call those things?
Maybe the word we should
In the
use
70s,
is sauvage.
Negligee.
Because
No.
in French,
Fishnet.
so it's,
No,
a
they
little,
wore,
it's a little nod to
you just
savage,
pull it over
but in
your
French,
chest.
sauvage means wild. Maybe that's what it's like with Stefan Hassan.
In the 70s,
Ride is
and you could just pull it
wild.
down and show your tits out.
Just does things you don't
two
think
top,
are possible.
whatever.
Oh, the tube top. Yeah, because we had big tits.
You just
You just pull the tube top down,
That's
Yeah,
it.
you
She
can
is
suck those
so
kids
much.
off.
Two
She's
girls
just,
that were
she's
blind,
just
two
towards
French
the
poodles
front
that
of
were
the floor.
blind.
What's it back and
You
say?
have to cross them across the street and they shit in the park when you're playing basketball.
5K
She
marker.
blew
There
up.
won't be any
Television.
fireworks here in terms of the pace.
If I was 14, 15, she was 39.
Wow.
Major championship
40.
marathons because
And every time she would
He
always
said
walk,
this
like,
yesterday
I let
for
the
men's
ball
race.
go down the hill just so I could walk by her and
you
look
and
at
I are
that ass.
runners.
She was
You have a
meant.
far higher ability than me.
Titties,
We like
everything
numbers,
was
we like
meant.
digits,
So I,
we like
and for the
statistics.
husband,
We're
this is how hot she
in that
was.
regard.
Whenever
And
she
that's
walked the
great
dog, the
when you come
husband
to a
would go
major
on the
championship,
balcony to
when
watch to
it
make sure
comes
none
to
of
a
us
major
attacked
city
her.
marathon. Oh, how many
We
people
knew
are
we
broken
were a
to
bunch of
20? How
banditos.
close can
We
they
would
get to the
take
world
over.
He knew, right?
What's that
This
movie? The
is
fucking
not
Outlaw Josie
about
Rails when they find the
numbers.
blonde
Helen Obiri
behind
just
the
at the
fucking
front
thing
there
and they
is
pull it by her legs. That's us when we were
begins
13.
Oh, like that?
We were looking to fuck somebody. We just didn't know who the fuck. You know what I'm saying? I ran with a crew that was looking to fuck. We were just looking for the right
Like
one.
Straw Dogs.
But nobody.
Remember that movie? All those fucking guys hanging out on the roof.
Nothing to do with
That's a movie
Holy
with the rape
shit.
scene, right? Like,
It's a rape
about
scene.
Racing for first,
It's a
second,
rape
and
scene,
third,
but also
and
turns
that
into
makes the
like
race unique.
a fucking
That's what I
weird,
love
twisted
about
love
these
scene.
global championships.
Then the other
is
guy comes in for a
championship
chew
style
scene.
racing. It's
The
all
other
about
guy.
who's
But
next
there was
to you
all these
and getting
guys
to that
hanging out,
finish
you
line
know,
as
the
fast
Destiny
as
Oh,
possible
no,
Center.
we
can.
were savage.
And we have a
Oh
lot of
my
athletes
God.
that
We were ready
are
to
like
go.
that. You know,
Nobody
the athletes
was
that
in love with
choose
Faye.
the hilly
With
courses
Faye?
like
That
the
was her
Boston
name, Faye,
Marathon,
and
the
I
New
was
York
going
City
to take her
Marathon.
down. And she had two
Maybe
daughters.
sometimes it's
One
really,
daughter I was friends
you
with.
know,
The
on
other
the
daughter
mind to
dated
break a
and
record,
ended
a
up
course
marrying my
record, but a
Goomba.
lot of times
Really?
it's just
Tight
about
friend
breaking
of
the
mine.
tape, and that's what
So
is
after
really
we'd listened
the
to
whole
Led Zeppelin
Olympic
2,
spirit,
we
right?
went
It's
to
just
get
to
some
get to
Angel
that
Dust.
finish line as fast
And we
as you can,
drank some
however you
beers and
can.
everybody said, oh,
So I love
How did she
championship
dress?
style
Was she
races. One
always hot.
woman that
Always
trains
hot?
and
Showed that.
Short,
gets a
short
lot of
shorts?
advice from
Always
Helen
short
Obiri is Sharon
shorts.
Lokedi.
Always.
She's
It could
got
be
great
fucking 10
stories.
below.
She's in that lead
And
pack.
she'd have a
She's from
fucking
Kenya. She
outfit.
So
was
she
their
knew what she was
alternate.
doing,
Rajakaska
right?
was
Nipples
injured.
would always be
Rajakaska, a lot
hard
of
in the
people
winter.
remember
Oh
that
my
name.
God.
She was
Face
former
was
record
gorgeous.
holder for the
So
marathon.
one night I said,
She ended
tonight
up
I'm
not being able
taking
to
that
travel
bitch
for the
down.
finish
And it was
team.
about 2
Sharon
years.
Lokedi,
At
New
night,
York
and
City
she would walk the
marathoner,
dog at 11.
Boston
My
runner-up.
husband was older
I mean,
than her.
she
My cousin
loves
was
the
like 60.
championship style
Oh,
racing.
She was
She even said it. She's
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
she
throw
was
the
there
time
for
on the
the
door. Let me
ride.
Yeah.
just
She was, that
head-to-head
wasn't the girl's
competition.
fault.
No.
So I went, I got
That
some of my
shows you the
mother's
strength
flowers
of
and I
the
went hid
Kenyan
by the
team.
bushes
You
and
can
waited for
lose.
to come down with the
I
two
think,
French
Richard
poodles. And
Koskai's
when
gonna
she
be
would put
third
the, when
fastest
she was
woman
going to
in
bend
history.
over to
Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
put the French poodles
2:14,
down, I was just going to
04
tackle
in Chicago.
and then give her the
You can
flowers.
lose
Who
Richard
tackles you and
Koskei.
gives you flowers? I'm a
And you
class
replace
act.
her with Sharon Lokedi. So Lokedi is definitely
Did you give her the
capable of running
flowers?
well.
Walked up behind her as I was going to grab her. She turned around. She goes, Papa, what is the prize? I brought these for you. I had my
So
best
they've gone through that
cologne on. I
5K at
brushed my teeth.
17:24. That's about
Listerine,
2:27
everything. I
So
was
that
ready to
is
eat her from
very
inside.
sensible.
I had never even had sex with a woman.
very sensible.
She's like, what are these for? And I told her how I felt. I love you.
Nice and steady
I
early
run
on.
away with you.
No
Told her
need
that?
for
Oh,
anything
everything. I
too
told her
sharp
everything I needed to tell.
because
I had tears in my eyes. I
the
got
hills will
emotional.
take care of
And
most
she
of
goes,
this
that's so
group.
sweet. And I go, can I kiss you? And she told
See,
me that
there,
if she ever
just
gets
speaking about
divorced,
Sharon
that she'd
Lokedi, she's
consider
right
me.
in the middle of the screen right now.
She just
Really
told because I'm such a
transitioned
jerk
from
off.
the
You know what I'm
track
saying?
You're 15,
I was a
14.
young
NCAA
kid.
level
And then I go, can I
to
kiss
then
you?
the
She goes,
marathon.
absolutely.
Took it
And I kissed her on the cheek.
such ease
And then I
almost.
looked
So,
down
you know,
and I
you
just
hate to
started
say
staring
that
at her
because you know
pussy.
how hard
She
they're
goes, what's the
running, but
problem?
she just makes it look
I
so
just started
easy. She
getting
loves
red.
it.
You know, when you're
I love her
14,
story.
you
She's
get
the
warmed up,
oldest
you
of
get
four
red and
girls
red,
in
and
her
she goes, what's the
family,
matter? And I go,
and she just is
just
so
want to touch your
happy
thigh.
and bubbly. She's married to the great
Just
Edward
like
Cheserek, who
that's like the
is
bottom
such a
of the
phenomenal
thigh.
runner. They spend
And I
most
could
of
just
their time
feel
in
blood.
Kenya, but also train in
Everything
Flagstaff
I
in the
had
U.S.
came out of me. I
I
had run
think
home
she
like
could
Steven
be,
Seagal.
I don't want to even call her a
Well,
dark
now
horse
Steven
because she's
got
not.
all limped
But
up like
because
he
she
was a
had
half a
this,
retard in the movie.
you know, kind of last
That's
3
how I
weeks
fucking
where it was
ran home.
a quick
All
turnaround and
fucked
she's all all of a sudden on the Olympic team.
God.
I think she's one that we need to
About 4
mention and
years
make sure
ago,
that we keep her
me
in
and
mind,
me
much
and
like
Bobby
Tamara
went out for
Tola.
breakfast, and I
I
got
say that Tamara Tola was a very late replacement for the Ethiopians, and he absolutely stormed to the
It
title.
was 1979. I was
Yes,
a young
we'll keep
kid. I
a close
was
eye on
involved with
her.
Fred.
So Helen
Because you know
Amiri is
Fred
at the
lives
front, Perez Chipchurch on the
Yeah,
left.
he's married to
She
his
has a
daughter.
different
Oh my
coloured
God.
zip, which indicates
Wow,
she's
she
the
looked
defending
like us.
champion.
Big crowds
You know what?
again.
She
I
walks
thought I
around
just
the
saw
house all day
James
telling
T,
me how old
actually,
he
the
is.
former brilliant world
Maybe
indoor
I
performer,
had
great
him
at
like, what are you
1500
fucking
metres. I'm sure that was James
something?
T.
We giggled, and that was it.
So
And
cool.
about 2 weeks later, I get a call one
I can't get
afternoon.
over
It's
how good
Bobby,
the
and I
coverage
answer the
has
phone.
been
Like, what's
of
up,
this
Bobby? He goes,
marathon.
hold on, somebody wants to
I
talk
was
to you.
talking to one of
He
the other
put Faye on the
commentators at the
phone. She's
stadium
like, hey,
last
Dylan,
night
sweetheart, why don't you come
even
visit
when
me?
we
I'm
went
like,
when the Olympics
Oh
went
my
through that tunnel.
God.
which we will see again
That's incredible.
on this coverage. There was no
What's up, Nick?
All right, brother.
You didn't
Nick,
use
you
pictures,
did
and they went
tremendous over the
underground.
Yankee.
I know.
Playoffs, I'm
Yeah, we're
sorry.
going to go through the tunnel here, you know, the later stages of this race, and we were so
The
surprised
Senators
that,
were whatever the
you
fuck
know,
they
we had
were.
no
The
break-ins. We
Nationals were
didn't have
just
to
too
go
strong for
opt a
everybody.
different
Yeah,
track. We were
I
right
remember
there
New
on the
York
leaders. It was awesome.
actually put an article that
Hassan
said
is in
why
that
the
group.
Houston
She
Astros
was
were going to win.
off towards the
They
right-hand
even
side if you
said
look at it.
people.
Oh, that is a great angle.
Everybody had the
How good
Astros
would
to win
that
the
feel
World
to be
Series.
running
Nobody bet
towards that
Washington. I
level
know
of
3
noise?
Puerto Ricans
You know,
and
whatever
a
it is,
Polish
20
guy
past
that
8 in
bet
the morning.
Washington.
And
You know,
seeing that little
Yeah,
girl
but they had a
dangling
chance.
her
I mean,
feet
they
as
had
they're
good
moving
pitching.
because you
They
know
had
she
good
one day
pitching.
might
And the
want to run
postseason, the
like
pitching.
these ladies, and
In the
she's just
first 2
excited.
games,
My feet are
they
tapping in
fucking
here.
waxed. They waxed the Astros, and then they went back to Washington, and it looked like a different series. It looked like, okay, the Astros
Brilliant
are showing
support and
their,
turnout.
you know,
It
their
really
pedigree. They won 3 on the road. You figured,
You know,
but
these
then
are
I
those
said,
little reprieves
if
where
the
you actually
Nationals
get
get it to
away
a
from the
7th
sun
game,
for a second
all
and
bets are
just
off.
have a little
You know,
bit
I
of
just had
break.
this
But that
funny
sun
feeling.
has been brutal
It
at
just smelled
times.
weird. I've never
This is
seen
not
where,
going to
you
be
know,
an
the
easy
road
day,
team
and we
won
have seen a
every
lot of
game.
people in
They won
these
the
big
first 2 on the road,
races
then
like
they
this,
lost
like yesterday,
the
like
next
at
3 at
Joe,
home.
you know,
Then they
just
went
didn't
back.
have
They
it.
won
And I
that
do
6th game.
believe part of
It was
not
weird. I
only
had,
is it the hills, but
you know, I didn't put.
this,
Nah,
the
I don't
conditions
bet,
that
but
they're in.
I had a funny feeling that
Well,
it
speaking
was a
of Elliot
possibility.
Kipchoge, of course, everybody
Even
was
when they had the
excited
lead
to
in the
see
7th game and they got it to like 3-2, it was just they had some
and Elliot
mojo going. They got
Kipchoge, especially
Rendon.
because they were here
They
in
had
Paris where they
that kid
contested
Soto, who was
5,000
tremendous.
world champs
He's
in
a fucking baby.
2003.
You see the swing on this guy?
Kipchoge ended up dropping out.
Tremendous. And then they had
couldn't finish.
Strasburg, who
Lucky he
pitched
had a
like an
problem with his
animal.
left hip, and
And
Kaylee, I think, was just inside
you
the
know,
top
I mean,
40.
they just
Well, we got brilliant
was their time. It
statisticians
was
here.
good for them, you know.
Alex
Those are the old
Rice,
Expos,
one of our
man.
colleagues, has
Those are
brought
actually
in
the
a little
Montreal
quote.
Expos.
Apparently,
Who were
he
the
looked at
Washington
one
Nationals.
stage
Good
as
for
though
them.
Kipchoge
Good for them. I was
You know what I mean?
I was very
was
happy for the
determined
city
Yeah.
of Washington.
to the finish.
Listen, the Astros, I mean, the
He managed
Yankees
to
had a
walk
billion
2
chances. They
kilometers.
couldn't get the big
And the
hit.
quote from him,
But after they
eventually
beat the
he didn't have to
Yankees, it
stop.
was like,
The quote from him
that was their big thing. It looked like, you know, like they won the World Series. They did win the World Series once, but I think beating the Yankees, the Yankees took a lot out of them. And the Yankees just didn't, it just didn't get a big hit when they needed it. You know, they tied that game in the 6th game. Unbelievable. In the 9th, I went crazy in the hotel room.
Loved by so many, and you know, we were saying every single one of these athletes, whatever sport you're in, you have to remember, regardless if it goes well or if it doesn't go your way, you are
See,
still
somebody made a
loved.
meme
And
with
I
me
think a lot
yelling
of
at
the
the
athletes
kids.
just think, oh
That
my
was funny.
goodness,
That was
what if
from
I
me
go home and I
screaming.
didn't
'Cause I
perform
couldn't
the way
believe he
that I
threw
was
that
supposed to,
fucking
or
pitch.
my
You don't
sponsorship
throw an
isn't gonna
0-2
like
pitch
what
and
I
then he had a
did.
silly grin
No,
on his
at the
face.
end of the day, you
Like,
are still loved.
what, are
There
you
can be some
fucking kidding
disappointment
me?
for sure.
You're gonna throw
But
that
I just
pitch
hope
to
everybody
that guy?
remembers that. It's a tough
Come on,
day
if you're
for
gonna
all
get
these
beat, get
athletes,
beat
and
with your
especially
best.
the ones that don't quite
Don't
get
get
that.
beat with a fucking
special
piece of
day
shit
that they
pitch, you
wanted.
know? That's what bothered me because LeMayo, he battled and tied the game. That guy LeMayo was a tremendous player. Oh, man. But we had fun. We had fun this year. That's all that matters. You know, everybody was, you know.
And it all worked out. You got back then, shoot one on SVU.
Yeah.
Which you were great on. Then you have another episode coming up.
And I got one more, January 9th. It was the fall finale last Thursday. And then January 9th will be the finale to that, the beginning of the next season. Good show. 21 years, and what a run they got, man. That's a well-oiled machine over there. The only one left, right? I guess, man. I was talking to Ice-T. He was like, he goes, man, Nick, I came on for 4
We talk a
episodes.
lot
I
about
wound
the
up being
big hills
20
on this
years.
course. There's still some ups and
20
downs, and it
years.
feels
Crazy.
I said, how lucky you are, Ice, you know, because I know.
and down,
I go,
just to
man,
give your body
that's
a
a
little bit of a
fucking
break
run.
from being on the flat
That's a
track.
run.
But
Right
every
there in
single
Englewood,
step
New
forward
Jersey.
now, these
He
ladies know
gets
what
on
they're
the
getting ready to
30.
tackle.
Yeah,
And
cool
it is
guy.
coming up.
On the other side, and he goes and shoots
That
his
first big
motherfucking
hill
thing.
What a
comes right
fucking
around
life.
He goes
14K.
back. That's the way to do
They're
it.
getting
Yeah.
closer.
Live in New York, you have to have John
And it
Lennon.
was one of
Yeah,
Napoleon's
you're gonna have,
other
you're
goals.
gonna,
If you're gonna go back
but
there,
that show, they treat people.
these
Yeah, they treat people.
They pay
I did it
you,
years
put you
back to
up.
cheer
I did it
yesterday,
years
made a
ago.
little bit of history for Mongolia
Class
in
out.
his 6th consecutive Olympic marathon.
Yeah,
He was the
And I
last
did
official
2
finisher.
teams in Marishka.
Marishka's very good.
I did
one scene with Ice
Obviously,
Cube
he's had a
and
word with
Ice-T.
Lamar Dell, Richard Belzer.
Oh my God! Don't get me.
female
That's
teammates.
fucking Morton
Can you
Dell.
imagine saying
That guy,
I don't know
I'm an
him.
Olympian
You never
6
met
times
him?
over?
No, I don't know him.
Yes, you do.
I don't know
I'm
him.
pretty
I
sure that
met
was
that
his
fucking
last. He
Morton
said that
Dell.
was his
I
last
met him at the
ever
comedy
marathon.
store one night. He was a gentleman.
Perfect way to stop.
And then I see him on the set or whatever, and it's snowing out in New York. We're shooting the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fat mechanic. and I'm under a car.
Was this, which Law and Order was it?
That's for you.
Oh, I
So
see.
many people lining the goals.
Bowser and Ice Cube are supposed to
Yeah.
pull me out and go, what were you? What did you see?
Stadium.
Uh-huh.
You know, and they kept doing it, but the thing kept getting stuck on the ice. So here I see Bowser 2 years early at the store. They introduce us. He watches my set. Funny, great. And all of a sudden, I walked home on the second hour of the met. Like,
desperately close to their first relay medal
it's gonna
last
be like
night,
that.
1800ths of a second.
Boy, look at you like a,
Edging out the Irish
fucking
all
jerk off.
all of a sudden.
Yeah.
bringing
I
them
know what
home
time it is.
in fourth with a
And then
national
they
record
trying to
of not
pull me
quite to
out,
be a medal.
but they kept getting
It's
stuck
been
on
like
an
a
ice cube.
festival of humanity, hasn't it? It
Finally,
really
it's like,
has.
It
fucking
really has, but one
helpless.
of my favorite things is to
To
see
you?
all of
I'm
the
trying to get
different
technical.
nations
No, don't
in
fucking
the
try.
stadium
Fucking do it. I go,
singing
look,
songs
started
together and doing
lighting
the
up,
wave,
bitch, and Ice Cube
it
got
has been one
between
big
us.
party,
Ice
and
Cube.
it
And they
is
got him out of the sand.
so
Because I said,
loud
you know,
in
this
there
guy,
that you and I were saying our ears were
right.
this guy's
for
confused.
ringing. They
He
have
don't
been
know that I don't give
ringing.
a fuck about
Yeah,
this job.
it's been,
I'll punch you
I'm
in the
gonna
fucking
take
mouth.
that.
He
I
doesn't
like
know
it.
who he's dealing
Yeah,
with.
this
Yeah.
fucking acne
It has
skin
been
and
really
the
fun.
fucking
Was he a
Scarface.
comedian?
Yeah,
every
but he's
single
horrible.
night
He's Scarface. He was fucking terrible too.
My ears have been
He
ringing
made a
for at
living
least an
off of
hour.
being
It's
a
like we've
bad
been
fucking
at a
comic,
club
that
or a
dude, with
disco
attitude.
dancing.
He got a
We
bad
have been
attitude
dancing.
that
Let's
day.
face
But
it,
Nick,
Rob,
I
we've
never
been dancing.
forgot
We
it.
did. Well,
And I
some
looked at
might
him
not call
afterwards.
it
The
dancing.
minute throw down,
That's what we
I'll
attempted to do.
smack that fucking acne
That
off
is
your
one of the
face.
Mongolians,
I'll
and
believe
funny
it.
enough,
And he left like a cunt that he is.
Galdebrack is
10 years later, I
coached
saw he threw a phone
by
at
Sir
somebody at
Rothschild
Apple.
here.
And I go, I'm
So I
pretty
wonder
bad.
whether
He
he
lost
said
his
to him, look,
mind.
if you feel
Wow.
Somebody
good, just
told
do
him
a
he was
Steve
good.
Jones.
Guy
Go off
doesn't
the
know
front,
how fucking
stretch
lucky
your
he is. That guy gets up every day. He's got to kiss the floor, kiss his
33-year-old
sandal,
Mongolian has
throw
decided to
fucking
do
Allah
decent
juice in his face.
226.
Fucking cocksuckers.
Mongolian in the
Anyway,
lead,
yeah.
and
who
there's
gives a
two
fuck
women
Yeah, I don't know.
People, you look great.
Fuck.
bottom out
Talk
of
to
the
me.
picture.
What did you
Work out who
think?
they are when we get
We all
closer
waited
shot.
and waited and
Three of
waited.
them off the front line.
What did you think about the Irish?
Tremendous.
From beginning to end. What did you think?
Well, you know, the first time I saw it,
What did you see?
I saw it a little after it came out
In the movie.
in the movie theater.
Where?
I went to see it in Westwood.
Okay.
It was in the balcony
Well,
with
it's
my
gonna be
wife. And
interesting to see who actually ends up
the first
being
time
in
you
those
watch
final
something,
miles. I mean, we have
you're so excited, you're anticipating seeing all these giants.
the marathon.
What is the CGI going to look like? And at the beginning, it was a little weird, you know, some of the stuff with them getting younger and a little hokey. But after a while, you just kind of surrender and you can just watch the work, you know. But I thought the movie was a little slow movie, but it didn't bother me at all because the work was so good that I wanted to see it again to see if I liked it as much or I liked it less. But the second time it went faster, along with the same theater, and I even liked it better. I even liked it a lot better. I think some of the scenes in the movie are fantastic. There's some great scenes. And the scene between Joe Pesci and Pacino is an incredible scene. That scene is so good. I mean, Al, he's got so much fire for like a 70-something. It's incredible how good he is still, you know? And Joe, he doesn't have a false moment in the movie. He's like, you watch him and he's just, he's there every second of the movie. He's so good. He's such, people forget how good Joe Pesci is. Go back and watch Raging Bull. And you watch him.
No, don't watch.
No, I'm just saying.
Watch Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, but if you watch Raging Bull, he's, you know, Goodfellas, Casino is more flashy, Joe Pesci. If you watch him, and as great as De Niro is in Raging Bull, Pesci is as good. I mean, he's just as, he's right, and that's De Niro in his prime, in his fucking prime. Obviously, and they love each other, and you can see that. And then you see that with De Niro and Pacino, that they really enjoy being together. You watch those scenes, and there's a real love affair between the two of them, which, you know, you never would have known that. You would have thought, well, maybe those guys would be more competitive with each other, but they're not. They're not at all. They complement each other. I love the scene when he goes, you know, you can't talk to me like that. You call me a motherfucker. And he goes, no, not you. It doesn't apply to you, you know. It wasn't you. He goes, but I was standing right there. He goes, no, I would never say that to you. It was so sweet, you know. Come on, come back in. Come on, Frank. That was really, really a terrific moment. There's so many great moments in the movie. I mean, you have to overlook. I mean, in the perfect world, they should have made this movie 15 years ago. They really should have made the movie when they were younger. But it doesn't, there are some people that are not crazy about it. There are some people that I've heard, they thought, well, it's the same old thing. And, it was, I didn't believe some of the CGI. There was a couple of things. I think the voiceover I could have done with a little less voiceover. I don't think I need.
It's Scorsese style.
But that's the style that they do now. That's what they're doing now. They develop something that works, and it really doesn't bother me that much. I mean, there are some things I don't need explained to me, but you're right. That's the style that they have.
What you have to remember one thing again, Nick.
I don't know if you can say
you're a student of the 70s.
They're ticking off.
You're very lucky. Like I'm very lucky. We got to see some of the greatest motion pictures of our time.
Right.
70s.
They are sold.
There's not a lot of.
Can't beat it.
Just 73 alone. Just the talent. Just from 71 to 73 between the French Connection.
Yeah.
He was a fourth
national
choice.
champion over 10,000 meters.
Gene Hackman was
No,
a
I
fourth.
think this is quite sensible.
And he ended up winning an Academy Award. Freaking directed that. And he ended up directing.
Perrier just deciding she's running at her own pace.
We've seen all this great work. The problem I feel today, which I know I feel today, I don't want to sound, I never want to sound
as I said,
like
Helen
two
O'Beary
things
was
in my life.
away
A,
from home.
a
She
typical
now
New
lives in
Yorker.
the States.
I've been
She
for years,
goes back to
no
Kenya
babies,
here and
very
there, but her
difficult
primary
life, okay?
residence is in Boulder,
And
Colorado,
number two,
in the
I don't want to
Midwest.
sound like the old
At
guy.
altitude, but they've
That things
spent
were
plenty
better
of
back
time
then.
away. Her coach
The
Dave
problem is
Westheim
we got
came in May
exposed to
and
something that was so
videoed the
strong.
course.
You
He
know,
also ran the
I
course as a
anticipated
three-time
waiting for
Olympian himself.
Goodfellas. I was in the
Very,
halfway
very
house
well,
when Goodfellas
very
came out.
established
And I
and
knew a
well
year
known in
before
the
the
running
movie
world.
got released. I
But
was coming
he
out.
said
I
he
read
sent
the
her
book.
these videos.
I read the
Yes,
fucking book. I
was
saw
had
an
many
interview on
conversations
2020
with her
and I
about the
read the
course.
book.
But then they were
You know,
driving the course the other
we're
day.
living in an age right
She
now,
said she didn't realize
mediocrity.
how hard it
Yeah.
actually is going to be.
Movies,
So
you
she
go
was,
see a movie,
I
you're
think, really excited to get it
a
underway. But
four.
they've been
By the
mimicking
time you get
everything
to
they
the car,
possibly can in
you've
workouts,
forgotten what
along
that
with most
movie's
of these
even
women.
about.
I know Dakota Lindworm from
Okay,
the
you've
U.S.
forgotten
She's
what
up in
it's
that
about.
weight pack.
I've been
She
told
was
about
over
movies that
here
were great
in
the
May
last
as
2
well.
years that
I
I've
believe it
watched
was
and
May,
said,
and then
I
she
don't
has
know
spent
what the
now
fuck
a
people
full
are
month
talking
here
about.
training on
Right.
different
They're
portions of the
okay
course.
movie. This movie would do okay in May.
Right.
Athletes.
But would people go home and talk about it? No. So we have to, when you and I watch a movie,
Brilliant Namibian.
not to mention,
in
we
her
grew
record
up.
equaling fifth.
These kids say they don't know who Jimmy Hoffa is.
No.
They barely know who he was when I was growing up. When I grew up in the 70s.
Right.
So, there were so many things that went into this movie.
Joe Chalimo,
You have the internet, which wasn't around when The Godfather was around. So
she's a
they couldn't. I didn't read any of the reviews. I don't really
pushed out the back by this group.
What are
I
reviews
like
anyway?
my ass review.
That's what they are.
The only review I care about is my
Way on the
review
left
and what
side
I
of
get
the
out
road.
of paying.
Just
$10 for the
out of
movie.
picture
That's
right
the
now,
only review
but
I
she's
give a
way
fuck.
off to the left.
In today's world, I can
Gonna
watch a
keep
trailer
our eye on that.
and tell you if that's
Here,
the movie.
see, way over there.
You ever
on the
watch a
right now,
trailer,
when
you
you're
get
looking at
excited,
Yeah.
you go, that's the movie.
You think you would like to think, but sometimes they're deceiving. You can have a great trailer and not such a great movie.
What is happening in today's world is we don't have
Actually,
don't have
I just
time
think
for great
that's
acting.
indicative. Unless she's got a problem,
kid from
that's
the
just
Hurt Locker,
indicative of the fact
the
that
Hurt
Sam
Locker
does
won
things
the
her own
Academy
way.
Award for acting.
For sure. And actually,
He's
they're
a great
waving them
guy.
over,
He's
so
a good
maybe she's
actor.
right where she should be.
But 20
10
years ago,
kilometers.
they wouldn't let him in the fucking door.
34-32 at 10K.
The guy from the Hurt Locker is a great actor.
Yeah. What are you talking about, Renner?
Yeah, so they got
But
the
he's an
tempo.
Academy Award actor. Not by any
That's
means
around
at
about
all.
225.
These guys are
There's 2 or 3.
these guys. They're not
Well,
of
she was just ahead
they're
of the
not
game.
of that caliber.
We
Now,
see
is she
Lawrence
losing
Fishburne.
We're looking
We
at
have
I know the
Denzel.
girls
We got
focusing on
Denzel.
We got the
tempo.
fucking Mormon, the
Saddest
Scientologist,
Cruz.
Cruz, who does.
Now,
He's worth every dollar they give.
He's a movie
I
star.
watch every movie he
Yeah,
watches.
and he's
By the way,
entertaining.
we got my man Pitt. We got Leonardo DiCaprio.
Those
I did
guys,
not watch the movie.
those guys
with Quentin Tarantino.
they're terrific, and the movies.
To watch that shit. And nobody's gonna put Bruce Lee down to me in a movie, so I even refused to watch it on JetBlue Mint this week. That was a featured movie. I watched The Irishman. I don't watch that shit.
Have you seen The Irishman on the big screen?
No.
These
Oh,
two
you-
up
you-
front,
you
their last
should.
marathon, they
You
went
should
1
see
and
it on
2
No, I
in
know I
London.
should. I should
Be-
see it.
So they
I'll go
really
watch it.
know
I'll go
how
watch it.
to
Because it
scope each
deserves
other
a
out,
look on
kinda
the big
see
I watched it 3
how everyone
times.
is racing. They
watched
know
it.
each other from the
Huh?
different
I watched
races
it 3
that they
times. I
run.
watched it the night it came
See,
out
a
till
couple
2 in the
people have
morning.
to
I
go
don't fuck
back and
around.
get their water
I
bottles.
respect
That is
them,
such a crucial
respect
water
his
bottle
dessert.
right there. If you
Okay.
have your own
I watched it till 2 in the
mixture,
morning.
you want
I
to make
fell
sure you
asleep.
get that in.
Obviously, I was tired. I'm on the pain
making sure
pills
it's
and
the
the
right
muscle
type
relax
of
for
fueling
my
to go
leg.
into your body to
And then then I watched it on the plane on the way to Miami that night.
Loads of
And
light
then
camera,
Fort Lauderdale,
very
and
close
then
to
I
those
watched it in the
athletes
hotel
on the
over the
left-hand
weekend
side.
because I
One of
really
the
wanted to watch it from a different
riders was
perspective.
pointing across to the
I
right.
was
I
going to
don't
be
know
up.
whether that was an
I'm
indication
on the
to
East Coast
the driver.
time. When I'm on the road, I'm
Whether
on
that
the
was
East Coast
indicating
time.
to the women that
So I'm not going to go to bed till
on the
3
other
anyway.
side of the road.
Now it's a treat to see these guys. It's a
O'Beary
treat
just
to
on
see
the
how
far
good they are. And
side, wearing
even like
the
De Niro's
cooling
character,
neckband.
you don't always appreciate. He
Second
kind of
for the
like
writers
takes a
really
little
look
bit
at
of
it
a
now.
back seat to Joe and Al a little
Sam
bit,
also wearing.
but yet as the more you watch him, the more you could appreciate all the little subtleties, the nuances that Bob does, because he just grows on you. De Niro comes on like he's not as Al's a little more.
They're easy to have on, right? I mean,
he's
sometimes
bigger.
putting
He's
things
bigger,
around
he's
your
more
neck or
grand
having
and Joe, but Bob is like sort of Bob is in
that's
the
Joe
he has a
Early.
part
The
that's
cameras were
almost
focusing in
because
on her,
he's
and I thought she was
playing
struggling
a
because
couple
she's
of
a
different
218 runner, and she was off
sides
the
in the
back.
movie. So,
She's
but he's really, really good too. I
Joe
mean,
Pesci stole my heart in this movie.
Joe,
The last time he acted this good was at the end of Bronx Tale. He played the same character as the end of Bronx Tale. The end of Bronx Tale, when he goes into, he only has one scene, two scenes in Bronx Tale. But the end of
easy
Bronx
to have
Tale,
on,
he was,
right? I mean,
it
sometimes
shows
putting
his
things
warm
around your
side.
neck or having.
And in this movie,
We have
it showed
Nelly.
that. He was phenomenal.
Charlie
I don't
Riley,
care
the
about
cameras were
CGI.
focusing
I
in
don't
on
care.
her.
No,
I
he's
thought she was
great.
struggling
He was
because she's a
phenomenal.
218
really
runner, and
great
she
in
was off
The
the
kid
back.
that you mentioned, I thought, I watched it after you mentioned
that kid Stephen Graham is
Yes,
tremendous.
he was great.
He's tremendous. His face, he's a bona fide, really good actor.
No,
Really good.
let's get to
The
something.
2 scenes he had with Al,
Yeah. Oh, no,
Wow.
he was
They're
phenomenal.
easy
Those
to
are
have
great
on,
scenes.
right? I mean, sometimes putting things around your neck or having.
His
we
office
have
was in Union
Nelly.
City.
Yeah, that's
New
Joe
Jersey,
Early.
so when I
The
was a
cameras
kid.
were
Tony
focusing
Pro?
in on
Yeah,
her,
the
and I
real
thought
Tony
she was
Pro.
struggling
Oh,
because
he
she's a
did.
218
That's
runner,
why
and
they
she was
always
off
said
the
that he was
back.
buried at the Meadowlands.
She's limping. You can see something's up.
Mhm.
That's why they always said he was buried at the Meadowlands, because
Right.
Tony Pro had an office in Union City, but he also ran out of Bayonne. Whenever you go to White Manor Burger, there's a picture of Tony Pro.
They're
So,
easy to have on, right? I mean,
That's
sometimes
why they
putting
always
things around
thought
your
he
neck
was
or having.
buried
We
in Giant.
have
That was why I
Nelly.
wanted to
Yeah,
watch
that's
the
Joe
movie.
Early. The
To
cameras
see
were
where
focusing
this
in on her, and I
motherfucker
thought
really
she
ended
was
up.
struggling
Did you
because she's a
read
218 runner,
the
and she was
original
off the back.
I Paint Houses or
You
no?
can see something's up.
I'm reading it now.
Is that the
That's the
original?
book. They named it, The Irishman. But it's actually called, I Paint Houses.
I never
Right.
read I Paint.
No, I'm reading it now, and I mean, it's pretty much the guy's interviewing the guy, and he's telling him all these stories. And I've heard different things. Some people saying they feel like some of it is accurate, and some of it might not be. But listen, they told a story from the book, from this guy's perspective. You believe it or you don't. It's up to you. I don't. I mean, for me, I try to believe the movie. Is the movie believable? And seeing what the guy spent his life around these guys, it is somewhat believable. It is. I mean, I don't know if he killed Joe Gallo or Joe Gallo was killed. I remember because I was obsessed with Crazy Joe. I wanted to make a mini series out of him. There was a wild movie in the 70s. And you can't even find it. It wasn't a great movie.
What was the name?
It was called Crazy Joe.
Crazy
But
Joe.
it was Dino De Laurentiis used to make these like cheap mafia movies. And he made a movie, and the guy's a great actor, but he was kind of too big to play Joey Gallo. It was Peter Boyle. But if you remember Channel 9, $1 Million Movie, they used to play these movies. He made the movie Joe, which was that crazy guy who murdered him. And then he made Crazy Joe. But Joe was a really good movie, disturbing. And if you remember Joe, they shot all the hippies in that movie. And the guy was looking for his daughter, Susan Sarandon. Have you ever seen Joe?
No. What's Joe about?
Well, Joe is like a guy who's like a Archie Bunker guy. He hates hippies. He hates this. He hates that. Then he meets this businessman, and he's looking for his daughter, and she's a drug addict. And he's like, we should go find her. We should go find her. We should shoot all these fucking hippies, all these, love child people. And the businessman likes this guy. He drinks beer. He lives in the, he's like one of these like piece of Americana, blue collar, crazy guy with all these nutty ideas. But he actually gets the guy revved up. He's like a businessman. They got shotguns. I don't want to give it away, and then he goes out and then they like start shooting up like all these druggies.
No, the Crazy Joe movie.
Now, Crazy Joe was about Crazy Joe Gallo.
Okay, and that was made by Dino De Laurentiis.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Year about.
In the 70s, probably early 70s or late 60s.
Now, wasn't the gang that didn't shoot straight about Joe Gallo?
The gang that couldn't shoot straight, was supposedly based on Yeah, some of those guys. Yeah, I think it was based on Jimmy Breslin wrote it, and Jimmy Breslin was the great columnist of New York City. Him and Pete Hamill. But that was a book that he wrote, and actually De Niro plays a goofy. I've never seen the movie.
I remember.
Hey, you can find it.
But I know that our boy from
Jerry
Orbach's in it.
Now Joey Gallo was hanging out with Jerry Orbach.
Right.
Joe Gallo started hanging out with all these movie stars. He started hanging out with artists. He thought of himself as an artist too. He was a really psychopathic guy. And then he was running around with, all kinds of people. He got out of jail and he was, he went against all these guys. Apparently he did the barbershop murders, the Anastasia, when those guys got blown away. It was Gallo and his brothers.
And then they sent the black guy to shoot, what's his name?
Yeah, they sent the black guy, right.
The guy had mental health issues. They can never trace him back to Joe.
Yeah.
But it's so funny when, who would have the audacity to shoot something like that? And by myself, I go, Sebastian. And all of a sudden, Sebastian walks in the room and I start laughing.
That's a crazy role. I don't know if he knows how crazy that guy was. A really psychopathic guy. Really, you look at him, you look at his eyes, you could see how nutty he was. But the interesting thing was that he thought he was more of he used to paint. I don't know. He had some girlfriend that was one of these artistic girls. So he was running with that whole crowd. But then he stepped on too many toes. I mean, him and his brother.
Once you shoot somebody, the boss of the family in the head.
Yeah.
And they knew exactly who the fuck it was. They sent, like I said, I remember reading up about the black guy had mental health issues. He wasn't, they couldn't trace him back to Joe at all.
Right.
But when Joe went to prison, he hung out with the brothers in prison. So
they
kind of had an idea, I don't even know if it went down the way it went down in the movie. I don't know.
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, they had Frank Sheeran shoot Joey Gallo and that, I know he got blasted in Umberto's because my dad used to love mafia murders. And he was always he got blasted when he was eating spaghetti. He loved that. All these guys, always when they were eating food, some of them notoriously got blasted.
I thought, for me, I know somebody got killed at the Clan Broth house in Hoboken. But then I went home and looked it up. I know that Crazy Joe went to the Clan Broth house in Hoboken with Jerry Orr.
Yeah, but he got killed on Mulberry Street.
Right.
Yeah.
No. At first, when I'm watching this movie it's shit that I heard growing up.
Right.
It was little things I heard growing up.
I never heard of Frank Sheeran.
I never heard of Frank Sheeran. I heard of Tony Pro.
Right, Tony Pro I've heard of.
Tony Pro was, when I was a kid, my mother's bookmaking operation was on 118th between 3rd and 4th by La Marqueta.
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rican with the trains on top.
Right.
So once a week we had to go to. I never went. They called them Los Italianos.
Los Italianos.
They would go pay a vig over to Fat Tony.
Right.
Because Fat Tony was right in the.
That's Fat Tony Salerno.
Right.
Right.
115th Street was his social club. The Palermo Boys Club or something.
Right.
And I still remember being a kid and walking across the street.
Mm-hmm.
They would say, "Don't walk on that side, no specs allowed." So I would walk across the street and just walk past, and you could smell Italian cheese at a deli on the corner.
Right.
I'm talking about 1970s, guys.
Yeah.
The last time I went over there, last time I was on 118th was 1980.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I used to run with the Puerto Ricans running numbers over there. But I knew the whole area was controlled by Tony. Then Fucko got into it. And that's when the problem started. American Gangster.
Oh.
He started.
You're talking about the guy in Holland.
Because he wanted black numbers.
Right.
Because the Guineas had their numbers. The Cubans had La Bolita.
La Bolita.
That's what it's called, the Bolita.
Mm-hmm.
So it's numbers. It's a parimutuel.
Right.
Guineas play numbers too.
Sure.
Not as concentrated as the Spics, because the Spics.
They used to have them on the paper, right?
Right.
Write them on a piece of paper.
Not even. You walk into the bodega.
Right.
You put $6.14, $5.
Right.
Give the guy $5. He gives you a piece of paper. He keeps a piece of paper, and upstairs gets a piece.
Right.
Of paper.
You're talking about Nicky Barnes.
Yeah. The other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Nicky Barnes.
I think Nicky Barnes might have been in jail with Joey Gallo.
Yeah, something
because the first thing that started all that heroin was the Purple Gang. That's what people don't understand. There's a book called, I got it at the house, Felipe gave it to me.
You got to think of New York at that time. Right? It's wild. The New York then in the 70s, and Nicky Barnes, and the New York we remember, and Joey Gallo. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy time. Really.
This is way before Gotti.
Yeah, this is way before Gotti, Sammy the Bull. This is
when
different.
When I was a kid, it was completely different. It was fucking completely different. Then my mom had a dry cleaning in the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
And that too was close to a social club. I still remember like the kids in the neighborhood going, if you go over there, they give you jobs.
Right.
Like pick this paper up or whatever. I never went over there.
Yeah.
I was scared. But it's so weird to show Fat Tony and how big of a presence he was in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I never knew that fucking he got a pardon from Nixon.
Oh, with Hoffa? Yeah, because he gave them money. He gave them money.
It's so weird how all the Scorsese's movies connect, and I don't mind that.
No, not at all.
Tell me, well, if you watch Casino, it was the skim from Vegas, and they talked about the Teamsters lending them money.
Right.
In Casino. So now you get the other perspective from how Hoffa was cutting those loans out.
Right.
But they didn't tell you in Casino. They
didn't tell you that.
Right.
They just told you, you know, they mentioned the Teamsters, but they never mentioned, you know, that he was, you know, behind it or part of it.
I enjoyed The Irishman. Like, we had Jordan whatever here 2 months ago, and he was the guy from
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Right.
It's weird because when I watched Wolf of Wall Street, I enjoyed it.
No, it's enjoyable.
But I could tell already it was a Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
And it was being done a certain way. When I saw this, I enjoyed this movie. Let's get it out of the way right now. If you want to attack me online and say I'm an idiot, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great movie. And the key word here, it was the first time I seen acting in a long fucking time. Acting is becoming a fucking dinosaur over tattoos and little hats and fucking gold earrings, and you gotta be gay, or I gotta hire diversity, I gotta hire black for that role. It's eating away from acting. That's what I enjoyed about, you know, there's certain movies you watch, it's got a good plot, it's got good whatever, but the acting
is
something about the acting. When I watched What's Love Got to Do With It, and then I watch King of New York, I focus on Lawrence Fishburne. He plays 2 different types of Moulin Yan. Still a Moulin Yan. 2 different types of Moulin Yan.
But you can separate them.
But you can separate them. I look at that. It's great to see those type of movies again. You know, when I looked at, what's the baseball movie with Brad Pitt?
Moneyball.
Love that.
It's a good movie.
I think Brad Pitt should have won the Academy Award.
I think Brad Pitt is he's kind of underrated.
Really underrated.
He's a better, and he shows it in this. I know you don't want to see the movie, but he's so wonderful in this movie. I mean, Leo's great. Leo is terrific, but Brad almost steals the movie. He actually, like, there's something about him in this movie that you go, I like this dude, man. I really like him.
I've always loved Brad Pitt.
Yeah. I mean, he's really good in this movie.
The Fall, whatever that movie he made, The Fall.
Yeah.
All those movies.
He's always been good.
I love him.
He's always been good.
I love him in the Ocean's 11 movie.
And like I said, he's a better character actor, but because they've made him a movie star, you sometimes forget he's still a good actor. Sometimes they make a guy a movie star. You know what I mean? Like Tom Cruise. They made him a movie star. But Tom Cruise is a good actor. He's not just a movie. There are some movie stars that can't act. He can actually act, Tom Cruise. And Brad Pitt, too, in my book. You know what I mean? Some guys, they're just kind of stars.
You know what was on the other night? You forget how good Brad Pitt is. The movie when he played the NRA with Harrison Ford was a cop in New York. And he got in trouble while they were shooting that. Brad Pitt got in trouble for smoking fucking pot on the set. He kept smoking reefer. I don't know
if I know that.
They shot that movie.
What's the name of it?
It's Brad Pitt and Harrison Ford. He comes from the NRA to come over here to give messages to people. And he comes over here to give messages to people.
Mm-hmm.
And he stays with Harrison Ford, who's an NYPD blue cop.
Right.
And then the movie unfolds. I watched the first 20 minutes. It was starting at midnight. But I was like, wow, look at this. This is
The Devil's Own?
Yes.
Okay.
The Devil's Own. This is
I don't know that one.
This is when Brad Pitt was still, fighting for his fucking life. And you could see he's got short hair. He was clean. He was dating Jennifer Aniston. Then he was smoking too much Roots. Jennifer Aniston told him he's got to slow down a little bit. Then Mr. and Mrs. Smith came along. He went over there. He sucked that little twat's pussy. And fucking Angelina Jolie
lost his mind.
He ate that little monkey shit up with three little black kids from the jungle. He says, fuck it, I'm staying here.
Yeah, for a little bit.
Poor Jennifer Aniston's still fucking crying.
Yeah.
$50 million, she's still crying.
She's doing all right.
She ended up marrying some fucking white jamoke.
Yeah.
And now
she's a real mama Luke.
But all Brad has to do is knock on the door with a dick out.
And she opened the door in a heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat.
Everybody knows it.
In fact, he might be there now.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
She's still fucking world. If Brad shut up and gave a Brad dick now, 20 years later, it would fuck her up forever.
But I'll tell you what I also like, getting back to The Irishman, is the movie, it gives you time to breathe. Like you said, you can watch the acting, and the more you see it, the more you could see scenes that, even like the scene when they're having cereal at the end. It's a great scene. And he's like, Pesci's telling him, he goes, we did all we could for this guy. He goes, I know how you feel. And, he's like, you want to have some coffee, whatever. It's just such a beautiful scene. You're hungry? What are you eating? They're eating Cheerios. I don't know what they're eating. Some kind of total. He goes, total. There's great little moments between the two of them sitting there. And even like with Al and Bob, some of the scenes is like, I'm worried. I'm really worried about it. And he's like, what you're going to threaten me? Al goes, they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare. He goes, I know, you could feel like he's really concerned, but you watch there's a beautiful, like if you really appreciate acting, you have to see the movie a couple of times to really see how rich it is. There's such greatness between not just the big scenes, but the scenes that are subtle, beautiful scenes. I mean, between Joe and Al and Bob, and then it's like Stephen Graham. That's what I like. I like that it gives you a chance to. You got to have an attention span. A lot of people are like, "Oh, it's slow. It's slow." It's not slow. It's not slow. You're slow. You're slow because they all want fast food, and this is a movie that it resonates. It stays with you. And what I also liked was that you felt like Jimmy Hoffa was not one of those guys. You didn't feel he was a gangster. And a lot of people, well, he was a gangster. I said, not necessarily. He did business with them, but that doesn't make him, he wore white socks and everything, and I like that. I like that he wasn't just like one of those guys.
Well, what I liked the most was the initial call. How you doing, Frank?
Oh, that's great. That's tremendous.
I hear you're paying houses.
Yeah.
Phone call.
Yeah.
The way he went out of his way to sound kind of hickish.
He had the little twang there. Yes. He goes, I heard you were a brother of mine.
Yes.
You're a brother of mine. He goes, I love when he says, how would you like to, do you want to be a part of this history? Yes, I do. And it was just beautiful. It's funny when Pesci goes, I got that kid here. You almost have to laugh. I got that kid here. I thought they wasted a little bit because he was good in the one scene. I would have liked to see a little more of Keitel. He was good in the scene when he goes, about the laundry. Did you know who that was? He goes, he goes, you got a good friend here.
No, you don't.
You don't know.
I got a good friend here.
Got a real good friend. And the look on Joe Pesci's face is like, he was his rabbi, And even when Pacino's like, well, you're with me, so they can't hurt me, It definitely, there's something about when, friendship, getting older, aging with those guys. That's what was beautiful about the movie. All right, so some of it is, when De Niro throws the guy through the window, that was a little, whatever. I'm not gonna not like the movie because there's a couple of things that are hokey. Some people want to pick on a lot of shit. It's a beautiful movie. It's worth 3 hours of your time. It is. It's 3.5. All right, would I knock out a half an hour? Maybe. Maybe I could have shortened it a little bit, but it's worth your time. It's worth seeing it on the big screen. See it on the big screen, then you watch it on Netflix like I did. That's what you do. Go have the experience in a movie theater. You know, I saw Godfather 1 and 2, a double feature with my dad, back to back. How'd you like to sit there for 7 hours? It's got to be good. Better than good. Terrific.
I mean, Nick, I got to be honest with you, I don't have 3.5 in the daytime.
No, I
So
understand.
for me, I always knew it was going to be the plane. When I saw it was coming out the 27th, that's why I booked Miami, and I took a red eye.
Yeah.
Because for me, I knew it was going to be the plane. I'm the type of guy,
Yeah.
I could sit here all week, nobody calls. The minute I sit in a movie, all of a sudden Pacino wants to see me for the biggest role of my life. And now you look at the email and you look at the phone and you put it away, and now as you're watching, you can't think.
Right.
I can't go to the movies for 3.5 hours because I can't think. I can't sit there. I can't sit there. I wish I could anymore. I wish I had the fucking.
Well, this was one I wanted to go. I don't really even want to go to the movies.
Road, like if I'm on the road and somebody has it on Friday at a matinee, especially now that I don't have to do ADR, I'll go until 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I would go to a nice rustic theater, get a nice lunch at a Chinese restaurant, egg roll, pork fried rice, shrimp and lobster sauce, smoke 2 joints and go and sit there and then take an edible because I'm not going nowhere for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. And that's what I did, that's what I did Friday night. That's what I did on the plane.
But it's a treat to see it on the big
No,
screen.
it is.
Because the performances are, these guys are so good. You want to see them. You know, even my brother saw that. We went to the New York opening and he liked it a lot. And he said, I want to see it again.
I knew as soon as I watched it, the beginning of it, Wednesday night, I stayed up till about 2. I didn't get up to Sebastian. I know that. I didn't get up to Sebastian.
No, you didn't get up to him?
But what I had seen, I had liked already.
Right.
So I was like, perfect. Now I got
He had a nice moment with De Niro. Funny.
Yeah.
You know.
I was very happy for him. Trust me, I'm telling you, I was very happy for him.
I'm sure it was very exciting for him. It had to be. I mean, you see some of these comedians in the movie. I mean, Ray Romano, he's been doing a little more acting, and they're giving him,
even him.
You know,
it was great to see.
You know,
he's growing.
These guys are improving.
They're improving.
You know,
Ray Romano was
when
great. Our boy was good. The Cuban, Carnivale, cutting the
of course,
chickens
Bobby was good. Yeah.
With, you know,
well, Bobby.
You always got to give the Cuban cutting the chicken. That's right there. That's the letter I would write.
I like when he's eating his steak.
Cuban always, yeah, when he's eating.
He goes, "You want steak?" He goes, "I do. I can get you steak." Yeah.
I like steak.
Yeah. Bobby's very funny. He's very funny, and you know he was tremendous in Boardwalk. Have you ever seen him in Boardwalk? Tremendous. Bobby's got a lot of talent. He's Cuban and Italian, so he's got some Italian in him.
I don't know. I didn't know a lot of the story beforehand. So something that I kind of wished, like I could see this even more. Like I would like this more. I think if it was like a short miniseries on Netflix, like 4 or 5 hours.
You know, Lee, you might not be completely wrong. It probably could have been well served because now when they're doing these 6-part, these 8-part, like John did the night of, it almost that's a great idea. But I don't think these guys would have went that route.
Because I know to have those guys, it's a lot of time with them.
Yeah,
but it's I think it's a little. It's not that it's a slow movie. It's that like the 70s movies back then were long for movies then, and now if it's anything over 90 minutes, people now they get tired.
Yeah.
So if I could have seen, like, had a little bit more explanation about Hoffa, like I thought they did a good job there. Like he was like the Beatles, he was like Elvis. But like have a little bit more with him and have a little bit maybe more with De Niro's kids.
Yeah, because they didn't let them talk much. It was more like
I think if we could do like 4 or 5 hours, like split up by an hour, that I would have.
Here's the problem. Okay, another problem we have in today's society of movie making and television is that we don't have good directors. We do not have good directors. We have people who know how to shoot a camera,
Right.
Nobody went to directing school. Nobody learned. Nobody studied. The underlying message throughout the movie was what the daughter knew what was going on the whole time.
That was unspoken.
That was unspoken.
Right.
Okay. And
wasn't said.
I like that.
You did like that.
I like that.
Yeah, I didn't
that
mind.
Gives you
I didn't mind that.
imagination.
Yeah.
What we don't have today. If it's not spelled out, I guarantee if I made a 4-hour fucking movie about Iron Man, all these little motherfuckers wouldn't say there was no paying attention. If I made a 4-hour movie about Iron Man, fucking Silver Surfer, and all this little white shit they're doing now, nobody would make a complaint. Nobody would have a boo. Right or wrong?
Right. No.
The Avengers 4 hours, 5 hours, not one person would say boo.
Right.
You know, these are different mentalities.
Yeah.
This guy started out making, you know, we've seen him in fucking Mean Street.
Yeah.
And we've seen him evolve over the years. So it's 40 years of really being a real director.
It's an accumulation, a body of work. Right.
So it's being a real director. What we have today, you know, you went to see John Wick 2 or 3. Did you not?
No.
Okay. Did you see John Wick 2?
No.
Did you see John Wick 1?
No.
Well, if you go to see any John Wick movie, while you're there, you're very entertained. While you walk back to the car, quiz your wife and ask her, what was the movie about?
You remember it.
You don't remember.
I'm saying.
No, you don't remember.
That's the whole thing for me.
There's nothing.
Does it stay with you?
When I watch a movie today, I walk in, I walk out, and I go home. It's a cute movie.
Yeah.
I never think about it again.
You never think
I never
again.
had the urge of putting it on. This movie, I knew I was going to watch it again.
Yeah.
After I mean, like I said, I watched an hour and a half of it. After 6 edibles, 22 bong hits, you got to figure 8 muscle relaxers and a pain pill because my leg is fucked up. So, but I couldn't really grasp it. So when I knew I was going to watch it again. People are going to complain about everything in this world. Me, I don't really give a fuck. I don't read Yelp. I've never given a fuck when anybody else has said. I got 3 or 4 people. They tell me to go to a restaurant. I go to that restaurant. If they don't tell me to go to that restaurant, I don't know what you're talking.
Listen, if you don't know what you're looking at, that's a problem. I mean, sometimes you got to tell somebody, and they still don't get it. And you go, that was a great scene. And the guy goes, yeah, but they really don't know what they're looking at. They really don't understand what the fuck that is. Sometimes people just don't know. It's just like a baseball game. You can watch it, and then you know how to. If you watch it with me, I can show you how to watch it through my eyes. It's a little different. It's just like watching good acting. You can see it.
Well, this is what I got out of it.
And that's why it's such a treat to see those kind of guys that, you know, there's nobody left. At the last of the Mohicans, you're never going to see them probably again like this. Probably not. You know, I mean, Joe is probably go back to playing golf. He's tremendous, but we haven't seen Joe forever. And Al will probably continue to do his thing, and Bob does a little bit of both. But this was really a passion project for Bob to get back to where he came from. Serious acting, real acting, you know?
No, I'm happy this move. And I got to be honest with you. 2 weeks ago, I was at the Improv. I had gotten off stage. I sat down. It was me, Rogan, and Tony Hinchcliffe. And Rogan asked me if I was excited about The Irishman. I told him no.
You said no?
No.
Was he excited to see it?
Excited.
Did he see it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I told him, he's another one. He ain't got no 3.5 hours. We ain't got 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours is a plane or at night.
It's a bit much for people. Yeah.
I know if he'll watch it on a plane or, but he ain't got no movie theater.
I mean, listen, after he died in the movie, we could have wrapped it up. You know what I mean? It went on a little bit at the end.
But no, because I liked what you said earlier. It watched them grow. That line when he goes, "Where you going? I'm going to church." You'll see. That's a great line.
Yeah.
You know, to see him all, and then to see them interview him at the end, and they're telling him that nobody's left. Nobody's left in that day. What are you hiding from us?
Right.
There's nobody left.
There's nobody left.
Polino,
Yeah.
this guy.
Everybody's dead.
And it's so fat. The other thing I liked about this movie is that for the last 30 years, if you're a mafia enthusiast or you like those type of movies, you've always heard of the five families. The Colombos, the Genoveses, the Gambinos, the Bonanos, and whoever else. I don't know. I miss
Right.
the Lucchese's. And then you got that other thing over in New Jersey, which is Sam the Plumber or whatever. Years ago, there was a script going around about Water something, Pennsylvania. There was a script going around, really good script about hijacking and the shit that was going. That's where they were cutting the heroin and bringing it into the city, and they had their own family up there,
Right.
you know. And I know where Mike Kessel lives today, the Wolfman, the guy that used to come on the show. There's still dabs of little mafia pockets up there. He tells me that there's somebody that's still alive up there. Really like 80, 78. He's still alive. He's out of jail. He told me his name recently. But it's so weird. Like out of Buffalo is the Magadino crime family. You know, that's where Fucko went after he killed Michael. After he killed Michael's wife in The Godfather. He went to Buffalo. That's why if you watch the long-haired version of The Godfather, he blows up the pizza place.
Oh, right. You mean one of the grease balls?
Right. So, yeah, the two, not Fuli.
Yeah.
I think Paolo and the other.
Yeah, the other guy.
It's really weird to show people that Russ, whatever his name is, McGee, whatever you want to call him, he was in charge of a small Italian family out of Pennsylvania. He worked at fucking Canada Dry as a mechanic, and he knew everything about cars and trucks and all that shit.
Well, that's how he knew all that stuff?
That's how he knew all that stuff. In real life, he had worked for Ginger Ale. I know this because I listened to the podcast today, the Sebastian podcast.
Oh, they explained that on there?
Yeah, that's what they're doing with this podcast.
Oh, they're explaining a lot of details.
A lot of details to accompany you know, to let you know what the fuck is going on. So
that's good to know because, you know, like Lee said, they kind of skim the surface on some things. Like even Jimmy Hoffa, he was such an interesting guy. Pacino is tremendous in the movie, but it made me like to see him just a little, you know a little more about him because you see the interviews of the real Jimmy Hoffa. He's an interesting dude, smart guy.
Well, now I'm going to revisit.
Go on YouTube, you see these interviews.
Now I'm going to revisit Hoffa, the movie. The one that came out 20 years ago with Jack Nicholson.
And now Jack is very good in it.
Yeah, Jack is very
Jack
good.
does a different complete, not as good a movie.
DeVito is good.
But Jack is great.
Yeah, Jack is great.
Al is great, but they're different. I don't want to compare, and you know what I mean? Al's got some scenes in the movie that are like, you know, Academy Award scenes. The two scenes with Tony Pro and the scene with Joe Pesci. Just those three scenes knock you the fuck out. If you want to be an actor, you watch those scenes, you go, wow. He's got scenes that are like show-stopping scenes, you know. But Jack is tremendous, you know, as Jimmy Hoffa. There's an old movie that Stallone did. Not a bad movie. And it's based on Jimmy Hoffa. It's called Fist.
Fist, yes.
And it's very much based on, and Sly plays, he plays this guy, John Kovac. But really, John Kovac was the head of the Teamsters. He was really playing Jimmy Hoffa. Tony Lobianco plays a mob guy, young Tony Lobianco, who was a good actor. He was in the 7-Ups, French Connection. Tony Lowe was like a really good Italian character. He had a great face.
The luncheonette.
Yeah, the luncheonette. The guy was a really good New York actor. There's guys like him, Tony Musanti, who was another great actor, who was Toma, the TV show before Beretta. But Tony Musanti was in Pope of Greenwich Village. He's the uncle. He kisses him by the gate. He's a great actor, that guy, Tony Musanti. But Tony Lowe was good. And Stallone was really good in this movie, Fist. It's worth watching. He didn't get he got, you know, a lot of people try to knock him, but he's really good in that movie. I really love that movie. Fist. Have you ever seen it?
It's been 20 years.
It's like 2.5.
It's like the Lords of Flatbush.
The Lords of Flatbush is tremendous.
Yeah. When do I, you know what I'm saying?
Like anybody that hasn't seen the Lords of Flatbush, you're missing out.
I have been making a list of movies to watch.
He's so good in The Lords of Flatbush, it ain't funny how good he is in the movie.
There is a list that I've been making to watch.
You've seen The Lords of Flatbush, right?
God, I saw it in the movie theater.
Right, me too.
Movie theater.
Me too.
The movie theater. And the beauty of this is that I've been making a list of movies I want to watch.
I tell people like movies that guys at the bank. Yeah, you gotta. Have you seen Fingers?
Yes, that's Lenny Keitel.
Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel, yes.
Tremendous.
Again, it's been 20
Michael
years.
Vigazzo.
This has been 20. I got a 6-year-old.
Yeah. I know it's hard.
I put the fucking TV
It's
on.
hard.
You sit down at the house, you put the fucking movie
Who's
on.
got time to watch a movie anymore?
They start saying fucking suck. She's in the other room. I can't do
Yeah, you can't
So
do it.
whatever I watch, I gotta watch after
Get that little
8:30.
girl.
I got a spot. I
Yeah.
do comedy at night.
Yeah,
So, you know, the movie thing, it's like we have a friend, Rick Ramos, who has a tremendous movie podcast. Rick will stay up all fucking night and watch 10 fucking movies.
Yeah. Like last night, one of my favorite movies was on. This fucking movie, I can't ever get enough of it. The Town.
Oh, it's one of my favorite
I can
movies.
watch it.
How good was he in that movie?
They're never better.
He's a fucking
He was
phenomenal.
never better.
Phenomenal.
The fucking that's
If
like
it's on TV,
that's like
go
crack.
with TNT.
It's on HBO right now. So like,
Oh, it is
I'll
again?
pick it up. I'll pick it up in the middle, the end. I just love the movie. I just can't get.
I love
I
it.
never tire of it.
Love it. Love everybody.
It's not only entertaining; it's really good, really tight.
Really good. Really
Really
good.
tight.
I see the chubby guy all the time.
Who's the chubby guy?
Breakfast at Eat.
Oh, okay.
I go there with my wife, like on Thursday.
Oh, that's a good movie.
He's over there eating, over at Eat and stuff.
Nah, that's how you drive a fucking car.
That's a great fucking movie. How's the podcast coming?
It's going great. It's going great.
I'm gonna come down.
Yeah, come down someday. Maybe if you want to go, we'll do it in the restaurant or something that's closer for you.
Yeah,
Everybody wants you to come on.
Yeah, we'll do
So they're always like, "Where's Uncle Joey?"
Today we're gonna order that pizza because I'm hearing that it's better.
Well, why don't we do? We'll do
So
something.
let's just do something live from over there.
Live from over there. We'll have the Sicilian or some shit in a couple of weeks. We'll do that.
No, when I thought about this movie, I wanted to talk about it. It was either you or Rick, and I go, no. And once I saw you yelling Wednesday night, you said something to Rappaport on Periscope. I'm like,
but they were dropping at midnight.
Yeah.
So
I waited. At 10 to midnight, I go, well, maybe it's at 9.
I saw it twice already. Now I may go see it again this week.
Really?
Well,
back in the movie theater?
Well, because my father-in-law's in town, and I figure, I'd like the guy to see it on the big screen. You know what I mean?
And where is it now?
It's at the Lemley. There was one here in NoHo, and there's one Lemley and Encino. So
it's playing at the Lemley in NoHo?
Yeah, I think so.
It is.
Yeah, I hope you get to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, no, if like tonight, I'm not doing day.
Yeah.
She goes to bed at 8:30. They have a fucking 9 o'clock showing. I might as well go. Get nice and high.
Why not? Have you seen it on the big screen?
Not on the big screen. No.
Bring a fucking. Don't take the phone with me. See, that's when I can focus at night.
Right.
Like lately, what I do is I love fucking when they go to bed at 9.
Yeah, that's your time.
Out with them. As soon as my wife goes in that fucking room, I shoot in my office and I start writing. And I write straight till 11 o'clock till Sons of Anarchy comes on. Then I take a breather.
What, you write jokes?
Yeah, I write jokes, book, one man show, whatever the fuck I'm watching, whatever the fuck I'm doing, I'm writing.
Right.
So that's, but like I said, 3 hours is a lot.
Now I want to see after you see it on the big screen, just to see your reaction. I mean, I think you're gonna like it even more because because there's always a little bit of a letdown. Yet there are some movies that hold up. It looks beautiful on on the TV too. It does look beautiful, but it's a movie. It's not.
I think it would actually be better on the big screen just because I took a break like 2 hours in. Like you have to check your phone a little bit. You go to the bathroom. In the movie theater, you're forced to really pay attention.
Yeah.
And that's what, like on a plane, you have to pay attention.
You do.
For me, on a plane, there's no phone, there's no guns. That's when I want to watch a movie, I just wait and watch on the plane.
Really?
I get a mint seat, I sit by myself, I put the earphones on, and I fucking watch and I relax. That's the only way I can do it. Because once I'm if I go to a matinee, the phone's going to start ringing.
Yeah.
Trust me. As soon as I could sit Monday through Thursday, not one fucking personal call.
Mm-hmm.
I go to this movie up here. I went to see Rambo. Meanwhile, throughout the fucking movie, the phone starts ringing. I don't care. It's Friday. You can't do nothing to me on Friday. What are we gonna do? An audition tomorrow? So I just waited. But daytime movie, well, Nick, I grew up in a movie theater.
Yeah.
You know, when you watched it, this movie brought me back.
Well, because going to the movies was special. We went as a family. When we went, it wasn't a daily occurrence.
No,
it was an event.
It was like flying. There was a time when flying, you put a suit on.
Right.
You fucking went.
Big deal.
A big deal. Now you fly, you feel like a fucking pavarette. These people wash dirty feet.
Yeah.
Flip flops. Fucked up head.
Nah, they got no class.
A fucking dog on the fucking plane.
Animals.
That dog shit, they have to pull the fucking plane down.
That just happened. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Oh, no, I know it happens. I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking kill you on the way home. I'll poison that fucking dog. I'll make Michael Vick look like a fucking altar boy. I'll fucking shoot it with a dart. I don't give a fuck. I will electrocute that fucking dog with my hearing aid. I'll put the hearing aid on him and throw water on that motherfucker. I'll fuck that motherfucker up. What's the name of the podcast?
Breaking Bread.
When does it get released?
It releases usually on Thursday. We're going to have John Sally in this week.
Okay, good. He's a good man.
We should have the Flying Jew first.
Get the Flying Jew down there.
All right. And then we'll bring
there.
you have some pizza with you.
Number one, the Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by the church today was sponsored by the Behind the Scene Irishman podcast. I mean, we just discussed the Irishman for the last hour and a half. It's the latest movie by Martin Scorsese. Stars De Niro, Pacino, Joe Pesci, and my brother Sebastian as Crazy Joe Gallo. Listen, like Nick and I said, the movie was fine.
Tremendous.
I didn't care about the length of it. It was the beauty of it, the acting of it, and everything else that had to do with it. But like Lee said, that there was parts you didn't know about or you never heard about it. Now you can go behind the scenes with Behind the Irishman, the official podcast. Learn about the real Frank Sheeran and his deathbed confessions to killing Jimmy Hoffa. Learn what drew De Niro to the book and how he convinced Scorsese to make the movie. I guess he approached him like 9 years ago.
Yeah, more than, yeah.
And what it took them to get Joe Pesci out of retirement. And for the film nerds out there, learn about the de-aging technology they used to make the cast look 20 years younger. It's hosted by my brother, MTV Award, tremendous comic, Sebastian Maniscalco, who's part of the church family, and he's great in the movie himself as Joey Gallo. This is such an epic film, it needed its own podcast. This is the first Netflix podcast dedicated to a single film. Now, do me a favor right now. I don't know if you watched the movie or not, watch the movie, but go to Behind the Irishman. It's available now on every platform. That means Apple, Spotify, stuff like that. Check my show notes for the link or search for it now. New episodes come down every Monday. Make sure you listen to today's. It's going to clarify the movie a lot and help you out. Watch the movie, then go Behind the Irishman. I want to thank the Behind the Irishman podcast. I want to thank my Boogie.ag. But most importantly, I want to thank you bad motherfuckers for always supporting us. Don't forget, I think there's 6 tickets left for the late show at the town hall at $42, and there's like 9 left at $900. If you pay $1 over fucking 35, you're a jerk off. The second show is going to be good, so it'll be worth $42, but don't pay over fucking that at all for nothing of my shows. For $900, you can get a plane ticket, come to LA, go to the comedy store, and see all of us perform. So I got Calusa Casino December 27th and the San Francisco Performing Arts Theater on the 28th. And without that, that's it and that's that. I want to thank Nick Petituro for stopping in and covering The Irishman. What's the name of the book?
The Irishman.
The Irishman. So you paint houses.
But the real title is You Paint Houses.
You Paint Houses. So if you're into the movie, if you enjoyed it, thank you very much for listening today. We'll be back Wednesday morning. Tip top motherfucking Magoo. Ready to fucking go. All right, a little Tony Bennett for you to end the day. All right, I love you, motherfucker. See you Wednesday morning. Have a great week. Stay black. Kick this fucking muley. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Manscaped, the best in the men's below the belt grooming. Listen, guys, ladies, Christmas is coming. And if you want to slide down her chimney or his chimney, you got to get Manscaped. You got to be prepared
for war. They created the only thing you need to shave your balls. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. Ladies, you can trim your monkey with this too. It won't hurt. And if you're a guy and you're dating another guy and you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help you out here for the holidays. Listen, 2.0, it's tremendous. It's perfect for travel, easy to charge, and you can manscape wherever you are, and you can do it with one hand, and the other hand you can watch porn on your phone. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, here's what we're going to do. The church listeners get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they'll throw in a free travel bag when you use code CHURCH, CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. The church is also brought to you by, it's a whole new year, people. You want to be healthy or not? Athletic Greens. You got 1 month before the new year. Athletic Greens will help you get there. If you're not starting your day off with a blast of vitamins, you already lost the war. Go back to bed, cocksucker. That's it. It's over. But if you want to feel tip-top Magoo, let Athletic Greens do the dirty work. They got you covered in 5 critical areas: health, energy, immunity, gut health, and hormonal support. So right now, the church family, you got a special offer. I'm going to hook you up with 20 free travel packs valued at $79 with your first purchase. Jump over to athleticgreens.com/church. That's athleticgreens.com/church. Another unusual gift for the holidays, because everybody's got one and everybody stinks. A portable bidet. You're like, Joey, what's a portable bidet? You hook it up on your toilet. You hook it up to the piping outside, so it's not even using toilet water. It's using the same water you brush your teeth with. And then it sprays your ass and removes the poop, shit, toilet paper. So you're not walking around all day with bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infection, UTI, itchy assholes, and skid marks. It's all over, right? Start 2020 with a clean ass. I'm telling you right now. They start at $79. Go to hellotushy.com/church and get 10% off your order. Kick this motherfucking muley.
That's real.
That is real. Fucking real. This song drives me fucking nuts. Alonzo Bowden, what's the story?
What's up, Joey?
Shut up with your clip of shit.
Been too long. You know I'm going to represent in church. You know I'm going to represent in church.
I yelled at him last week. That was the best, because it really pisses me off. Alonzo, when you came on the first time, you showed me, I forgot what it was to be a fan again. I really did.
Yeah.
What it was to go to a baseball game with a glove.
Right.
And actually think you were going to catch a ball.
Yeah.
I used to go to a Knicks game with a basketball. Like, why would you take a basketball to it? That's how retarded I was. But then I started gambling on sports.
Yeah.
And you look at sports as something different now. So now that you don't gamble, you don't watch sports, and you lose that. You lose that, you know, like when you watch college basketball and you see the kids paint their face, you know, you're sitting at home going, look at that fucking asshole. Fuck you.
No, man.
That kid's having the best day of his fucking life.
That kid's, yeah. Especially
the best day of his life.
Especially college ball. The thing I love about college ball, every game counts. And they're not pros yet. Like, they still make mistakes. But like you said, they're playing their ass off. Their heart is in the game, and they really do believe it. You know, it's a business now, right? College ball is $1 billion business with the tournament and all of that. But to the kids playing, there's still some level where they're playing for Seton Hall. They're playing for Carolina. They're playing for whatever school. You know what I mean? Like they leave it all on the floor. I love college ball. I love the effort. The effort, because that's what it is. All out effort. And yeah.
I started watching sports again, little by little, drips and drabs. Little baseball. I watched the finals, you know, with Kwame. I love that style of basketball.
Yeah.
So I watched that. I watched the World Series. Football this year is just fucking atrocious, except for 3 teams.
I
could watch.
The NFL needs to do something. I think, I don't know the NHL enough to speak on it, but for basketball, baseball, football, the NFL needs to, I don't know what they need to do. They need to clean up the act. They need to make the game something. Like football is better on TV than live. the whole thing is designed to be a TV spectacle, right? And if you're playing defense for a few years now, you couldn't touch a quarterback. Now the defensive backs are like, well, what's pass interference? Like, what do I do? I got to let him. I can't touch him, but then when he catches the ball, I still can't hit him because he's defenseless. Imagine telling Ronnie Lott that he couldn't hit a defenseless receiver. Ronnie Lott used to let him catch the ball just so he, right? Just so he could kill him. He was like, yeah, you'll catch one. And then for the rest of the day, you're just hearing my footsteps, right? Remember that we used to talk about that, footsteps? And yeah, we know about the concussions now.
Lester the molester.
And this and that, yeah.
Lester the molester. Lester the molester used to get your ass. He used to spray stickum all over.
Yeah, remember that?
They had that low stance off the line and shit.
So I don't know what they're going to do with football. I know they're trying to make it an offensive game. I had given up on football for a while. Now I'm starting to watch it again, but I don't have a team. I don't have a team.
Neither do I. I mean, I like watching the, because it's perfect football. I like watching New England because it's perfect football. I grew up watching Belichick, Lawrence Taylor. So New England's an extension of that.
Yeah.
Like watching Danny Inosanto teach Kung Fu. He's teaching Bruce Lee Kung Fu. But I think about the NFL in the next 20 years, how hard it's going to be. Shit's going to change because of football. Because not everybody's putting their kid in football no more.
Parents aren't letting their kids play football.
Even in my hometown, which was built on football.
Yeah. No, listen, I know a lot of mothers who are like, no, the kid ain't playing football. Plain and simple. Like, my kid is not going to get hit. They got to do, it's a line. It is a violent game. But they got to figure out how to keep the game exciting, but still protect the players, protect their heads, right? The best thing I heard, but it's crazy as it sounds, the best idea I heard, it was a doctor, a neurologist. He said, go back to leather helmets. He said, because if you're wearing a leather helmet, you won't use your head for a weapon. Which, made sense, right? Because part of the reason they started using the helmet is because the helmet is so strong. And so, I don't know. They got to do something with the game, because right now it's so heavily weighed on the offense that the defense, I think they're like, well, what do we do? Right? What do we do? We can't hit the quarterback. We can't hit the receivers. What do we do? But part of the game, and I'm not saying taking people out like we're not talking 1978 Raiders, but the game is somewhere between that and where we're headed now. It won't go away. You know why football won't go away? Because it's the number one. You talk about gambling. It's the number one gambling sport in the country, right? More money's bet on the Super Bowl than any event we have. So it's not going to go away because that money ain't going away.
What's going to happen is, though, it's going to change the college. More African-American, Latino kids. People, I watched the report. I think on Real Sports is what's going on right now. That they're the ones that are picking up the slack. A couple of Jews in. If you got no money to go to college, this is your answer.
Yeah, it's a way in.
So they don't give a fuck. They're like, this is your way in. We'll figure it out. I sit here at times and think that this just come from the fucking sky. All these concussions and all this PTSD. I want to know about those guys that were playing with leather helmets. What was their percentage? See, I started watching football in the 70s with Pittsburgh Steelers. That was the team you watched. If you were a violent person,
yeah,
fucking crazy, and
yeah, the fearsome foursome,
yeah,
and all that. Yeah,
I loved that shit. I loved the Raiders. I loved hitting. That's you're Cuban. There's no baseball. You're angry. You might as well see somebody who get fucking hit from behind. We all saw Lawrence Taylor break what's his name's leg.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, the hits used to be part of football, and it used to be the highlights.
What happened to those guys? I know that the longtime center from the Pittsburgh Steelers,
Webster blew his head off. Junior Seau killed himself. That was a big deal.
That was a big deal.
But this is the thing, and this is the different time we're looking at. So those players from the 70s, you know why we don't know what happened to? Because we didn't have social media. We didn't have 24/7 access. So like once you retired from football, if you weren't an announcer, you just went away, right? So we have no idea what. I know a lot of those guys did die young. A lot of football players died in their 40s and 50s, and they said because of the collisions. Like they said, if you're a lineman, right, offensive, defensive lineman, it's like being in a car crash because they just bang into each other's bodies and their internal organs would get messed up. And but again, nobody cared because nobody knew, right? So we're only finding this out now because we have the information. Now we know what happens to a player 10 years, 15 years after his career. But I'm sure if you went back and looked, I bet a lot of those players from the 70s, you know, were whacked out in the 80s.
Even like boxers, like I watched, a couple of weeks ago, there was an interesting fight, Masvidal against Diaz, and it got stopped because of a cut that people argued they thought would last. And 2 days later, I was online, and I saw Roberto Duran versus Davey Moore. I clicked on the fight. It's one of my all-time favorite fights. I haven't watched it in about 4 years. Roberto Duran is a 32-year-old on his way out, fighting a 26-year-old beast who's 16-0. And Roberto Duran unleashes a beating on this man that it's just horrifying. It's horrifying to watch as a spectator, even if you like boxing.
Yeah.
There's a couple times where the announcers are going, stop this fucking fight. This poor guy is knocked out standing up. Roberto was not hitting him, knocking him up, and hitting him and waking him up. And I said, look how different boxing was in the 70s. Look at the Garden. If you would have stopped that fight in the Garden that night, they would have killed you.
Yeah.
They would have thrown chairs. Because I remember at the Garden, they used to throw chairs. They used to love to throw those fucking chairs. And you look at the 30, 40-year difference, how they stopped it over a cut under the eye. Now, I wasn't there. It looked like a serious cut. It was a cut that had been opened from previously, from the fight before, blah, blah, blah. But still, it was like, we didn't give a fuck in the 70s.
No, but that's good for the athletes, right? Because they did. They were warriors. And the other thing about boxing back then, 15 rounds, right? That's a long fight. Think about that. 15-round fight. That last 3 rounds, like, you know how beat up they were by then? You know what I mean? It's every sport's different now. Every sport's different now. But the physical, the violent sport, even hockey, right? They didn't wear helmets. Imagine getting hit with a hockey puck. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only recently hockey had helmets, right? And then they called them pussies for wearing helmets.
You would get checked.
What? No, I never played. I never played that.
Well, I tried that street hockey shit. I went to Tom McCann. I bought my little NHL sneakers and shit. Remember Tom McCann used to have NHL sneakers? Yeah. So you would have to have the NHL sneakers. I bought my little NHL sneakers. I went over there, though. They slammed me against a Cadillac. That was it. That was it. Then I saw some kids had to go through a glass and go, this ain't hockey. And these kids were serious, like block against block.
Look up a guy, Ryan Reeves. It's my boy. He plays for Vegas. He plays for the Golden Knights. Look up his highlights, greatest hits. He's that guy. He's, in hockey, they got that guy who's just
the enforcer, right?
Yep.
That's what they call them.
Revo. This guy knocks the shit out of people. That's basically his job, But I never played. But man, because they're coming at you fast, like on ice. They got speed.
They fight on ice skates.
Yeah.
I can't even fucking walk. and they're throwing.
And it's just part of the game. That's the crazy part. It's just part of the game. Yeah, they're badasses. That's it's a tough way to make a living.
Even I remember being a kid. Once a week, there was a nice little misunderstanding in the NBA.
You show videos on here of them getting punched in the face.
Oh,
A nice little understanding.
when the ABA, I think it started, like the ABA was just wild. The ABA was just wild. They had this guy Marvin Bad News Bond from Detroit. You know, I don't know how many times he took a pistol out at a rep. No, he took a pistol out the garden. They called the foul on him one time. They threw him out of the game. He goes, "I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the locker room." Willis Reed beat up everybody. You know? Like, what tribe is Willis Reed? Yeah, that body. That's like him, the Charles Barkley's cousin. Like Willis Reed could be Charles Barkley's cousin. He could be Daryl Dawkins.
Remember when Willis Reed played like he couldn't walk? He couldn't walk, but he played.
I went to his basketball camp. I loved Willis Reed. I loved Willis Reed. I loved him. I went to his basketball camp. I talked to him like maybe 2 times. Like, how you doing, kid? Drilled us. We were there for a week and shit.
Daryl Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder.
You know, Willis Reed was only 6'8".
Yeah.
What? What do you mean only 6'8"?
Yeah, 6'9", maybe something.
He would have picked up Shaq and slammed him. That's how crazy Willis Reed was. I think Moses would have killed Shaq in their prime.
It's a tough one. No, come on.
Moses was going 20. Moses was going 20 for 20 a night.
Yeah, Moses was getting 20 and 20, absolutely. But Shaq, when Shaq was playing, I'm talking about.
But there was a bunch of Bambis.
I'm talking about when Shaq was in. No, but Shaq made him look like that.
No, they were.
And I'll tell you the one because I saw this. Okay, they played Portland. Remember Kevin Duckworth?
Oh, he was terrible.
But he was huge.
He was huge.
Shaq moved him with one arm. Like Shaq cleared. This guy had to be what, 6'10". He claimed 270, so he was probably 3.
You ever see Casino?
You know
when Joe Pesci hit that guy in the head with the phone. That was him. That big white mud of a guy. They just pushed him to the side.
He moved him. He moved him with one arm. Like he cleared out.
Oh, he was stronger than shit.
You know, so
I ain't mad at you.
As a Clippers fan, I'm surprised you're going for Shaq.
No.
Watch. Shaq was a physical specimen. Like there was nothing. Like it was like when Wilt hit the league. Like when Wilt Chamberlain hit the NBA, there had never been anyone like they were like, you can't be that big and that strong and that fast. You know what I mean? And there was nothing they could do. And I think Shaq would have been the same way. Now it would have been tougher if Shaq had to play late 70s, early 80s. It would have been a tougher gig. It would have been a tougher gig because every night you were going up against a body. You were going up against somebody, you know, and like you said, Joey, these guys came from street ball where
Dave Cowan.
There wasn't that many.
Dave Cowan was a 6'9" white guy.
There wasn't that many
Shaq
rules.
Was not gonna push it.
there wasn't that many rules.
But Cowan came back with a flying elbow. You know, Cowan was tough, bro.
They were tough, man. They were tough. The game was.
Dude up in Boston, 7.
Hey,
stop.
Let me tell you something.
He played with freckles.
Charles Oakley's what, 50 now?
Yeah.
Still scary. You still wouldn't want to get on the court with
throw him out.
Dolan threw him out of the garden and everyone booed Dolan.
They asked him to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was behind Dolan talking shit. But Oak, I mean, like you talk about someone's name fitting them, Oak. Yeah, he was a tree. And when he was in the paint, you knew it. You know, this is the big difference in the NBA now, right? Like, so now you have all these shooters and scorers, but you can't play physical defense. You know, we've talked about this before on the show. When you went up against the Knicks, they wanted to hold you to 60 points, right? Oakley, Mason, and Ewing, like ask Reggie Miller what it was like playing against the Knicks. You got hit every time. You know, you did not come in the paint without getting murdered.
We just found the other night Detroit against Chicago when they just went after Jordan.
Oh yeah,
and they just
lift
the weight. We didn't eat Chinese food no more.
Yeah, that
fuck it.
It made him better.
It made him better.
There
were teams that when you went in there, you paid.
Yeah,
there was a couple guys that got but before I forget, worst 3 fucking centers, okay? Like these are guys that were like off color. Okay, and that's who you played against. When Moses Malone played, he played against Artis
Gilmore.
He played against Bob Lemire.
Yeah.
He played against. They were centers, bro.
Yeah.
Those were centers.
The center was a different position back then.
Different position back then, and I think that, and I know a lot of people hate on me for this. I think Shaq had it easy. I think Shaq had it easy. I think Shaq had Bambi down in San Antonio. He was Bambi, dog.
Oh, you're talking about the Admiral?
Yeah, he was a
the
nice
Admiral
guy.
Physical. He was a nice guy.
He was a nice guy.
No, but again, you see, you could make the same argument with Jordan, right? Because the thing, and make no mistake, I'm not saying Jordan.
I seen Bernard King cover Jordan,
but he
had competition.
Jordan didn't have a direct competitor, right? So you had Magic and Bird. If either one of them didn't have to go against the other, they would have won 6 championships. Who else? They had to go against each other every year. And then you had LeBron, who never had the team around him. If LeBron had a Scottie Pippen and if he had the team Chicago had, then LeBron would have won 6. And this isn't, the Jordan people say this is a knock. I'm not knocking Jordan, but what I'm saying is sometimes you get right place, right time. And he always had a great team around him.
In college,
he had a great team around.
When he was a freshman, he had a fucking team around.
Worthy.
College, Worthy. I forget the rest. I just remember Jimmy Black, him. Was it Jimmy Black?
Yeah, but it was Worthy's team. That's what people forget. It was Worthy's team. And I did a charity thing with Worthy, right? And it was great. So he's got his wife. This is his second wife. She didn't know him when he played. And I said, "Oh, you never said?" And she said, "No." I said, "You should have seen his first step." She said, "Everyone says that. Everyone mentions his, Worthy's first step, he was gone. It was the quickest. It was like, where'd he go?"
But Worthy had to go up against Walter Davis.
Yeah.
And this is a cocaine snorting ass.
Well, they had to, and they had to play against Ewing. They had to play
against David Thompson.
Yeah, they had to.
David Thompson.
David Thompson.
54.
David Thompson could leap out of the gym like before it was a thing. Before it was a thing, David Thompson was what was he? North Carolina State in the 70s or something like that. I want to say he was at NC State and said, but he could.
Walter Davis.
Davis was Carolina. Davis went to Carolina, but David Thompson could leap, and even and you talk about the 70s, Dr. J with that ABA ball. Let me tell you, Joey, you cut that fro because the fro was not aerodynamic. The fro was aerodynamic. If you cut the fro and made the man aerodynamic, Doc would. I mean, and again, there's a great book. You love this book. Matter of fact, I should get this for you for Christmas. It's called Loose Balls. The story of the ABA, and it's all the old ABA players talking about when they were in the ABA. Doug Moe and Rick Barry and Dr. J and George Gervin, right? The Iceman. It was crazy.
That dude from Detroit I mentioned.
Great.
Marvin Bad News Bonds.
Great.
My 6th grade teacher, John Barone.
Yeah.
The guy you met. Played for the Miami Floridians. 2 seasons,
But Dr. J, man, when Doc took off,
John Williams,
when he took off from the free throw line and did that windmill with that red, white, and blue ball in his hand,
people do not understand.
That was it, and that was when he was with the Kentucky Colonels.
I didn't know that. That was
nobody knew.
Billy Polch.
Nobody knew.
Billy Polch. I think Keenan was his teammate on the Kentucky Colonel. Larry Keenan.
Rick Barry was the only guy who went from the NBA to the ABA. He went backwards.
But he won it with Golden State.
Yeah, he won it with Golden State. Then he went to the ABA. And it had to do with coaches and old friends or something.
Now, we were talking about like racism before and all that stuff. Was there, because I was just thinking, I know that there was a Negro League for baseball. Was there any sort of league like that for basketball?
No basketball.
The ABA.
That's what it was?
Yeah, the ABA was the young gun hip hop league. No, when basketball changed? When what was it, Texas Western University beat Kentucky. It's a famous college game. So Kentucky's got this coach, Adolph Rupp, old school racist. I'll never have a black player on my team. And an all-black team lit him up.
Oh my God!
Beat him for the championship, and that was when the color line dropped. I was, oh, you know, these Negroes are kind of good.
I'll take a look at that boy.
Right,
making that 20-footer.
Yeah, that changed. That's when. But the NBA didn't have. It wasn't as because the league came along later, and you had Bill Russell, right? Bill Russell. 10 championships. So the NBA knew, like, we're gonna get these black guys playing. We want to win.
Well, the NBA was having a hard time. It was a slower pace, and the ABA was, Julius Erving.
The ABA was street ball run.
Coming home and having the red, white, and blue ball, and I still remember when he when they collapsed and he signed with the Sixers. I still remember that night like it was yesterday. And he went from number 32 to number 6 because they paid him $6 million.
Yeah.
That was a lot of money. That
raised that money
right now. Pissed. He could have got $890 million now.
But all of them, that's true for all the ball players.
But it was when Julius Erving was running things. He changed my life. I went to 2 of his. You had to buy a pair of Converse limousines for the feet. And you had to have a ticket, a golden lottery ticket. And I had a sneaker store, and he would take the tickets out for me. I'd give him like $20. God, little Cuban dude, Converse. He sold Coach Cons, which you weren't allowed to wear. You got to beat. They were $7.99, and then the Chuck Taylors were $9.99. Mm-hmm. But you didn't show up with the Coach Cons. That was a beat and shit. So then they went to limousine of the feet.
Yeah.
And then he had his first. So this is all paid for by Converse.
Yeah.
You would show up on a Saturday at 8 in the morning. The first one was at Fordham University. Julius Erving pulled up with his Mercedes. We were all standing on the line like little faggots that we were, waiting to see Julius Erving. He got out with his son, and he came into the auditorium. He brought us in. He did a seminar on shooting. Then he made us all clap. And he ran from one side. He jumped from the fucking foul line. That was the end of the seminar.
Yeah.
And then I went to see him at CCNY. He did 2 of them that year. Fucking tremendous, man. That was my childhood. I love it. Yeah. Julius Erving all over my house. I got to bring a picture in here. I got 2 great pictures of him, 1 autograph.
Who's the basketball player in the thing over there? I don't know if we can see him or not.
No, I got Julius at the house. Lee gave me, my friend Timmy Holloway gave me the statue of Julius. And it's on my fucking whatever.
Oh.
But now to a lighter note, because I had to actually come and do a podcast about what you said to me that night. We were doing What's His Name show. And Eddie If was talking about the Joker.
Right.
Joker. Kind of ballin' or whatever. I haven't seen the movie yet. So then you chimed in. Because when you watch the Joker as a comic, you could really see this happening with a comic.
Yeah.
Because of all the highs and lows that we go through. Right now we're averaging we're losing 1 comic a year, 1 comic every year to suicide, which is bad. Others we've lost to suicide only disguised as something else.
Right. Drugs or whatever.
But I could see it.
Well, the reason I said that is because, and the life, right? So we got the highs and lows, right? Like I joked about it, and this is absolutely true. I was on a TV show Monday, and that Friday I was at the VFW in Riverside, California. You know what I mean? But then the other thing is, and this was even more what happened to the Joker, you watch people around you get it, and you don't. They're moving up as you're either sitting or moving down or falling off or any of that. And you got to have, that's why I think beyond anything in this business, you got to love doing this. Because if you're in it, if you just say, well, I got to make the money, or I got to have the followers, the million followers on YouTube or Twitter or or the gram or something like that. If fame is your only incentive, the odds are stacked against you tremendously. And emotionally, I mean, let's be honest, man, we're all caught up in this shit on different levels emotionally. You know what I mean? Like I had a therapist say to me one time, she saw me do this benefit, and she said, if I could get you to be that guy on stage all the time, you'd be fine. Right? Because when I'm on stage, I'm bulletproof. Like that night, dude, it was, what was it, 2 Sundays ago or whatever? And you know, here's the thing with following Joey, and you got to work. But the beautiful thing about you on stage is you are completely raw. You are completely raw. There's no I'm going to be nice about this, or I'm going to clean this up, or I'm not going to say this, right? You say wherever you are in the moment, whatever you're talking about, it's you, right? It's raw. Well, we all do that on stage to different extents, right? So when somebody doesn't like you on stage, that's a very personal thing when you put yourself out there. Now, in the movie, The Joker, he got really deep into who he was, and it was really bad. You know what I mean? So they, you know what I mean? It'd be like somebody bombing on a most personal note. But just watching it and watching the deterioration, I was like, yeah, this could be any comic. Like if a comic was a serial killer, right? Nobody would be like, oh yeah, he was a quiet guy. They'd be like, oh no, we saw this shit coming. Right? I mean, that's not all of us to that extreme. But what I'm saying is, if you watch the movie and you watch the deterioration, and if you're a comic, you can see that happening, because this says so much of this that you got to be careful not to believe. Right? You gotta be careful not to believe all of, you can't believe Hollywood. Come on, Joey, you've been in this, longer than me, right? I've always told people, like, I never got a job from someone who loved me. Oh man, we love you. We love you. Big fan, blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly. You don't get the work from that.
Love don't do nothing.
You don't, you get the work from somebody who wants to work with you. They make you an offer. They don't tell you they love you. They make you an offer. They call your agent. They put you on a veil.
When you said the highs and the lows that night, I was driving home, and I thought about the lows of this career and times that I didn't see. But for me, it was always a day.
Yeah.
For me, it was always that day. Like I tell comics all the time, if you really do what you're supposed to be doing, the universe will give you a sign every 90 days to stay in it.
Yeah.
The universe will tell you.
I can remember those.
I remember those. If you really, really, really get in there, get the shovel, put your head back and go, this is what I'm going for. Every 90 days, the universe should be throwing you something to give you an incentive to stay in this game. Well, because there's so many lows the first 5 years.
You got to get on stage. See, that's what destroys you, because you have that bad set, right? You bomb. Now, if you're new and you're hustling and you're getting on stage 3-4 times a week anywhere, your bowling alley, bar, back of a coffee shop or something, then you can bounce back. If you're only working once a week, once every 2 weeks, when you bomb, that's in your head for that long. And that's why people give up. That's why people give up, right? Because if you just have that in your head and you don't get another chance, like in the Joker, right? He screws up as a clown and he gets fired. Well, now you never get to redeem yourself from that. So now you got to live with that. You failed.
But we failed. I failed at this 10,000 times.
Yeah, but you succeeded 10,000 times too.
How do you figure?
Because you've had good sets. What would happen in the Joker? He didn't have any good. He had nothing good.
Yeah, he didn't. You had good sets following bad sets. you had those moments of success.
He lived in my car, right? I fucking, borrowed money from people. I did triple, You look at all the great, I was in a movie with fucking Adam Sandler and Clint Eastwood, whatever his fucking name is, Burt Reynolds. And I got to do something for Netflix. And you look at all these bright spots. But that night when you said that to me, it made me tap in to the dark side. Like sometimes at night I take a ride and on the way back from the store, I go on Lancashire and I hook a left on Magnolia. And I look at that bus station. That bus station is closed. But there's still two people standing there that are waiting for a bus that's coming at 6 a.m. Now, if these people had $20, they'd go to the diner that's down the block. They don't have $20. They'd have to sit there till 6 a.m. and think about how bad their life is. And I still remember being, taking a bus from Miami to Buffalo and, stopping in between stops and taking 2 hits off a joint, binocular, switching batteries on my Walkman or whatever the fuck it was, my iPod. I don't know what the fuck it was. You think of all those sleeping on couches.
But you know what, Joey? Even when we were doing that,
what gave us the love?
Because we love doing all that. Because for me, I've always loved doing it. I've always told people that the comedy's not the work, right? Like you talk about triple runs and stuff like that, right? Where I was a middle act. Okay, so on a good night, you make $50, right? And you literally drive from like Tuesday is comedy night at the Holiday Inn in Mesquite, Nevada. And then Wednesday is comedy night at the Radisson in, Ames, Iowa, or whatever the hell, right? And then Thursday night is comedy night at the Dubuque Holiday Inn, right? And you wish, think about this. Remember when you wished you could work on a weekend? Remember that? You used to wish you could work on the weekend. Now, when do you have a weekend off? Unless you schedule it, you won't have you could work every weekend at every weekend. But there was a time when our work week was Monday to Wednesday, and you might get the Thursday.
Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday, right. Sunday through Thursday. That was your
good open mics on Sunday.
But Friday, Saturday,
guest sets if you were lucky.
But you love, for me, I'll speak for me. I love doing it. So I didn't think about being at the rest stop, sleeping, or literally, or just like you said, being broke or borrowing money or hustling. It was a hustle. It was a hustle. Your daytime, my daytime was a hustle for my comedy. Now, I was fortunate that I had a few good jobs. Like I was a driver for the kids show Power Rangers, right? So, so that was a good job because on a driving day, you make a couple of $100. But I also painted addresses on curbs for $5 a house, and they didn't have to pay you. Like you painted it, and then you went to the door and see if you could get $5 for doing it. I did that.
Here in LA?
Yeah, I did that. I hung televisions in 7-Elevens for the fucking lotto game, right? $40 a set. No shit. You climb up inside the roof of a 7-Eleven and you mount the TV. Yeah, right. But that was the hustle, man. That's what you did. So, and I did it because I love because I never had any doubt that comedy was what I was going to do. It's crazy. I never had any.
I sold cigars on the phone.
Right.
But cigars.
How do you sell cigars on the phone?
How you doing? My name is Joey Diaz. What's your name, Muhammad? Okay, let me ask you something, Muhammad. How many people go in there looking for a cigar every day? I don't want to talk right now. You have to call back tomorrow and ask for Muhammad 2. Okay. You got to call tomorrow. Is Muhammad 2 there? No, Muhammad 3. You're looking for Muhammad 3. You have to call back tomorrow. And then you finally get Muhammad and you sell him a fucking humidor. That's worth, you tell him I'll throw $200 worth of cigars, not throwing a humidor. And that was it. When cigars were hot in 1998. That's how you made a living in this town.
When Joey told me what you guys were talking about, to me, it made me realize how close people could be to that. But what I think the difference is, at least this is my opinion, is you guys had something positive. the Joker, and I think there's a lot of people like that. We're just it's negative upon negative that piles on.
I see people in this town that can't catch a fucking break.
That's what I was going to say.
And I feel fucking terrible for them. I know 20 people in this town right now that cannot get arrested. That I check in on from time to time. I talked to a chick that was fucking homeless 3 weeks ago, doing comedy. Homeless. Asked me if she could take a shower here. And I told her I didn't even have a shower here. I only had a toilet. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You know, and she had to wait till 9 o'clock at night to sleep at her friend's house. But she told me, she goes, I'll go to the fucking park. I got to catch a spot up in Canoga somewhere. So right there, I knew the chick was on the up and up.
Well, when your heart and soul...
Right, it doesn't matter.
When your heart and soul is in something and you don't get it, see, that's the thing. Whenever you put everything in, and like you said, it's true. For whatever reason, some people can't catch a break, can't get it. And they put in just as much work. They put their heart and soul in. And some of them, unfortunately, there are some people who don't have the talent, right? You don't have the talent. And I'm not just talking comedy. I'm talking whatever you want to do, whether it be music or acting or whatever thing. But you put everything into it. That can easily destroy you. That's how you like you said, the sad thing is the suicide, the alcoholism, the drugs, the this or that. The slow suicide, that's the worst. That's the worst, the slow suicide. Drink yourself to death over X number of years or whatever the hell, you know?
And the road gives you all the opportunities to do that. See, the road doesn't even have responsibility anymore.
None.
Like we got 20 radio stations left.
Yeah.
In the country, so it used to
have to get up and do radio.
Tuesday is fucking Friday. I still am flying into a town and doing radio Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Right.
You know? They didn't give a fuck who you are. They had a lineup for you. And then on Thursday, you got to go do the driving at 5. And you're like, what the fuck? They take you to a bar to do a live remote? How embarrassing is that?
Yeah, you're at the local opening of the grocery store.
Yeah, have you been on a TV show? No, I haven't. Oh, great. And they walk away from the shit. You know, it's a fucking horror show. But you said it. You said the ups and the downs. And I went home that night and I thought about, 93 to 96 it was like Vietnam. It really, really was, because it just wasn't the comedy. See, sometimes nobody drives to an open mic in a Testarossa.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody shows up at an open mic at a Butler. It says, let me out. I'll be back in 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So, but I had...
No, they show up to the open mic, they are the Butler.
Yeah. I had a divorce going on. I had a messy child thing going on. The drugs didn't help. And then I was trying to do the comedy. I was pretty much at war with myself. I was like a Palestinian. I was at war with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just at war. Like, I was just... So I think of those times, like, not being able to pay $400 rent. Like, who can't pay $400 rent?
Yeah.
Me. Couldn't pay it. I used to always make it the last month. Like the last week, the last 3 days of the month.
Right.
I made rent. I'd have to steal a lawnmower from Kmart, return it a long month. There was always something, And, you start. Like, I got the total lead. My 4th year in comedy, I made like $8,000. I knew one thing from the beginning, Alonzo, and that's what a lot of people don't know, and they refuse to swallow the pill. There ain't no money.
No.
And they'll tell you to your face. I know there's no money for 10 years, and then they'll tell you about money a week later.
You know who told me?
No money.
You know who
There's no money.
gave me that lesson? Thea Vidal. Remember Thea?
Yeah, there's no money.
When I started, Thea said, remember, you go to college for 4 years. She said, so any money you make in your first 4 years, it's a bonus. Because anyone else would be paying to go to school for that education. Then you get your first job. So it was like, oh, okay. It was, that's real. That's how it is. Yeah, I got lucky. And it was definitely what you said about getting the breaks that let you know you're on the right track, right? Because I got new faces. in Montreal back when you used to get money out of New Faces, and that was my first big paycheck, and that was when I could give up the day job. I admired guys, and I knew guys who were bombing all the time, and they kept showing up.
Me too.
And I admired that because I would get laughs, and when you got laughs, it made it easier to keep showing up. And I knew people literally who were bombing all the time, but they kept showing, and then they figured it out, and then, like you said, years later, 10 years in, now they're getting something.
I think some of them did too.
Some of them blew up. Some of them,
you know that? I think for a whole year in '92, I blew up. Yeah. Like, no, I didn't blow up. I bombed.
Every set?
Pretty much. In '92, I was a host of a weekly show, and I had to have 5 new minutes of material every week. It was a homework assignment. And I tried my hardest. I really, really went at it. It was the same people. It was $15 for a steak and a baked potato and shrimp. And it was the same mooks. And at that point, I had made it a goal to, my job was just to make them look up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even to make them laugh. If I could make them look up from doing this, cutting the steak and putting their mouth, I won. Yeah. That's how I looked at it in those days, because they weren't even laughing at the feature.
See, I was lucky, and it was absolute luck, right place, right time, whatever. I got an education from the best because I did the open mic at the Laugh Factory. It's my first year in.
So you started out here?
I started in LA because I didn't know I wasn't supposed to. Right. And Jamie hired me to be a doorman, right? And he said, if someone doesn't show up, you can do a spot, right? So I'm at the Laugh Factory every night in like 93, 94. And I'm watching Damon. I'm watching George Wallace. I'm watching George Lopez. I'm watching Dom Herrera. Because this was back when they were there every night. So I'm getting the master class in how to do this shit, right? George Wallace is showing up with a pad every night, working on new stuff, Lopez, the weigh-ins would roll in deep. There'd be 2 carfuls of weigh-ins, and they'd all just come in working on stuff. So for me, right, I'm a new comic, I'm a year or 2 in, I'm watching these guys every night and I'm learning just like, oh, you got to keep writing, you got to do this, you got to do that, you know what I mean? And it was great. And then when Fraser Smith hired me to do the warm-up for his radio show. So every Friday, I had to do a new 5 minutes. So I had to write all the time. I had to pay attention to shit because you had to, what are you going to talk about? I don't know what happened this week. Is there a new car in the showroom? Is there some chick? Is a TV show? Like what, you know what I mean? But it was such a great, it was just learning, and it was just learning. And like I say, sitting, and, George Lopez, I still remember this, this is 25 years ago, Lopez told me this. He said, listen, man, never give it up for who went up before you. He said, if I go up before you, they know who I am. So you let them know who you are. If you got 5 minutes, there's no sense spending 1 minute telling them they just saw George Lopez. You know what a lesson that was? You know what I mean? That was like, oh, okay. Because in that moment, you're on the same stage as George Lopez, they used to call him Dr. Wallace, right? Because that's what he was. He was a doctor. So, yeah, I was lucky in those days, but not everyone's that lucky, right? At the same time.
Well, I was a doorman at Colorado with Sam.
Yeah.
Like a D room. And what it gave me was watching acts. They weren't the best acts, and I knew that. They weren't what the comedy work was getting.
Right.
But I was asking a lot of questions. These were older school road comics. It took me 18 months to get on stage. I got out of prison February of fucking 89. I didn't get on stage till July of 91. That's how much of a pussy I was. I kept saying I'm going to get up. Then I saw dice in my head almost.
Yeah.
I'm like, this motherfucker's doing my material. This is the shit I've been writing. I've been telling motherfuckers I'm going to get on stage, and I've been writing my shit. And this is what I've been fucking writing. And I saw Dice, and once I saw Dice, he pissed me off. Like, I'm gonna hunt this motherfucker down and fuck him up. He's doing my material and shit. I didn't have no material, but that's what I thought in my head when I would walk down the street. What he was saying. So now I had to get pushed into it, you know. And thank God Wendy put me out. It's fucking crazy. But when I got home that night, I didn't write them down. I just thought about all the lows, all the nights that I came home. There used to be a comedy newspaper called Just for Laughs.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? It was at the stand when you walked into any comedy club. And it was a monthly publication put out of San Francisco. But if you went to the back section, it had all the comedy clubs in alphabetical state. Alphabetical orders. It started with Alaska, Alabama. And I remember, you know, having 20 minutes Alonzo. It being 1994. I'm doing comedy 3 years. And it's all I thought about. Like, it was that and cocaine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would get up in the morning while I was pissing, where am I going to do a spot tonight? And while I was showering, it was where am I going to get the money to do coke tonight? And sometimes it would mix. It would be a magical mix. Because the Mexican was going to give me 40 to do 20 minutes. And then I'd get a free dinner at El Torito. Yeah. At El Torito in those days. Because I developed in Colorado. But I think about those times. I thought about it that night. I'll tell you what, I came close to crying by myself. That I put myself through all those nights. Like, you know, on a Greyhound bus. I was a regular at the store, and I was still Greyhound.
Yeah, because we had to.
For $600 a week, $500 a week, no hotel. Right. Greyhound bus. We'll worry about it when we get there. Where are you going to stay? We'll worry about it when we get there. And sure enough, you get there, and you're holding out. You do your little feature spot and shit, and they're like, where you going to stay? I don't know. And there's usually one motherfucker.
It was all about stage time.
You know, that's what it was all about.
Your life was
I didn't
about
know
stage.
nothing else. I didn't know nothing. You know, when I tell people I didn't watch TV from 1995 to 2002, they died. Like, I knew nothing. Like, people told me about Seinfeld and Friends. I knew nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't watch TV till I moved out here and I got an audition for NYPD Blue. And I remember it used to come on Tuesdays, right?
Tuesday nights, yeah.
And how can I miss the fucking black show at the Comedy Store?
Yeah.
If I'm watching NYPD Blue, because Guy Torrey would put me up there early. So I remember sitting there watching NYPD Blue. Jimmy Smith is dying. That's the episode they're going to put me on. When he was dying of cancer and shit. And I'm like, I'm missing fucking stage time for this shit. I had a spot at the store, but in those days it was following Paul Mooney.
Oh, man.
At 12:45, the fucking night. So that's not a spot, that's a torture chamber.
But we were talking about this that night. I remember doing a spot at 1:15 in the morning. Remember the LA Cabaret in Encino?
When I got here, it lasted 6 months after.
Okay. I did a spot, it's like 1:15 for 2 people. I mean, there's 2 people left. Yeah, do your spot. And you did it, right? Because what else were you going to do? You had to do a spot. So that was the spot you got. Yeah, it was. But again, I think the passion that can also be the passion that destroys you, you know, if it doesn't work. And the other thing was the other comics, right? You because we were all doing it, right? So we were all like, I came up with like Johnny Sanchez and Willie Barcena and Shang and all the, and we were all doing this shit. You know, Shang was the king. Shang had one-nighters. He had like a notebook full of one-nighters everywhere across the country. He'd be like, Shang, where I need a, you know, I'm in Houston, because you couldn't work in Houston. There was nothing for you in Houston, but he had some shit in Midland, Odessa, because Houston was headliner territory. You know what I mean? But the fact that we went through that, and I hung out with a lot of the Latino comics, Jeff Garcia and this and that. I remember when Fluffy bounced on stage.
And when Fluffy used to book the Bicycle Room.
Yeah, the Bicycle Casino.
And you
offered us
paid on Friday.
That's right.
That fucking dive.
And you were like, who is this fat kid in these shorts? But because he had something that people just loved him, right? They loved him, and you would just see it, and but anyway, we'd hang out right late at night, whatever, after you do your spots, whatever, you talk shit and you trade notes. And I remember there used to be, what was it called? Moose McGillicuddy's in Marina Del Rey. And they had a comedy contest and you win. It was either 50 or $100. It was something like that. And we would take turns doing it because like if Willie Bersena went, Willie was going to win. And if I went, I was going to. So what we would do is we're not going up against each other. All right, you win it this week and then I'll go next week. You know what I mean? But we had that, and that was part of what kept us from giving up. That because there was always hope because someone got a job, right? Someone got a gig, and I know I'm funnier than that motherfucker. It's hard to explain, but that was the life, and that was how we came up in it.
I was out 7 nights a week.
Absolutely.
I don't know what.
Absolutely. What are you going to sit at home?
I was out 7 nights a week with money, no money. Didn't matter. I found spots.
Another thing I had, this was another thing I was lucky, I think, that I had pros tell me I was good. And I think that helped a lot.
Oh, it means the world.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm 2 years in, and then if a feature tells me I do a good job, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And do you guys ever because to me it always blows my mind when I see someone at your level doing a set and then they're like working on new stuff at like the Comedy Store or the Laugh At, like to think about working on something at such a huge club. I can't even think about it. Like, what do you still have like the open mic mindset, or do you what do you guys think about?
Well, my favorite joke, I don't know about you, Joey, my favorite joke is always my newest. It's always my newest because that's the fun to work on. But what we have that you don't have yet is we got the confidence because we know shit works. So we know we can get them. So, it's what you do after you know you can make them laugh. That's when you really get into the shit. But
it's such a journey.
First, yeah.
Listen, an artist's journey, a musician, a comedian. It's a fucking journey, man. And the journey is to toughen your skin for later. Because if you can't take those first 5 or 6 years, you don't want to deal with what comes in later. There's times, and what do they call them? They call them uptown problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but you got
quality problems.
But you got prepared because you toughened your skin early on. 20 years ago when I walked into an audition, I couldn't sleep when I walked out of that. Now I walk into an audition and people ask me 2 days later, how'd you do? And what are you talking about?
Yeah.
If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't.
Exactly. I leave it there.
There was tough skin. There was skin developed.
The other thing, the difference with comics is we got to practice in front of people. See, I got a lot of friends who are musicians, and it's like, yeah, we don't really have studio time, right? As a comic, that's the difference. We had to be bad in front of people. If you play the guitar, you get to practice the guitar in your basement, in your room, and then you come out when you're good at playing the guitar. As a comic, it's like, no, you got to be bad in front of people and then get good in front of people.
I'm really happy you said that, Alonzo, because it made everything in my life taste a little better. It made me remember what I did go through. Like I almost got myself to tears on the drive home going, really. I did all that shit. I really slept on park benches. I slept on a couch just for the name of comedy. I drove 16 hours to do 14 hours to do a guest set to try to get work from knuckleheads. And I got the work and they went out of business. They gave me 6 weeks of work and they went out of business. I don't have to think about all that. Those things.
Listen, man, I can tell you, how many times were we happy to drive 2 hours for $25? Because you was getting paid.
And 2 tacos.
You was getting paid and you got food. and you were getting paid. And people, you know, like, it's funny to me, like, people will mention a town in California. There's nowhere I haven't been there. Like, oh, Hemet, or this. It's like, yeah. What are you kidding? I came up in LA. I've done every town, Eureka, Hemet, whatever, Visalia, you know, all of these places. Yeah, of course. Because you had to, right? You had to drive and do.
Every night you were on the 5 South.
Yeah.
All I know is
going to 5
there
South.
was a time between Rudy, Jeff,
man,
Rudy, Jeff, the other kid. There was like 6 or 7 Mexicans, and these motherfuckers put your ass to work on a daily week.
I
thank them fucking every day.
I just did Toys for Tots for Rudy Sunday night. And I was telling a friend, you are not an LA comic if you haven't done a Rudy Moreno gig.
Yeah, you don't know nothing.
If you haven't done one of Rudy's, remember Rudy used to have all those rooms in East LA?
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? $20 a show, Friday and Saturday.
Oh, man.
I was there the night Maryland got into the riot. There was a riot.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I remember that.
Joey, what happened? Rudy, I don't know.
Rudy was mad. Rudy's, you know, and you know, these are the guys, right? So people, they don't know him. They don't know who he is, but he's an icon amongst comics.
Icon. I love Rudy. I love break Rudy his balls. He's always fucking talking shit on Facebook. So he drives me crazy. I had to insult him a few weeks ago because he kept sending me a flyer.
Yeah.
Like, no words, just a flyer. Why are you sending me this fucking flyer for, Rudy? Do you think I'll ever have you to come down one night? Not really, Rudy. Keep sending me a fucking flyer. But, you know, I think of all those nights, like being broke and going to the Commerce Casino. Rudy giving you
$100 for the Commerce Casino Thursday night.
Running it back, their Chinese food.
Thursday night?
Really, their Chinese
yeah.
food. But I still remember going to Commerce Casino and he would put Altoids on the table. And I would take 2 Altoids. I wouldn't even put them in my pocket. I'd just keep taking the Altoids from him. And then in between sets, when he was up on stage, I go, Rudy. And I just keep saying, Rudy. I used to love.
I'm trying to think. Where was I? Oh, I did this bar gig. It's called the Federal Bar. It's in Long Beach. And it was cool. I did a few weeks ago. There was a big motorcycle show. So I was doing the show after the motorcycle show, and a bunch of bike friends came down. But anyway, they were like, you got to be off stage at 9:30 because dancing starts at 10. And I was like, oh, shit, I ain't done one of these in a long time. Remember those? Remember that? You had to be off stage because the people would be lined up for the DJ, and you had to have
So I used to have to follow a line dancing class in Denver on Sunday nights. That turned into a pretty good room.
Yeah.
But you had to wait for the line dancers to get out.
That's right.
You got to remember, 92, that was achy breaky.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Everybody was doing achy breaky. Line dancing classes on a Sunday fucking night. 100 fat country women with boots on and 1 black chick. I thought it was 99 white chicks and 1 black chick that said, I'm coming. And thank you for enlightening me.
Listen, the early part of your comedy career, right, is annoying people. Right? You're doing comedy that annoys people. You go into their local bar, doing a comedy night that they don't know about, right? You're in the back of a bookstore that people want peace and quiet.
I did a bike shop too.
There you go. Your gig is where can I go annoy people with this comedy? Ahmed used to have a gig in I think it was at a Cuban restaurant in West LA. It was a restaurant, you know, and you'd literally, like, these poor people came to eat dinner. But we're going to bug you for the next 45 minutes.
They do that in the Valley.
Yeah.
There's a restaurant up here that does up there one night with Leo. Like, there's people eating dinner and you're going up. These people don't even know it's coming.
That's right. That's your job. Your job.
They came to talk and you're asking them fucking questions if you're out of town.
Your job. we used to do this woman, Victoria Dushoff. She'd always get gigs in these hotels.
Who is Victoria?
Victoria, well, I think it was her dad. Her dad was a big time club guy.
She died of cancer.
Or something. Yeah.
She died of cancer. Her father.
What was the name of it? What was it?
The Latin Casino.
The Latin Casino. Right. And she was great. But we would do
She died of cancer.
Yeah. We would do Wednesday night at the Holiday Inn by the airport, by LAX. And every Wednesday, there was like a German tour group that stayed at the hotel. So half the people at the bar did not speak English. They were Germans. And we were there every Wednesday night. I think I met Shang at that gig. But you know, that's the work, right? So this is what I was talking about. And at the time, I didn't know anything was wrong with that because I got on stage, you know. But there were times, man, where I took hits. And for me, I'll tell you the hardest part for me was Def Jam crowds, the hardcore black crowd. Because I'm a black comic, but I'm not that black comic, right? I come from a different place. And those crowds I would get destroyed. Booed. I did a place called my brother's favorite story in my career, Manhattan proper in Queens, where I grew up. They didn't just boo me off the stage. They booed me out to the building onto Linden Boulevard. But the moment that the one I remember it was at the Normandy Casino in LA, right? And I was getting booed and heckled, and this guy was hitting me with prison heckles that I didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about, right? And Speedy, I don't know if you knew Speedy. Speedy, what happened to him? I don't know. But Speedy came up to me. He said, yo, man, don't worry about this shit. He said, you working in Hollywood already. He said, these motherfuckers would kill to get to Hollywood. He said, don't worry about them. You ain't going to gain nothing by getting them. They're following you. And Cedric the Entertainer said was another one who back in that day, he was like, you know, you do you. Don't worry about this shit. You do you. And this is getting back to what we were talking about. When a pro says that to you, I'm 2 years in, 3 years in, right? And my own people, you know what I mean? I'm like, the fuck am I doing? Yeah. And but they were the ones who were like, do you, man. You just don't worry about it. Just keep working, and don't try to be something you're not. Don't try to be, you know, something this, you know. I grew up in Queens. I grew up in St. Albans, Queens. Working class, black neighborhood or whatever. So don't try to come from the hood because you ain't from the hood. Right? That's not you. So don't try to be that. And it worked. And my heroes were guys like Franklin Ajayi. Yeah. Right? People don't even remember Franklin Ajayi.
I should met him at the Comedy Store and I gave him a hug. And
Franklin Ajayi was a legend. Franklin Ajayi was.
Remember when I saw him in Car Wash?
Yeah. That's what everyone remembers. But his stand-up, you know, he was brilliant. And so that helped me a lot. But those were the down times, man. I remember doing a set after I went to the Black Expo. And I went up somewhere in LA, I don't remember where, Black Club. And I was trying to make fun of the Black Expo, and they wasn't having it. They wasn't having that shit for a minute. And those were the days that, like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that I got up again, you know, the next day or 2 days later, that's how you build a joker.
What do you remember more, your crushes or your bombings?
Bombing.
I fucking love them.
Yeah,
bombing them close to my heart.
Well, now I don't know about you. I laugh when I bomb.
I laugh too
because I'm like,
I got it out of the way.
I'm like, you know, my thing is just like, how could I be that wrong?
Yeah,
I thought this shit was funny. I've been doing this shit for 26 years. How could I have missed by that much?
When you get in the car and you go home. I still remember getting in the car and crying. Going, this is my last spot.
Your life is worthless.
This is the last time I'm going to spot the Comedy Store. I remember bombing in front of Mitzi, just walking right to my car going, well, it looks like I'm going back to stealing.
I dated this chick, and she had been married to a comic. And she literally said to me, she said, you know, I could fall in love with you. She said, but I can't do it again. She said, I can't do another comic. It's too hard with you guys. Your fucking life is just, you know.
Takes a special woman.
But what part of it would you trade?
Me right now?
Yeah. What part of the road to be Joey Coco Diaz today? You know what I'm saying? What part of the past 20, 25, whatever would you trade? Right? You can't, because
there's times I'm on stage now and I can actually feel myself getting laughter. And I can see my mind going back to 94 and going, the reason why I'm getting this laughter is because that night that bar ate that bag of dick.
Man,
right when I'm on stage, this is happening to me. And I'm still cracking jokes, but my mind is taking me there going, the reason why I'm doing so well tonight is because of that particular night, 97, Bremerton, Washington.
Right.
Thank God I'm still in this.
Well, you talked about it earlier when you're doing the interview, right? You can talk to the interview now because you were on KJAY in Ames, Iowa. It's Tuesday morning on the Laughing Clown, and we got Joey Coco Diaz. And you did that interview. So when you sit on the couch at the Tonight Show, you're like, I got this, right? Everything we did, the lesson came up later. Every shitty one night, every time the microphone didn't work, and now you got a problem. I ain't got a problem. I've worked without a mic before. Lights went out. All right,
got a can.
Let's go. Right? Because you've done, we've done that shit, right? You need time to. I got to get my head right. Well, nah, man, because the Greyhound stopped at 7 and the show stopped at 7:15. I literally hit this stage on a dead run.
I still remember changing in a cab from Dulles Airport on the phone with the host. Like the fucking piece of do next to 10 minutes. And I'm changing in the fucking cab from Dulles to Tyson's Corner, Virginia. Mm-hmm. The guy had a hotel room on Fridays and Saturdays. It was the Friday after Thanksgiving. I get to the airport. Who's at the airport? Delayed and lit already. My boy, George Lopez. I see him at the airport. He's got to come over and have a drink. We start drinking. I go, George, I got to leave. No, you're delayed too. So I was delayed with George. I think we got to the airport at 7. I think I finally took off at like fucking 11. I got to DC at like 8:48. Then guess what? Stevie Wonder was on the fucking plane. Oh. So they had to let him off first. So they got to get him up. He's got to walk 2 steps. And they got to get the dog and 8 other blind guys because he brings like 3 blind guys with him. So that's another half hour. And I'm running late to Tyson's Corner. And Stevie Wonder got to be on this motherfucking flight. Ain't that a bitch? So all those things, yeah, like without even thinking. That night there was no looking at your notes.
Right.
It was 45 minutes of going up there, and I hope I remember whatever the fuck because on the plane you're focused on landing. You're not focused. You're focused on landing. I'm happy you stopped by. What are we gonna do with the Clippers this year?
Man,
talk to me. What are the Clippers gonna do this year?
Okay, this is my thing. I'm a Clipper fan. I'm Joey. I want the second round. We ain't been to the second round.
That's all you want.
This year. I want the second round. I worry about the finals next year. This year, I want the second round. I got no problem with load management on Kawhi. He knows what he's doing. If he says he ain't playing tonight, I don't care because come April and May, he's MVP. Paul George is even better than I thought. So I see the Clippers going deep. My only problem is fucking LeBron, who's on a mission. And I knew LeBron was going to be great this season because he had the whole summer off. I didn't know he was going to be the best point guard in the NBA. Right? LeBron's going crazy. So we'll see. But, I'm there, man. You know I'm there, and I'm gonna keep calling you. I hit you up for games. I know you got shit to do.
I follow you.
In and out of
make
town.
Me laugh. You're the only motherfucker that gets delayed every week by an airline. Every week I see Monday,
American Airlines.
Monday, you're at war with something.
American Airlines has downgraded me twice. See the look on your face. See, people don't even know that you can get downgraded. Yes, Joey, downgraded, as in I paid for business, and they're like, "Look, you want to go back to coach." Twice I've been downgraded, Joey.
They give you your money back?
Yeah, they give you a $300 voucher. The fuck is that? Yes, downgraded.
You're always working. You're always doing radio. You're hustling. And you're one of the true fucking...
I still love it, man.
No,
I still love it, Joey.
I had such a good time with you that night because I watched you up there after me talking. And I'm like, that's a problem.
Man.
He didn't say shit. He went up there and he's having a good fucking time.
Fuck yeah.
On the way up the hill, you text me and I was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
The love. And this is what I was talking about comics, right? About how you and me might see each other 5 times a year, but it's always good.
No, it's
always good. And sometimes just some shit happens and I'm like, oh, I got to text Joey about this. Joey's going to love this. Or vice versa. Clippers won again.
I was so happy.
You did. You texted me when they signed him. When they signed him, he gave me a shout out. He said, Alonzo been there.
Bro, he's been there since day one. This is what I'm talking about. This guy was there and the universe took care of him. It even happens as a fucking fan, man. I was so happy for you. Like,
thank you, man.
And then I bumped into Eric Griffin.
Yeah.
Eric's there. He got rid of his ticket. So
he bought him back.
He did.
He bought him back. Yeah, we got him.
I ain't got that TV money no more, you know.
Yeah, he bought him back.
Any dates you want to promote while you're here?
I got this weekend coming up, La Jolla Comedy Store. And then the weekend of the 21st, I'm at Grand Rapids, Dr. Grins.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, Dr. Grins at the bar, right? Yeah. Up on the
fucking people.
Up on the 3rd floor.
They're good people. Yoda's a good fucking dude, man.
3rd floor.
I'm in New York this week. Tickets are gone. Boston's gone. Right now, all I got available for you motherfuckers is December 21st. Triple Christmas with Uncle Joey.
Nice.
The Saturday before. Nice early show, 7:30. You go to your cousin's house at 9:30 and snort coke or whatever the fuck you do on Christmas. And that's it, and that's that. Alonzo, I want to thank you.
Man, I love you.
Coming by the
Thank you.
Today.
So good to be back in the church.
Giving us some love. Real quick, the holidays are coming. You want to look for some gifts for people. I got an amazing unconventional gift that you give anybody in your life. You ever look at your mom and go, I wonder what my mom's ass would smell like. Everybody has an ass. Everybody deserves the gift of Tushy. Tushy is a portable bidet that sprays directly into your ass and removes all the shit completely. So you're not sitting there fucking stinking up everything. Bidets are common in the rest of the world. They save you money on toilet paper. And you won't clog toilet. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to a water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty ass clean with fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want anal fissures. Listen to me. I've been with Tushy for 3 years. They got a 60-day guarantee. Who gives a fuck? I'm 300 pounds, and that Tushy has been cleaning my ass now for 3 fucking years. Lead to. They start at $79, all right? This is the gift that is fucking tremendous. Anybody who you give it to is going to love it. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. Press in church and get 10% off. And do me a favor. Look at Tushy's latest product, the Tushy Ottoman. Helps you get everything out. Again, go to HelloTushy.com. Press in church and get 10% off your order. Like I told you earlier, you got 1 month before the new year. Athletic Greens will help you get there. If you're not starting the day off with a blast of vitamins, you already lost the war. You might as well go back to bed. But if you want to feel tip-top Magoo, let Athletic Greens do the dirty work. In 1 scoop, you get 75 essential vitamins, minerals,
prebiotics, probiotics, digestive enzymes, raw superfoods, mushrooms, and whole foods. They got everything. No more pill bottles or trying to choke down a dozen apples. It's all in there. And they make it easy to use with travel packs. When I'm on the road, boom, a little Athletic Greens, like a little daily insurance policy. I drink this and I can have a little fun. Plus, I can stay on the road because I'm healthy. This helps with my immunity. You understand me? So you can relax because all their ingredients are plant-based. If you're on keto, gluten-free, no chemicals, no artificial flavors, no artificial preservatives, no sweeteners, no added sugar, no GMOs. Listen, this is no herbicides, no yeast, peanuts, or animal products. Guys, you need to take care of yourself. It's 2020, and that's why I recommend supplements to everybody. It's just that easy. Just add cold water and shake it up. You can take that banana and shove it up your ass. What are you waiting for? Go, do me a favor right now. Go to Athletic Greens right now. Press in church. I'm going to get you a special offer. 20 travel packs valued at $79 with your first purchase. Jump over to athleticgreens.com/church and get your travel packs today. Athletic Greens are tremendous. Again, the holidays are coming. Everybody wants to get their dicks up. But your dick smells like a billy goat. Why? Because you got like Julius Irving afro around your fucking dick and it fucking sweats. So it's over. You're looking for a gift? Manscaped. You're like, Joey, what's Manscaped? It's the only tool you need to shave your balls and the area around your fucking love pole. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0 and upgraded their trimmer with a skin-safe technology for you momos in the back. That means it won't nick or snag your sack. Plus, it's perfect for travel, easy to charge, and you can manscape with one fucking hand. And if this is the first time you consider manscaping, they got a deal for you. You ready, Alonzo? They got the perfect motherfucking package. Comes with the lawnmower and a safety razor plus a crop preserver, specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink. I'm wearing it right now. And the Reviver, a spritz that tones and refreshes your junk to keep you cool. Let's say you're an old man, you got wrinkles on your nutsack. You spray the Reviver on there, forget about it. It looks like fucking a shaved head. Looks like Lee's head, nice and smooth. With the perfect package, your pouch will be powdered and your pole will be perfected. What are you waiting for? Do me a favor right now, today. The church gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Excuse me. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use the code CHURCH, CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH and get 20% off your order. Manscaped, precision tools for the family jewels. I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank HelloTushy.com. And I want to thank Athletic Greens for putting this podcast together. But I want to thank Alonzo Bowden for being the star of it today. My brother, you're always welcome on here.
I love you, Joey. Thank you.
What you're doing.
You too, man. You too. It's great to reminisce. Great to move forward, whatever.
Listen, I just want you to let these young comics know that they ain't running a fucking charity out here. You're going to have to give, when you burn the fire, they take ass from your skin, they put it on your face. The same thing.
It's the grind, baby. Love the grind. Love the grind.
It's all about the grind. If you ain't going to grind, try tennis. They'll take you over there. I love you, motherfucker. Stay black. I'll see you in New York and in Boston Saturday night. Kick this motherfucking muley. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, the 9th of December. The church is brought to you by Manscaped, the best and below-the-belt grooming. Christmas is coming. If you're here to unwrap your present, you got to trim that tree, dog. Get Manscaped. They created the only tool you need to shave your ball sack. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0. Why? Because it ain't shit compared to the 2.0. And they upgraded the trimmer with a skin-safe technology. For you momos in the back, it means it won't nick or snag your nutsack. Now, the church family can get 20% off your first order when you use code CHURCH at Manscaped. This makes a perfect Christmas present. Order the perfect package, which I'll talk about at the end of the show, with code CHURCH, and they'll throw in a free travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. The church is also brought to you by Netflix new podcast, Behind the Irishman. You've heard about Martin Scorsese's epic movie, The Irishman, starring De Niro, Pacino, Joe Pesci, and my brother from a different mother, Sebastian Maniscalco as Crazy Joe Gallo. If you haven't seen The Irishman yet, go watch it. Listen to me. It's a tremendous movie. I don't care what anybody tells you. Now, do me a favor. The first 2 episodes are out, and the final episode is coming out next Monday, the 16th. Spoiler alert. Watch The Irishman on Netflix before you listen to the podcast. Trust me. Search for Behind the Irishman on Apple products, Spotify, Stitcher, Pocket Cast, or wherever else you listen to podcasts. Watch the movie, then go Behind the Irishman. Take this meal, Lee.
It's a beautiful day to be alive. Andrew, what's going on, brother?
How are you? How are you?
Great to see you.
It's been a minute. You know, that's why I'm drinking the coffee, trying to wake up to you.
I love it. I love it. I love the car you pulled up in.
It's the second one of those I've had.
You like it?
Yeah, I love it. Wait, can I take this off?
Yeah, you do.
I like hearing the music through it.
Good.
Yeah, the other one I kept for like 10 years, you know, and then I just got another one. Because it's just, you know how in Hollywood, you know, God forbid, you know, if you're anybody, if you don't have the Mercedes or the Acura or the bullshit, and I got nothing. Mercedes is, I gotta say, it's a machine. It's the greatest car on earth. But the Challenger is just fucking cooler. That's why I got it.
What year is that one?
It's basically is it a 19? No, I'm just saying. I think it's a 2019. Yeah.
And you had one before.
Yeah, the other one I bought like 10 years ago. You know, and they don't change them much. You know, it's just like the perfect car just for you and your chick. Like there's a back seat, but nobody's ever back there. You know what I mean? And I never went for little sports cars. It's a big car. That's what I like about it.
I don't give a fuck about BMWs, convertibles, nothing. I drive a Subaru.
Yeah, you drive what's right for you.
I've driven one since '87. Why stop now?
No, you know what? It's what you like. That's what I'm saying. You know, I've actually had.
I like a Cadillac.
You know,
I like the new STS Cadillac.
You know, that's a good car.
But I don't want to drop $800 a month.
Yeah, but well, I like the Escalade. The shorter Escalade is like muscly. You know what I mean?
Too big, you can't see.
Well, but yeah, see,
I can't see.
Everything's falling off.
Fucking see through. I could never. I had a truck for years in Colorado, and the right side always had dents. I had more dents on the right side. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the fucking eye.
Well, I drove the truck for years, but I just am into this car. You know, I mean, it just feels good. Like I'm not like a 1 minute up guy. Like even though I got the car like a year ago, you know, it doesn't get old to me in 30 seconds where you treat it like garbage and you don't wash it and you don't. I'm into it. Like the whole time I had that other one, I was into it. Not that this means anything. I just, you know, really appreciate the things I have. You know, it just doesn't get up. What?
What?
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just happy you're here.
What kind of car you drive?
I drive a Jetta. I wish I had your car.
You know, no, but I'm just saying. But you love your car, right?
No, not as much as you do. I just had just a car.
No, I really do. I like the sides of it. I was screaming at the fucking salesman because I thought I'd maybe get a Charger. So I went to the same place. I didn't even realize in Vegas there's a Dodge dealership like 3 blocks from me. So I go all the way on the east side where I got the first Challenger. And I go, I'm thinking maybe I'll get the Charger, you know. And, but, you know, I have 2, and I'm thinking that because it's 4-door. So if I want to go out with my sons, you know, they sit in the back, obviously. So I go to get in the back. I hit my head, you know, because now what they do, they make that lower. and they bring the glass, the back of the window, like half over your head. So I say to the salesman, I go, why would they do that? So if it's sunny out, you're just burning the top of your head? Like, why wouldn't they? He goes, well, you know, I just sell it. I go, no, but you're the fucking salesman, you know, and you have no answer for me. You know, then I sit in the front and I go, is the seat smaller than the Challenger? And he goes, well, I don't know. I go, do you ever sit in a Challenger? And he goes, yeah. I go, you ever sit in a Charger? You know, and he's going, yeah. I go, and you can't feel the difference. You're going to stand here and just fucking lie to me now. You know, you don't know why the glass is the way it is. You don't know why the fucking seat is the way it is. You don't even have a color I'm looking for, but yet you're telling me we'll give you a good deal on what? On something I don't want? Is that what you're going to tell me now? And he's like, well, you know, we could talk to the boss. I go, talk to the boss about what? I go, there's not a car here that I want. He goes, well, we could get you any color that you want. And I'm going, there's no, do you understand? I go, a car is an impulse buy. I drove in here. I got in a certain mood. I go, all right, it's time to trade this one out. I'll get a new one, maybe the Charger, which makes fucking little baby seats. They go, because it's a sports car. And I go, and what the fuck is the Challenger? And I'm really yelling at the guy. I go, would the Challenger be, if we were in a fucking court of law, would the Challenger be considered a sports car? And he goes, yeah, I suppose. No, not suppose. You know, this is what the guy, I go, it either is or it isn't. And he goes, yeah, it's a sports car. I go, so you answered the question. So, you know, I'm not buying the Charger because it's made out of shit. It's just a glass car, as far as I'm concerned. It's going to burn people's heads off in the middle of the fucking desert. I go, and you don't have a Challenger. You got all shit colors, no fucking sky roof where I could open up the sky roof. Is that what it's called? Sunroof.
Does this one have a sunroof? This one that you're driving now?
Yes.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it? If that's what I was looking for. You know? So then I'm told by a friend of mine in Vegas, they go, there's a Dodge dealership 2 blocks from you for the most part. And you're going a half hour the other way. So I go to the other place, and there it is. One of a kind with the shaker, the whole fucking thing. And I go, that's the car. Just give it to me, you know, and take this. And that's the story of the Challenger. Because I know you like stories. But I really get mad at salesmen when they try to bullshit me. Because even years ago, a Cadillac, I don't know if they did this because of me, but I went to buy an Escalade EXT at the time. You know, the square back. So I'm looking at the back seat. Once again, the salesman, they make like they know everything until you got a question. You know how the front has the captain seats?
Right.
Nice high, you know, protect you. So the back doesn't have that, right? And I go, where's the highest seat? Even in the regular one, not the EXT, I go, where's the high, you know, backs on the seats? Well, no, it's got the little thing. I go, the little thing for what? When you stop short, kids can just break their necks? That the head is above that shit? I go, so Cadillac is just going, fuck you, the adults count, but the kids, fuck them. Right? Fuck anybody in the back if you happen to have a fucking fender bender and your neck breaks off. You know, I go, is that what you're telling me? You know, for the 3 cents more it'll take to build the fucking car for the 90 or 100 grand that you want for the car. You don't get to support your neck. I got to worry who's in the back fucking seat if somebody bashes into me because you said, fuck them. Fuck grandma and grandpa, right? Fuck them. You know, I just fucking hate people because as I go on with life, just I realize how everybody's full of shit. Like, did you see me walk in here with any friends?
No.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because there are no fucking friends. You know, my mother taught me that when I was very young. You know, and of course you got to read between the lines. You know, in life you go, oh, this is a friend, right? You know, sort of. You know, till they ask me to buy them a car, and then they're not a friend anymore. then I just eliminate them from my fucking life because I don't owe anybody any fucking thing. Whatever I got, I fucking took in my life, and, people even say to me, like, yeah, I got to do this. Where am I performing? Tomorrow I'll be at the Stand, okay, which is, I just got to say it, on the 10th. And then also next week, the 17th and 18th at the Stand. And I'm supposed to say that. They asked me, would you say that? I'm happy you did. No, I'm glad to see you. Yeah. Like, even when I say, well, I could do, Joe Diaz, he's a buddy of mine. You are a friend, you know what I mean? But you're not a friend I'm with every day. Right. So it's like a pleasure to see you. You don't call me up and go, give me money. I did call you, 2 days ago. No, I'm saying, to give you things. Yeah, no. You know what I mean? And I'm not, this is mine. I took the time to buy this in Baker. That's a good choice. Because I got a brand new girlfriend for the last 4 months now, right? Which I'll tell you, but Eleanor got her for me. Right. That's right. And so on the way back from Vegas, I stopped at Baker, and there was these sandstorms. She couldn't believe, what are we doing here? And I go, no, you don't understand the candy they have at this particular place. And she goes, what candy? What is with you with the candy? And I look at her, I go, what's with you? Just because I'm over 20, I'm not allowed candy anymore. There's a cutoff date. They got the big Tootsie Rolls. They got the hot tamales in the box. See, what Hot Tamale tried to do was put it in little bags, like M&M bags, So I stopped fucking buying them. You belong in a box, like Good and Plenty. Good and Plenty don't come in a fucking bag. Comes in a box the way it should, like Mike and Ike, right? With the multi-flavors, right? The hot tamales, you think they didn't go back to the box? Because they saw I wasn't buying them. So I got the Tootsie Roll. She goes, I can't believe what you're walking at. The 5-year-olds coming in this gas station are not walking out with this much candy. And then I showed her in the car how to line everything up with the Mentos and, because you got the Mentos, then the Tootsie Roll, then a Mentos, then a Tootsie Roll. You see, there's an order. Yeah. Then the bubble gum goes on the bottom part, and then the boxes go on the top shelf. Okay. Like the hot tamales, the Good and Plenty, the Mike and Ike's. And she's going, you're a man. I go, why can't a man like candy? You understand? It's what I like. She goes, well, I know you told me your sugar level, like I had diabetes for half a minute, like everybody's getting, that's the hot, God forbid you don't have diabetes, you're not part of the in crowd. That's why I stay the fuck out of Florida. They're all just the walking fucking. Oh my dead. God, yeah. You know what I mean? I got to go there too this week, but that's all right. Yeah, I don't even know the name of the place. I'm just going and doing it, and I'm getting the fuck out of there because I got the fucking relatives calling from 8 months ago. Okay? 8 months ago. They're calling, are we going to hang out? Are you going to come over? Why? So you could bring the neighbor over 5 minutes after I'm there? I'm never going over. You understand? 8 months. And I tried to explain with the texting. I go, I can't talk about a one-night gig I'm doing 8 months from now. I don't like to think about when I got to travel. I'm sure you're the same way. I don't want to think about it.
What's in front of me?
All you care is, that's
what's
right.
In front of me.
And then once you're on stage, you're at home, wherever you are.
Nothing drives me crazier than a friend of mine calling me going, hey, I see you're going to be in Jersey. Like today, they'll call me and go, hey, I see you're going to be in Jersey in August. We're definitely coming. It pisses me the fuck off. I called a friend of mine last week. I have a certain thing when I go on the road that whatever, I have bad luck. I don't know what I do that I have bad luck. But every time I go to town, to my hometown, somebody's mother dies. I've never seen anything like this. So I get these people who call me and they'll go, we're coming. I bought 20 tickets. We're going to dinner at Spargo's, whatever. They give you the whole lineup of what they're doing. And the day of, at 2 o'clock, I'm on my computer, so I'll get the text messages. I'll get a text. My mother has dementia, and she left the house and got on a bicycle and fell off the bicycle. What are you talking about? The last time I was in Atlantic City, this guy tortured me for Stress Factory. I was just there October 24th. Tortured me for a year. I'm coming. I bought 20 tickets the day out. My father, the bag broke, so he can't piss. Every time I go home.
And who gives a fuck?
They call you a year before the gig.
Are these relatives or just people that...
Dear friends, I love them to death. But you want to let them know, like, listen, I don't really give a fuck about next August. Like, I'm not even thinking about next
who
August.
The fuck?
I'm thinking.
And don't they have a job? Don't they have a job they don't want to get up
lives, careers, they have everything.
But they think like what you do is just a joke, not like it's work up there.
Right. So
you know what I mean? They don't understand. Like you're burning out your brain. You're doing
my friends
an
have
8-hour
gotten
day
it
in
now.
an hour.
They get it now. They get it now.
My family, my relatives, they never got it. They never got it. Like when because after they don't get the response from me, they get to my sister. Okay. And my sister tells them, like, this is for the last, 2.5 years, I was, single. So my sister would say, if he hangs out with you, by the time he's done, he wants to meet girls. He wants to have a good time. He doesn't want to sit there and go, so what's new? Who gives a fuck what's new? I don't care what's new. As long as they're all healthy and happy, God bless, stay the fuck away from me.
Who's left in Florida?
I got plenty there. I got
aunts.
Yes, cousins, and it's just like don't bother. And now I got a new girlfriend, so when I come there, I want to be with her. I don't need them staring and looking and judging. Get the fuck out of here. Put me on the list. What list? It's a shit house. You understand? It's a little fucking shit house that I'm having fun. I'm enjoying. Finally, I made it in 88. So that's 32 years ago. Normally a guy, when they make it, at that point, they're done by 94. It would just be over. But I'm which Joey knows my career. I'm like one of those animals that just keep building it. So I'm finally at a point where I can enjoy my shows. You know what I mean? I love, I'm mentioning the Stand and Governors and, all these little clubs that I'll stay on for an hour and a half because I'm enjoying the craft of being a stand-up, and then, you get an asshole that wants to go, well, how come you're not at the Garden this week? That's not what I'm doing. Even when I did the Roseanne shows, and that was giant. I would look at that as giant. When you're in over 2,000 seats, it was 4,000 people that night. And we didn't even put 4,000 seats on sale. We put 2 on sale, but we did 4 out of, they ask you, can we add? Can we? Yeah, okay, great. And when I was up there, it wasn't fun for me. It was work, Plus, they want to get people back in the casino. And instead of drawing out the bits, and adding to them and making it great, you're just banging them over the head and getting rid of them. And I don't like doing that anymore. I like these smaller places, and you really now I bring people on stage. I take pictures with them, through the show if I happen to like them, because you tell them, don't take out your fucking camera, don't yell anything out, don't feel you're gonna get thrown out. I had a thing at the Laugh Factory a few weeks ago where I left the stage mentally, on this one guy that was just drinking and yelling, and I go, this is now a personal thing to me. I go, I'm not in the show right now. I don't fucking like you. And you're going to ruin the whole vibe. I said, I will come there. I'll grab you by your throat and I'll throw you the fuck out of this room. I said, say one more fucking thing and see what happens. I just lose it because I don't want the 300 people that are there to not have a great time because of one guy that can't hold his fucking liquor. It's not like heckling 30 years ago where it was fun and you bounce back and they're just drunk. They want to yell something in the middle of a bit that makes no fucking sense. And I just destroy them or have them thrown out. I enjoy getting rid of fans. You understand? I know fame is basically new to you. The last couple of years is where your star has risen, you know, so it's new. So you might actually like to meet people. Like I tell them on stage, I go, I'll give you everything. Just don't come over to me if you see me in the casino. I don't want to meet you. You know, I don't want to take a picture with you that you're going to tell me you're going to grab my shirt and go, it's blurry, do another one. I don't want to sign anything. I don't want to hear some bullshit story that you made up, or a friend of mine that's not even a friend that's been telling you for 30 years he's a friend. I don't want to hear it. You know, I don't want to fucking know you. I don't want you to follow me. I don't need you on Instagram to me as like a goof, like I do it for fun, because it's just there to do. And I get Eleanor like at her worst moments, and I film her, and nothing makes me happier than to see her get angry at me. You know what I mean? It's just an enjoyable part of my day when I could aggravate her, you know, and because she's great at being aggravated. You know, she hates her whole fucking life. So if I see her mad at me, I just hit the camera and I get whatever I could get out of her. And so that's enjoyable to me. But to meet somebody in here, you know, remember when you came out with the poems? Yeah. No, when you first said and they start doing one, I go, I don't need you to tell me. I cut them off. Like I don't let them go through with the poem. I said, I don't want to hear my poem. I know my poem. No, but when you said, no, but I don't want to hear it from you. You don't know how to do it. You're an asshole guy. You're 60. Walk the fuck away. No, I'm not a people person. I love to be on stage, but I don't want to meet anybody because I know how most people are no fucking good. And I know it because I see them in their cars. And I see how these motherfuckers, no good in their fucking hearts, don't even bother to use the blinker, the closest thing that's right there.
It tortures me when people don't
right
use it,
there.
man.
Why? And it's a law, and there is a fine. You understand? And they could cause a lot of problems. You know, people could get killed over this shit. Like, it's right there. Why not? Why didn't you use it? Why didn't you use your blinker? Why do you think making a U-turn anywhere is acceptable? Why do you think the guy pulling out of his spot wants to choke you to die? I saw a guy make one of those illegal U's and hit a car pulling out from the other side of the Ventura Boulevard, bashed in the guy's fucking door. You know, I wanted to see that guy get out of the car and kill him. I really wanted to see it. And the guy that hit him had no fucking shoes. Forget about the flip-flops, had no fucking shoes. I wanted the guy that got hit to take a pipe and just beat him to death. And I would have watched it like a TV show. You know, because, and I don't see any cops stopping anybody doing this shit. You know what I mean? Just wherever you are, I'll make a U-turn here. Fuck everybody. The rules of the road. Nobody's paying attention. The simplest thing, a blinker. You know.
It upsets me too. I hate when people get in an accident, they just stop right in the middle of the freeway.
How about on the train?
What happens on the train?
You know, where you know, they sit down, they put their bag in the middle seat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And nobody wants to move their fucking bag. Cocksuckers, as you would say. No fucking good. And then when you ask them, you mind if I sit there? And they make the face like you're doing the wrong thing. I paid for a ticket, fuck face. You no fucking good piece of shit. And that's why audiences need to be treated as I treat them. Look, I'm not begging them to come see me. I don't care if anybody comes to see me. I don't even want them to, you know? But if they're going to pay me money to be somewhere and people want to pay to come, I can't stop them. You know, I'll entertain. I'd be happier with 10 people a show. You know what I mean? I could stay up even longer, no pressure. But they keep showing up, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Now I got this another. I was never going to go back to Australia, you know. So they keep upping the money, you know. I'm like, you motherfuckers. I hate them. Do you understand? Like, you know, and everybody go, oh, you'll have a good time. It wasn't, I didn't have fun the first fucking time. Yeah, all right, I held the koala bear for 30 seconds. I could have lived my whole life out without ever holding one. You know what I mean? Because it's the whole Ford Fairlane thing, you know, that I had a koala bear. So I went to a koala park and I held one and it was very cute. But believe me, if I was 90 years old now and they go, you feel bad you never held the koala bear? No. No. I don't like my dog. What the fuck do I care about a koala bear? What am I going to
describe to people? No pressure comedy to pressure comedy.
Yeah, pressure comedy, because I lived a lot of it, is, you know, when I did these bigger than life places and, you know, I was never into the drugs or alcohol. I did it with a straight head. So when you're facing anywhere between 15 and 21,000 people a night, there's a lot of pressure because, number one, you feel them going through you. And that's what I felt in Atlantic City when I did the Roseanne show. Like, you feel the energy of the crowd going through you. Like, it's just too much, you know, and I train every day just about. But even back then, when I was 30, I would feel it, you know. And it was just too much because I did, you know, so many tours. It was, you know, hundreds of shows like that. And when you're in a comedy club, you know, rather when you're in a comedy club and nobody's expecting you to be, when you just do a pop-up somewhere, that's when I feel no pressure at all. You know, it's just like me in a living room full of people. Even when I'm in a club, you know, it's a small environment. You know, you could really feel your laughs. You could really stretch out your material, whatever bit it might be. And you come off stage like pleased with yourself because you got better at the bit and you added things to the bit, you know, rather than having to be in front of a big crowd and just bang them over the head for 50 minutes or an hour and go, it's not the kind of show I want to do. You know, that's the one thing I realized when I did those shows with Roseanne. I go, I don't need this. I don't need to be in these, you know, bigger than life places. It's just not what I want to do, you know. And so I've been enjoying, you know, the biggest should be about, it's weird how, you know, theaters have like, rather than 2,000, they'll have 1,900 seats, you know, so they could steal the other 100 seats that they're not telling you about.
Right.
It's really 2,000, but they, you know, you got to let people steal their money. You know, it's just how the business works, you know. I remember having an argument with a guy that had a theater talking about, well, where's my, you know, percent? Well, you didn't make percentage. You know, we gave, 90 tickets, comp tickets, you know, and I'm going, what does that have to do with me? They're not 90 people for me. I'm not friendly with 90 people. You know, who am I giving the tickets to? You know, he's going, well, you didn't make the percent. I go, no, but I did because you gave those away, you know, it's on you. But I don't get mad. It's like, that's just part of the business, you know, that you get ripped off, you know. You're still walking away with a bundle, you know, so I can't complain about that. But yeah, I like being in a smaller environment. Like, you know, when I'm at the Trop in Vegas, to me, that's like a home away from home, the Laugh Factory, you know. So that's why I do that like once every month, every other month. And it's just enjoyable. It's like
Are you interested in shooting another special?
If I did another special, it would be the only thing I got in my mind is almost like a documentary / special. And I'm not talking about stage show clips, stage show. Anybody doing that, and I'm telling you, if you do like an hour, don't ever leave the stage. Meaning, don't go to, you know, Joey on the bus coming to town and then back to stage.
I don't like that.
It doesn't work.
It's like watching the stand-up special with commercial.
You know, I'll tell you the truth. I'll never forget when Pauly Shore did his first special years ago, and he goes, "Can I throw a concept at you?" Because I was already dice and doing whatever I was doing. He goes, "I'm going to do a special, my first special, and what I want to do, you know," and he explained like being on the bus and then cutting to the stage and, you know, then showing them with the fans and, you know, all kinds of back to the stage. I go, I wouldn't do it that way. You know, I go, once you get, I don't care if there's a lead up to the stage. I think that's good. You know, but once you're on the stage, you don't cut away. Watch Comedy Central specials. You get into the guy or the girl, and then they go to commercial.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's when I, you know, got to jerk my dick off, and I'm not coming back. I'm just not coming back. You know, once it's gone, it's gone. Like, oh, let me rev up to laugh again. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way. You know, you got, once you're on, and he's going, no, well, I want to do it this way. You know, I'll never forget. Like, after I give him the advice, I want to do. I go, so what the fuck you even asking me for? And he did it that way, and it was an awful special, you know. Not that Paulie's awful, but it was an awful way to do things, you know. It's like, it just doesn't work. So if I do, like the kind of project I want to do, it would be like, because I got hundreds of tapes of all that time, and it's like my son Max always says, he goes, you're never going to be explained the right way till you explain it. Because you know your story, and you know how bumpy it's been and how rough it's been. That every move I've ever made has not come without the aggravation. It's just how the career and life has gone, and I don't mind that. You know, it's just how it is, though. So, but I would know how to tell the story. You know, nobody's. You know who explains me better? You're Joe. You know, Rogan. And I love when he does this, when he has a comic on, because they don't want to hear about anything other than themselves. And for whatever reason, Joe gets into talking about me to a lot of these guys, and they don't want to hear it. They're calm about it, but they don't want to fuck me. And the calmer they are, the longer he talks about it. It's the greatest. Because people will call me and go, you got to see this clip from Rogan. Because, like he talks about, you know, how comics are doing arenas today, but he goes, but Dice, when he did it, you know, it was different. It was an explosion in the country, you know. And but he's not like, even, you know, I love Howard Stern, but even Stern never laid it out the way Rogan does, you know, because it was happening when I was doing Stern. Stern was coming up, you know. He wasn't the Howard Stern of today. He was going city to city and fighting all those guys and building his career. So I was the biggest thing in the fucking country, and I had more confidence than anybody I ever met in my life. So even he would never really give it up like that, you know. But Rogan will go, hey, look, when Dice hit, it was like a bomb going off, you know, and it's never happening again.
Don't lose that thought. I gotta go pee. Keep going, Lee.
All right, I'm going to tell you.
Well, Ari has some great stories about him opening for you. And when you were talking about the audience, he told a story on his podcast about someone asked to take a picture with you,
yeah,
and he made an eye contact with you, and he just didn't get you in the picture, in the frame,
yeah,
and he said that was the right thing to do.
Well, that was in the days where there were cameras that you didn't have the instant. Let me look at it and see if I need more, which I can't fucking take. And so the comics at the store knew when they take a picture, I'm not in it for the most part. Like, you might get a shoulder,
right? Yeah,
you might get an ear, but what was fun is when, like, the person getting the picture goes, "Are you pointing the camera? It looks like the camera's a little too high," because you might get like the top of their heads,
right? Yeah,
you know. Like, I'd love to see those pictures, you know, because there's thousands of them out there, which is hysterical.
Oh, I'm sure there are, yeah.
And we used to just crack up because it was like, it's just, you know, ridiculous. I mean, if it was somebody that was really nice and pleasant, I would say it like this. I go, if it was Ari, I go, take a good picture, like a nice picture.
Yeah.
You know, but if it was some hard-on, some drunken fucking asshole that I got to say, get your hands off me, you know what I mean? Because they get very touchy, you know. I just look at them like, you know, like I look up at the sky or something, and that's what the picture would be, you know, like the moon, you know.
And it's just like a game you play.
Just a little game with the other comics.
That's so funny.
You know,
I love all that stuff.
And that's also when I started filming, you know, everything, you know, with the comics, and I call it the show. and I come to the store with my fucking camera, and everybody had a part. Like Ari was the antagonist. He's the one who, this was a whole new group of college when you started. Well, you might have been there a couple of years before.
Before 97.
Okay, so, but it was Ari and Renazizi and Maz Jabrani was the foreign comic. Mike Marino, for whatever reason, we called the Russian, which is hysterical. Steve Simone was Misery, always in a bad. But like you'd see like Ari talking to like James Painter, let's say, and going, what are you talking to Dice for? And he goes, Dice is, I want to open for him. He goes, no, he's nowhere. He's done. Like Ari was always that guy. But he's also that guy in reality. You know how he is. He badmouths everybody. Like there's a scene I got where Ari's talking to Sebastian, and Sebastian's going, what's Dice doing with the camera, around the car? And Ari's like, well, it's just, he's looking for something to do. You know what I mean? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the whole fucking thing up on my YouTube channel.
And did you direct this, or did you just?
Yeah, no, I directed it. The first scene with Maz Jabrani is hysterical because he's like walking in the back parking lot, and I'm in my leather, whatever, I'm smoking, and I go, hey, you, and he's going, can I help you? And I go, yeah, I hear you're like from the middle or something. And he goes, the Middle East. And I go, yeah, well, I'm from Brooklyn. And he goes, I might be coming there. And I'm like, oh, yeah? And I'll be waiting. And that's like his first scene into the series that never aired on anything. It was the unknown series. It's hysterical. But everybody waited to film every night. That's why I became friendly with Rogan, because he would ask me, like, what are you doing? You're kicking waitresses out of the kitchen. I go, they're in my shot. He goes, what shot? What show is this? I go, it's just the show, And he's like, did you change all those lights? I go, yeah, I had to give it a move. I go, it was very stark lighting, because the whole kitchen's red, I go, red and green. Those are good colors for filming, or blue, Yeah, I changed all the fucking bulbs. This is during Comedy Store. I come up behind the guy in the original room. It was perfect because I didn't know he's this fucking ugly. And Dave Taylor's on stage, and I come in, I got the camera, so I'm seeing Taylor in the back of this guy's head, and I'm going, hey, asshole face. I'm whispering, and there's no reason. I go, asshole face, because I just wanted to call that to somebody, And this ugly motherfucker, ugly never wins in this world, I gotta tell you. One of the ugliest guys I ever fucking saw. It was perfect. Because when he turned around, I'm like, he really does have a face like a fucking asshole. And I go, you want to come with me a minute? And I take him outside and I get him on film, okaying. I go, this is for my TV show. So you got to say your name and that it's okay to use the footage because you're part of the show now. He's an audience member. They got paid to come into the Comedy Store. And I'm treating the whole Comedy Store like it's my set. And it went on for months and months. My son Dylan, who was 9, tells off Ari while they're playing that stupid game up in the office. What is that game? Foosball, whatever the fuck that people waste their life on. So, Ari's playing with Dylan. Dylan's 9 years old, and and Ari's like, I don't think your dad's funny. He's playing the game. And Dylan's like, what was that? And he goes, I said, I don't think your dad is funny. And Dylan just goes, you ever play the Forum? Like just asking him questions. Did you ever do the Mecca in Milwaukee? And Ari's like, what? He goes, have you ever, done multiple nights? Like Dylan knew a bunch of fucking shit. And he's burying this man, And Ari's looking at him going, I work, and Dylan just throws like giant fucking things I did. And then the next scene is I grab Ari by his throat in the kitchen because he took a piece of pizza that I went out to get Eleanor after she screamed at me that I couldn't find her a chicken sandwich because I was going with her at the time, and while she's screaming at me, a whole lot of love is on in the background. And you see different comics walk in and stopping, like Sebastian, bewildered, comes walking into the kitchen, like, what the fuck is going on? Renazizi puts down boxes to see that I'm getting late. And then it cuts to Mike Marino, going, he's on the phone. He goes, I gotta go. Because he's the Russian. And that's the end of the scene. So by the time I got the pizza, I was just done. So when Ari took a piece, I just grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall and go, put the fucking pizza down. It's not your pizza. Because he's a pizza thief.
So 32 years ago, 1988, did you think you'd still be here 32 years later doing stand-up? When you were doing those arenas, what the fuck was going on? You're like, when is this going to end? When is this madness going to end? Does it ever end?
Well, I did. I remember being, like we were doing, I think it was I called it To the Max, when Max was born, and it was a tour. Like I had to come up with all these names to tour. And I go, I'm good for this till about 40. That's how I looked at it. Like to do those kinds of things. Then I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I was only like 32 at the time, something like that. It was just a lot, and I'm going like this kind of energy, like to just keep blowing this kind of energy out. But, I knew I would do the stand-up. I didn't know how I'd feel about it, but I would be interviewed like that. People will go, where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years ago, 10 years from now? And I would talk about probably more movies. That was more of going to be the stepping stone of what I wanted to do. But, I went through a lot of blackballing because of the controversy of Dice. All the stuff that the comics are dealing with today, I went through alone. I was the only guy getting attacked for my language and my subject matter, and the only one that, ever stood up for me was Eddie Murphy. Every comics I knew, that's why I say there's no fucking friends. I'd see him on morning shows, badmouthing. I'm buddies with this motherfucker. It was unbelievable to see all that go on, but it wasn't going on to the country. It was going on to me. It was an attack on me. And I would just get angrier, and then I would get nastier on stage. Like my gay material back then was just funny jokes. But as the media kept attacking, I'm like, well, I'll just give them what they want now. And that's where I came up with, like the jokes were funny because I would talk about, I don't even do it anymore. Like, what was the gay jokes? Well, like I talk about the transgender thing today. I go, but years ago I called them trans testicles. You meet the girl. I said I would talk about the gays and the bis and, bisexual, you either suck dick or you don't suck dick. What do? Wake up in the morning, flip a coin, heads I want hair pie, tails, balls across the nose. And then you got these other things I go, these trans testicles, What's this? You meet the girl of your dreams, you wine her, dine her, take her home, you put your hand up her skirt, you're holding a tree trunk, So back then, the half chick wasn't popular. Like nobody even knew what the fuck it was. So people would come after me for that, So now I do a whole bit with, of course, Caitlyn and that whole thing. And I go, but when I discussed this years ago, I was just looked at like, what the fuck is this? But I saw it all coming, and I was just under constant attack. So then I added on, I go, and then, when they get the AIDS thing, they can't figure out where it came from. Because now I'm angry at the press. Now I'm going to do nasty stuff because the trans testicle, the bisexual. It's all fun bullshit jokes. But now I go, so then they get the AIDS. Oh, I can't figure out how I got there. What do you mean you can't figure it out? You're walking around with shit on your dick. You're bound to pick something up. You know, and that's when the media would go fucking berserk on me because AIDS was just happening. And, you know, and I'm like, hey, you're going to fucking come after me like this. I'm not going to show you any side of Andrew. It's all dice now. Fuck yous all.
How did Eddie stick up for you?
Oh, Eddie came out on Arsenio and said, I don't care what anybody says about him. He's the funniest guy there is. I'm going to see him at the Forum. You know, it was pretty amazing because he also pulled. Eddie used to come over to me. See, I'm glad what's happening for him now. You know, because he's the greatest. You know, from movie star to comic, just the greatest. I'm driving down over Laurel Canyon, like going towards Melrose, and Trini's with me, and she goes, "That's Eddie Murphy." He was in a little Mercedes sports car convertible, and I'm in a 1970 Cadillac convertible, which you would love, you know. And he's going, pull over. And I pull on a side street, and there's a million cars coming. You know, it was great. Like, that would have made a great picture, you know.
Yeah.
And she's sitting in the car, and Eddie gets out going, don't you let them fuck with you. Don't you let them fuck. Because he used to come over to me at the Comedy Store. He'd come there with 20 guys when he was, you know, working on his stuff, you know. And he'd walk away from his entourage. He just dug me, you know, and what I do. And then when I took off, it baffled him. You know, like he even said to me, he goes, how do you draw 20,000 people a night? Because it just wasn't something comics did. And he's about as big as it would get. He did, like if he did the Garden, he did like his concert in the, it was called the Paramount at the time. It's 6,000 seats. Carlin did a concert there, did a special there. I did the sports arena. I didn't do the small room, which was amazing to do that room. But comics weren't thinking, oh, I'll go into the big room. You know, I'll go into the basketball arena. So he goes, how do you sell 20,000 seats a night? I go, what do your movies make, you know, $400 million? I'll switch any day you want, you know, because he was amazing to me, you know, and still is. Like, I love what I would call his resurgence now, because we all know Eddie Murphy doesn't need money, but if you're in this business, you like to be relevant, you know. And like, to me, that was even the thing when I took Roseanne out with me. It's like, she never has to work again as far as money goes. But what they did to her, I felt, was just wrong, what the network did. And she just wants to feel relevant. So that's why I started doing some shows with her. That was about.
Did you watch Dolomite?
Yeah, I watched half of it. And I love it. I love it. It was just, you know, my house is like an after hours club. My sons are up like all night. And we started watching the Dolomite at 2:30 in the morning. So, you know, at about 3:30, I'm tired. So I want to, you know, go up, you know, get stoned out and whatever, you know.
Do you think Eddie will make a comeback?
But it's done. It's not even, you know what? I think he's one of the greats of all time. I can't see. I mean, he won't do that special till it's ready, you know, but it's something I'm looking forward to. I think he's...
Andrew, how are you going to get ready if you don't go out? How are you going to get ready? You can't do stand-up in front of the mirror. I could get Andrew, Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and fucking Nick DiPaolo and give you each $200,000 to give me 15 minutes of material. If I don't get up on stage and work that material, it's not going to work.
Oh, you're talking about Eddie?
Yeah. He's got to work out. He's got to work. I don't care what writers you get.
Yeah, he's training.
Where?
The gym. I don't know what he's got in his house.
No. I'm talking about stand-up.
Oh, the stand-up part.
Getting in front of
people. How do you know what he's doing?
Because I would be at the store if I was him.
I don't know where he is. I don't know.
That's why if the minute Eddie Murphy pops on a stage, it's going to be on the front cover of Yahoo with Eddie and a microphone. Whether it's the Comedy Store, the Laugh Factory, the Improv, Bubba's Comedy House,
the Black Comedy Club by the airport.
Okay.
If all these great writers got together and wrote him an hour,
you got to practice.
You got to work.
Did he say he's not going to practice?
I haven't seen him.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying to myself, listen, I'm here because of him and you.
I think
I'm here because of him and you. I don't think you could just. I wouldn't. If you gave me $70 million for a special, I gotta fucking give you the best I can.
Well, I talked about it. I think that just knowing who he is, I'd want, like, you could take the money and run type of thing, but I don't think that's what it's about.
No.
I think it's about what I was talking about, the relevance.
The relevance, absolutely.
Because I've talked to him about, like, even when he does like a rant in a movie, like how fast he would like deliver his dialogue, everything from 48 hours to, even when he the movie he did with Owen Wilson where he plays the fighter, like his monologues. I would ask him, like, how do you do that? Is it written? Is it ad lib shit? And he goes, you're an actor. You do. I go, no, but it's your tempo. Like you lay out like 10 pages in a minute. It's different than knowing like a paragraph and then someone. It's different when it's these monologues. He's one of the greats. He's one of the
greats. But
I think he'll deliver. No matter where he gets it ready, I think he'll deliver.
Oh, no. I think he'll deliver, but he's got to get ready. When I asked you about no pressure and pressure comedy, is this. I shot 2 specials, and I hated the journey on both of them.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen.
I hated, looking back at it now, I fucking hated the whole thing. When I did the Netflix thing, when I got off that stage, I said, something's got to change. I don't like this. And I came home and I made a point. I'm 55 years old. You can't take nothing away from me now. I'm going for it. I don't want to shoot a Netflix special. I don't want to shoot an HBO special. I don't want to do nothing. I just want to fucking stand up. People get mad at me. Why don't you add shows? Why don't you sell T-shirts? Because it's the law of diminishing returns. I don't want to worry about a fucking extra large. Nothing bothers me more when I ask Andrew, how was your weekend in Connecticut? And you look at me and go, make sure you go up there. You're going to sell a lot of merch. So wait a second. You did 5 fucking shows, and you're going to talk to me about merch? I want you to talk to me about your stand-up experience. So I found too many comics were worried about merch.
Always.
And it fucking pisses me the fuck off.
You want to know something?
When I go into a city, I don't want to do your podcast. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get me to do your podcast. Because when I get on a plane, to do stand-up.
Exactly.
I have a great fucking time doing stand-up.
Well, I will tell you, like, even the gigs I'm going to do, I don't bring T-shirts. I mean, I know the stand is making up shirts to sell, whatever, and that's okay because I'll wear it on stage, But I never really cared with the merch. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter.
My wife sells it. She sends it online. That's great. I'm not bringing merch from me. There are so many.
I hate the word merch.
I don't like any of it. When the comic comes
Number
up to
one,
me and
I
says,
got to meet the people.
Yeah.
That goes back to meeting the people.
And if I did sell merch here, if I sell merch, look at this. When you hit an 88, there was a different system.
No, it was all just a deal.
But you hit on word of fucking mouth. You and I had this discussion that when you read for Crime Story, he called you when you were at West Orange at Rascals that you had read and you did it backwards, and he called you 10 months later and you hit and all this shit. It was fucking tremendous. And that's why from then, when I started going into auditions, I knew they had the camera on. And you told me, just let the camera go and do shit. So that's how I started booking stuff. You told me to start booking shit. But what I'm saying...
Yeah, because everybody's going to read the same lines.
Everybody's going to read the same
You got to give them something a little... That a director goes, oh, I could direct this guy. You know what I mean?
So they watched Young Crime Story. They saw the special you taped from Philly. There was no internet. There was no nothing. Today, this starts with a tweet, Facebook, Instagram, or podcast. The completion of the circle is them coming to see you. and then buying a shirt and you shaking it.
Yeah,
that's the completion of the circle. I love to do that circle. I love to do that circle.
Other than the T-shirt.
Except I don't want to sell T-shirts. I don't mind going out.
When I'm done with a show, I like to sit up because I'm burnt. You know,
I'm burnt. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You just want to fall on the couch.
You know, the agents want to call you at a show. You know what? That second show, they're not going to get.
But you know what? I did. I won't do 2 shows anymore a night. I do even in a club. But I did add a second one. You know, I'm very close with the owner of Governors, James. So, you know, I just got a text that, you know, it's gone. All the tickets are gone. It's only like, what can it be? Close to 600 tickets, you know. So I said, you want to, because he asked would I do another one the next night. And I just don't want to, so I said, you know what, just add it to Saturday night. I'll do it. But other than that, it's all one show a night, wherever I'm going.
I want them to get the best of me.
Exactly, and that's one show. But that's one show.
I'm not 34 no more. I can't do 8 shows in a fucking week and give you. I can't do it.
How many did I ask you to do?
Oh, they'll ask me to add like this, last weekend. They wanted me to add one in Boston, and I told Blooming Rights no. I did 2. I did 2 at Town Hall, and I'm doing 1 at fucking.
Where was I? Boston,
Chevalier. So you know what? I don't like doing 2 and 2. I'm gonna be tired. It's a 3-hour fucking train ride. It's a 3-hour train ride on Saturday. Plus, I got my family in New York. I got to talk to my nieces, my nephews. They're all coming. So when I get into Boston, it's 4 in the afternoon. My show's at 7.
Yeah.
Those 9:30 people will get shit. I don't want to give them shit. So exactly. I didn't add a show. Yeah, I didn't add a show. I'm an econ major. I'm a law of diminishing returns. Yeah. You could just put so much in. You know, next year, I'm not going to do Thursdays. I'm leaving at 5 at night, get into your town at 11, 12, eat something, smoke some dope, get up and do 4 shows and get the fuck out of here.
Yes, even 4 sounds like a lot to me.
2 and 2 or maybe 1 and 1.
Yeah, I like the 1 a night. 3 nights is pretty good run.
I don't like
1 show a night.
I like Thursday night off so I could eat. I could go see the town.
Sometimes, you know what's a good schedule? Sometimes you do Wednesday, take Thursday off and do Friday, Saturday. Just 1 show a night.
But that's 4 nights without my daughter. Can't do it no more.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. So you do 3 in a row.
Yeah. So I like Thursday, Friday. Like I'm doing Tempe. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But everything else is just Friday.
Have you been there yet? I'm going there in
Tempe, Arizona?
Yeah, I'm going there, I think, in January.
The Improv?
One of Joel's rooms?
Yeah. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
I love Tempe's one of my favorite rooms.
Okay.
20 years. They tried to switch me to Phoenix. I don't want to go to Phoenix.
I've done
Leave me a fucking thing.
Yeah. The new one. It's the new one.
The new one is Phoenix.
I don't know where I'm
That's
going.
stand-up live. That's 600 seats.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a great room. It's a little bit too big for my taste. You follow me?
Yeah.
It's a little bit too big. Me and Ari sold it out. I could sell it out. That's not the problem. I like the Tempe.
How many seats?
3 something.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great size room.
A little smaller. You know, the agents always want money. Everybody's looking for money. I want them to have a good experience. The money will come. The money will come. If I keep giving them good experiences, the money will always be there.
Yeah. You're supposed to run the career that you want to have. You know, that's why when you ask, like, what I want to do, you know, I'm going, yeah, I would do a doc/concert, but in a club. You know, and anybody that comes to me, that's what I tell them. I go, it's part of the doc. The last half hour is part of a club set. You know, I go, that's how I would do it. I go, that's the only thing like I'd want to do.
If I shoot anything, I'm doing a 25-minute set in the main and put it on YouTube.
See?
That's it. I have become, you know, I was Mitzi's host for all those years, and I used to listen to her. She used to say little things to me. 60% of the shit was fucking out of this world. Craziness. You know, put on a Fidel beer, a handcuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she loved that shit. You just had to avoid her. But she'd tell you something once a month. And after she died, and after what happened in Vegas with Netflix, I just decided I'd just go to the store now.
Well, what happened with the Netflix?
I just didn't do what I wanted to do. I was working out at the wrong places. I should have been at the store because metal sharpens metal. I didn't want people to see the material. You know, I got into my head. I watched John Mulaney's special
all of a sudden I'm thinking I should be John Mulaney and be clean. I want to get something.
You went through this?
I went through this whole thing for no reason. And I got on that plane from Vegas and I changed everything. And you ask Eleanor at the store now, whatever comes out of my mouth comes out of my mouth. I could care less.
So did Netflix give you pressure to clean it up? Was that
No, not at all. Netflix didn't. Netflix was great.
So
all
it was
the way
you.
through. It was me. It was faulty wiring.
You can't be anything but you. That's what it's
And
supposed to
that's
be.
what I didn't do. And now, when I never watched that full special. I watched like the first 8 minutes when it came on Netflix. I shut it off. That person would never come back again. When I go up there now, I'm a bolt of fucking lightning. I don't give a fuck what comes out of
See,
my
and I like the original one. You like the man. I like.
No. I love the original.
That's my like.
But there's so much action now in the main room that I've gotten good in the main.
Yeah. I just, to me, that's like doing a concert.
Yeah.
The main
room's like, it's big. You got to be big.
No, but I'd rather be.
But it's training. It also trained me for theaters.
You know,
I'm doing a lot better in theaters. I'm an original.
You're doing a lot of
I'm an original guy.
Yeah.
I'll live and die. When I get my weight is the original.
All right.
Okay. There's no venereal funeral.
Why do we got to go to the morbid stuff?
Because it's the truth. I want to be buried under the fucking stage at the original.
All right.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. I think we got a guest.
We got a guest. We got the other podcast to come in.
Get in here.
Who did she want to meet?
Look, who's this cute little girl?
This is my daughter. Andrew, put that thing on.
Oh, yeah. No, because I got her something.
Okay.
I got her something.
That's right. Look what you got you, Mercy.
I never share my candy because I love candy. What's your name?
Mercy.
Mercy? How old are you? 6.5? Look at you. You look like you just get. What kind of class were you just at? Yeah, come closer so, you know. Yeah, so you can tell the people.
So my class was just movie time. And it's called Team Bully Busters. It's like we don't really earn belts there because it's not really their thing.
But they teach you like to keep bullies away, right?
Yeah.
Show with my mama put the targets up. Kick her in the arm. Kick in the other. Kick with the right foot. There you
Holy
go.
mackerel! 6 years old and you could do that?
I'm practicing for 1 year.
Sir, I wouldn't mess with you. I might hire you to be a bodyguard, though.
All right, that's it. Mercy, calm down.
Doesn't it make you jealous that she's not out of breath? It's
Yes.
amazing.
Not
All
even.
right, well, for that little display, you win the award of a giant Tootsie Roll. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
There you go. That's for you.
Say thank you, Uncle Andrew.
Thank you, Uncle.
Now, where do you know Uncle Andrew from?
No.
A Star is Born.
Is he your favorite in The Star is Born?
I can't believe that.
There's one of the songs that I know called Shallow in there. I remember that song.
You like that song?
Uh-huh.
You like Lady Gaga and Bradley?
Yeah.
And
But he was your favorite, right?
That's funny to me. What made you the favorite? Why am I the favorite?
Because when my parents just said that you actually were my uncle, and I just it just made me was my favorite character.
Wow. It's so great to meet. I'm glad you came over here. Yeah, I always have gloves. No problem. Is that what you just said? That's hysterical. You know. And how you doing? I haven't seen you forever. Amazing. You look great, by the way. Yeah, I know your parents for a long time.
Oh.
Long time.
I was like, I think 9 years old when I met your dad. No, it wasn't that young. I wasn't that young. But for a long time, 30 years around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When my hair was black, but like for real. before I had him.
Remember when I showed you his stand-up? He did the nursery rhyme.
The nursery rhyme. I can't believe he let you watch that. No, but you know what? I you know what agents are because of your dad and everything. So my agent, when I met his son, he was only 5 years old, and he had all of those memorized. Like, and my agent was going, "Go ahead, do another one. Do another one." And what was funny is that at his bar mitzvah, this kid's Jared Offer is his name. I made a tape where I'm wearing the Dice Rules jacket, and I thank Jared for the bit that put me over the top. And then you see him in my kitchen, because I film everything, doing the poems at 5 years old, like almost like he's teaching me the poems, And now he's 35 years old. Yeah.
And there's your jacket. She does a podcast on Tuesdays, Andrew. It's called Science with Mercy. And this week we did
You're a very
turtles.
smart girl. I could say pretty. Yeah, you got to know all that bully stuff. Keep all the guys away for, you want to grow up first. Just keep learning that. You're really good with that stuff. No, the kicks, everything. You got to protect your father. You know what I mean?
Like I started with some other class, but it was I always had to wear my suit. After something like that.
So you do a lot of different classes. So the swimming, there's the jujitsu. What else? What else you like to do?
I do violin class.
Violin.
You want to play?
How long you been playing violin? Kindergarten? Wow.
And you do.
I still have a lot. And a sewing machine too.
So cute. So cute. She's the cutest thing.
This is what happens.
I can't even believe it. We'll have to take a picture, so you'll have a picture. You let your mom. You got your phone? We'll take some. Yeah, we got it with the microphone, the whole showbiz thing. Right? Come on in. Come on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is podcast history.
But she's so amazing.
She's been dying to do this. You have no idea.
I didn't realize this.
You better send it down, or you better.
You know Eleanor? You know Eleanor?
She knows of.
Oh, she knows of it. Yeah.
They stop those the clock.
So you're at the stand tomorrow night.
I'm at the stand tomorrow. I'm at the stand on the 17th and 18th. Tickets are on sale. We added a show at Governor's on the 14th. Where else am I going to play over there?
You're in Florida.
Vinny's. What about Florida?
You're in there.
Why do you keep bringing?
I'm sorry.
Why do you keep?
I'm Jewish.
Florida?
I have to bring them.
All right, well, that's just Florida happened.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
See, you don't know what you're doing.
My mistake.
You
should let Mercy talk again.
Yeah.
And speaking of play, I also was in the play called Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Did you see the movie is on
Disney Plus?
Well, I think it's also on HBO now.
Just watched
I saw it last
night.
night.
Just watched the new one with
yeah, like the newest version of
right.
When the Mad Hatter's Princess head was the the dance. And also the Queen of Hearts with the big head.
She's so great.
Johnny Depp did the one. We watched that one the other night.
You like Johnny Depp? I know him. You know that? I know him. If I see him, I'll tell him you're a fan of his. You like that idea? Who else do you like? I'll tell you if I know them. Who's that? Yeah, she's got to change her name.
And Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga, right?
My favorite band actually was in a Disney movie too, and they're the Jonas Brothers.
Oh, okay.
And they're playing next week at the Forum.
You taking her?
She asked, but I can't take it to the Forum. There are animals down there.
I'll do it. I'll do it when I'm
Yeah,
she's so
a
great.
yeah.
I'll do it when I'm a teenager.
Oh, she's ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah. She's just she's full of personality. Just you're amazing, really. Yeah. You know, all right. You got good parents. They're teaching you the right things. You know, my parents only taught me to wear the fingerless gloves. You know. They said, and you got to live in warm weather if you're going to wear fingerless gloves.
But that was something you said that, again, I took your lead.
What? What, handshaking?
No. You were talking about how you took a breather because you wanted to raise your kids. And I think that
I have two sons.
A lot of people in Hollywood, and we've known a lot of them, have kids as comedians. And you see the kids 20 years later, the kids are jacked up. They're messed up.
You know
what's going on? I didn't want that to happen.
If you don't bring your kids up or teach them, you know, what you do in life. That's how I really look at that.
No, that's what I do. That's why I bring
to this day, you know, the parenting never ends.
Never ends.
You know,
it just gets a month for that, Andrew, to be home with her.
Yeah, you see that? You got a good daddy. You really do. He's so cute.
To me, everything that when he was a young boy.
Here, come closer so you can talk to the people.
So he told me everything about his life. So when he was playing ball in the house, and his mom always told him not to do it, but he kept doing it, and he had to take his toy to a person that was a young boy that was actually homeless, and instead of keeping his money. And I remember that he actually loved Alice in Chains.
Alice in Chains, they're
I
great.
also have them on my phone.
Do you like them?
Yep.
I like them.
I like Down in the Hole.
Oh yeah, she likes Down in the Hole. It's my girl.
I have them on my phone.
You do?
Yep.
Who else do you like?
I also like
Crazy Train.
Crazy Train, yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne.
And Scorpions, yes. I would say
Scorpions.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, next time his boys have a rehearsal, maybe we'll take you.
And also Jungle. Welcome to the Jungle. Remember?
That's right, Guns N' Roses.
My boys are a rock band. My sons. Yeah.
So maybe you go see them rehearse.
And they're called No One Cares. So you tell your father, get some of that music for you. You'll like it. Yeah.
Well, this was a very family fun,
this was
oriented
like
podcast. This is the Christmas dice.
The first part of this podcast, like how nutty.
Being on TV or something like that.
You see that? Yeah, stand in this. There's the say, wave to your fans. You see?
I hope my friends are watching this. Please, Nikita, please watch this.
Nikita's one of our friends from the second. All right, sit down, honey. Let me wrap this up, my little angel of love.
This was great. I'm glad we were able to get together. The holiday podcast.
This is it. The holiday Dice's holiday podcast.
This is amazing. To the universe, thank you. This is the family win.
I love you.
Same.
I'm definitely gonna do that jitsu with you.
Okay. So Tuesday, tomorrow night, you're at the stand.
Tomorrow night.
Next week, you're at the stand.
Next week again. I keep looking at the days, 17th and 18th. You know, and then the rest is like gone. You know, everything's gone. You know,
Well, I hope you come on in 6 months. Thank you for always. Thank you for always being. Thank you for always being a great mentor.
Thank you.
I have followed your footsteps, and
you're doing amazing.
I'm just happy that you're still around. I love you with all my heart, bro.
Thank you.
Tomorrow night, The Stand. Next week, The Stand. I'm at the Ice House the 21st for Christmas with Uncle Joey, and then Calusa the 27th, and San Francisco Performing Arts Center, I think, on the 28th. Go on the website. And without that, I'll see you savages Wednesday. I want to thank the legend, the heavyweight undisputed king of comedy, Andrew Dice Clay. I want to thank Mercy Diaz. I want to thank the Christ Killer. And most importantly, I want to thank you guys for supporting and the whole thing. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Stay black. And now for a word from our sponsors. All right, I want to thank Dice. I want to thank my daughter Mercy for crashing the show, my wife. And I want to thank you guys. But before that, I want to talk to you about a few things. I don't know if you've heard about Martin Scorsese's new epic movie, The Irishman, starring Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Joe Pesci. And my brother, Sebastian Maniscalco, as Crazy Joe Gallo. If you haven't seen The Irishman yet, go watch it, okay? You'll hear from Charlie Brandt, the author of I Heard You Paint Houses. Find out how he uncovered Frank Sheeran's story. Learn why De Niro fell in love with the book and how they got Joe Pesci out of retirement. Get inside the look of the tricks they used to de-age the cast. Behind the Irishman is hosted by a member of the church family and my brother and one of the stars of the movie, Sebastian Maniscalco. So do me a favor. The first 2 episodes are out, and the final episode is coming out next Monday. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Watch The Irishman first on Netflix before you listen to the podcast. 13 million people can't be wrong. The movie's tremendous. Search for Behind the Irishman on Apple products, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Pocket Cast, or wherever else you listen to podcasts. Watch the movie, then go Behind the Irishman. The church is also brought to you by, listen, this is the best Christmas present you give a man, all right? You ladies are sitting there, what am I going to give my boyfriend? What am I going to give my husband? This is it. Manscaped. You're going to give them the Lawnmower 2.0. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0, and they upgraded the trimmer with skin-safe technology. For you momos in the back, that means it won't snick or snag your nutsack. You want them to lick your nuts? You got to shave that fucking thing. If not, it smells like fucking dead hummus. Manscaped makes a great gift for any guy. Trust me. Grandpa, your dad, your boyfriend, your husband. Place one order to take care of everything you need. With the perfect package, you get the lawnmower and the safety razor. Plus, they're going to throw in the crop preserver, a deodorant for your nutsack, and the Reviver. It's like the CGI in The Irishman. It takes the wrinkles out of your nutsack. It's a sprint that tones and refreshes your fucking nuts, and it keeps you cool. With the perfect package, you'll be smooth as a snowman. What are you waiting for, dog? Right now, the church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Order the perfect package with the code CHURCH, and they'll even throw in a free travel bag, which I use. It's tremendous. I carry the Manscaped in there, the 2.0. I charge it on the road. I trim my nuts on the road. It's tremendous. But remember, use promo code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Get Manscaped and keep your balls clean. I want to thank Dice, my daughter, and all you guys and the rest of the church family for supporting us. We'll see you Wednesday, all right? Kick this motherfucking Mule League. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Thursday, the 12th of motherfucking December. It's somebody's birthday. I don't know whose it is. It don't matter. The church is brought to you by Stance Socks. Let me tell you something, and I'm going to tell you one time. They're the most comfortable socks that I own. When I'm on the road, they give me pep in my step. If I know I'm going to go to Chicago Airport or Dallas or one of those airports where you got to walk for 20 fucking minutes, I put my Stance socks on. They're comfortable, and they support the people in your life the way they support you, all right? Get them at Stance Socks. They're not just comfy. They're going to turn heads. Do me a favor right now. the church family gets a great offer from Stance. You ready? Go to stance.com/church and you'll get a free pair of socks with any purchase. Stance is the best way to get everybody off your holiday shopping list. That's Stance. Grab a pen. Capital STANCE.com/church and get your free pair of socks. Because if you're not Stance, they're just socks. You know what I'm saying? The church is also brought to you by one of the best gifts you could give right now. Listen, I'm throwing little things at you. These gifts are tremendous. They're affordable, and that people don't see them coming. Like the Tushy. You're like, Joey, what's a Tushy? It's a portable bidet you install in 10 minutes by yourself. Tushy sprays water directly into that rotten fucking asshole of yours and removes the poop completely. So you're not sitting on fucking shit all day and bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infection, UTI, and the most common itchy asshole and skid marks. Do me a favor. Go to HelloTushy.com today, right now. They start at $79. And Tushy's latest product, the Tushy Ottoman, helps you get everything out. But you start right here. Go to HelloTushy.com. Take a look at the selection of bidets they have. It's going to blow your fucking mind. You see something you like? Press in church and get 10% off your order. This is the motherfucking Christmas gift. Next time you look at grandma, think to yourself, what does that fucking bat smell like? And get her a fucking Tushy, all right? HelloTushy.com/church. Lee, kick this motherfucking mule. Dan Soto, what's the story?
Dude, I think with the right music and you beside me in a car, you could talk me into robbing a bank.
Oh, please. This is
if we had the right playlist and you were in my ear.
Shit. I love all this shit.
But you just be like, do you want to go get that? I'd be like, this first federal is about to catch this.
Oh, they're done.
And I got the voice.
That's what I used to do.
Really?
Before I did anything evil,
yeah,
I'd get in the car and blast some fucking music
just
and get fired up.
Yeah.
Sabbath, bloody Sabbath. I want revenge. I want blood. I'd walk around and I'd crawl in through a window, take your coke and leave.
Spotify should give playlists to incarcerated people just in what they hyped up on. You know what I mean? Can you imagine seeing those things? And you're like, this got me to murder a family of 4. And you're like, oh man, look at that playlist.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah. When Charles Manson killed himself.
Yeah, Manson could do a Spotify playlist.
What's happening, brother?
Dude, thanks for having me, man. It's nice to finally, I'm a fan, so it's nice to
No, I'm a fan of yours. It's funny. You have a great resume. You did the stand-ups on Netflix.
Yeah.
You've been with Comedy Central. But it's so weird. When you got into comedy anytime before 2000, your goal was ultimately HBO. And then it just went away.
Yeah.
They started putting on George Klein and all these older comics that, yeah, they're interesting, but they really weren't relevant. Nobody wanted to see them.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what HBO was doing, but it wasn't getting nowhere. Netflix came along and stole the show.
Yeah.
HBO sat there with their dick in their hand. They don't know what the fuck to do. You know, we all grew up on HBO.
Yeah, absolutely.
HBO was the epitome. I did not want to be on Showtime. Okay?
No, that was
in the beginning.
HBO was the first round draft.
HBO was the first round draft. And then somewhere along the line, like in anything in life, you know, something new popped up hot, which we all appreciate. Netflix is doing a great job.
It's good for all. It's good for comedy.
Booming because of Netflix. But now HBO saying, you know what? I think we're going to regain what was once ours now.
Yeah.
It's free game now. I think we're going to do something different with specials, blah, 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 blah. So I congratulate you on that you got to the top floor of the specials. I mean, you did Comedy Central, Netflix.
Yeah, getting the...
And I'm not putting Netflix down on Comedy Central. No, I'm just saying that, you know, Central started in 91. When Comedy Central started, you know, one of the first shows they had that was big was Politically Incorrect.
Yeah.
Which later moved on to ABC, which is now Real Time with Bill Maher. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, growing up, Comedy Central, I think like I'm one of the first generation of kids that grew up with first cable, but then you had Comedy Central. In 91, I was 8 years old, and I was able to watch a bunch of comedy that I would have never had access to before Comedy Central. But HBO was still the thing where when you got the free weekend, you would try to tape whatever specials you could and watch it. And I remember being a kid and seeing like those half hours, like Chappelle's half hour, Patton Oswalt's half hour from the mid 90s, and you'd see all those. You'd be like, man, this is the shit. HBO is, because you knew they were unedited. Comedy Central was still cable. So then even Chappelle's Killing Them Softly and all those kind of specials were, both the Rocks. Getting one was like, oh, fuck. It was great. But there was like also like this pressure.
Yeah, was Bigger and Blacker HBO?
Yeah, both. Bigger and Blacker and Bring the Pain.
Because I never had HBO, and HBO for me was like a hotel on vacation.
Yeah.
Was like a big thing. Like, oh snap, we got an HBO. Like they're swearing in these specials.
Yeah.
Like it was a big deal.
You'll find out what year HBO started. It had to be, if I had to take a guess, I say 73, 74.
Yeah.
I still remember my friends talking about a movie called Groove Tube.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was either the lead up to a film called Kentucky Fried Film, or vice versa.
72.
It was the whole cast of Saturday Night Live before Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Chevy Chase, John Candy. See who the cast was.
Of the SNL in 72?
No,
it's Kentucky Fried.
Oh, sorry.
Of Groove Tube.
Sorry.
If you look.
So this is basically like you're like seeing like a mixtape of comedy.
No, this was not stand up.
Yeah, but I'm saying like of improv people that are going to go on to be SNL.
Right. This was
yeah,
brilliantly done. Who was the cast?
Ken Shapiro, Richard Belzer, who we just talked about, Chevy Chase, Buzzy Linhart, who I've never heard of, Richmond Bear, Berkeley Harris. Are these names ringing a bell?
No, but they were like improv people that were well known. And, which is sketches, like Kentucky Fried Movie was a sketch. They're in a courtroom, and fucking all of a sudden the attorney opens the briefcase up and takes a dick out and puts it on his head. And he starts saying, we are from another planet and all this shit. When you're 12 and you start
that's what you want to see.
18 kids, it's hysterical. Another scene of 3 black guys playing dice, and a white guy walks up, puts a construction helmet on, and he looks at all 3 guys and he goes, niggers, and he runs and they chase him.
Yeah.
And then it shows, But the moral of the story is Kentucky Fried Movie, 72, what are you saying?
Well, HBO started in 74.
74, so I was 11, that was correct.
And that's, SNL started in 75.
I was dying to see it hit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the word on the street was the Groove Tube had a scene where a guy chased a naked woman, but it was on HBO. Again, nobody had HBO.
No one had HBO.
I still remember.
It's brand new. So
I still remember sitting my mom down, Cuban mom,
and
like breaking it down for her how I needed HBO for school, and, because they don't know. They're watching Telemundo.
Right, you pushed a subscription to a pay channel for a titty.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's brilliant.
Let me talk to you.
That's big thinking.
It had to be like $14.95. So my mom goes, we'll do it on one condition. We split it. I was like, fine. So I had there was a box. You had to get boxes in those.
Yeah.
It was a box with a switch. And it was like 1 to 14, 14 to 28, 28 to
yeah.
And those were channels.
Yeah.
And then there were porno channels, Lee, on like 56. But they would come in slanted.
Yeah, scrambled. They'd come in scrambled.
And you had to scramble the button. And you'd catch like the pussy and you'd start jerking off. Then it would go away.
Yeah, if you just go to get glimpses of it.
But I still remember putting my mother together.
That's so
for HBO. Her going out, the Groove Tube being on, and me sitting there, underwear off, ready to bang this motherfucker out to the fucking Groove.
What a space shuttle!
And it was just a scene.
Yeah.
That's it.
Did you? And there was no way like now. There's DVR. Now you can rewind TV,
Right.
but then you had to almost.
That's it.
It was timing. It was all timing.
There was no DVR. There was no VCR.
You couldn't see something and backtrack it. You couldn't see something and be like, let me go back.
No.
Now I'm going to jerk off to it. You're like, I have to get ready to jerk off to this exact moment.
Like Woman in Red.
Yeah.
Woman in Red with the chick, the hot chick. She was the one from Weird Science.
Oh, the one, Kelly LeBrock was awesome.
Kelly LeBrock was pure heat.
Yeah. Weird Science was a movie that I could jerk off to.
Weird Science, she's beautiful. The one she did when she married poor Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
Steven Seagal ruined her fucking career. That he was. She was fucking beautiful.
But you, I'm the generation of like the VHSs of those. So you would get like the VHS of Weird Science and then jerk off to the Kelly LeBrock coming out after they make her. Yeah.
Oh
And then you just be like, all right. And then eventually come and then Chet's on the screen and you're like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, with me, one time, what's his name goes to ring her doorbell and she gets out of bed and she's naked.
Yeah.
And for a split second, you see her pussy. I still remember 1986 freezing that. Being so coked up.
Yeah.
And just like trying to get a hard on and just freezing through a Brock's pussy. Like, you didn't see the clit or nothing.
Yeah.
A little black bush of hair of her getting out of the window, getting out of bed and looking out the window, and then they don't show it again.
I think the first one for me was maybe Titanic with the boob.
That was your first titty?
I think so. I don't know. That's the first one I can remember being like, oh my God.
But the first tit I saw was when I went to see The Godfather. When she takes her shirt off on the honeymoon. Like when my head almost exploded. Like I was 10, I was like, all right, now I know why my mom hides those bras. I didn't know what a bra was for.
Yeah. You didn't realize it was to conceal something great.
And she didn't have good Apollonia.
Yeah.
Did not.
Apollonia was hot though.
She was beautiful.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Monday, Tuesday. But she had like
literature.
She had like, she already had a kid titties.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? She already had like 2 Mexican kid titties.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the nipples look the aortas.
She's on the comeback tour for her titties.
She's on the comeback tour. So, like, that was, I just wanted to talk about HBO. Like,
yeah, Schwarzenegger.
And then my mother kept it.
Just for the rest.
Kept it. And, you just started watching stuff.
You got Carlin, a bunch of
Carlin,
Richard Carlin. Like he did like 10 at HBO.
Yeah,
he did something crazy.
And
but that's
then,
like,
and then I lost. I lost time. My mom died, and then we got HBO again. Me and my buddy in high school chipped in and got HBO.
Yeah,
for $200, you could get somebody to connect a pole. And he'd give you everything. So the dude that lived next door to me.
Yeah.
He was selling boxes, $250, lifetime subscription.
I was just
rated X, porn from China, midget porn, fucking, rapes that happened on the street that people caught with fucking, they had everything on there. Like, with
Argentinian news. You got weird shit.
$200 one-time payment.
Yeah.
Then after about 6 months, they put a trap on your box. Then you would call them, they'd take the trap off. And I still remember the best month ever. It's weird. I saw Mike Binder last night at the store. Great man.
He's awesome. Mike Binder's the man.
Mike Binder's the man. And he had a movie called Hollywood Nights in 1981.
Yeah.
And it was, this is HBO only had. It's so weird how I put on TV now, and HBO has HBO 9.
Yeah.
HBO Latino, HBO Dirty Comedy, HBO regular comedy, HBO Ukraine, HBO 1, 2, 3, HBO Trump,
East and West.
Yeah, East and West.
Only audio.
When I was growing up, it was fucking HBO, and they had 8 movies.
I'm hoping they put mine on the original.
Yeah, and they had 8 movies. That's it. And every night for a month, they played those same movies, only in a different order. So me and my buddy had a pact. We would come home at 12, walk the Pathmark, shoplift ice cream. Like we go, what do you have? $2? I got $4. What were the essentials? We'll shoplift the rest.
Yeah.
So we would like shoplift like salami and shit like that. But we'd buy ice cream and eggs, and we'd go home and make like protein shakes and salami sandwiches on white bread. And we'd watch The Raging Bull, Hollywood Nights, and Thief with James Caan.
Okay.
Every night.
So you just turn it on and you get guaranteed one.
One of those movies was going to be on.
Did ever
behind it was going to be Thief, and
okay,
behind that was going to be Hollywood Nights.
Yeah,
it was like 3 in order.
So if you get Thief, you're like, all right, we got Raging Bull next.
And
hopefully,
then HBO got dark for a while.
Yeah,
like they started showing a lot of pussy. They had a show.
Are you talking about Retro Diaries?
They had Retro Diaries. They had The Hitchhiker.
The Hitchhiker. I don't remember The Hitchhiker.
Hitchhiker was this lonely dude that walked on the road like kung fu. But he didn't know
kung fu.
He was just a dirty white dude that walked around, and hot white women would fuck him all over. And it was like titties and bush, but they wouldn't show penetration.
Yeah.
But good.
It's a lot of him holding her by the lower back.
Right,
and
like all that stuff.
Of course.
Yeah.
And he would fuck her in a car.
Yeah.
Or in a tent outside, or they would do something along the road. And then she would leave him, and then he would walk in the following episode.
Just fuck somewhere else. Dude, just dicking from town to town.
That would come on like at 12:30 on Fridays.
And then they had Tales from the Crypt.
Loved it.
Loved it. Tales from something, some little midget.
Yeah,
monster.
the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah, the Crypt
Just
Keeper.
talking all that shit. Where you're like, and here's another one. Yeah, dude, I loved it. I was kind of the age where I hit puberty right as HBO went titty heavy, like with like Dream On, which was like a comedy show, but they would always show titties. You just knew at one point in the episode, you're like, I'm gonna see titties. And I was at that age, kind of like you were at, where you're like timing it out. Where you're like, all right, Dream On's on, let's get ready. And then the titty, and you're like, go. But then we had tapes of like Cinemax movies, because Cinemax came along and was like, we know what you guys want. Just a little bit of story and a lot of softcore.
Cinemax is just disgusting.
Yeah, well, they just came along and like, here's this softcore porn, which was the best.
Yeah, they started like at 10:30.
Yeah, and you were just like, because you knew that, because my friend Mitch had the box, had the black box that unscrambled everything. So you get the Spice Channel, but it was at my friend's house. And that you don't want to just like watch porn with like 7 other 12-year-old dudes in the room. You're like, all right, I got to get out of here. Everyone would leave. Everyone would just eventually like, I get the fuck out of here. So everyone wanted to go home and jerk off because you're like watching porn. And now kids it's just on their phones. They're just like, oh, like just look at porn. You had to like find it like a truffle pig.
Yeah,
like dig for it.
And I'm way older than all you.
Yeah, you came up.
I still remember when you had to send a money order for $19.95 for 4 pornos and a projector.
And a projector?
And
would you have to intercept it?
You'd have to take it to somebody's house whose parents worked all day. So the box would land there, and so you'd have to sit there and watch the mailman come. And once he put that box, the word got out. And pornos were not produced. It was just a camera with some broken down woman who they dragged into a room. It was just horrible. Porno from the 70s was really the Me Too. Yeah. That's when women said, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
You know, women getting dragged by their hair into a room yelling and 3 Puerto Ricans fucking them.
Yeah.
It was porno that scared you.
Yeah, you want.
Like
if you saw that young enough, it shook you.
I remember being in a room, and when I did Stress Factory, he showed up and he sat in the front row, and I go, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got a question about any of my stories, now is the time to ask them.
Yeah.
And I just started unloading on what him and I saw as a child.
Jesus.
And I even did it in Miami this week because there was a kid who lived across the street from me.
Really?
He wasn't there with us that day. But I still remember ordering that porn, getting the box, and 6 of us chipped in. 5 of us chipped in like $4 a piece. And we fucking...
Yeah, dude, that was someone's like... someone was an investment.
And we're waiting, you know, every day that you get the package.
Yeah.
Lee, did you go by there? I was there all day. The mailman didn't come. Well, it's because it would say 6 to 8 weeks.
So would someone mark it in a calendar? You had to like put it in.
Yeah, we mailed on the 13th.
There's like a countdown.
So we had a countdown going. So once the 6 weeks came, we were ready to blow. Did you get the porn yet? No.
Did you just eventually start jerking off to the idea of the package getting there?
Just getting there.
You're like, I'm gonna jerk off to the thought.
The party was in my attic. We put fucking a sheet up on the wall. We made sandwiches. We fucking covered the window with aluminum foil like a crackhead.
Yeah.
We put that porn on, and we were traumatized. Traumatized to the point that I'm not a hooker guy, or a strip club guy, or anything from what I saw.
So if we had a reaction,
and I'm telling you the truth, this is not a joke. I think back. Look at my personality. I'm a wild man. Yes, I love pussy and I love everything, but you leave. 8 years. We went into a strip club. He hasn't
never
gone.
Yeah. Just because of that video.
Just that video just gave me I don't even watch porn. People send me shit.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody says to me, this girl was at the store, I'll look up her name. If I meet a porn chick, and she tells me her name, I'll look her up or something. But besides that, I don't look up porn. I don't know anything about it. I know there's Pornhub and YouPorn.
And was it because of that? Like after that video, even as a kid, were you just like, I
was very Catholic.
Yeah.
You know, I was raised by a single mom that was. She spoke sexual, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then seeing that fucked me up.
How old were you when you saw it?
Probably, I gotta say 13.
Okay.
And we had an 11-year-old in the room, and he just started crying.
Yeah.
Like he just broke down.
I mean, that shows you a real like.
And today he's got 6 kids, so I don't know if it's because of that porn or whatever.
You snapped him in the line.
It just snapped you.
You got scared straight with the first. I mean, your first porn thing. Here's the thing: even when it's not a terrible situation, even when it's a good, like I saw probably like a late 80s, early 90s porn for my first porn. It was still the first hardcore porn you see. I was maybe around the same age, 13, 14 years old, and you're like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? Because it's so graphic and more hardcore. But then, like, to make it worse, like you see, that could snap you shut.
Somebody approached me this week, a publicist, and they wrote me this long note about a client they have. He wants to come on the podcast and talk about, porn addiction in this country. And I looked at it and I'm like, and how it ties in with human trafficking. And, I would have had him if he would have cut it short at the porn addiction.
Yeah.
Because I'd love to learn about that stuff. But I don't want to hear about human trafficking on the show. That takes the show somewhere else.
Yeah.
I like this show because from time to time, even if we get serious, we do crack a few jokes in between. There's no,
Yeah, you're talking to a guy about human trafficking. Yeah. You try to crack a joke.
I don't want to talk about human trafficking.
Yeah,
every day we drive here in North Hollywood, you see all these massage parlors. And I can't even think. Like, I go to one massage parlor, but I take my wife there.
Yeah.
I took Lee there.
Yeah.
Or Ching Woon or something like that. And they do foot rubs. It's all guys.
It's legit. It's not
one chick. It's legit. But all those other ones on Lancashire, they're all tug and hug, whatever.
Yeah.
And if you ever go in there, like one Christmas, my back hurt. And everyone I went into, like I walked in, I was like, you know what? Let me make an appointment. Because I could tell, just the look they had. And the woman looked broken. You could tell they're human trafficked.
So you could tell by walking in the door, they would look at you and just be like, fuck, here we go.
Like, I gotta fuck this guy for freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, I'll jump off the fucking bridge.
Do you want to know how sweet that freedom is? I'm about to fuck this guy first.
And it was funny because I watched this documentary and it's the biggest concentration of them in Houston.
Mm-hmm. Really?
And I've had friends go to Houston and say, oh my God, we went to a massage parlor. She looked like Lucy Liu. She wanted 300 and she let you fuck her in the ass like a condom. Just crazy shit. Comics. There's some comics who are fucking savages.
Yeah, you find out some guys and you're like, man, you should have been in the 15th century.
Oh yeah, there's some comics that are just that's. Listen, there's some comics. I was always drawn to the drug part of it. The second was sex. The crazy.
I was alcohol first.
The bump that you bump into on the road. For some guys, I know 3 comics who blew their lives over their sex addiction. But I would never say nothing to. I've never said it to them. But I know that their sex addiction cost them their comedy career the same way
a drug problem would.
Alcohol or drug problem.
Because I think about that because I stopped drinking 6 years ago. And you think, like, I have a friend who overeats. You know what I mean? He's like 500 pounds. And I think about that. And I'm like, man, I hope that, what a hard thing to stop because the thing you got to stop the thing that you have to do. I don't have to ever drink alcohol. Like sex, if you're a sex addict, you want to have sex again with your wife. So it's weird. It'd be like if I had to drink a beer every day. They'd be like, don't be an alcoholic. That's a weird addiction to think. And I feel like I'm lucky that I don't have it.
I was going to say, like, I'm sure it's hard. There's parts to it. But sex addiction seems like the best. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that bad.
I think it could fucking destroy your life.
How?
You know how? Because I have a dear friend that I got to meet out here.
Yeah.
And after 4 years, I asked her, why don't you have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
And she became friends with my wife. This is not lived in Hollywood. She moved back to New York now.
Yeah.
And she just told me this sex addict thing, and we'd smoke joints. And one day I just said, break it down for me. And it was just horrific.
Yeah.
And it was something with her father, the uncle.
Oh, okay.
But
I don't think anyone's born a sex addict. I don't think anyone just comes out like, you know what I mean? Like an unscathed childhood. And there's like, I feel like it always is. Addictions always come from like a fucking rough landing as a child.
Absolutely.
I think as a kid, it's like a response to a fucking fall.
And I think it runs in something. I think, like for me, listen, I've been addicted to something since I could remember.
Yeah.
let's start with my pacifier addiction.
Yeah, sucking your thumb.
I gave up pacifiers when I was 6.
Okay.
And I still remember how I used them. I used them like people smoke cigarettes.
Where you'd stress out.
So I'd play with you.
Yeah.
And then let's say I lost the game, I'd go, I'll be right back. And I'd go in a corner and suck 3 times, then come back and keep playing Monopoly.
Fucking hilarious.
I thought about that, not as a
just
joke.
a pack of pacifiers?
I had them everywhere, all over the fucking apartment, 80 to 90 of them. And my mother had these Japanese dolls, and I used to play ball in the house. And she goes, listen, one day you're going to break one of those dolls. First, I'm going to break your head.
Yeah.
2, you're going to pay me the $300 for those dolls. I kept playing with the Spalding number 2.
Yeah.
They're a little harder for stick. And I broke the fucking doll. And she goes, you either have to pay me the $300 or you give up your addiction to pacifiers. I knew I wasn't giving that bitch $300. She was trying to kill me to get the change I had saved up from the bar. I had exactly like $310.
Yeah, you're not blowing that fucking. You're not gonna blow those.
I'm not blowing that fucking doll.
Yeah.
And I still remember her and I walking around the house and me going and she had a garbage bag and me throwing. I had them hiding under pillows. I had one like crazy.
Did you have like a period of withdrawal? Like, did she have to leave you in a room when you were just like?
I don't remember. Like, I looked at my daughter when my daughter had it.
Yeah.
The Binky thing. It was over with her with 3, and that was enough. And I still remember her asking for it a couple times.
Yeah.
And then me coming back on the road, and my wife going, "Don't even bring it up."
Yeah.
And that was it. I just moved on. But I guarantee that addiction turned into, then I became a karate kid.
Okay.
And I was addicted with that.
Yeah.
Like that. So then Bruce Lee came and it drove me over. And then from that, I probably got hooked on fucking ice cream.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ate pizza every day. Like steak. Everything I do, I'm a creature of habit.
Yeah.
I was thinking last night, if somebody wants to kill me, all they got to do is go to the store on a Tuesday night. I'm at the store every Tuesday night.
He's going to be right there.
I'm at the store every Tuesday.
Yeah.
Rain, snow, shine. I feel bad. Christmas Eve is on Tuesday, and I'm like, what do I do? Like, what do
you got to go to the store. Yeah.
Like, what do I do?
You don't think about that when you have like habits like that, or like kind of like OCD compulsions like that. When it's something like a holiday, and you're like, no, but I do just think on this day, and everyone's like, you got to eat turkey with your family. Like,
when you do, listen, for you to get the HBO, you had to have some type of OCD, something to sit down and make you right. This shit, you have to have OCD to do what we do over and over and over.
What's weird is
repetitive and the same thought.
I feel weird when I come off the road because you get so used to going Thursday to Saturday, back on Sunday. New York, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, back on the road on Thursday, back home Sunday. And start doing that. In the past month, I stopped after I filmed the special. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna stay in the city, 2 spots. And I started to feel like it's itchy. Itchy is the best word. Where I was just kind of like, what the fuck? And I was getting bothered easy. And he's like, oh yeah, we're creatures of habit. You have to go back to doing that. And that's why I like stand-up, because I can go do the same thing. I can go to the cellar Tuesday night after the bar. You know what I mean? Like,
I need 2 more weeks a month.
Yeah. On the road, that's what I do.
I need it, not financially.
You just need to do it.
I need to do it.
Yeah.
I need it for my sanity. I've trained my family on it already.
That's the best.
My wife loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My daughter loves it.
Yeah.
The weeks I go on the road, her and I spend that little extra time.
Sure.
It's something, I was thinking about it last night, that I'm making it easier for my daughter to understand. Hopefully she marries a guy that travels. And it's going to be like, fine.
Yeah.
Because I was the blueprint of her growing up.
And she's comfortable with it.
I travel 6 days. And I look at her face, it's 5 fucking days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I miss you. 5 fucking days. I'm going to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I need the road also. I could tell when I'm home for a while.
And you get to, the road is, what's weird is you start becoming more of yourself on the road than at home. There's like a part of you that's like, that's truly you by yourself. And you're just in this, like, I know it's nice to travel with features, have, a friend with you sometimes, and that makes it easier. But then when you're just like in Buffalo at Helium for 5 shows, and you're like, yeah, this is who I am when I'm in Austin at Cap City. I'm still that guy during the Saturday after press. You become like that. That's just who you are as a person. So then when you don't go on the road, you're kind of like, I kind of miss doing stuff like that.
It's crazy how you evolve on the road also, because 28 years, let's say safely, correctly, I've been going on the road like an animal for 20, conservatively.
Can I ask you, as someone that's just started on the road and only gone on the road with the internet, what was that like before, when you're on the road and there's no fucking internet, or you didn't have movie channels?
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, okay, right now Lee's been doing it 2 years. In about 2 years, he's going to start getting calls to do one-nighters and whatnot.
Yeah.
And at first, the road is you drop your bags. You go to Cleveland, you go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you go here, you go there, you have an idea. You know, you're a feature act, so you're not going to go to the best restaurant in town.
Sure.
But you're going to find affordable. And you go out and you do things, and you connect with people. Now, every time you go to that club as a feature act, but you're going to go to 6 times.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to go there 6 times before you come.
If you're lucky, you're getting that work like every 2 months.
Twice a year.
Yeah.
That's twice a year, 3 years. You're going to go there as a feature.
Clubs you could get like 3 in if they were nice.
And if they really like you, they'll go stay next week.
Yeah.
You know, so assuming that you become friends with the bartender, now he'll tell you, hey, fly in Tuesday. And there's a room an hour from me that pays $200, and now you start to meet people. But then the road, then you get married. You know, for you were drinking for 6 years.
Yeah.
And one day you said, you got to stop because this isn't working on the road.
Oh man,
the road is a license to go.
Yeah.
When you and that's why I tell people, the road for me, when I fucking got in that car, June 25th, 1995 in Boulder, and I headed out to Ogden, Utah, that's open for tribble, you know, do a tribble run.
Yeah.
My mentality changed. You become a savage.
Yeah.
You become Tom Berringer in Major League.
Yeah.
You wake him up in the
Jake
beginning.
Taylor? Yeah.
2 naked women on top of him.
Yeah.
And a chicken in the room.
You can at least say it from the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you become on the road.
Yeah.
All you do is party, write, and perform.
Yeah.
Party, write, and perform. And somewhere on the way to Tuscaloosa, you stop and do laundry, and you bump into a fat black chick who fucking will cook for you, and then you go back. You know, and that's part of the adventure.
Sure.
And then you stop doing drugs and drinking.
Yeah.
Now the road becomes something different to you. Now you're starting to get special. So you're dedicating writing. You know, you want to get healthy. So now the road becomes a gym also.
Yeah.
Now you actually look at gyms.
Go to restaurants.
Go to different You want to get the
like
local
actual
flair.
restaurants.
Like the local flair.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to Morton's in New York. You want to go to the local flair.
Yeah.
You know? Let's go up to Arthur Avenue in the Bronx and get some spaghetti and fucking meatballs, you know. And then for me now, the road is an escape. You know, when I'm home, I have a child, I have a wife, podcast. You know, it's constant. When I'm on the road, it's over.
Yeah.
It's about my Netflix, my notebook, and what I could walk to eat.
That's what I want. I would love. Yeah.
When you tell me the best,
I kind of am like that right now. I walk to where I eat a lot of times.
The best restaurant is Choo Choo's.
Yeah.
I look at Twitter. I look at Uber. If it's more than a 10 spot, I don't need to go.
I
live in LA. I don't want to be in another car.
Yeah.
I want to walk, breathe, get some vitamin D.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be in my hotel room.
See, I always look for the restaurants that are in between the club and the hotel. If you find something and you're like, all right, that's on the way, so I can get it or take it back. For some reason, there was a couple of months where I just wanted to get food and go back to my hotel room. Like, you want to go back to your cage early. Like,
I don't like food in my room.
You know?
No. So I usually, like, when I go...
so you go out to eat.
Let's say you go to Nyack.
Yeah.
You go to Nyack, right?
Yeah.
They got great food in fucking Nyack.
Yeah.
They got a Chinese restaurant that delivers.
Okay.
And they got a fucking Italian restaurant that delivers. So
yeah.
We did the show Thursday night. Friday, me and Matt Fultron, we just got fucking a bag of Italian food for $50. Spaghetti and clam sauce, cheddar, fucking pizza.
The full go.
And that was all in for the day. He took 3 slices, I took 3 slices. And then Saturday it was Chinese. You know, but we eat it downstairs in the breakfast area.
Yeah.
So we'll sit there watching like whatever's on TV.
Oh, so you go to the lobby and eat
Fuck yeah. When I bring food back, I
Yeah.
go to the lobby and eat.
You know what? That's a good point because I always notice I get
food in my room.
The messiest food is when you bring it back and then you get like a corner of a to-go thing that'll open up and that's on the desk.
Yeah, every bedspread is white.
Yeah.
Look, I did a fucking room once in San Diego 10, 11, 12 years ago. And I brought a pot cookie with me. And it was in a baggie.
Yeah.
I put the pot cookie in the shelf. And the next morning I woke up and this was a fucking Hilton. This is like a Hilton, guys.
Yeah.
This is like a hotel with a fucking gaslight.
Yeah.
White people.
Yeah.
Do you know that a mouse ate the tail end of the cookie? The baggie? He ate through the baggie, so it was like a simple cookie. Guys, he didn't eat much. I'm not going to lie to you. So he ate like maybe this much of the cookie.
But can you imagine what they did to a mouse?
Oh my God, that's why he had to stop. He's eating, he's thinking he's at the bakery.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden his diabetes hit him. That motherfucker went under the sink and died, that motherfucker.
He got through, he was fighting through that bag, knowing what was on the other side. He's like a whole cookie. He was probably thinking of the cookie he was going to give to his family, how his generations, and then he was eating it. And he's like, this, what the fuck? Just putting him sideways.
I fucked that little mouse up. That motherfucker.
That's what you got to do instead of traps. Just leave Joey Diaz weed cookies
He
out.
sent the postcard to one of his cousins on the train. You know those trains on the A train where you're waiting for the mouse?
Yeah, that
you're
mouse.
waiting for the train.
Yeah.
You see something go by, and you're like, I gotta stop smoking.
Yeah, that mouse got into jazz and then just started walking.
You look at the fucking train tracks and you start to see him in New York City.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I'm not fucking seeing things.
Yeah, the tracks in New York, you can just, it's actually the way I feel like if you live near a river, you would watch a river run. You just watch like rats run down the subway tracks, and it's like, if you don't get skeezed out, you're just kind of like, nah, whatever. They're down there.
So the special came out last Saturday.
Yeah. So now totally streaming on all the platforms.
And how you feeling about it?
Good, man. But it's like that new, like, all right, let's get back to work.
It's a horrible feeling.
It's horrible. It's two things. It's like exciting because you feel like you have a whole field in front of you, like just go run around. But then you're kind of like, man, I had some structured bits. I had some bits that I really worked the fuck out.
How long did you take between you shot this special to prepare?
I think we did the stand-ups on Netflix in March of 2017. And so from March 2017 to October of 2019. So about 2.5 years.
Okay. You had plenty of time.
Yeah, and I went to Edinburgh. I went to Scotland and worked on it. Hour.
Okay, good.
And just worked that some bitch. Worked, wanted to get it as tight as I could. And then film it. And then it was just...
Where'd you film it?
Bowery Ballroom.
No shit.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Great. It's a great rock venue, but it's also just a good venue. Got about 400 people in there.
HBO shot a couple specials, or just you?
They shot, they did like 7 in 2019. I want to say they did about 7 or 8 specials. So I'm the last one of the year. But, man, it's great. It's that HBO. I got them do the 1983 special presentation intro where you see the dad turning the TV and then they go up over the town and, it comes out of the stars. I was like, man, if I could just get that on this special. And they're like, yeah, we'll do it. I was like, fuck it.
That's great.
All right.
Control everything.
Yeah, you just ask for shit. And like,
where were your parents now? You said you grew up in Colorado.
Yeah, I grew up in Aurora. My mom is still out there. She's still living in Aurora. And then my dad died when I was 14. So it's just, thanks. Yeah, it's just been there. And then my grandmother still lives out in San Francisco. So those are the 2 places I go.
And I hate to ask you this. Where were you? We talked about before the podcast. I have a deep, deep love for Colorado.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you what happened. And the people who are listening in Denver. I just went to Denver and I did 2 shows at the Paramount. And I went back to the room and I cried a little bit that night.
Yeah.
Because I've been to every state in the fucking union. Alaska, Hawaii, pretty much. I haven't done comedy in all of them. But Colorado's a special place. Or it was. When I first stepped foot in Colorado in 1983, it was a magical kingdom, especially where I came from in New York City and New Jersey.
Yeah.
I'm from right over the tunnel.
Yes.
You over the tunnel, that's where I'm from.
Yeah.
Okay? And then New York City. And listen,
not to take anything away from New York City. When New York City sneezes, everybody catches a cold. New York runs this bitch. But when I went to Colorado, like it was something magical.
Yeah.
Like what I was expecting and what I saw were two different things.
Did you think it was just gonna be like a podunk, tiny cow town?
I still remember being a child.
83, man. That's Colorado. Denver's not big in 83.
I still remember being a child and them always going tonight on ABC, whatever, 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Mountain Time.
Yeah.
And Mountain Time always fucked with me. I said, what the fuck is Mountain Time,
Yeah.
So when somebody came up to me and they go, listen, you're not doing too well here. I got a spot in Basalt. It's 45 minutes from Aspen. We got a house there. You're more than welcome to come out and get your head together. It was like, wow. But so I went, in those days, you did not go online.
Yeah.
I went to the library. I was a bookie on 118th Street.
Okay.
And I went to some New York library and I got an encyclopedia and looked up Colorado and I read all about it. And I was like, I guess I'll go out there. And I pictured Little House on the Prairie. And I remember waking up on I-70 and seeing all this commerce and all this shit.
Yeah.
But we weren't headed there. We were headed to Basalt.
Yeah, so you had to go through Colorado. You go through the foothills.
Shit, and all of a sudden you start to see this
Georgetown. You're going by Georgetown on I-70.
You start to see it, what went, except for the mountains. It looked like fucking Newark. Downtown Denver, whatever the fuck, downtown was a hellhole when I moved to Colorado.
Yeah.
So we didn't stop in Denver. We drove through Denver, and I was like, not that bueno. But once we got out of Denver, and you start feeling those mountains.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest with you, and a lot of people, you think I'm crazy. You don't feel it because you grew up there. I didn't grow up there. But the first time I was surrounded by mountains, something happens to you. Something happens to you. The mountains really have an effect on you. When I lived in Seattle, I would go to Bremerton, and that's the deepest point in the United States. That's why they launch submarines out of Bremerton.
Okay.
And when you're there, when you live close to the ocean and you live in a city like New York, then you move to Colorado, there's some type of energy in those mountains. And I felt at peace. For the first time, I didn't have to do coke. For the first time, I slept.
So it relaxed you.
I learned how to go fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man, that's
skiing, man.
Growing up there, I think you don't realize.
You do not realize
because to you, you're from like a smaller town. Denver is a small town. You're watching. I was growing up with cable, so you were watching shows based in New York and shit. And Denver was a small town. And then you'd go to the mountains to do things with your parents. But that was kind of like you were going on because they wanted to do something. And for you, you're like, this sucks. I'd rather be at home with my friends, running around doing that stuff. So I never really appreciated the mountains until I left Colorado and came back. And then I was like, oh, holy shit. But also in a weird way, that's also why I think I appreciate New York so much. It's because I grew up in a place like Denver where it's a lower pace. It's a slower pace. Kind of everyone, there's room out there. And then I moved to New York and I just liked that everything was there and you could get to work. And it was like, if you wanted to work, you could go. So I think, having that opposite, either growing up in a different place like New York and Denver, and then having it as an adult, you can appreciate both. Because I don't think there's a better place I could have grown up than Denver, than Aurora. Suburbs of a nice,
fucking beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's sunny.
Beautiful.
It's so sunny all the time.
White people.
Great, nice white people. Not for a couple generations ago. Yeah.
You got to remember, I moved to fucking Basalt.
Yeah.
And the first thing we did for dinner the first night was go to a place where they gave you a fishing pole. I'm a New York City kid. I handled guns. I threw rocks at people.
You got to just scale a fish.
These people give you a fishing pole for $10. You throw it in the roaring fork. You catch a trout. They take it. They skin it. They cook it. And then they give you potato salad, 2 pieces of bread, and a beer. That was my first experience. I was like, what the fuck?
Yo, that is some
How fucking
shit.
cool is this shit? And everybody's talking to people. And I still tell people. Somebody put it up on Twitter. I still remember hitchhiking.
Yeah.
Like the big thing in Basalt was they had a hitching post.
so you could hitchhike. And people would actually pull up and go, I'm not going up that far today. I'm so sorry. Good morning, though. And I'd go, fuck you, because I'm from New York. You don't fucking tell me good morning. I still remember going home the first day I applied for jobs. And I still remember my buddies like, so how'd it go there? I'm like, I'm out of here. They're fucking faggots. They tell you good morning. How are you? They ask you how you doing. They talk to you. Like, I came from 1970 New York, where you were raised to look straight. You don't look down. You don't make eye contact. Only, I swear to God, I still remember hitchhiking and a lady pulling up and going, good morning. I would give you a ride, but I can't because I'm only going up to Old Snowmass. And me going, how do you stop? What the fuck is wrong? Get the fuck out of here.
Below in your mind that someone...
Below in my mind that somebody was that nice.
It almost feels, did it feel like intrusive? Like someone be like, what do you... It
felt like something it took me a month to get used to. And then I was all in.
But what happened when you went back east after getting used to the Colorado conversation?
It took me about 8 months. I stayed and I really enjoyed it. I learned how to ski by myself. On Christmas Day, 83, I was all in, but I brought luggage with me. I brought my thievery luggage with me. And Snowmass Village is the size of fucking 3 blocks.
Yeah.
And I started robbing jewelry stores and burglarizing them all Christmas Eve. So I had backed myself out of a position. So I left. Then I came back a year and a half later, moved back up there. Like nothing had happened. Again, I left in disgrace. I ended up getting arrested in Boulder. Now, when I moved to Aspen, I went to Boulder. And I was in Boulder 5 minutes before I looked at my buddies and I go, get the fucking car. Why would you bring me to this filthy, hippie, stinky sandal wearing fucking place?
You're just up on the hill watching all those hippies walking around.
I didn't go to the hill yet. I was down on Pearl Street Mall.
Yeah.
And I go, get me the fuck out of here. People playing the guitar with dogs and shit.
Yeah. That's the most Colorado shit in the world.
We got out of there and I never went
Pearl
back
Street Mall is super fucking Colorado.
I'm like, I'm not going back to Boulder again.
Yeah.
Filthy animals, white people. I'm never going
like
back there.
Feral whites.
Everybody had sandals on and shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that. And I went to New York, got a beat in New York, ended up homeless, the whole thing.
Okay.
Plane ride back to Colorado. I said, I'm moving to Colorado Springs. And I bumped into a black guy on the flight, and he goes, man, you don't want to move to no Colorado Springs. That's an army town.
Yep.
You're
Air Force.
How old are you? You want 21, you want some pussy. You got to move to Boulder.
Yeah.
So I landed, got a hotel room, took a bus to Boulder the next day, and I moved to 1012 14th Street. Right on the fucking hill, around the corner from fucking the downtown club, 18, 16 and over.
Yeah.
Where Canavis McGee punched the guy in the eye and knocked his eyeball out and shit. Tremendous.
That's fucking
around
awesome.
The corner from Abo's Pizza. I could throw a rock at the University of Colorado.
Yeah.
On 1012 14th Street.
Dude, I know exactly where that is because all my friends' older brothers and sisters went to Boulder. So when I was in high school, you'd go up and go to those house parties, you know, and you just like the Halloween house parties. If you were a high school kid in Aurora and one of your friends' older brothers went to Colorado, you're like, oh, let's go up there and drink. You just go and do a keg and pay $5, but you're like 17. It's fucking great.
I'm going away to a ski resort for New Year's with my daughter. The main reason is to see how she adapts to skiing and how she likes the cold weather.
Yeah.
If she likes the cold weather, I predict that within 3 years I'll be in the Grand Junction area.
Grand Junction?
Moving to that area.
Grand Junction? Why Grand Junction, though? Why not
Montrose, Telluride. I got all that. It hasn't been polluted yet with the marijuana.
Yeah.
And there's still houses for $300,000.
There you go. So that's why no Breckenridge.
Grand Junction Airport flies directly to JFK and LAX seasonal. So you can still get out of there.
If anyone ever told me they were going to move to Grand Junction, I'd be like, Grand Junction?
In that area.
Yeah.
It'd be 30 minutes from Grand Junction. I have a dear friend in Montrose.
You would have some. Okay.
I have a dear friend. I have friends. He was just here, Mike Robach.
Okay.
Here. And we spoke, and he goes, you still have plans? And I go, I'm going to surprise you. His family owns a supermarket chain out there, not King Supers.
I was about to say.
Not King
Supers.
Okay.
I was about to say, they own King Supers?
Not King Super Dupers.
Yeah.
How far is Denver from there?
That's like over a 6-hour drive.
Wow. Okay.
You got to go through the Rockies. That's on the other side. That's the west side of the Rockies.
Wow.
So my point being that till this day, I'm very ashamed of my behavior in Colorado. If I would have done that behavior in New York, San Francisco, LA, it was accepted.
Yeah.
But Colorado to me still remains a very special place.
Yeah.
I don't like the marijuana thing in Colorado.
Really?
I think it brought too much. No, Colorado been smoking big dope since the 80s. All right. Colorado got never proved to nobody.
I moved to Tucson.
I was in Colorado in '83, and I was getting weed. That would grow fucking hair on your walls. That high altitude reefer. Get the fuck out of
So
here.
when I went to college in Tucson. I went to the University of Arizona, and before I left, I went up to Boulder and I got an ounce. And it was 4 long buds, and it was I weighed it 28 grams, and I took it with me to Tucson, thinking everyone had the equivalent of Boulder weed. Because when I was in high school, Boulder weed that's what you wanted to get. That was the first time I saw weed with orange hairs. The first time the sticky shit, it was Boulder. And I remember I brought that with me, and people in Tucson were like, "Where the fuck did you get this weed?" And you're like,
these amateurs don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about Boulder. I'm talking about Colorado as a whole.
Yeah.
When I lived in Aspen, I used to go to Woody Creek Tap.
Yeah.
Right.
Great Hunter S. Thompson's watering hole.
Seeing Hunter S. Thompson, and I lie to you guys and tell you, I didn't know who the fuck he was. I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Yeah, but I like that honesty.
The one time I went in there, he was with Bill Murray.
Okay.
They were just about to shoot where the Buffalo roam.
All right.
I left. I found out that he was. Then I went in there another time, and he was in there with Don Johnson. Because Woody Creek Tavern made the best fucking nachos. They used real chorizo.
Yeah.
Nobody uses chorizo in their nachos. That's mind-boggling. 1983.
Oh, bringing chorizo into the mountains of Colorado?
Mountains of Colorado. So fucking I would go down there and I would get weed. The first time the person showed me the weed, I don't know if it was the lighting in the room. It looked like coke from how the crystals were on the bud. So for people who don't know, now you know. They've been smoking deep reefer in Colorado. Those motherfuckers. I had some people who were growing weed where they made The Shining.
Yeah.
The Shining.
My mom worked at that hotel in college.
Those fucking twins.
Yeah.
Tell them about how good the buffet is there on Sunday.
Oh, I don't know. I've never been there. My mom worked there up in college.
What's the name of the hotel?
It's not the fuck. It's the Broadmoor.
Something like that.
The Stanley is what it's called.
Right.
It's the Stanley in the book, but I think it's the Broadmoor Hotel.
In
real life.
In real life, they have a buffet.
The Stanley or the
I think it's still the Stanley.
They have a buffet on Sundays.
Yeah.
It's the best buffet.
So my mom worked that hotel is really haunted.
Yes.
It's a very haunted hotel. And my mom worked there in the summer.
Yes.
And she worked the buffets, which was like a big deal at the hotel. The weekend
What's
buffets.
the name of the town where that's in?
Estes Park.
Estes Park, Colorado.
I don't know if this is still true, but as of 10 years ago, Estes Park was #1 visited tourist location in the United States. I thought it was the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Really?
They had squirrels that come up to you. You could feed them. You've never blue-back squirrels.
That's cool, but that's better than the Grand.
Yeah, that's great. But that hotel, my mom worked the breakfast shift, and she said like they would come in and the tables would be like, chairs on the tables and stuff, like everything moved around, and they have to reset it. But they just became like used to it because that hotel was that haunted. They're just like, oh yeah, ghosts are fucking with us again. And you're like, cool. And then The Shining, and then they made The Shining. So I think my mom was in college when they made The Shining, or was that late 70s? When did The Shining come out?
Let's find out.
I just say it had to come out.
I want to see that new one, Dr. Sleep.
80.
Oh, okay, yeah. So she was way gone, but it was,
and I was just moving up there.
Okay, so you moved up to 83.
And I moved up to Snowmass on the heels of Ted Bundy.
Fuck, dude! You always forget about Colorado stopover. You forget Ted Bundy made a
Aspen
twice,
and he killed a chick at the Wildwood Inn in Snowmass. And I used to hang out at the Stone Bridge, which is right up the block. So they would go. That's the first place they take you. Let's go see where Ted Bundy killed the.
That's what you would take. Right?
That's what people would take you. You
It's like, you want to see where Ted Bundy bashed that lady's head in? And you're like,
yeah.
holy, yeah, you forget about the Colorado stopover of Ted Bundy. You think mostly Washington and Florida.
You know, Colorado was a very unique place. Like I said, it means the world to me because I became a man there. I got married, divorced. I failed there as a man. I went to prison there, learned how to shoot.
Yeah.
I learned how to kill people there. I mean, I had a trainer there. That's all he did: blow up people, wires, battery acid.
Jesus,
you know, because they used to hide a lot of Vietnam vets in Colorado to protect NORAD. I didn't know.
That's fucking crazy.
Because NORAD is in Colorado.
It's in the mountain.
So they would, you know, I just heard this. I don't know how true it is that they would actually send a lot of. I knew a guy in Snowmass Village that once a year he wore his costume and a helicopter would come and get him. And then he'd leave and he'd come back and he'd be a skier. But besides that, he had 19 racks of fucking medals.
It's like John J. Rambo.
And people had stories about him, and then I became friends with him because I worked at a video store.
Yeah.
And one day I asked him, I said, "You really a Green Beret?" And he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Are you guys the best?" He goes, "Well, a Green Beret, a SEAL, fucking this and this was sitting, and a Ranger was sitting around making a bowl of stew. And the Ranger was telling his stories, and the SEAL was telling his story. And this guy was his story. And the whole time the Marine was stirring the pot with his dick. That's the story he told me. That's how tough I am, all right? And he used to wear the
yeah. He's the best.
And the helicopter would come get him. And then there was a guy, an editor named John Link. He edited Above the Law, Commando, and what's the Steven Seagal movie?
Hard to Kill?
Yeah. No. The one when they Yes. The one when he came back, you know, he's in a coma for 8 years.
Yeah, Hard to Kill.
So 2 weeks later, he's flying through the air.
Fucking shit up.
People got to go to fucking therapy for 10 years.
Yeah, physical therapy.
Yeah,
he woke up and started beating the shit out of people.
To himself.
Yeah, I love that.
He acupunctured himself out of a coma. And then, you know, this is when 87, they wrote some wild cocaine additive.
He's still making those movies.
I love it.
Is he?
But yeah, they just go direct to
in Hong Kong. It's him beating all those protesters.
That's the next Seagal. Hard to Protest.
Hard to Protest.
Yeah.
What dates you got coming up, bro?
I'm going to be in San Francisco. I'm going to be in Boston. All dates at dansoda.com. I'm hitting the road again January.
Okay.
Get that new, put that new hour together.
I hear you, man.
Dude, thanks so much for having me on, man.
Bert Kreischer called me 2 nights ago. He's starting Thursdays at the Ha-Ha, workout Thursdays. He goes, I got to start from scratch again.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
It's terrifying. Because you're like,
it's a month.
Do I know how to write a fucking joke?
It's a month of suicidal thoughts because you're like, what the fuck am I going to say?
All I keep thinking about is like, what does that even mean?
And you don't book yourself for an hour because you might as well embarrass yourself, but you go to like Albany, they just got 2 feet of snow and they don't give a fuck if you go up there and hit yourself with a hammer in the head. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck if you bomb up in Albany this weekend.
Yeah, that's why I got to wait till January to be like, all right, I got a semblance of something. I got something. Yeah, figure something out. But man, thanks so much for having me on.
Man,
the first time I ever saw. I heard of you, but I came through LA for just a quick stop, and I met up with Ari at the Comedy Store, and I was with Louis Katz, and we were waiting for Ari, and we walked into the back of the original room, and I saw you do this set, and I was like, man, Joey Diaz is fucking hilarious, because it was just for some reason while I was waiting for Ari, Louis and I walked in, sat down, watched you, and you were doing a story about teaching a cat how to do blow. And it was one of the fucking hardest I've laughed. And I remember leaving being like, dude, Joey Diaz is a fucking beast. Just, and I don't get out to LA a lot. So it's just nice to meet you. And thanks for having me on.
And I'd love to do the bonfire.
Dude, when do
you tape?
We do Monday through Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night.
Yeah, 6 to 8.
Fucking Jay's a hard work.
Dude, he's got that. Legion of Skanks.
No shit.
Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. He's doing a great new show at the Stand that you definitely have to do called The Worst, where you tell a story and Jay kind of interjects with thoughts or whatever. I've done it.
What nights did you do that?
He does it once a month, but if he ever does an LA, dude, I'm telling you, man, that just me dream booking you on the worst with Big J would be the shit. But dude, I love you, man. And thanks for having me on.
Thank you very much.
And it's that Colorado connection. It was just
we got to get you back on.
Because, dude, I mean, yeah, I love that shit, and I miss Colorado, but I love living in New York.
I miss it, and that's why I told my wife, I go, before we spend a ton of loot, go to vacation in Grand Junction and fly in and the whole thing. Let's see how she handles Big Bear. And if she likes the snow and she likes falling down and all that shit, I'm out of here. I'm Colorado bound. I'll ask for forgiveness. I'll volunteer with blind kids just to give me good karma. You know, because I always felt like that was the wrong place to do the things I was doing. I remember Rogan moving to Boulder and calling me and going, I'm driving in this town and I'm seeing you, and this was like a fucking candy store for you.
Yeah.
You know, I still remember going to Kmart on Christmas.
Yeah.
And in Boulder.
Yeah.
The place was closed. The gate was open. There was no attendant. There was a couple trees. And the guy said, leave your payment in the thing. And I'm like, no, he didn't. And I'm broke. I look in the envelope. There's $200. I take the cash. I leave the checks, and I steal a Christmas tree. I felt so bad about that. I went back and put $200 in this thing, and I didn't tell him for what. You know, there was a story that I didn't do.
Yeah.
This is how nice people in Colorado are. And you people are listening and oh, they're fucking stupid. No. They're so nice in Boulder. A fucking guy put 5 boxes in front of 5 drive-ins in a bank of Boulder.
Yeah.
So the driving lanes, a big bank of drivers. He put a box and a sign that said, window closed, put deposits in here. You'll receive receipts in the mail. He did that till lunchtime till they caught on. He came and got all 5 boxes. God knows what he stole.
Good
That's how nice the people are.
Yeah, they're like, oh, okay.
I couldn't. I was like a bully there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people leave your keys in the ignition in the car.
Well, now you get to move back.
And now I get to move back and try to be a normal motherfucker.
I love that.
All right? I love you, Dan. So,
do the best.
Listen, the church is brought to you by, don't forget, Dan Soder's special. Came out on Saturday night. Catch it on HBO. He's a funny guy. He's a great guy, and I'm happy that he made it on today. I want to thank him. I want to thank the Christ Killer. But most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for supporting the church of what's happening now. Let me explain something to you. The holiday season's coming. You're sitting there. What am I going to get this guy? What am I going to get Jimmy? What am I going to... I got something for you, and it starts at $79. The Hello Tushy portable bidet. You're like, Joey, why would I need a bidet? Why? Because why would you need to cut down 1,000 fucking trees to wipe your ass? Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper doesn't remove all this shit. It leaves all the fucking espiritos behind. You got poop on any other part of your body. Would you just wipe it off with dry paper? No. Water cleans better than dry paper, you fucking momo. Tushy sprays water directly into your asshole and removes everything. Listen, bidets are common all over the world, except here. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. You still use a little toilet paper to pat you down, but the amount doesn't matter. We also, over at Tushy, they got tremendous little Turkish towels to dry your asshole clean. Tushy sprays water into your fucking ass, not toilet water. I'm talking about Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts, your nutsack, your asshole, that crack, with fresh water. The same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than fucking toilet paper. Listen, take it from your Uncle Joey. If you wipe with paper, you're going to cause anal fissures, and you don't want to have no anal fissures in your fucking asshole, all right? So, bidets are the way to go. They start at $79. They come in different colors. They got a 60-day guarantee. But let me tell you something. I've had mine for what, maybe 4 fucking years. I'm 300 fucking pounds, and it still washes my asshole. Tip-top Magouda. So go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in. Church, get 10% off your order. Anytime, right now. This is the gift to give. You show up with this, they're going to be fucking happy, and it's easy to install. You don't need a plumber. You can do it all on your own. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. Let me tell you something else. The church is brought to you by Stance
socks. They're the most comfortable socks that you could possibly wear. Get them. Stance socks. They're just not comfy. They're going to turn heads. Their designs are beyond anything you've ever seen on a sock. They're works of art, whatever you're into. If they got Metallica, they got the Karate Kid, they got the whole Quentin Tarantino collection. Every football, every baseball, every basketball team, they got something for every sports fanatic in your life. This Christmas, let me tell you something. These socks, they're just comfortable. You ever just put a pair of socks on? When I fly, I put on my Stance. Why? When I go to lift weights, I put on my Stance. Why? Because they're comfortable. They make your feet feel like $1 million. You know what I'm saying? They're like fucking an SUV for your feet. They're comfortable. They're just tremendous. And this, again, is another tremendous Christmas present. So right now, for the church family, I got a great offer. You ready? Go to stance.com right now, and you'll get a free pair of socks with any purchase. Purchase a pair of socks, they're going to throw a pair of socks in, all right? Stance is the best way to cross everyone off your holiday shopping list. That's Stance. Grab a pen, stance.com/church to get your free pair of socks. Because if they're not Stance, they're not socks. They're just pieces of fucking shit, all right? Go to stance.com right now. Stance, stance.com/church and get a free pair of socks when you order whatever they have to sell you. Who takes care of you like Uncle Joey? I want to thank Hello Tushy, and I want to thank Stance Socks, and most importantly, I want to thank you fucking savages. Calusa Casino is sold out. There's maybe 2 tickets left for the Christmas show up at the Ice House. And San Francisco, the second show, there's still some tickets left. Palace of Performing Arts, and it's after Christmas, so we'll have a good time on a Saturday night. I love you guys. Do not forget to watch the Dan Soda special on HBO. I want to thank the Christ Killer. I want to thank fucking Dan Soda, but I want to thank you guys for being fucking family. And thank you for all the compliments on Mercy. She is a great kid. I'm trying my hardest. I love you, motherfuckers. See you Monday morning, or maybe Tuesday. I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'll see you next week, all right? Stay black. God bless you. Don't let nobody fuck with you. Kick this fucking muley. Greetings, cocksuckers. It's December 16th. Welcome to Podcastville. It's the Church of What's Happening Now. Brought to you by Netflix new podcast, Behind the Irishman. I told you about The Irishman on Netflix. I enjoyed it. I don't give a fuck about the 3 hours and 49 minutes. It's tremendous. Now you can hear all about it, how it was made into an official podcast with my main man, Sebastian Maniscalco. The Irishman has De Niro. It has Pacino. It's got Joe Pesci. And, again, Sebastian Maniscalco. All 3 episodes are out right now, today, Monday. Spoiler alert. Watch The Irishman on Netflix before you listen to the podcast. Search for Behind the Irishman wherever else you listen to podcasts. Watch the movie, then go to Behind the Irishman. The church is also brought to you by, and I'm hooking you up. I think like fucking Thursday or Friday is the last day you can order a gift and get it because Amazon or whoever the fuck deliver is going to shut you down. But listen, you're sitting there right now, it's Monday morning, you're like, what am I going to get my uncle for fucking Christmas? And then picture your uncle and ask yourself, does his asshole stink like fucking death? It probably does. He's a truck driver, he gets in and out, he drinks a lot of coffee, he's fucked up. That's when Hello Tushy comes in. You're like, Joey, what's Hello Tushy? Hello Tushy is a portable bidet that takes you 10 minutes to install, and it sprinkles your ass with fresh, refreshing fucking water. No more paper, no more cutting down trees, no more killing the apocalyptos. You know how many apocalyptos you fucking kill every time you wipe your ass? There's 10 dead Indians because who knows how the fuck they got the tree paper. I don't fucking know. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper, and the Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. Not toilet water, all right? Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your fucking asshole in the back of your nutsack. Well, ladies, you gotta get the back of that monkey. Sometimes that asshole juice dips into the bottom. You gotta catch that shit before it starts. So do me a favor. They start at $79. Go to hellotushy.com/church and get 10% off your order. Kick this motherfucking muley. It's Monday morning. Anyway, what's happening, you bad motherfuckers? I got myself
I got Jesus Trejo and my main man, the Christ Killer, in the fucking house. What's happening?
What's up, you guys? Thank you guys for having me again. This is a blessing, man.
We had a good time on Friday. We shot a little fucking video and we laughed our asses off.
You're right, Joy.
Oh, we're right together. We fucking
man.
I like going off anymore. I don't like just playing comedy no more. My life ain't no Saturday Night Live edition. That's the worst fucking show on television. I swear to fucking God.
It's not worth it.
If you watch Saturday Night Live, shoot yourself. If you wake up, if you go to work on Mondays and tell your friends, how good is Alec Baldwin this weekend? Take a fucking black cock and shove it up your ass. It's over. You're a dumb fuck, okay? I fucking hate you saying that, Live people. I have for a long fucking time. I'm happy it's the holiday season. I feel honest. It's like a week away from Hanukkah. I can't, right? You're like a week away from Hanukkah.
I honestly don't know when it is this year. It changes every year.
It's like the 27th, 26th, something. Maybe the 20th. Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
But we're close.
We're close. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Polish that beanie. Polish that beanie. Nice. It's holiday season. Forgiveness. What's Hanukkah?
Oh, we're just happy that the oil lasted for 8 days instead of 1. We just want presents.
Okay.
That's it. It's not as good as Christmas, though. It sucks compared to Christmas.
What's going on with you, Jesus?
Chilling, man. I'm just
specials at showtime.
Yeah, man.
Midnight spots at the store. You're like
happy
to fuck, man.
Yeah, man. I'm just happy, man. I'm just happy to be able to, do my thing, do comedy. Things are looking up. Just a blessing, man. It beats pushing a lawnmower. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, hey, man, I've been able to kind of, make a living from my IP, intellectual property. You know what I mean? Just think about something and manifest it, make it happen.
You were talking about the fields earlier.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. I mean, you're out there working. I mean, I remember going out there working with my dad.
Mexico?
No, here. I'm born and raised here.
Okay.
I'm born and raised here in Long Beach, California. But, my parents came from Mexico. And, my dad's from Sinaloa. And my mom's from Jalisco. So, I mean, I pretty much had the upbringing of an immigrant, Spanish my first language. I didn't have command of English till 5th grade. Because I could speak English, but it's like it still was a little rough, You just kind of figure it out. So you just kind of learn English translating for your folks, In the morning before we went out to go work, we'd go to a donut shop or 7-Eleven, and I order everything for my dad or for the guys he brought to work with him. And then, we drink coffee, laugh it up. It's about to be 7 a.m. That's when you can start. That's when
your father's company.
Yeah, it's a landscaping business.
Also, it was a landscape.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we're gardeners and
fucking
stuff.
Cherries or something like that.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, we did a little bit of that, taking out grass, putting out sod, taking trees out. So we would work the fields as far as planting stuff. And
how old are you now?
33.
Do you think about that work ethic when you're doing comedy? Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. I'm so grateful. My dad was a hard ass, tough love all day. The definition of tough love, you type, my dad comes out arms folded, and thanks to that, I think I was able to apply it to comedy. It's like if I was able to be out there working with my dad 12 hours, no problem. We just stop for water breaks, eat, listen to the radio in between spots. If I could do that, I could go on the road. I could do this. I could do that. I don't stop, even to a fault. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, how sometimes you're like, man, I need a break today. I just need to sleep in a little bit. And yeah, I've been able to transfer that into comedy, and it's just been, it's been a blessing that I can multitask that way and not feel the fatigue.
What's the dude who walks on charcoals and shit?
The dudes that walk on charcoal?
Isn't that Tony Robbins?
Yeah, Tony Robbins, for example. If you go to a Tony Robbins seminar, he speaks about triggers for performance, And it's so weird, I have a problem, we all have insecurities and we doubt ourselves. I have a lot of doubt. And even before you go on stage, you have a little insecurity, just little touches. And I think that one of the triggers, one of the jobs that I always go back to is hot carry.
Hot carry
for a minute when you work for a cement guy that builds.
Oh, okay.
Your shirt's off,
Right. You could taste the salt from your body on your skin. Like you've been sweating since 9:15 and it's 4 o'clock. And you don't give a fuck. You're outside, you're picking up bricks, you're mixing mortar. And it's easy. It's hard. But at the same time, you just enjoy what you're doing, that it's easy.
Right.
And I compare that before I walk on stage sometimes. Like I think of all these things, like I'm so petrified before I go on stage. So that's why I was asking you, how is working that field, that immigrant mentality, helped your comedy? I mean, last night you did 5 spots.
Yeah, easy.
5 fucking spots. People go move to New York to do 5 spots in a night.
And just to be clear, I mean, these spots weren't like packed with people. I mean, there is just
no, they never are.
Yeah, they never are.
They never are.
One of them was the Ice House was packed, but you know, it's great. I think just that mentality. It's like, you know, just moving forward and not being phased, because it's like I know what it's like to have to go to work with your dad and be sick. You know, it's like you have the flu or you have this or you have a headache. It's like
it don't matter.
It don't matter, man.
It doesn't matter.
My dad had to go to work no matter what.
It doesn't matter. That's what people don't understand, that we've become very pussified, you know.
Pussified.
You're sick, come on down.
Right.
Puke here and then go back home. Then we're cool. I was raised into that mentality. You know, I pulled my hamstring. For the first week, I didn't do nothing. Then after that, I knew I got 2 options. A stinker curl in me, and I could sit here and I got an excuse not to work out. Or I could work around it.
Yeah, do other things.
And the first 2 or 3 days, I was very scared, you know, and then I realized you have to give the leg the blood for it to heal. You know, like you have to, it's so weird how the show must go on. You don't have time to bleed. You know, I tell people that me and Rogan really have nothing in common, except for one thing. And it builds our bond so much, and that's called the religion of comedy.
Religion of comedy.
I'm a Catholic.
Yeah.
And I'm a Santeria guy, and I believe in Buddhist beliefs. But I was raised. When did you start comedy? There's 2 questions I have for you, right?
Okay.
Don't answer them. When did you start comedy? And when did you start doing comedy? There's always 2 questions. Right. There's always 2 dates. For me, I started comedy July of 91. When did I really start comedy? When did the religion sink in? And I was like, this is it.
That's a great question.
Rain, snow, shine, birthdays, anniversaries, no weddings.
Yeah,
I'm selling every possession I got just to fucking force, because this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
I started comedy July of 91. I started doing stand-up October of 93.
Right.
That's when I go, okay, I baptized myself,
right?
And I'm in the religion of comedy. What does that mean? That nothing else matters. Everything is revolved. Comedy is first. Cocaine was a tight second.
Neck and neck.
Pussy was a tight third. You know, but the comedy of religion, the religion of comedy was first. That was it. I drove to wherever I had to go, whatever hustle I had to do. When did it snap for you?
So I'm 33 now. I started comedy when I was 20, right? So I just turned 20. Like, I went up for the first time when I was 20, right? Kind of did it, bombed my ass off real bad. Got scared, didn't do it for a whole year. And I came back at 21 because that's when I can get into the bar illegally. And I go up there and I bombed harder than the first time. I'm like, fuck all this shit. I'm going to stick with school. You know, I think my dad's onto something with this school shit.
You were going to college?
Yeah, I was going to college. I ended up graduating, but I remember even when I graduated, I grabbed my diploma, gave it to my folks. I'm like, this is for you. I'm going to go park cars. And my dad threw a fit. He's like, if that's what you wanted to do, he's like, what the fuck are you wasting time and money? He's like, you're going to, all my sacrifice, you're going to go park cars at the store.
Why did you want to park cars at the store?
Because I could get stage time and I wanted to get past. And that's how Mitzi had the system in play. You know, you do potluck, which back then was Sunday and Monday. So if you got Sunday, you weren't going to get up Monday. So that freed up my Monday. I could do another open mic. But you do the open mic until you're basically tapped. You're like, hey, do you want to work here? Fuck yeah, I do want to work here. And that meant I had a guaranteed spot on potluck Sunday and Monday now, right? And that was 3 minutes of stage time. That's 6 minutes between the two. And then you get one development spot in the belly room. That's another 3. I'm up to 9 minutes. Maybe run the light every once in a while. That's 10 minutes. You feel me? A week. sign me in. So I worked the store. You know, I hung out for a year begging Tommy to let me work there. I mean, begging, hey Tommy. And as soon as I was coming up the stairs, Tommy was like, oh, well, I know what you're gonna say. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told you yesterday. Hey, just putting it out there, man. I was annoying. I've never been that annoying with anything in my life, but when you want to get into the religion of comedy, that's what it takes, you know.
Why did you want to do it so bad? You wanted to be around it 24/7. You wanted to chew it, live it, spin it.
It was what I wanted to do, and then like the track record of the Comedy Store. I mean, you know, some of the guys who I looked up to came out of the Comedy Store. It's like you have Richard Pryor coming out of there, and then somebody who I became enamored with, and I never got to meet, but God rest his soul, Freddie Soto. Like I identified so much with Freddie Soto. It's like, well, where did he come out of? The Comedy Store. Well, what did he do? He drove Richard Pryor around. He worked the store. Yeah, that's where I needed to be. You know, you have Jim Carrey coming out of it, Sam Kinison. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's like, it's all day. And I was like, I need to get in there. You know, Rogan was there. Shafir was there. You're there. It's like, it's tried and true. I need to get in, you know, and I got in and I did every job. I parked cars for a long time. Did maintenance work during the day. I unclogged the toilets.
How long did it take you to get past?
A little over 2 years. So
No
it's like
shit.
in under 3 years.
Good for you.
Yeah. So I started when I was 20, but I started comedy September 7, 2012. That's when I got past. And I knew that's when it started because I was on the road. I was on the road. I was on the road. I think I was in Chicago. We were driving cross country, me and my homie Kyle Ray, and we were just driving across town. We had a gig in Des Moines, Iowa, at the Funny Bone, and then we had a gig at Pittsburgh Improv, right? And they were a week apart. So it was this week at Des Moines, a week in the middle, free, and then the following week it was Pittsburgh. So we drove. It took us a month to go there and back. So we do Des Moines. We were opening for Steve Torino, and we drive to Iowa. We do the show, then we go to Chicago and we stay there for a whole week. And we're sleeping in the car. One of the best times of our lives. We're sleeping in the car, eating fucking gas station hot dogs and coffee in the morning, splitting a pack of donuts here and there, buying gas station bananas just to eat healthy, And then so we do Pittsburgh. And then on the way back, we're in Chicago. And I remember this. We were at a coffee shop at a Borders bookstore at some mall, who knows where. I couldn't tell you. And the names go up. And I think it was maybe Brenton who sent a picture of them painting my name on the wall because I already got passed, right? So they're painting the names on the wall. And I couldn't be there for the names night ceremony. And I was bummed out. I was like, fuck, man. I'm on the road doing, open mics in Chicago in between, just kind of waiting for the gig. I was so bummed out. And again, Kyle was like, this is what you want to be doing. I was like, you want to be a comic, right? I said, yeah. And, started thinking about it. It's like, this, if I really want to be a comic, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm on the road doing comedy as opposed to being in town at the store, seeing my name go up. I got a picture of my name half written on the wall. And I was like, all right. That night we went to downtown Chicago and we did some show at a bar that I ate shit at. But I got off stage feeling great. I'm like, wow, they have no idea. Like, I just started comedy right now. Like, this is the day. And yeah, to answer your question, it was September 7, 2012.
That's crazy. 12-year difference of thinking of procrastinating. You started at the store in 2009.
Yeah. That's around when I started. I don't know exactly when I started, but I was doing open mics in Long Beach. I was driving back and forth, I was working jobs here and there. I was working at a steel factory. I was working retail. I was working like whatever I could get my hands on, working with my dad on weekends. But during the week, and then eventually I got a job as an ABA instructor. I was working with autistic kids, ages 3 to 7. I was going to school. I was like, essentially hands-on teaching, and I would get out at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. That's peak traffic hours here in LA. So it would take me, if I got out at 5, it would take me damn near 2 hours to get to the store. But that's where I needed to go do my spots. Then I'm working there at the store. And I remember during those times, Chappelle was popping in, so it would go late. We were there at 3, 4 in the morning. I got to drive home, sleep, be at school at 7 in the morning, and do it again. And it was those weeks where he would pop in multiple times, and I'm like, this is what it is. I remember one time Don Barris caught me sleeping in his car. I moved his car because I'm moving cars around, and he had the heaters on, and it was cold. I just stood there, and I was like knocked out. He opens the door. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? Sleeping in my car. I was like, oh, my bad. Let me go sit in my car. But I mean,
what makes us do that? Crazy.
The hustle. You know, there's
the
something bigger.
What makes you? What possesses somebody to look? If I go home and my door doesn't work, like I go to turn the key, and my key breaks in the door. That's one thing. I know I gotta sleep in my car. Right. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Fuck. You call the locksmith, he wants 800 because it's 2:30 in the morning, you know. But now the landlord, you know, you get him at 8. So what do? You crawl in your car, you put your hooded sweatshirt on, you go to sleep. What we know, okay. So you get pissed off for 8 minutes.
Right.
You put the music on the heater and you pass out. What makes you get in the car knowing you're gonna sleep at a truck station? And some chick is going to come up to you, some chubby chick at 4 in the morning, knock on their glass and go, are you looking for a date? And you're like, not really. You filthy animal. And there's a bunch of guys shooting meth. I mean, when I used to pull into those truck stops, they were crazy.
Really?
And I would have a knife.
What's the name of that truck stop? I don't think we stopped there.
You name it. You name it. You know, I mean, you go to some truck stops and see gay activity. Like a guy going into the bathroom, and then like a guy going in and walking out, but that guy's still in there, and another guy going out, and that guy's still in there, and another guy going out, and you're like, wow. And you're there rolling like your joints.
That's a different kind of bathroom attendant.
Yeah, like you're rolling your joints, and you have a box of chains, so you could get like, what are those fucking chips that are like a cone?
Oh. Bugles?
Bugles. You know, like I still remember living off of Bugles and like Subway veggie and cheese. Like
it's so funny.
It's so fucking crazy. Like what makes you? I've asked the last 3 comics like, come on here. Like ever since,
I can answer that question for sure. And it's knowing that there's this book by David Lynch, and I don't remember the exact title, but it's like Finding the Big Fish or Catching the Big Fish, and it's just the thought, you know, you let all these little fishes go by. It's like you're fishing, you catch one, you let it go. And that's a day job. It's this opportunity. It's an office job. Yeah, I mean, you let all those fishes go because you know there's a big fish coming. And that's comedy. And for me, seeing guys like you, Rogan, you know, look at D'Elia, Brendan Schaub, like Theo Vaughn, you guys caught the big fish. And I know that. You know what I mean? It's like, and I know that
how did we catch the big fish?
Because you guys are doing what you love on your own terms. That's the big fish. You guys are doing comedy. You guys are doing what seems right to you. You know what I mean? Look at your podcast, how amazing this is. You know what I mean? I'm blessed that this is my second time here. The first time I was on here, your audience was so warm.
No, they're very warm. They're receptive.
On Twitter, they're like, welcome to the church.
Like
welcome to the church.
They believe in all this shit. This is our thing.
You get to create.
This is our thing.
People are on your wavelength. Nobody's telling you, hey, Joey, the sponsors thing, you can't read it like that. No. They're happy to do business with you. They're happy to listen to you week after week. You caught the big fish. You have a wife, you have a kid, you have a family.
But do these things just happen? Are they luck?
No.
Are they persistence? You know, I believe in the universe. I believe the universe has a certain strength.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that if the universe sees that you're really fucking suffering, you know, but you're not bitching. You know, the universe hates crybabies, bro.
Right.
And guess what? I was the biggest crybaby of them all because I know what it is to be in love. I know what it is to break up with somebody. I know what it is to be cheated on. And those feelings you get. In 1994, I fell in love with comedy so hard, like nothing else mattered.
Right.
Like you fall, like it's like falling in love with a woman, you know.
I was watching when you watch the Motley Crue movie, he talks about falling in love, and it gave him a warmth that he never had growing up. And that woman was called heroin. For me, it was cocaine.
Right.
But the real true addiction was the love I had for comedy. Not to be a comedy star, not to even live in LA, just to be good.
Right.
Just to be a good comedian. I didn't know what time was. I didn't know what time limits were. Hours, 45 minutes. I didn't know.
Right.
I didn't care about all that shit. When most people, it's really weird when you're 16 and you find your mother on the floor and there's no one, you're the only person that has to take care of you. You learn real quick what things you need to drop from your life for you to survive.
Yeah.
Like there was no more football on Sundays. There was, when I got to high school, I did the thing that I hated. I did the thing that was uncool to do in the 70s. The most uncool thing you could do in the 70s what labeled you a loser more than putting a tattoo on your forehead that said loser was quitting high school. And because of my mother's death and because of various other things, I quit high school.
Yeah.
And it was fucking painful. You know what I'm saying? When you're already tagged to be a loser, like people who quit high school were losers. Or not necessarily. Their parents had a business and they were getting groomed to take over the business when they're 40. You're still a fucking moron. You know what I'm saying? For quitting school.
But pain, I think, makes a thing called, it's like situations like the one you described gives you a sense of urgency that I think people don't really move with. And, we've talked about my parents' health and stuff. From a very young age, I figured out that, hey, man, this is going to be different. I can't be up playing video games. I can't, do this and that. I can't be hanging out. I can't, you sacrifice because you know that if there's going to be some kind of relief if you're going to stop the pain somehow, it's going to be through hard work. And that's what you figured out. And I think a lot of people have figured out when you find the thing that you love to do and then you know that thing's going to provide for your loved ones, most importantly, and then you can get a little kickback from that too. It's like, right.
I came here with a lot of people, and 50% of these people are still here today. And I look at what they're doing, and I look at what I'm doing. And I'm not here to judge nobody, but I see the differences in career paths. And I question, like it makes me feel shitty. But I question what path did we take that we ended up in different paths. Why am I still at the Comedy Store when most of the guys I got put up with aren't even allowed on Sunset? The guys I got passed with, they're not even allowed on Sunset. I don't even think they're doing comedy. Right. One guy I know for sure is in and out of a fucking cuckoo farm. The same night I got passed, he's in and out of a fucking insane asylum right now. Right. Comedy just ate him up and chewed him up and spit him out. Every 90 days you see him on Facebook, I'm back. And he draws a picture of a guy with a missing leg or something, but it's just like you feel guilty. You said a name, Freddie. I was there with Freddie,
Wow.
I was trying to find my identity, and I saw Freddie go from driver to being on tour with everybody, with Carlos, and then doing his own tour. And right. I still remember being at the Houston Comedy Festival with him, and him being on the floor under mine, and fucking, it was all hell down there, And
that's fun.
It's I think about Freddie from time to time. I see Corey now a lot.
Yeah,
Corey's been up there shaking those titties. So 15 years later, you gotta come out and shake those titties. You know what I'm saying? He's dead and buried.
Do you struggle with the survivor's remorse? Or I don't know what you call it, survivor's guilt of sorts. Like you were kind of touching on that. It's like guys who you started with or got passed with, and is that something you struggle with?
Yeah, sometimes. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know what I did right because I did everything wrong. But you see, I did everything wrong, but I did one thing right. I put my head down and I kept going. I never gave up. And every year I added to my arsenal. I saw what people weren't doing, and I tried to add to my arsenal. Early on, I knew I wasn't going to be Louis C.K. They were not going to let me be Louis C.K., and I wasn't going to let myself be Louis. Sure, like not by taking my dick out. I mean, on the talent level, like,
yeah,
you know, the addiction problems I had wasn't going to let me be Louis C.K., but I kept showing up at the store, following Mooney every day. I didn't give a fuck about that. When I was following Mooney all those years and going to Felipe's and all those guys' rooms and ending up at the store, I wasn't thinking of doing theaters on the weekend. I just want to be funny.
Right.
That's where people get lost. They start looking past that. Right. And your goal is just shut your fucking, do me a favor, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Until you do halftime of a Buffalo Sabre game, until that time, don't say a fucking word because you don't know dick. And that's where I would go down to the store early and the guys that weren't getting up, it's just negative. It's negative, and it's a reverse guilt that you're on, and then, well, Mitzi likes you. Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Are you insinuating that I fucked her and ate her ass? No, I didn't. I come here on Sundays. I make sure on Sundays my game is on top because she's in here. See, in the old days, she would come in during the week.
Wow.
They would tell you, like, when you got there at 9, like, Mitzi's coming. Fuck. 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 You know?
Yeah.
And then she'd sit there and you're like, thank God, please. And you would actually get people to go talk to her. Do me a favor, go talk to her. Mitzi's giving away spots. Go talk to her. I would trick people to go and talk to her. Like, I was on stage. Mitzi's looking for somebody for La Jolla. Go talk to her. Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah.
When you wanted her to see somebody, you stood next to her and body blocked her. Hi, Mitch, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Go take a fucking hike. You're in no danger getting a spot. Mitzi will die before she gives you a spot in this fucking dump. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were just,
great.
Whenever she was there, she created this fucking energy, and they were coming from all over the place. So when, you know, think about parking cars.
Right.
Mitzi comes in at 9:30 on a Tuesday, and at 9:45, there's no comedians in the building.
Oh, shit.
And she's sitting in there, and she's like, bring me water. Pick my feet up, you know, and people are picking a little Jewish feet up and shit, put on the stool.
Yeah.
And she sits back. There's nobody there. It's 9:45. There ain't nobody there to talk to her.
Shit.
And she watches your whole set, and you die a death of fucking 10 Katrina survivors. You die like one of those fags in Orlando. You just get fucking shot in the head, dog. And you walk off that stage. Remember when I said that you didn't even want, you would just look at the carpet, and walk out and go, looks like I'll be parking cars for a long fucking time. I better get used to it.
Yeah.
I better learn how to drive a Tesla. Because I tell people all the time, I used to leave there going with tears. I still remember going down that hill to Fountain and making that left turn
down on La Cienega.
Yeah, the tear just going down my face. Like, but it's like, I won't be at the store no more. And it goes,
have they ever unpassed somebody? Like, painted over their name on the wall? Or no?
I saw her throw a few people out of there. Ooh. I knew she threw Jerry Seinfeld out of there.
Really?
Yeah.
And he was on there last week. He came to the store.
Yeah, he came again. I remember the time he came in and he told his story on stage. You know, this is maybe a few years ago, but it's like, 30 years ago, just he came to LA.
He was too polished for her.
Yeah.
That's what it was. He was too polished for her. She didn't want you polished.
He basically quoted her and said that it's like, you come here to LA, he's like, and no one has told you no. He's like, I want to be that person to tell you no. He's like, and he would drive down Doheny in his Porsche, and she would be out there watering the lawn, and they just kind of lock eyes. He's like, but she never would let him play. And then, this was a few years ago, and he went on stage. He said, this is my first time in a long time. Crazy. And now he went up recently, actually, within a week, right?
Fucking Jews hating Jews. It's a horror.
It's a fucking horror show.
Do you think Mitzi's like strong aura built better comics at the store? It was that fear of I better not bomb.
Yeah.
No other club had that. I mean, Bud Friedman wasn't doing that at the comics, right?
Bud Friedman was out there with his fucking monocle, eating dinner with 10 people, not bothering anybody. I'll never forget being in Miami, and Bud Friedman was talking to one of the owners. His name was Stan, and this had to be 99. I walk in, I covered for somebody. They got canceled, and I was the feature, and I could cover. I would sell tickets down there. I had like a little light, like from doing feature work. People would come, and they knew I snorted coke. And I'll never forget that Bud Friedman looked at me. He was standing right next to Stan. He goes, "Hey, look who it is." And he goes, "What's this kid's name again?" And those are the things you really can't explain to people.
Right.
Like you feel like going, go fuck yourself, but you're like, I'm working. I'm getting 1,200. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I can't blow this. This is the biggest paycheck I'll ever see in my life.
Right. That's so funny, man. Yeah, the store is such a, like I mean, you've been there longer than I have and seen the transformation, but there's something very special about that place, you know?
I've become a different person. I have a loyalty problem. If you did something for me substantial at some point, my inner Catholic, Cuban, Indian roots make me very loyal to you. I call certain people who were there certain parts of my life, and I tell them whenever something good happens, because I didn't want to let them down. They were there for me. They covered me at a certain spot in my life. In my life, I have a teacher named Mr. T. I called him first. He was my fucking, sophomore year teacher. I took him to the premiere of fucking something I did, and I think The Longest Yard. I mean, he was such an impact on me comic-wise, but there's always been, I say about 12 people. Jim Handy, he got me into comedy. He was a car manager at a car place.
That's great.
All those people, I try to call them when something good happens, because in the back of my mind, I'm doing something good for them. I want them to be proud of me. I don't give a fuck about anybody else. I don't give a fuck about the Joneses. I want them to know what they did for me was not in vain.
Yeah.
I want them to know. And when Mitzi died, it was like Mitzi and Brody, and it was just like a weird thing.
Yeah.
But it was 3 deaths. Let's be honest. It was the death of me on Netflix. The death of Mitzi, and then the death of Brody. It was 3 deaths, and I say it how it is. I tell you how it is. I was there. I know how I felt when I got off that stage. Whatever. I don't care if Netflix is never going to use me again. But it was 3 deaths in one. But Mitzi's death affected me.
Yeah.
Because after she died, I didn't go to the funeral. I didn't want to be around about that. But I did think about what she meant to me. And I said, wow, she changed my whole life because of the store. I could take it this deep. Because of the store, I have a daughter. I met my wife at the store. I met Joe Rogan at the store.
Right.
I met Ari at the store. I met Paul Mooney at the store. I met Eddie Griffin at the store.
Right.
Not to insult anybody, the night I saw you, and we had a really good time at the Improv a couple of weeks ago, the first time you were hosting. That's the first time I stepped out of the store in a year.
Wow.
Because after Mitzi died and after my death on Netflix, R.I.P., I fucking... This is how you have to be, though. You have to be able to laugh. You can't live forever thinking that you're a fucking, fucking Johnny Funny. I'm a special bomber. I bomb on specials, but I kill at the original room. You know what I'm saying?
Devastating.
Yeah, the original room, I'll shoot you down, but I bomb on specials. That's my thing. But that's my thing. Some people. Next time I shoot a special, I gotta call a bomb alert. I have like 3 Iranians there with long beards and shit, and fucking giving out hummus chips and shit so they could get the blame. But Mitzi's death fucked me up.
Yeah.
Because I realized what she had done for me. Her Sunday night talks. I was the host. So in between, I would have to go with the list.
and go, do you want Jesus to go on? God, no. You know, she would say, I don't want 3 Schwarzes in a row. Like, I don't want 3 black guys in a row or 3 Mexicans in a row. So I would change it up with her. You know, I don't want 3 pieces of pussy. This girl's too pretty. Put her up at the end. Like, she just had this science.
Right.
She just had science. Like, she had done it all before. Like, just trust what I'm saying to you. You know, and every once in a while, I'm not going to lie to you. Next week, I want you to dress like Fidel Castro and put a handcuff on. See you next Sunday.
You're like,
she'd forget by Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I want you to do Latino night and dress up like Ricky Ricardo and get a blonde and shake her ass and spank it. You know, 'cause she's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while she had, well, every once in a while she would just say, next time you say that joke, say that word, even if it's offensive. Like shit like that. Like, fuck them. Wow. And you're like, really? And she goes, yeah, that's the word that's needed there. White pussy to choke up. Right. And I would go, wow. You know what she called my wife? The farmer girl. She called my wife the farmer girl. And she called me.
Why she did that?
And she was a farmer girl like me, that tough. And she called me Fat Baby.
Fat Baby.
And then she put my name on the list as Fat Baby. I still have the schedules.
So you got brought up as Fat Baby?
Fat Baby.
Wow.
So she brought me up as wow. They didn't bring me up as Fat Baby. They brought me up as Joey Diaz, but nobody would know who I was in those days. So she's like, his name is Fat Baby on the schedule. So it was a Fat Baby on the schedule.
When did you fully ditch the Fat Baby? Like how long before?
When she stopped coming around.
Okay.
Once she
That's when the name took a death. You're like, ah,
like it just went away. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck. Listen, call me megaphied fucking whatever. As long as you give me 6 spots a week at the comedy store. Remember, at this time, I didn't go to Montreal.
Right.
I had fucking Shamook, his son, his grandfather as an agent. You know, I had fucking Johnny Rotten as a manager. Nobody talked to me. Nobody booked me for anything. That's why I started doing movies. Because they said, I'll figure out going through the back door. You look at my IMDb, it's like I got like a 6,000. I'm impeccable on my IMDb. I've been shooting shit since 2003 and never stopped.
What gave you the foresight, or what let you know that was like the, I guess, backdoor way in?
I knew they didn't want me for no comedy thing. Nobody wanted to talk to me as far as comedy. Nobody. Not even fucking shitty C-lead labels. Wow. I finally, a guy by the name of Vic Dunlop, God rest his soul.
Oh, I remember.
Big time comedy, Mexican, Cuban comic from the store. Big time. 70s, Kennison, fist fights, stabbing Puerto Ricans, lost his leg in Vietnam. You know, he lost like something in Vietnam, like an arm or something. Nobody knew because he had his shirt on. Real tough guy.
Nobody knew because he had a shirt on.
You know, again, he was the guy that if I got the Soprano movie, I would have called Vic Dunlop. Vic Dunlop was one of those guys he was the original cast member of Richard Pryor's show. You know, like one of those guys. He'd been snorting coke at the store with Elaine Boozler. All those crazy motherfuckers. I mean, he had stories forever. He had like this little side company in Vegas. If I have an album I call the Blue Album, it's me with 2 chicks on the cover. That's who put that CD out. He gave me the first chance. They would pay you like $7 a minute. So I just did like 2,000 minutes. Like they were back there with flares, they had lights giving me fucking sirens. I wouldn't get off. I'm a $7 a minute. Watch me go, motherfucker. And then he called me. He's like, we kept like 58 minutes. Woo! I was on the fucking calculator.
I was gonna say.
I'm like, all right. So they paid you on minutes. They gave you an advance, like $750. Yeah. They paid you on minutes, and then every truck stop you go to the country, the CD was there. The CD was there. They make that money. Now they're really pushing it. Right. And now I'm not mad at them. I won't help them push it because they won't pay me anymore. Sure. But they did give me a start. That was my first formal CD. They did a photo shoot. It was the craziest thing because it was like I taped it, they did a photo shoot, then they stopped answering my call. For 6 months. Hello. Nobody would call. What? Then one day in the mail, I got a box of 100 of it. And they were like, good luck. That's it. You'll never see another dime again. Well, you could sell them at the show, because that's what they gave me, 100 of them to sell them at the show. Do you know how many I sold out of those 100?
How many?
2. I threw the rest away.
Really? I didn't have the heart. I took him out one time in La Jolla, and I needed coke money really bad. I'm like, please.
What were you selling them for?
10. And some guy came and gave me $40. I gave him the 10 I had. 40 is the magical number. Take them all.
Take them.
If you think I'm going to stand back here and sell these things, I don't give a fuck if we take them across the street and get $2 a piece. And then I found a guy on Sunset by, what the fuck is the name of that place? They do pizza on Person, Sierra Bonita, and Sunset. Gaucho. Not Gaucho.
Oh, the Italian place?
Yeah, kind of Italian. Next door to that. Was his
Chibo's?
Chibo. Next door to Chibo. Like in '98, there was this little like half retarded guy with an eye patch. He wasn't all there. Something happened to him. So like '99 or something, I walked by one day. He's like, "Hey, you." He's not ever made class. He goes, "Come here, give me your autograph. Aren't you the guy from The Sopranos?" And I'm like, and then I tried to be mafia. I go, maybe. You know. He's like, "You're my favorite big pussy." He gave me a hug. He goes, "What else do you do?" I'm a comedian. He goes, "Nah, really?" He goes, "You got anything to sell?" So I went home and I went back to his thing. And I go, "I got these CDs." And he goes, "Well, I usually take these on consignment, but you're a Hollywood star. I'll give you like $5 a piece." He took like 50 of them at $5 a piece. And I'm like, "I'll never walk on this side of the street again." Because somebody's going to come in here. And he's going to tell them, "This is the guy from The Sopranos." And they're going to go, "That's not the fucking guy from The Sopranos." So he's like, "Come back in 6 months. We'll sell them for 15 and we'll split it down the middle. And I'll give you 5 up front." He cut me like a check. I went to the bank and fucking they cashed it. I'm like, ooh, damn. Then he went out of business. And I never heard from him again. So.
That was a check that took him under. It's like, shit.
You
took him for that money, bro.
I took him for that. You know, I didn't have the balls to sell CDs afterward. But Vic Dunlop was one of those guys that, you know, Rogan is one of those guys, and when something good happens, I have to call him. I think Friday, I knew he was in Vegas. I knew he was getting ready for the weigh-in.
Yeah.
And I called him. He answered. We must have talked something about stand-up for like 35 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's a free-for-all. So I was listening to Ted Nugent free-for-all. And I'm like, we're doing comedy right now. It's a free-for-all. Like, because I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't really give a fuck. All I want to do is have a great hour when I go on the road.
Right.
That's it. I don't care about a special. I don't care about nothing. I just want to lay it on them. I just want them to leave and go, Jesus Christ. Where'd that fucking old man get all that energy from? He's lying to us. He's doing blow. You know, but I'm not. I'm just going up there and fucking just giving it to you, biting into your fucking neck. That was all from Mitzi's death. Wow. Once Mitzi died, it took me about a month to realize what she had done for me and what I had to do for her now. In her honor, what I have to do something for her. And my job is to be a comedy store Marine. I'm that sniper that has to fucking kill you. You're the guy I call, and there's 8 of them up there at the comedy store that she created and built around Sebastian. You know, there was a lot of guys that she really guided. She made snipers out of them.
Right.
And we're like the last guys that come in to fucking shoot your head off. Like when we come in, that guy's dying.
Right.
One of these 8 guys is going to take this head off. So we're good here.
Right.
Like that's how funny and consistent I want to be. Like my whole mind has to be turned to funny. Like I don't even have time to get sad no more. Right. If I get sad about something, I flip it into a fucking joke. Like that's how serious I had. Ever since she died, it did something to me. It was like my mother dying.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, she replaced my mother at some point in my life. That comedy store is your family.
Yeah.
The night I fell at the comedy store, the pain I had in my leg, you know, the thoughts about the 2 weeks I had to cancel and, you know, I can't lift. Nothing compared to the overwhelming love I got that night from the employees there, how they picked me up and they fucking
girls were fucking carrying me, and they moved my car over, and they called. The next day they sent soup. It made me realize I'm part of something. I'm really part of something that's big. It's big.
Yeah.
It's so big that it overwhelms me still after 22 years. Like, I don't take the comedy store for granted. I'm 56. I'm still getting spots at the fucking store.
Right.
Suck my dick.
Right.
So when I go to St. Louis, Kansas City, fucking Fresno next year, Bakersfield, I'm representing the comedy store. That's it. I don't want to sell T-shirts. I don't want to sell CDs after a show. Mitzi didn't like none of that shit. Mitzi didn't like selling food.
Yeah, she didn't push for the food
She
for a
didn't
long
push
time.
for food forever.
Just drinks.
People can't laugh if they have food in their mouth. She lost money so you could have a better show.
A pure
show.
Comedy.
Do you understand me? You know, so that's what when people go to me, you're leaving so much money on the table, not bringing somebody and giving them $10 an hour. Why would I want to do that? I don't want nobody to be a fucking shirt salesman, okay? That's number one. I'm not turning anybody into a shirt salesman. I'm not disrespecting a comic. But damn sure I'm making them a shirt salesman. If I have to sell these shirts, I have to go out there. And that takes energy away from me for the people who pay $25 or $35 for the second show. Mm-hmm. You know what? Let's eliminate the shirts and let's give them the best show I can give them. If they want to sell a shirt, call my wife. My wife will sell you whatever. Enough money, my wife will give you a picture of a pussy with me autographed. You know what I'm saying? Offer my wife $800 for a picture of a pussy with an autograph from Joey Diaz. My wife will do it. She don't give a fuck.
It comes in black and white too. We got full color, all of it. Yeah.
Lisa, I'm ashamed of you. Why? You never told me that Misha Tate had nude pictures.
I didn't know Misha Tate
of the podcast sent me nude pictures. You have to see her little pussy.
Before she was pregnant or after?
I don't know. It was delicious. It looks like you go walk past a bakery and look at a cupcake.
Yeah.
And go, that motherfucker is delicious. Take a look at it. Push it in and show fucking Jesus Trejo. You're going to die. You're going to die. Somebody sent me a link and they go, Joey, did you see these? I almost fell backwards off my shirt. There's a picture of her laying backwards. And her pussy is shaved. And it's just laying there. And you will walk past like a bakery and look at the donut and go, wow, that's a pretty fucking donut. It's the same thing. Her pussy
donut.
Her pussy looks so. Turn on the screen.
I have to find it first. Let me make it easy to
Misha
find.
Tate nude. Google it and spell Misha with a capital and Tate. And make sure you spell nude with a capital. So I don't think rude. I never saw nothing like that, man.
Yeah. Top notch.
Some guy sent it to me on Messenger. So I don't get Messenger all the time. I don't get Messenger, but wait.
Top shelf.
No. Wait till you see this one picture of a pussy. Not this one. Not this one with the gagoots. Look at this, Lee. Lee, look at this. You're gonna whack. Lee's turning red already.
Oh, yeah, I already whacked it. Yeah.
Keep scrolling. Forget this. Keep going. Forget all these. Look at the one on the far right. Look at that fucking cake. Look at that. Can you imagine walking by and seeing that little fan dab looking at you? Tell me you're not going to stick your tongue in there and go, fucking submit me, you dirty bitch. Look at that. I love Misha. No disrespect. You have if Misha, if you're listening, you have a fucking tremendous little Pop-Tart. That is some beautiful little pussy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hair on it.
Yeah, it's not on the video version. Look at taken down.
The video version?
No, yeah, you think YouTube lets this stuff up?
Oh, I didn't know. Then take it down. Look at that. Look at that picture. That I don't like. That's too real.
You like that?
No, I see like a foot. I can smell it. I don't like it. Look at the ass. Look at it. Farting. She's farting. Look at it. Tremendous Misha Tate. Fucking beautiful. I never saw it. I would never even disrespect Misha Tate. I do a podcast. I do her radio show. The once in a while. So somebody just sent me this. They're like, hey, man, you do a radio show. Did you see these nudes? When I saw
as Uncle Joy would say, tremendous.
Did you see a little crumb bun? That little crumb bun? You're walking by your business. You're thinking about going on vacation.
Yeah.
You ever stop at a bakery window and you're like, man, that fucking apple turnover looks good. My mom's making meatloaf.
Fuck meatloaf.
Fuck.
Oh man, a little digit on a bear claw.
Hey, it's Monday morning. I gotta eat.
Monday morning, baby.
Now people sit in
Rise
the
and
cubicle. They didn't get no pussy on Monday. Fuck it. Go download it on your phone. Bang one out in the bathroom. You come out with sticky fingers. Next thing you know, the tea sticks. You know what I'm saying? You ever jerk off so much the tea sticks on your computer? It don't even. It's like capital T's for a year. Everybody's name is a T.
You got to copy and paste and have it on the clipboard because you can't push the button. Oh man.
How is it shooting your Showtime special? When does that get released, you think?
Showtime special, it should be like the end of first quarter next year. So I think like end of March.
Okay. You're excited about it?
I'm excited, man. This is a big dream come true. I mean, since I started comedy, that was like, you dream of having a special, and it came a little earlier than I expected. 13 years in, I thought maybe it was going to be a little later, but it's like I'm happy it's
13 years. It takes you 7 to become an attorney,
right?
Yeah.
But it's like it takes a while to find your voice, and it was just like, all right, well, I can't pass up the opportunity. I gave it my best shot. I would go down to the WeWork spot. I got a little WeWork community space, a cheap thing. I would go down there. People would leave the office after 5, so I get to use all the whiteboards, and I'd write up the whole set from left to right, the whole thing, and just to get ready before every weekend. I do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Before every weekend, I would go on the road to get ready, and I just broke it down 20 minutes at a time, and I just took it very serious. There's nothing fucking getting in the way.
It's so crazy. Like
nothing got in the way, man.
It's so crazy how I lived in a building in 2001. I lived with Ralph May. I lived with Ralph May and a bunch of people in this building, and they would have little parties and stuff. And it never really, like I said to myself, I didn't come here to go to parties.
Right.
I didn't come here to go to barbecues. I came here to basically get on fucking stage with them.
That's me. I would just write the whole fucking thing down. It
looks like a beautiful mind sort of thing, yeah.
I would get obsessive, man.
You look like fucking Matt Damon in the movie about Boston when he does the math work.
Oh, yeah.
With the Suicide Kid, Robin Williams, whatever his fucking name is.
Good Will Hunting. The Suicide Kid. Oh my god.
It's Monday morning, people.
It's Monday morning. Wake up, y'all.
You got 9 fucking shoplifting days left, and I can't make a fucking off-color joke about Suicide Boy number 1.
But yeah, Showtime special coming out soon. It's the name of it is Stay at Home Son. Catch that, brother.
What is it?
Stay at Home Son.
Stay at Home Son.
Yeah.
You tight with your father?
Yep, tight with my mom and dad.
You live with them still?
Yeah.
You're bad motherfucker. You saved on rent. You said, fuck this bitch.
No.
Thank you for listening to your Uncle Joey. I've been telling people forever, listen, do me a favor. There's nothing out there. I wish I could help you. I wish I could top that. I wish I could give you better advice. If your mother and father are still alive, go over there one day to eat and tell them you want to look at the basement. You think you're looking for a trophy, and just paint it, put a bed down there and move in. This time I'm moving in. They're going to argue, you cannot move in. We told you you're a grown man. I don't give a fuck. You're not getting me out either. Mom, come here. Let me talk to you. I'll give you this. I'll help you do the laundry. I'll do this for you.
I'll do the laundry.
No hoes in this motherfucker. You know I always respect you. Move home with your parents. Save the fucking $1,800. It's no fun having a roommate. And trust me, living with a bitch ain't no fun either. She's a broke bitch. You're going to end up paying double. She's always fucking broke. She can't pay the phone bill. Mind your business. Fuck chicks and cars and live with your parents.
And the cars.
Yeah.
That's the move, huh?
That's the move. Just fucking in cars, public bathrooms. You moving with your parents, bro. You'll find a way to fuck people outside, and they'll go for it.
Yeah.
You get creative. When you need pussy and you live with mom, you'll fuck a bitch under the garage. You understand me? Like,
why not take some of that money you save to get a hotel for one night?
Because you're too cheap. You're living like a doctor. My mom fucking turns that pillow shit up at me. If my mom was still alive, I'd have like a little belt.
next to me. When I get in bed at night, I just ring it. And she puts the blanket over me and Sana Colito Rana. She don't say Sana hoy, se Sana mañana. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
isn't that weird?
Live with your fucking parents. Do not leave. There's nothing out there. I want to go to California. Listen, you know California is $1,800 for a studio apartment. Oh,
plus utilities.
I want to go to New York. Yeah, you're gonna get. What's your budget? $1,800. That's 3 rats and a 1-bedroom. No, that's 3 rats in Brooklyn in a studio apartment, a basement apartment, and you're gonna freeze.
Yeah.
Stay at home with your mother. I don't care if you live in Iowa, Dubuque, Montana. Stay there. Build your own little comedy community. If you build it, they'll come.
Yeah, that's real. Look at all these comedy festivals everywhere. It's like there's a festival everywhere.
Build it, they'll come. Yeah. Comedy is alive and
comedy scenes everywhere.
You know, everybody wants to do this and get themselves in a fucking predicament. And you know what? This career is tough enough.
You're right.
Comedy is tough enough. So anything you could cut out of your life that will give you
keep low
overhead, so you could live on $900 a month. You know, when 900 is like, and you're living like, so what's the guy on Gilligan's Island? The Howells, remember they were rich?
Oh, the rich, yeah.
Mumphy, you know.
Yeah.
When you make 900, you call them bitches Mumphy. That's when you know what I'm saying? Like, your tax returns, like I made 9,600. All you do is show up and they'll give you food stamps.
Right.
But you're living at home with mom. So you're like, I don't need no food stamps. 9,600, my car's bought and paid for. You got one of those old Toyotas, you're driving by sound. Yeah. You know, you got the general, $60 a month. You got basic coverage.
$30 a month.
You run over a Mexican, you gotta leave the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got basic coverage.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's weird. Stay at home. I don't give a fuck. Don't tell me about your style. I can move to New York.
Right.
I'm gonna have stage time. Yeah, you're gonna live with 3 fucking stinky dudes, and one of them is not gonna have the rent every month.
Right.
Stay at home.
Comedy does teach you that. I will say it makes you really smart with your money. It teaches you how to keep your overhead
low. Because you know they're nothing.
You know what I used to do? I still have my 24-hour fitness, but I knew that I needed a gym membership, and you pay the extra $10 to get it at $45 a month. I would fly in to do colleges, and so there's a 24-hour fitness near every major airport in the country. That's a fact, right? So you fly in to whatever, Kansas City. You're about to go do a gig somewhere. You go in there, you take your morning deuce, work out, shower, go do the gig. You come back, you spend an extra $10 on the rental of the vehicle. So it's like a SUV. You can sleep in there. You go back to the gym, work out, shower up. You return that, and you just save yourself $150 on a hotel. I mean, I used to. 24-hour fitnesses were my go-to.
You were broke, but you were in shape like a motherfucker.
Back then, a little more.
I used to live in an office, and I had no shower.
Yeah.
So I had to join the gym.
Yeah.
And I'm a clean dude. So I'm on a 2 shower minimum a day.
Yeah,
Never mind 3. But I just wouldn't go in there and shower. You just can't go in there and go
no.
showers.
You got to play it off a little bit.
So you got to do something. You got to
walk on the treadmill.
Yeah, so I would hit the punching bag in the morning. I would hit the punching bag in the morning and lift weights at night.
Right.
You know, and then take a shower. And they had Q-tips at one of those gyms.
Yeah.
Q-tips, blow dryer,
mouthwash.
Deodorant.
Yeah.
You open the deodorant, there's like a dead hair on there. You take it off with toilet paper. And you
daily double, baby.
Man.
Yeah.
And then you would steal like shaving cream. Like they would leave like
razors.
The really good fucking shaving cream Edge. Oh,
the one that was green and it turned a different color.
I used to rob Edge from that gym on a constant level. Every day the guy would go, we got to put a camera back there. Somebody keeps stealing the Edge.
How much shaving cream do you need?
Dog, when you're a comic, you take everything.
Just in case.
Dog, I remember, I ain't going to say the dude's name. He's a millionaire today. I still remember doing a gig with him for a weekend. And every time we go to eat, he'd steal every package of sugar.
That's great.
Every type, the cancer sugar, the blue pack, the pink pack, and the regular sugar and the brown cane sugar, just in case. When you're on the road, you have everything in your trunk.
Yeah.
When my car got towed, my apartment, the one I lived in Hollywood, when I would sleep in the car in the shower at Ralphie Mays, everything was in. Everything that would be necessary in case of an emergency. Flares,
pliers, a frisbee, a basketball, a football. I had a towel for the window. I had a pillow, a set of changing clothes, blankets, and you have them tucked away perfectly. I mean, there is so much shit in your trunk that if you take it, I mean, it's perfect. Whatever deficiency the car had,
right,
you always prepared for it. I had a car that the radiator would blow.
Okay.
So I would have to put those capsules in the radiator and sit tight for a half hour and then start the car and it wouldn't leak anymore. It would plug the radiator.
Right, it would have the little shavings in there.
Shavings in there. So you just learn all these math things and you learn about overhead.
Yeah.
And you start, I mean, I think I still have the notebook from like 98 when I was homeless. I mean, I wouldn't even file for taxes. I mean, I didn't file for taxes from 91 to 2003. And then I went down there and I told them the truth and they gave me a number and I paid it all. They do, because you only go back 7 years.
Okay.
So they don't give a fuck if you make 300,000 in 1 year, but they'll find you.
They'll find you. Yeah. Their books are tight.
Their books are tight. They got eyes everywhere. But if you really do learn that, I'm picking up $500 this week.
Right.
That's what I'm picking up for. There's some clubs that are still paying features $75.
Mm-hmm. That's real. But you knew exactly where that money was going to go. It's like, even on the road, it's like, even if I wasn't staying at one of the nice hotels that you would stay at when you were like featuring and you're doing a one-nighter, you keep your hotel cards, walk in and stroll in at like 7:30 in the morning, little Holiday Inn, get your little continental breakfast, get the fuck out of there. You know what I mean? With a muffin in your pocket.
Are you
and
staying here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got the paper underneath your arm? Yeah, I'm just waiting for
you got a ball under your thing and you coming through the back.
Yeah.
So you watch for somebody to go out the back door and you come right in. And you walk to the front.
Yeah.
You staying here?
If they ask, most times they didn't ask because they can't. You know what I mean? But you're there, and in cases like, are you a guest here? Yeah, absolutely. How's your day going? Real friendly. Great. Oh, sorry. Have a great day. Oh,
I got
thank you.
nailed one.
No way. It only goes up to 400. That's what they got.
They let me eat.
Uh huh.
They let me eat over. They let me get nice and fat. And the hotel manager came over. He goes, "What's your last name?" I go, "Diaz." He goes, "We have Mackenzie in 631. Are you sure that's your room number? Let me see your key." This is at a Marriott, like those. I forget what it's called. I got married at one of those Marriott. It wasn't a marquee. It's
those extended stay joints.
Yeah, like one of those. There's one in Boulder. I got married at Marriott Courtyard.
Oh, Courtyard
Marriott.
Okay, yeah.
One of those. And they nailed me. I still remember being one behind. I still remember living behind one in Detroit.
Wow.
And the guy was, because after a while, like I said, the universe takes care of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you go to the gig. Like I told Lee, some nights you go to a gig, you pull up on a Thursday, you get in there, and the guy says to you, "Where are you going to stay?" "I don't know. I'm going to find the hotel after this." "Don't worry about it. My mom's got a basement. Go on over there. Let's go eat." You're like, what? But sometimes 2 out of 52 weeks, you're going to go somewhere and nobody's going to talk to you after the show.
Right.
And you're like, I got $125. The room is $80.
What's the play here? Yeah.
What's the play here? I got a gig tomorrow night. I could live it in the car. It ain't that cold out. I could go get a nice steak. Yeah. I could go get something nice. And I'm not talking about a nice steak. I'm talking about a sizzler steak.
Right.
You can still smell the hair on it. Like the guy's hair is from his leg.
A norm steak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a norm steak. Like you can go get one of those and you go back to your car. Like I still remember all those times. Like,
yeah.
I
remember one time we were on the road. It was, again, Kyle Ray and I. So we stop in Boulder, Colorado, right? We got no money, which, by the way, we didn't even have money in Chicago to get through the toll road. You know how you throw the change in the basket? We're digging in the cushions. I mean, we're throwing at it to see if it opens. Just penny here. Finally, it opens. We're like, we're good. We do the gig. Now we have money, right? So we got a hotel room. And then I think it was going to be our second day. We're really tired. He's like, "Hey, man, I'd like to, go at a hotel or some rest up. We can shower, blah, blah. We'll split it." Great. $80, for the. He finds this spot on his phone. We go in there, and the guy, smoking a cigarette inside. Sketchy spot. So we get the room for $80. We go around back. We go in there. We open the door. There's a dog in there. There's some like swim flippers on the ground, and there's a lit cigarette in an ashtray in the room. Kyle loses it. He's like, "What the fuck is this?" He slams the door. We go downstairs, like, "Hey man, you gave us a room and there's a dog in there." He's like, "What the fuck? There's no dogs allowed here." It's like, "Oh, you're worried about dogs? There's other shit going on here. You're worried about a dog." And he's like, well, we can give you another room." He's like, "I want my money back." He's like, "No refunds, man." He's like, "You motherfucker," cusses him out. So he gives us another room. We stay the night. And he's looking at these reviews. And one of the reviews was, "Hey, look underneath the bed. There's one time I found a used needle. Full-on needle, blah, blah." So we're like looking. We didn't find anything, but it was bad. The doors did not lock, right? And he was like, upset. So we shower up. We get ready. We sleep with our clothes on because this place is so sketchy. If shit happens, we're covering ourselves with the blanket, feet out, just in case you got to jump up. And he was so scared. He's like, "The door doesn't lock." I'm like, "Fuck it, let's just sleep." We put a door up against the door handle of the door. I'm like, "Look, if somebody opens the door, this thing will tip back. It'll make enough noise. We'll pop out of bed." So we just sleep. We're fucking in our clothes. He's in his bed. I'm in my bed. We sleep. 6:30 in the morning, Uncle Joey. 6:30 in the morning. The chair. Boom, 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 boom. We're both on our feet. Wait, what the fuck? Kyle runs to the door because it doesn't close, but you put the little chain on there. So it opened up this much. And if they would have pushed a little bit, that thing would have came right the fuck off, right? So Kyle runs to the door, and the door's open this much. He just starts yelling. I don't know what he's yelling. He's just like, kind of barking through the thing. And you just hear a step. And he like opens it, and we both pop out. It was a cleaning lady. Poor little cleaning lady. He's like, "Let's get the fuck out of here, man. We're already dressed. We just got our bags, got in the car, and kept driving." But that was the most miserable stay ever in Boulder, Colorado, man.
I wonder where the fuck you stayed.
There was a little motel off the road somewhere. It was bad, and he's like, "Man, that was the worst $80 spent." When we paid $40 a piece. It was crazy, man. But those stories are great.
What you explain to people is that all those stories involve problem solving. They involve problem solving and disappointment.
Okay? Lots of it, yeah.
So once you get that 25 times in 2 years, once you get deeper into this, they don't seem as bad as what they really are.
Right.
Like, I lost an eye. Well, fuck it. Last week, I lost an ear.
Right. You're not surprised by
anything no more. And that's what I explain to people. That journey toughens your skin. All that stuff toughens your skin. You get to a place, sorry, there's only one room. You have to stay in the room with the feature. You go in there, his feet stink. He's smoking Marlboro Reds. You go to your car. You're going to fight with the kid and tell him not to smoke or whatever. All that stuff toughens you up for later.
Right.
When that movie guy tells you, no, you didn't get the movie.
Right.
All those little things, because they're big things. When you first start in comedy,
right,
and you look at the itinerary, and you got to drive 12 hours in between gigs, you're like,
for $100 spot, you're like, I'll do it, but fuck.
Yeah. Well, all these things prepare you for later, for the disappointment later, so the disappointment isn't that intense on you.
Yeah, and that's the difference. Going back to the thing, it was like a lot of comics are pussified, like you were saying. It's like when somebody's like, "Hey man, your spot got canceled at," or you're going up at 1:30 in the morning, like, fuck. It's like, really? That's what you're choosing to get upset about?
I'm not gonna lie to anybody.
Yeah.
I got upset one time at the store. Like, there was one time when things weren't going great.
Yeah.
And I got really frustrated. And I go, fuck. I gotta wait because I think it was a 1 o'clock spot. Like, I was so used to 12:45, 12:30. Now it's 1 o'clock. Fuck. And I go, I think I'm just gonna stop calling up here. And they said, right now, take a billboard. Not a billboard, like a chalkboard, and put it up outside and tell them you have a 1:15 spot at the store. and you don't want to do it. See how many people signed up. And I was like,
touche. Yeah.
And that was the last time I complained about time. You're there.
You're there. Yeah.
You're there.
That's great. Yeah. Okay.
You're a comic. You're not supposed to be home till 2 or 3
One
anyway.
of those. All right.
2 or 3 anyway. If you get home, you're not doing it right. 2 or 3 anyway, because you and you guys got to go out and eat afterward and talk.
Right.
About what happened.
Yeah.
You bombed like this. No, I didn't. That jerk worked. Fuck you.
No.
That's part of
the gig.
The gig.
Yeah.
That's part of the night.
What was your go-to spot after a show? Like where you would like
when I first got here?
Yeah.
What was the hot spot?
The hot spot after the show?
Santa Monica and Fairfax. Past the acting school. In the middle is a 7-Eleven. And there used to be a little fucking photo shop place. That's where the security hut is. But in there's a Mexican restaurant.
Where the key shop?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I know exactly where. It's a gas station's right there now.
Right.
Yeah.
But
there's a Mexican spot.
Spot now. Now it's really bad, I think.
Okay.
But when you're a regular in the beginning, and that 15 is fucking gold. Our big thing was to go down there and sit there till 3. And the Mexican lady would chase us out. And that's how I got fat. I would sit there and she had like grape juice. And she would just give me unlimited, like I drank 12 grape juices. I just drank 25 Coca-Colas at the store.
Yeah.
You know, I just really drank 19 Cokes at the store with a lime in it.
Last night?
No. This is no
Oh,
thing,
sure.
you know,
Yeah.
You know, that was part of so we would go there. I was never a Norm's guy. If Rogan would take us out to eat, we'd go to the Standard.
Oh, shit.
And get the blue cheeseburger. Oh,
that sounds great.
Fucking delicious. But Rogan had to take you there. That's when Rogan was like, you want for a hamburger? And you'd act like you weren't hungry. No. I'm okay. Rogan was like, you hungry? No.
The subtle nod, yeah. It's like, nah.
And then sometimes he found somebody to go with him. You're like, fuck. Just for selling a fucking free meal. Because some fucking guy would say yeah. But if he really wanted you to go, he'd go, come on, just sit with me and talk with me. You're like, okay, I'll go. And the waitress would come, you want a menu? Meanwhile, you're dying inside. You can't wait for them to bring chips with salsa or something.
Yeah.
You're looking at the waitress's fingers. You're like, I'm fucking dying here. What about the first time somebody took you to dinner and you were broke? And you didn't know.
You're looking at those numbers? You're like,
you assume that they're going to pay for dinner because they're a big time headliner. And you're sitting there going, and they're like, order. And you're like, okay, I'll get the steak. And you're sitting there going, I hope he doesn't give me the fucking check and make me split this. Those are the worst. I remember when I got the longest yard, before they gave it to me, they called me and they said, we want to meet you at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. Guys, I had like $8 in my pocket. I get there, valet is 20. It's fucking June. And it's 98 degrees. It's one of those days. Like I have 2 horrible audition or meeting memories. That was one of them. When I got there and they're like, go into the park. I'm like 20. And I went in my pocket and I had 8 and I had a bunch of quarters and I go, I'll be right back. Let me go to the ATM. What fucking ATM? There was no ATM then. I just went to some fucking place and found 2-hour parking.
Yeah.
And had to walk to the meeting. And by the time I got there, I was trying to sweat. I had to sit in the hallway and you're like, what are you here for? You know, it's like a Four Seasons. I'm walking in there with the Big Daddy sweat gear on that they sent us for free. Every fat guy in town has Big Daddy gear.
Yeah.
Steve Simone knew the company guy. So every fat fuck had Big Daddy. That's how when they sent me a box of clothes, I'm like, I don't need to buy clothes for a year.
Yeah.
I wore Big Daddy shirts, underwear, swept them, and they were thick.
Yeah.
So your balls sweat, your ass sweat. It was that black velour.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll never forget walking in there and they're like, eat. And I got the lobster ravioli. I'll never forget this at the Four Seasons. I'm looking for Sebastian. And Sebastian ain't there, just in case. I could borrow 20 from Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? Like 40. I don't know what the bunch was.
Yeah.
And it was Adam, Chris, and Peter Siegel. And they're like, eat, munch. And I'm like, okay. And the whole time I'm like, I hope they don't go 4 ways. I hope they don't go for a ways on this check because I got $8. And when I saw Adam pick it up, the heartburn went away. I was getting heartburn and shit. They're like, have some cheesecake. I'm like, that's another $22. I'm going to be washing dishes. Where's Sebastian? I'm looking for Sebastian because he was a waiter then.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for Sebastian. Like, Sebastian, listen, if it goes up, can we put this on the tab? I can pay you tonight or something. Like, that's how petrified I was. There was no Sebastian. Another time, right after 9/11, they changed the whole Sony thing.
Okay.
It used to be that you have an audition in front of the gate 11, they would let you drive. After 9/11, they made you go that way, park, and then walk back.
Yeah.
And it was Spider-Man 2. It was April. It was 95 degrees, and there I am with a sweatshirt with a black Big Daddy velour warm-up suit on, and I'm 390. 390 pounds, and I could feel the sweat dripping down my back and my ass. I could feel the sweat of my back mixing with the leftover shit in my ass. When your ass gets spicy, you ever have like that spicy ass? You're like, why is my ass on fire? And you wipe your ass and there's still a little shit on the paper.
Little residue on it?
Yeah, like, oh my God. Fucking horrendous. Trejo, I want to thank you for being, for doing what you're doing. I want to congratulate you on being a regular. I want to congratulate you on your work ethic.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it, man. I thank you for...
When I got the call that you were doing videos for these guys, I was very happy because people don't understand that it's this simple. Keep doing what you're doing. And then you see a conveyor belt. You see like a Toy Story or whatever. It's like Detroit. All of a sudden, one day, you actually fall under the conveyor belt. I don't know how many times that conveyor belt has to go around before you get off. That's your decision. It's your decision when you get on the conveyor belt, and it's your decision. Once you're on the conveyor belt, that does not mean you're in bad shape. That means you're Dean Delray, you're Jesus Trejo, you're Kate Quigley, you're Steve Simone, I still remember Renazizi when he got 20 fucking screen tests and couldn't book a TV show. He was on the conveyor belt. You're on the conveyor belt. You worked. You did the work to get into the comedy store. You did the work to get into the improv. You did the work to get into the Laugh Factory. You did the work to get a manager to hire you. You did all that work. Now you're on the conveyor belt. That conveyor belt could go for 8 years or it could go for 12 years. The rest is up to you. For me, that conveyor belt took like 17 years because I was a fucking addict. I was fat. I didn't give a fuck, So it took longer than others. For some people, it could be 3 years. For some people, they hit 3 years, they get an HBO special. They get cocky, and then they get back on the conveyor belt. And now they're on that conveyor belt for 10 years. They got to pay that due on the conveyor belt. So just because you got a little success and you fell off the conveyor belt didn't mean, you know what I'm saying? I fell off the conveyor belt 6 years ago. And I had to go back on after the RIP Netflix. And I had to go back on the conveyor belt. And then I had to decide when I got off the conveyor belt again, what did I have to do to get off the conveyor belt? This is what needs to be done. Boom, now I'm off the fucking conveyor belt. You did that. You got on the conveyor belt. Congratulations. It took you how many years?
13.
Okay, now you're on the conveyor belt. Now you decide when you get off. And it's hard work. It takes one person to see you. Right? You're at the store, you're up there at 1:30, your girlfriend dumped you, your mother's shoulder, she slipped, she broke. You're on stage, you get off, Chappelle's going on. He tells you not to leave. You sit through his 3-hour fucking set. Then he tells you you're doing the North American tour with him. You're doing 23 nights.
Right. Your life could change in that quick of a thing. Yeah.
So now you got the 23 nights with Chappelle. So now you have to think about it. It's not just 23 nights with Chappelle. You're going up in front of the cream of the fucking crop audiences that are paying $100 and something to see Chappelle. Your goal is to retain 5% of that audience every night. Now you have a new dilemma. You're always set with dilemmas. It's not really an accomplishment. It's an accomplishment wrapped around
a move. You know, Rogan's going to take you out now for a year. That's 10,000 people a week that are going to see you in an arena. If you can retain 5% of that, it's 500 people. Next time you do an improv, now you call an improv and say, let me get one night. Out of those 500 people, 200 of them, their pussies are hurt. They can't make it, but 300 will show up. You just started your fucking career with 300 people.
Wow.
And there it is. And that's all it is. And this all applies to everything. This is not just comedy. When we talk about this, we say comedy. This applies to everything in life. Whether you're an attorney, a carpenter, you're a union carpenter, you fall into the conveyor belt. You get to work every day, you stay an hour late, you work the overtime, you work Saturdays. One day you get made a foreman. It's the same fucking thing. Right. It's the same fucking thing. And what happens is, for comedy, like my religion is comedy. For some people, their religion is art, like Jennifer Jones. For some people, their religion is accounting, like Bob Willingus. You know, everybody has their own religion. They believe in it. Put your roof over your head, and you believe in it, and you get better at it every day that you do it. You know, you're on the conveyor belt. Congratulations, brother. Thank you. Got your little fucking show. When does the taco show come out? Start airing.
So Tacos con Todo comes out on Complex. The trailer's going to drop end of February. I mean end of January, and it should be out January. And it's going to be just, you know, comedy, going around LA and looking at some of the best taco spots out here and really diving into the history. It's done in the right way, and there's some great people behind it. Justin Bolas has been putting his all into this project, and also I'm very grateful for people like you who took time out of your busy schedule.
How much can we laugh? It wasn't tough for me.
Oh, I couldn't wait.
You and Shab fucking died.
Oh,
we died.
Man.
We died.
I was telling you earlier, that's when I knew I had to quit smoking cigarettes, because I was laughing so hard. You were going on one of these amazing rants, and I was laughing so hard I couldn't catch my breath. It was a hot 2 minutes where I'm like, I'm going to die right now.
That story I told is the truth. Right now, I got 4 flies in a weed thing, and I put holes in it, and I feed them weed and everything. Every once in a while, when I take a shit and it doesn't hit the water, I take like a piece of stick and I put shit in their little cans so they survive on habitat. But they're eating weed most of the time. I cut one wing off to give them like a little. I'm like a half a Hitler. Like I cut one wing off. You know what I'm saying? Like I got my own little private fly Auschwitz.
Lee,
fuck those.
Can I tell you something, Lee?
Please.
I saw Joey move like Mr. Miyagi. There was a fly on the table. He's looking at it. He puts his hand up, just waits like 2-3 seconds, goes, "Pah!"
And you think because he has big hands, you think like they would fly away. He does. He gets like Mr. Miyagi.
I kill bro for my life. I hate flies all my life.
He got him. You guys have to see the episode once it comes out. But I mean, I was blown away how quick you were.
I hate flies. That's my left hand. You gotta see my right hand.
The right.
The flies. And sometimes I scoop them up out of the air. A couple of weeks ago, a possum died in my wall.
Okay.
Dog, I had 300 flies in my house that would gather around the window, and I just sit there for about an hour and let them gather, like they were there, like sunbathing, like fucking talking, like they're mingling. And my wife has a fly swatter. She's an amateur. She's over there pointing at them. I said, "What's the master at work?" I went and got a book that bent.
Oh, okay.
I started taking 8 of them out of the row.
Not the first edition.
The great Freddie Soto had a joke that his father would step on roaches and he would leave them there.
Oh,
as a warning to tell the other flies that we don't fuck around in this house.
That's right.
I was like, at least sweep them up. No. Leave them there. That way flies know I'm not fucking around. And it got to the point that I go, how many more days are we going to have flies? And she's like, 2 more, because they took the possum out. And then the gnats turn into fly. I don't fucking know the whole scientific fucking whatever. For 4 or 5 days, bro, I must have killed 50 flies a day. Just going after pop. I would walk in, close the door, make believe I was going into the kitchen. And I come back with that book flying at him like fucking Greenheart. What's his name? Braveheart? Greenheart. I don't fucking know. I would be smacking them. And they would go down 4 at a time. And then I'd step on them, you dirty bastards. Then I'd sweep them outside. Ones that were half alive, I'd take a half a wing off and burn them. You ever light them on fire? They
No,
go,
never.
I don't give a fuck.
Just a
I
stack
hope you fly of America.
Oh,
lion raising
I was gonna say Peter's gonna be upset with us.
Fuck Peter. They was sucking my dick too. Anyway, you have a website they can go to and see you?
Yes,
Hit me.
Yeah, JesusTrejo.com, my Instagram at JesusTrejo #1, Twitter at JesusTrejo.
Where you for New Year's?
I'm gonna be at the Ontario Improv doing both shows, so please come out.
No shit.
Yeah, and I'm doing the weekend at Sacramento Punchline. This coming weekend, I'm doing Thursday 1 show, Friday 2, Saturday 2, and Sunday I'm back home. So please go check that out. I would love nothing more to see you guys there.
How's that trip? Jesus Trejo, thank you again for being a gentleman.
Thank you,
for being
guys.
a hard worker. Thank you for being.
Thank you for what you do, man.
I Mexican never, Mexicans don't break their back. You can throw a Mexican off the roof. You ever see a Mexican with a broken back?
Never.
You see
they don't exist.
You ever see a Mexican with a Jew gold chain and neck brace? Never. They ain't got time for it. You never see a fucking Mexican with a Jewish gold chain. That's what they call it.
Oh, that's what they call it. I was like,
neck brace. Yeah.
I don't know who they are. I think they are.
You've never seen a fucking Mexican walking down the street with a neck brace saying, I sue. No, they don't sue nobody. They ain't got time to go to court. That's 8 hours off the clock. That means they lose 50 to get 50,000 in 2 years. Forget it. I'll get the 50 on my own.
It's so funny. It's just, as Mexican people, we're so stubborn. My dad, they gave him a neck brace because he had some problems with his vertebrae just from working so many years. He put it on, he took it off, and he's like, man, my neck hurts. I'm like, you're supposed to wear the brace. He's like, so uncomfortable. Hilarious. Put it on. It'll bring you comfort. No, it itches. Okay, we'll deal with your, it's hysterical.
You love your parents. I love that about you.
I love it, man, all day.
You love your motherfucking parents. JesusTrejo.com?
JesusTrejo.com, yes, sir.
My dates, I got a few tickets left at the Center of Performing Arts in San Francisco. On the 28th, Calusa's sold out. The 21st is sold out. Then we start on the 15th and 16th. I'm in Fresno and Bakersfield. And the 25th of January, I'm at the Tabernacle Theater. They added a second show. That's all I got for you. But before we go anywhere, the church is sponsored by Netflix new podcast, Behind the Irishman. I've told you all about The Irishman a couple of weeks ago on Netflix. Some of you liked it, whatever. Listen, I think it was a tremendous movie. Now you can hear about how it was made with the official podcast. Listen to me. Pesci was tremendous. De Niro was tremendous. Sebastian was great. I mean, I loved everybody in the movie. The other guy, the one that was married to Lorraine Bracco that plays Angelo Bruno, he was great. On this podcast, you're going to hear from Charlie Brandt, the author of I Heard You Paint Houses. Find out how he uncovered Frank Sheeran's story and learn why De Niro fell in love with the book and how they got Joe Pesci out of retirement. Get an inside look at all the tricks they use to de-age the cast for all you little Comic-Con nerds and whatnot. Behind the Irishman is hosted by a member of the church family and one of my dearest friends. I wish him all the luck in the world. In fact, he's going to be at the Forum January 11th. Sebastian Maniscalco. He's hosting Behind the Irishman. So do me a favor. All 3 episodes are out right now today. Spoiler alert. Listen, watch The Irishman on Netflix before you listen to the podcast. Search for Behind the Irishman wherever you listen to podcasts. Watch the movie, then go listen to Behind the Irishman. Again, my main man Sebastian's on it, so you're going to enjoy it. If you want to listen to the Irishman, that's all great and dandy. But right now, you're sitting there thinking about what to get for people. Don't give them a fucking gift card. I know Russians right now on the computer stealing all the money off your gift card. That's what they do all day long. All day long is steal money off gift cards. Everybody has an asshole. Everybody deserves the gift of Tushy. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper? Come on, what are we, fucking caveman? It removes the shit, but it leaves the staminka juice. You ever come on your girlfriend's foot and you take the cum off, but the foot is stained, like she's like it's bleach? Like you ever see those people with the purple birthmarks on their faces and shit? It's the same fucking thing. Water cleans better than dry paper.
I like the idea that this is written down on the paper somewhere.
No, it's not. This is me talking to you, motherfuckers. Listen, Tushy is a fucking portable bidet. It connects right to your toilet. It takes you 10 minutes. You don't even need, I think you need like a wrench or something like that. No plug, no nothing.
They start at $79, all right? You get a 90-day guarantee, 60-day guarantee. It don't matter. I've had one for 4 years. If my big stinky ass hasn't fucking fucked up that tushy, your little skinny bony ass will be fucking tremendous. You're like, Joey, why a bidet and why tushy? Why? Because it sprays water directly into your fucking asshole. Think about nice warm water going into your asshole. How would you feel? You're going through a rough time. Your grandmother died. They left you the patio furniture. Forget all that. Think about getting hot water sprayed up your asshole. Who's better than you? You know why you need that? Because all day long you're sitting there like a mook with bacteria growing in your asshole. And that creates nasty things like hemorrhoids. In fact, I popped mine yesterday. Tuesday, I went to lift some weights and fucking, I got a little, so you know, I went to wipe my ass, there was a little blood. Thank God I had tushy. So no more hemorrhoids, no more yeast infections, no more UTI, but most importantly, no more itchy assholes. Listen, there's nothing. Listen, I'd rather do 10 years in jail than have an itchy asshole and no arms. You know what I'm saying? Look, can you imagine having no arms and having an itchy asshole? You could always get somebody to scratch your back. You'll die before somebody scratches your asshole. Not even your mother. Your mother will look at you and say, "You're fucking retarded." Anyway, listen, go to hellotushy.com right now. Press in church and get 10% off your order. Listen, there's nothing like a tushy bidet. I know you got people that you need a present for. This is the best present. You know what? They start at $79. So give it a shot. Take a chance, Columbus did. Go to hellotushy.com and press in church and get 10% off your motherfucking order, all right? You never used the tushy, now is the best time. Start the year with a clean asshole. You've never done that before, you filthy animal. I'll see you guys Wednesday. You got 9 shoplifting days before fucking Christmas. Thank you, Jesus Trail, for coming on. Thank you, Christ Killer. But most importantly, thank all you motherfuckers. And don't forget to look at Misha Tate's pussy. Especially that up close one. It looks like a little bagel with no locks. It looks like an everything bagel. It's got everything on there. A little hair, a little stubble, a little everything. Kick this fucking muley. Greetings from Podcastville. The church is brought to you by Athletic Greens. If you're not starting the day off with a blast of vitamins, you're already lost. Go back to bed and fucking stay there all. But if you want to feel tip-top magoo, let Athletic Greens do the dirty work. They got you covered in 5 critical areas. You ready? Health, energy, immunity, gut health, and hormonal support. Who takes care of you like that? Nobody. So do me a favor. The church family gets a special offer. We're going to give you 20 free travel packs valued at $79 with your first purchase. Jump over to athleticgreens.com/church, CHURCH, to get your travel packs today. That's athleticgreens.com/church. The church is also brought to you by, let me ask you something. How are you covered for life insurance? You're probably sitting there scratching your head low. Joey, what's life insurance? What happens if you slip on a fucking banana peel and your kid still has to go to school? If you're not covered already, put life insurance on the top of your to-do list. Policy Genius makes it quick and easy. Find the right life insurance at the best price. So listen, don't be a schmuck. If you need life insurance, head to policygenius.com. It only takes a few minutes to find the right policy, insurance policy, apply, and have another thing crossed off your list for 2020. Policy Genius. When it comes to life insurance, it's nice to get it right. And tell them the Church of What's Happening Now sent you. It's got a beautiful fucking day to be alive. Kick this fucking muley. Nice.
Best singer of all time, in my opinion.
Nice. Professor, what's happening, you bad motherfucker?
Man, just doing my thing.
Still slinging kettlebells at 5:30 in the morning.
Always, man.
3 days a week over there.
I teach 20 classes a week. Yeah, man. It's my full-time job, so like, you know.
So you teach 7 kettlebell classes a week.
No, I teach 6. So like I teach 1 a day over there. And then the rest is all jiu-jitsu.
So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday it's 5:30. Tuesday, Thursday it's at night.
It's at night 6:30. Saturday at 10 a.m. Yeah. Good. And then the jiu-jitsu, you know, we have a ton of people over there. So I teach the rest is all jiu-jitsu classes. Then I have a couple private clients as well.
You still do the basics.
I do most of the fundamentals. My morning jiu-jitsu classes are like all levels. And then at noon I do a fundamentals class while Professor Alberto teaches the advanced. And then in the evening I do a couple of fundamental classes as well. So most of the time I do most of the fundamentals. Me and Josiah. You know Josiah. Oh, and your boy Marco too. Marco, he's teaching some of the fundamentals.
So the fundamentals are now 6:30 and 7:30. 8:30 is now like a fucking expert class.
Well, they're splitting it up now because we have a lot more black belts now, and we have more students, so we have to accommodate everybody, man. Like, you know, we have people who are advanced but can only train at like 8:30. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's good. So we split the classes up now. So we just have all kinds of classes. And you got to go on the schedule. There's just too many to talk about.
It is.
It's crazy.
I saw
it's
his
awesome.
graduation class a couple of weeks ago, and I gotta hand it to him, man.
It was insane, man.
It's fucking insane.
It's insane how many students we have there now. It's fucking dope.
And when it comes to Burbank, North Hollywood, up here, he's got the main lunchtime class.
Man, you know what? Honestly, dude, I don't know another gym in LA that has as many students as us.
John.
Does he? I've never been. I would love to train with Jean-Jacques. I would love to train with Jean-Jacques. I got my black belt from his brother, Hajer.
Jean-Jacques had a great lunchtime class up there.
I'm talking about in general altogether, though. It's crazy because our legacy is like popping from like 5 in the morning to like fucking the evening, man. It's fucking crazy. It's amazing. Like Professor Alberto has really done created kind of like a little mecca of jiu-jitsu and fitness out there now. So we have everything.
I remember when Justin Fortune was his boxing. That's how
I never met Justin Fortune, but I know a lot of people who train.
That's how I connected with Alberto in New Mexico when I was shooting the longest yard.
God damn.
And then I connected with him.
That was a long time ago because New Mexico.
2004.
Wow.
We used to all go. Me, Ivan Salaberry, Bob Sapp.
Ivan Salaberry, I remember that guy. Bob Sapp. Did you say Bob Sapp?
Bob Sapp. Maurice Smith. We would all go to Alberto's because it was close to the hotel.
I bet you half the people listening right now don't even know who Maurice Smith is.
Yeah, just this badass kickboxer.
Oh man, he was the first guy to solve the puzzle, man. Like, you know, like he learned how to scramble back to his feet instead of like getting to a jiu-jitsu match. If somebody took down, he would just wait to stand up and then kickbox her out. Remember when he fought Mark Coleman?
You know, I didn't fight. I didn't watch fighting then.
Oh man,
that's what I thought. Joe Rogan was crazy.
You didn't even know Joe Rogan back then?
Yes, I knew Joe. I know Joe since '98, and they would talk to me. Then I met Eddie through Joe, and I would get in the car with them, and I'm thinking about smoking coke, making my dick suck, and they're up there talking about jiu-jitsu sweeps, and I'm like, what the fuck is a jiu-jitsu sweep? I came from the '70s where you swept.
Was this before Joey Karate?
This is before Joey Karate, and this is before Eddie Abu Dhabi. This is before Eddie even dreamt of going to Abu Dhabi.
Eddie Abu Dhabi.
So Joe and Eddie were training partners.
Okay, at Jean-Jacques back then.
And they would you couldn't shut them up.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't shut
them up.
Back
then they were relatively new to it.
Eddie was already Eddie, like he was a brown belt.
Okay.
And Joe was like a blue belt.
Oh wow.
And Joe went every day, and that's all they talked about, and it was fucking annoying as fuck. But it was education. It was being around something. And then they would talk about, you know, I was raised in traditional martial arts.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
I was raised in a time when Bruce Lee was, you know, that was, you know, the gi, and you ran on the streets, you know, and you fucking broke boards, and you hit the fucking
did all that.
Little pads that they hold, and you weren't real if your knuckles weren't.
Oh man,
busted up.
Oh yeah.
Like
I had calluses on my knuckles. I had calluses because
my
fucking
thing is called
the makiwara.
Makiwara.
You know. It's funny you say that. Is I had the pleasure of training next to Dan Inosanto. You know Dan Inosanto?
Yeah.
Like I did a Muay Thai camp like back in the mid '90s, and he was telling us Bruce Lee stories. And one of the things he told us about Bruce Lee is that he never stopped working out. And he said he had one of those makiwaras or whatever you call it in the car. He'd just be fucking hitting that motherfucker in the car. Or he'd be bouncing Brandon off his abs, doing ab workouts when he was watching TV. He's like, he'd never stop fucking working out, man. But yeah, like my master used to have wooden floors, so we used to do our push-ups on our knuckles. So then I had fucking calluses on my first 2 knuckles. And I mean, that shit would like strike fear into people. People would like look at my knuckles and be like,
that was it. You had to have your knuckles fucked up.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I grew up under that.
OG shit.
I grew up under that. And then I got out of karate at 16. I went a different direction. Then I met Rogan like at 36 or something. They're talking about this UFC, and I put it on this fucking tank habit. Who looks like he hasn't stopped eating cheeseburgers in 20 years against some other guy that looks like just got out of prison.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is fucking disgusting, you know? And like, I think I watched two. Remember that I was living in Denver when all those UFCs would start. Only Colorado let you go.
Oh yeah, for sure back then.
So my friends wouldn't shut up about it. And like I said, I watched one time. I saw some big fat guy in like a bodysuit, and I saw some guy in like prison fucking stripes, and I was like, "This isn't martial arts. This is a fucking joke." And they would talk about it continually. You know, our relationship grew as friends. Eddie went to Abu Dhabi, opened up the Hammer House, his first school. And then he opened up.
Was that with Mark Coleman?
No. He opened up on Santa Monica. I don't know what it was. What are you listening to me for?
Legends.
Bomb Squad.
Bomb Squad. Well, you're right. Damn,
he opened up Bomb Squad, and then they moved to La Brea, and between Hollywood and Sunset, next to that disgusting Thai restaurant. Where I went in there one time with them, and while we were eating, I wasn't eating.
Is that when he partnered up with like Boss Rutan and Randy Couture?
No. Yes.
Legends.
They partnered up with Chris
Riley. Wasn't it Chris Riley?
He used to coach Rampage.
Yeah, he was a Muay Thai coach.
Muay Thai coach.
I'm pretty
You're
sure.
so upset about this. You talked about this Thai restaurant for 9 years.
What's up with the Thai restaurant?
They were eating Thai food. I was next door, and I was minding my own business. So I lived on the corner of that school.
Oh yeah, you used to live right down there.
I lived in Hollywood. I lived between Hollywood and Sunset on Selma, and they were nice. I had nothing to do early, and I would walk to whatever that was on the corner there.
The Thai restaurant.
10th Planet.
Oh, 10th Planet.
Next door was the Thai restaurant, and one day I go, "Where's that?" And they're like, "They're next door eating Thai food." And I go next door, I sit down. They're eating that disgust. Fucking waiters with slippers on and shit, dry feet. I'm fucking getting aggravated. And all of a sudden, in the middle of my aggravation, just to compliment what I was thinking, a roach fell from the ceiling onto the table. And it landed on his back, so his little claws. And I said, I told you motherfuckers not to eat this filthy food. And I got up and walked out. And that was the whole, and I was sitting there going, that fried rice looks good, but I can't do it. I'm breaking my
You're like real particular about that kind of shit.
I like Chinese. I'm with the Chinese. They were here first. The Chinese were here first. When I got here from Cuba, there was Chinese restaurants everywhere.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Thai and Sudami, and Ethiopian food. I don't know what you're talking about.
I love Thai food.
Anytime I got to take my shoes off, that ain't a restaurant. That's a stink fest. You got a bunch of white people with stinky feet that haven't showered all day. Let's take our shoes off. You take your fucking shoes off. I know what my feet smell like. I ain't taking my shoes off because you're going to get agitated while you're eating. It's like trying to eat while somebody's farting. You try to eat when somebody just farted a brown one in the air. Like it's that light shit. So that's how long I know Eddie. So when they would talk about jiu-jitsu, then they would get to the point where they would travel in packs. And we would go do comedy, and after comedy, they would clean out the fucking front. And Eddie would wrestle somebody from the staff. That was like a purple belt in Arizona. I don't know how many nights. And Tate Fletcher. It would be me, Eddie, Red Band, Ari, Tate, Duncan, and Joe paid for Ari and Duncan to take jiu-jitsu. So everybody was taking jiu-jitsu except me. And they'd be out in that hallway fucking fighting to the death with furniture. I remember the Tempe Improv one night. It was fucking tremendous. And then we'd go to San Francisco, little Denny would show up. I know little Denny when he was too young to come to the clubs. He was 16. He's the one that used to run 10th Planet San Francisco. I still remember him being a 16-year-old kid and us sneaking him into the back door. And me going on stage, bringing Rogan up and going back to the San Jose green room, and they'd be wrestling. Shoes would be off.
And man, like when you
and
first
they'd be
started
ripping
jiu-jitsu,
themselves. Yeah, they were ripping themselves.
Like when I first got into jiu-jitsu back in, like mid-90s in South Carolina, there was no jiu-jitsu in South Carolina. I used to have to drive to Virginia Beach to train with the blue belt. And then I'd go back and get one of my taekwondo buddies or hapkido buddies and show them what I knew. And then we'd fucking find a piece of carpet somewhere or wherever to fucking just train wherever, man, because, there were no mats. Or I would go to a jiu-jitsu school, a judo gym or something like that where they had mats and just roll with those cats like that, So that's when you're so enthusiastic about it. You don't fucking give a fuck. You just train wherever. You just can't stop thinking about it, especially like if you've been a traditional martial artist like us. And then, you have black belts in these martial arts, and then you're getting choked out by jujitsu people. You're like, what the fuck? It's just like,
it
it's
just
amazing.
eliminates karate. And
Yeah,
all that
you're just
shit.
like, wow, man. So then I remember I was just obsessed and just roll anytime you could, but now I've been doing it for 30 years. So it's
Before I hurt myself,
calmed down a little bit, but I still love jujitsu.
Before I hurt myself, I hadn't rolled for about 2 weeks. I just do privates with this guy. He's a little older, and I mess around. It got to the point where, when I went to Alberto's, I loved that shit. I just couldn't get to this couple positions, my breathing. But jiu-jitsu opened up my eyes to how bad a shape I really was. Like,
Absolutely,
it opened up my eyes to the fight or flight response, which, what happened. I used to be a criminal.
Yeah.
So my fight or flight response used to be top notch. That's where you live.
Yeah.
When I put a gun to your ribs, you got flight or fight like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I kick down a door and I'm looking, and I know for a fact Professor Joey has a kilo in his house, and I'm searching through shit, your flight or fight response is there. You learn how to adjust to that.
Sure.
You go deaf. If you're really a fucking real guy, you go deaf. If I know Joey parks the car at 7 and walks down whatever to go get the train over here in North Hollywood, me and Lee are going to jump you by whatever. Those 3 minutes before you get there, if I do my job right, I should be going deaf. I should hear your steps coming very softly before I hit you in the head with a stick.
Yeah, because once that adrenaline starts kicking in. Adrenaline's just like a crazy thing, man.
You know what got me to help my fight or fight? Squatting.
Squatting? Like, what do you mean?
Heavy weights. I almost quit there, and I go, I can't. I have to tackle this problem.
You got it's all.
You have to squat for 3 minutes straight.
Yeah, man. You got to control your breathing, man.
And you have to control your breathing.
That's why I tell like when it comes to adrenaline, like I remember my first fight, my first professional fight. It was in TJ, and they had us all in one room, and we're all like, what the fuck? My opponent's over there. We're like, what's going on here, man? And then I had my friend Juan, his girlfriend, was like, how do you feel? How do you feel? Are you going to win? Are you going to do this? And I was just feeling waves of adrenaline. And it was like, I felt like I was just going to like fucking flip out, man. And then my instinct kicked in and I started controlling my breathing. Like controlling, because if you don't control your heart rate, then your adrenaline will work against you. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of people like gas out when they fight in the UFC, because they let the adrenaline get to them, they blow their wad. You've seen that 100 times in the UFC. So like I remember I had to control my breathing. So it's all about your breathing, man. If you can control your breathing, then you can use your adrenaline to your advantage. You know what I mean? And then your instincts just kick in.
It's so funny. Like I got jiu-jitsu, I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
I get my nose fixed.
Yeah, because your nose, So you got your nose fixed?
Got my nose fixed. I mean, not for vanity reasons. Not like I look.
Yeah, because you couldn't breathe, right? When they go in there, clean scar tissue out, or what?
Take everything out. That old cocaine rock.
And like one, like it was crystallized in your nostril.
Yeah, Mexicans built a wall of cocaine in my nose. I couldn't fucking breathe. And then I got Dr. Belisa came on here. And she has a book called Breathe. That really helped me.
Yeah.
Now she recently sent me Breathing for Athletes. I just have not had a chance to crack a fucking book in 6 weeks. I'm supposed to write a review for her, and I don't want to write a fake review. I want to read the book and get something out of it.
Yeah.
But I had to read, like, her thing is you breathe naturally. Okay, it was funny. My daughter came in here the other day, and she used to punch that thing for 3 minutes straight. And when she finished, Dice goes, look at her. She's not even breathing now. My daughter goes to Muay Thai. And he don't stop. They have headgear. Her breathing is the way you should breathe.
You gotta breathe.
Something happens when you're 14 or 15. A traumatic experience, and your breathing deteriorates. And this is what it says in her book, Breathe. And this is why Bosch Rutan invented that breathing machine. So I connected her and Bosch together because they had something.
That breathing piece, when I'm typing, I put it in my mouth, you know, and it helps with my asthma. You just put it in and breathe. As I'm typing for an hour, I'll fucking breathe with that thing, and I'll do different exercises. There's people who do actually fucking.
Yeah,
it really helps you because it closes the hole, so you learn how to take more air in. Your lungs learn how to take more.
Yeah, because people roll, man. And, I have to remind people all the time. I was like, listen, man, you got to breathe. That's why you're gassing out. I can see you're holding your breath. Even like when I'm training with people with the kettlebells, you got to make sure everybody's breathing. So there's different ways to I've known about breathing since like my taekwondo man, Hapkido master taught us how to breathe. You got to breathe in through your nose, out, slow your heart rate down, all that shit. So it's important.
Your mouth has to be circle.
I practice a very simple breathing technique. You just breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth slowly, really slow. And then you could do it different ways. You can breathe in for 5 seconds, breathe out for 5 seconds. And then you can start increasing it. The way you slow your heart rate down is by your breathing. It's very simple. And people have different techniques and stuff like that, but I've been doing that for forever now. It works for me.
First month I did jiu-jitsu, I would have to run outside.
Yeah, man, because it's different. Yeah, absolutely. Because you get claustrophobic with that gi on.
Marco lives with anxiety. Marco, the purple belt, his anxiety is so bad when he gets on a plane, he passes out. He would tell you that.
No.
And that's to the point where I pass out. So it was something that was passed on from me, from my mother to me.
Oh, wow.
When she hurts herself and you pick her up, she loses consciousness. You got to shake her.
Oh, wow.
She just fell a couple of weeks ago at the park off the zip line. And fucking, she hurt her back. I hit her pretty hard. I had to pick her up and hold her. And I told her, just breathe out of your nose. And I still, the other day, had to talk to her about anxiety. I'm trying to talk to her because she's having a problem.
Yeah.
It's something like, I didn't know what it was. There was no anxiety when I was 12. No anxiety.
Yeah, people have anxiety.
There was nothing. You didn't know what it was. It was just a feeling that. But I live in anxiety. What do you think happens to me 5 minutes before I go on stage?
Oh, yeah, that's normal though, man, because you're about to perform.
It's not normal. It's not normal like that. You're supposed to have butterflies.
Butterflies, yeah.
And have a little bit of fear. Not the shit I get. I get the shit that's telling me to quit. Like, get in the car right now.
Oh, yeah?
You did enough.
Yeah, you know what, man? I as many jiu-jitsu matches and professional MMA fights I have, even like if I'm going to compete in a jiu-jitsu tournament, on the way there, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like, what do I do? And
oh,
then
really?
You start talking to myself.
Okay,
I'm like, listen, man. I'm like, Joey, what are you thinking? You've had 100 jiu-jitsu matches. You know jiu-jitsu. What are you worried about? I'm like, I have to keep telling myself. But it did get really bad towards the end of my MMA career, though, because I was getting my ass kicked, And after a while, it was just the anxiety was getting to me to the point where I fucking looked like shit in the cage, and I just wouldn't fight. It was just like, okay, I'm done. I had three losses in a row, but the anxiety with MMA got to the point where it was having a really negative effect on my fighting. I wasn't like believing in myself, but jiu-jitsu it's a little bit different. I know I'm not gonna get punched in the fucking face and shit like that.
I'm gonna tell you what the secret is, Professor.
Tell me.
The secret is it's got to do a lot with breathing.
Absolutely.
But the secret is mindset.
Absolutely, man.
The secret is how you look at things. You know what? When I have the best set in my life, 2 things. I don't give a fuck. And I'm having a good time. I love to come up with a joke on stage that insults you that much that I laugh. Once I do that, I'm not going to lose.
Yeah, for sure.
The first 2 times I drove to Alberto's, I parked, and I said, am I crazy? I pulled over. It took a lot for me to walk into Alberto's.
Yeah, I can imagine.
When I walked into Alberto's, the fear was gone. For the first 3 months, it was like, I can't believe I'm going to do this. But I had to turn my mindset around. I had to look at it as I was going to have fun. Jiu-jitsu is really fun.
Like people, but yeah.
When I'm on top of you, when I fart by mistake, how much do we laugh? And I'm like, now I got you, Professor. Now get off me, you smell. And you laugh.
Because what happens is you build it up too much. You build it up too much. And you're like, what am I doing? I'm just fucking going here to learn and have fun.
Oh my God. As I was putting my gi on, I'm thinking I'm going to get a heart attack.
Yeah. People do all the time. Trust me. I saw like one girl one time, and the gym's packed, and she's like this in the gym holding her purse. And I had to come up to her. I was like, hey, you okay? She's like, I was like, hey, it's okay. We're gonna take care of you, man. Like, we're just gonna train. You know, like they get scared because it's intimidating. You're going into school with a bunch of fucking guys choking motherfuckers and shit like that. I get it, you know, but it's really up to the people at that gym to make you feel welcome.
The only times I've had a fucking show at 7:00, the cars were picking me up at 6:45. Strange town. I don't pick a town, but I'm in fucking Dallas. I have been on stage twice at the Comedy Store. I wrote all week to prepare my mind. The day of the show, I actually sat down and wrote something opposite jokes to get creativity. And then an hour before the show, I look at my material, I make some last things, then I smoke a joint, I go in the shower, and I sit for 30 minutes. And that's where I get the, like you start going, oh, maybe I'll add that here. Oh, shit, I'll put this here. I bang one up. You fucking dry off. You get ready for the show. Right then and there is where the fear starts. So the car ride to the gig, once I get to the theater, it's all pure fear.
Yeah.
I walk into the green room. Bro, when I walk into the green room, whether I got to walk 100 steps, 100 yards, or 2 yards, you got to hear my breathing. It feels like I'm about to have a heart attack.
Yeah, so that's when you really start to show.
And right there is my goal.
You got to regulate it, yeah.
I start breathing, I sit, I drink water, and that's when I have to start doing what I, when I write that shit during the day on Facebook, that's how I actually think.
Yeah.
Because if I let me think, I would think I'm a pussy. I would say to myself, if my post would be, why get up, stay in bed? It's hot out there. Nothing's going to happen. No, you got to think the opposite. Grab a knife, wash your balls. Somebody's going to suck your dick. Somebody's out there thirsty today. Somebody's out there dying to suck a dick, and you got tap on the menu. You know what I'm saying?
But you're right about them.
The mindset is everything.
One of the things I like what happened to me with the MMA is, I'd come out and I see a big crowd of fucking people and I was just like, oh shit. And I would start fucking shitting my pants. That's what started happening more towards the end of the career. And then I saw Conor McGregor was commentating. They were showing like a montage of his fights and he was explaining what was going on. And then he was like, you see right here, he was coming out and everybody's booing him. He's like, you see that shit? They're all fucking booing me. He goes, I fucking love that because it's passion. And he goes, I use that. I turned that into positive energy. And I was like, yes, man, that's what you got to fucking do, man. Because, that's what you're there to fight, man. He turned a negative into a positive. And I honestly think that's one of his strongest traits is his mindset. His mindset. I mean, the guy's a fucking billionaire now. Look what he fucking has done. You know what I mean? So that's something that I really admire about people who fight in the UFC and are successful, man. You know how strong people don't look at what you have to go through mentally to fight that. You're about to fight in fucking millions of people, man. It takes balls and takes a lot of mental preparation, and that's where your coach comes in. Your coach, if you have a good coach, they should be preparing you mentally. Me, back then there were no MMA schools, so we were like self-trained. And I had my students would be cornering me, and they'd be just as scared as me. They'd be like, "Oh shit," But the mindset is key. It's key.
It's so funny how there's people who are good. There's people who are good. You ever hear those guys that come into the UFC and it's like their first fight in the UFC and people like, we've been hearing about this guy at the gym. He's America's top team. He just goes through everybody. There's people who are gym fighters.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're tremendous gym fighters.
That was me. I was a gym fighter.
They go into the fucking arena. They see 2,000 people, and they shit.
Yeah, man.
Let me flip it. Let me flip the art on you.
Yeah.
I'm tremendous in the Comedy Store original. Tremendous. I could go in there and go 9 out of 10, 10 times in a row because I know the nooks and crannies of it. I'm
it's like your home.
I'm great in the theater. I'm great at the comedy club. Tell me they shoot a special. I fall apart at the seams. I can't even think about it.
Yeah.
But if I don't have to shoot, comics, a lot of young comics listening to this, you know how hard it is to get a tape. Like this whole career, this whole business is based on the tape.
Sure.
You can't get to the next level without a tape. There's people who are just very smart.
Yeah.
I wasn't smart. There's comics who just buy a camera and a tripod and just film every set. And
They just keep filming. They don't care if it's 3 people, 20 people.
Sure.
That's what they do. They watch the set. It's training. They watch what they did wrong. But they're also hoping through time, you just get used to taping. That was my mistake. I never taped this.
Yeah, it's just like
I hate it. Who wants to look at me?
Yeah.
You want to look at me? If you're me, I don't want to look at me. I don't ever want to see me up there.
Yeah, you got to get better. That's how you get better.
That's how you get better.
For sure.
And that there's people that are young comics today. I guarantee out of all those people who have really good specials, like I can see like an Anthony Jesney being a guy that takes all his sets coming up. He got so comfortable that it's just second nature. I can't do well for specials. I don't want to shoot a special again. But come see me live. I'll rock your fucking world. And in my world, that's what really matters.
What you need is somebody like film a set without you knowing.
But who's filming without you knowing?
Like, I don't know, man.
That's the problem.
Maybe I'll pay somebody off.
No, who's filming without you knowing? You can't take a camera out of a comedy club no more. You got to get permission to put a camera in there. If a door guy sees you going like this, they're gonna come to you and ask you to leave. So you always have to be prepared. That was my knock.
Yeah,
I'm not good at specials.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you who that happened to. I'm not putting them down. I don't want either people to hit him up on Twitter and say he was a shitty fighter. I heard he was the best jiu-jitsu guy at what's the New York schools, not Marcelo. Enzo school. David Branch. I heard David Branch was beating people, throwing them through windows, armbarring people with one arm, fucking fighting people with blindfolds. He can't catch a break. He got beat up in the UFC.
Yeah.
And he just got beat up last week with one fighting championship.
Yeah, man.
There's people who fall between the holes.
Sure.
I've always said
absolutely,
that.
Man. I honestly feel like I was like that kind of fighter because I would go spar at gyms
and fuck people out and light them up,
and people would just automatically assume like that I would just kill everybody, and then I would fucking like win one, lose one, win one, lose one, and it was just like it was like hot and cold, man. It was like, you're a Frank Trigg.
Yeah.
Remember he used to commentate in the Pride?
Yeah.
I liked him because he was real blunt, and like when he would say something about a fighter in the cage, he'd be like, man, this guy, 50% of the time, it looks like he should be fighting the biggest MMA show in the world. And the other 50% of the time, he should be eating popcorn in the stands with the other motherfuckers. You know what I mean? And that's what we're talking about. And that's kind of how I was. Like when I would win and when I wouldn't think about it and I would get in that zone, I would zip through people like that. Like I would feel like I should be fighting UFC. And then another night, I'll just like fall apart in there. I'm talking to myself in the cage while I'm fucking clinched with the motherfucker and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
So you wouldn't be consistent.
I was not consistent. I was not a consistent.
Right. That's a fucking nightmare.
It was, and you know, like I said, I had three professional losses in a row, and I was like, "That's it, I'm done." Because what happens is when you win, man, it's such an amazing feeling, like fucking winning over a fight with somebody in the cage, and then people are coming up to you, you're the fucking man, they want your autograph, like when I won a belt in Mexico, and then you keep searching for that feeling again, man. That's why people they retire, they don't retire soon enough. You know what I mean? They keep fighting because the feeling of winning is just fucking it's amazing. You know what I mean?
It's crazy when you see a fighter.
But I was smart enough to give it up.
It's crazy when you see a fighter or any professional athlete that's done. They don't know that.
Yeah. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to accept it.
What they've done, and you feel bad for them.
Yeah.
I love when people say, "Well, I wish this guy fought this guy from the UFC."
Yeah.
And you're like,
somebody like BJ Penn, you know, like he should have been retired a long time ago. I hate seeing. I'm like, why is he still fighting?
You don't want to see that.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
He lost 7 in a row. Why is he still fighting? You don't want to see that.
There's no need for it.
There's a time where you just switch off. And
because you can't have that fucking eye of the tiger forever, man. You just can't have it.
But how do you? It's kind of, I kind of understand it, because if you have that mindset to be able to do it, like you can still have the mindset when your body's not there. So it's kind of hard to turn that mindset off, I would assume.
Yeah. So I mean, Well,
mindset is also built from confidence.
Sure.
Mindset for a stand-up show or a wrestling match or a UFC fight is a different mindset than, say, how you look at things when you're going into, going to a gym for some people. Mm-hmm. It's really tough.
Sure.
Going to a gym is tough for me sometimes. But I go in there looking at it like I'm going to eat pussy. You're going to eat some pussy.
Look at the gentleman.
Whatever you have to do to turn it into a positive.
A positive.
Like Conor.
That's
I could never people consider me a funny guy at Legacy, because I'm always trying. I just like having a good time, man. But I could never see myself. You should do comedy, man. I'm like being up on stage like you do, man. I would shit my pants.
What scares you about it?
Like if people aren't laughing, I get booed off the stage, which is kind of silly. I've gotten my ass kicked in front of thousands of people. But check this out. So I had like my first musical performance, and I have a singing instructor, Stani, and I had like maybe 5 lessons with her, and I hadn't been able to. Our times were matching up, so I hadn't had anything. I hadn't been able to have any lessons with her. So I hadn't seen her in a couple of months. And I was about to take a nap, and she texted me. She was like, "Hey, I want you to perform in this performance at Genghis Cohen." My adrenaline went up. I was like, "Oh shit! I was like, I have to do this because it's something that I've always wanted to do, So I just I played those songs, but I did 2 original songs. I did them. I practiced them so much that it was like second nature to me. And then what happened was like you were saying was like at Genghis Cohen, Alberto was there with his wife, and there was like 10 people there from Legacy. And man, it just loosened me up so well. I did not even fucking get nervous, dude. But then I also had like a backing band. You know what I mean? So I had something to fall back on. Like with comedy, it's like there's nobody back there like singing back up for you or anything like that. So it's fucking crazy, man. I don't want to end up like fucking Kramer from fucking Seinfeld. Remember he fucking got heckled and then fucking lost it up there.
Well, he went up there and said a bunch of fucking racial.
But yeah.
I wonder where that motherfucker is today.
It doesn't matter because I was looking on Google one time and they always have like the top. Those guys are still making fucking millions of dollars from Seinfeld. They're making.
He's at home counting his money.
Yeah, but what good is it if he's home with the windows with the shades drawn?
That's true, man.
You can't spend your money. Every 3 black guys he sees goes, aren't you the motherfucker that said nigga on stage at the Laugh Factory? So it's got to be tough for something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I respect like Louis C.K. I respect those guys. But then again, I know what it's like to come out of prison. And the word's out that you've been in prison. People see you and they're like, and you have to tell, like, where have you been? How was it in there? Oh, it was fucking Disneyland. It was Disney on Ice. How the fuck you think it was in there?
You gotta read all that shit again.
Life. But it's so weird how the mindset of things, even when I write comedy, I used to sit down and go, I don't know why I'm doing this because nothing good's going to come out of this. Now I look to write because I know the longer I sit down, I'm going to get one line.
Right.
I just need one line cemented in my head and it'll stay in there forever. One night it'll come out and I'll fucking die of laughter. There you have it.
Yeah.
But the mindset, especially, when the mindset that I had between 94 and like for 2012 was completely different than the mindset I had. Like it's a business for me now.
Sure.
I have to be good. I have to eliminate this. There was a time when I went on stage and I was 50-50. I was a 50-50 percentage guy, especially if I improvised. Yeah. Especially if I went out there and go, hey, how you guys doing tonight? What's your name, buddy? What do you do for a living? I do cowbells. Really? What do you swing them? You hit people in the head with them? Ha ha ha. That shit's terrible. That's a horrible fucking way to do comedy.
Sure.
Now preparation.
Yeah, man. Preparation
eliminates a lot of that fear. Preparation.
Do you do your jokes for people and stuff like that?
No.
I mean,
no.
Like that's what I did for the performance, man. Is like I would invite people on my pad. I play songs for them and stuff like that.
No, I tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but you know what you need to do? You got to be like Conor McGregor, and you got to turn it into a positive. You got to think like this. Listen, why am I at this comedy club? Because people are here and they want to see you and they fucking love you and they think you're fucking funny as fuck. You know what I mean? Just go out there and do your thing. You know how to do your thing. You know what I mean? That's how you gotta like think about it.
I don't look at it like that.
You should.
I look at it as
you should, Joey. People love you.
I've been doing this 20 years.
Yeah.
I've done halftime of the Buffalo Sabre hockey game. And that's the confidence I get that I've done this 1,000 times.
Yeah, for sure.
Forget about people. Listen, you love your mother. But if she slips up with the fucking recipe, you're gonna go, Mom, what the fuck with this cheeseburger, bitch? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we
for
all
sure.
love our mother.
Well, you can't be on.
Mom, what the fuck?
You can't be on 100.
Mom, where's the fucking laundry? You didn't wash my shirt. I told you I had a date tonight. I didn't feel good.
I still got skid marks on my drawers.
Yeah, no. Listen, people love you, but you also have to deliver the goods.
Sure.
So I've never rested laurels on that.
Yeah.
Whether they like me, listen to the podcast. They paid for a babysitter. They paid for a ticket. They paid for a fucking ticket service charge. They did 1,000 things for them to be here. I have to do 1,000 things to be my best for them. Whether it's combing my head. The only thing I don't do is wear a suit because I can't sell my material with a suit.
Yeah, it's just not you.
It's not.
It's not you.
I would love to wear a suit on stage. Give somebody, in the 70s, you wore a suit to make people feel
man. You know what you should do? You should do one of those like suits like Eddie Murphy did in Raw, that red leather suit. That Elvis suit.
I'm wearing half a Howard Salter he got when the guy didn't wear a suit. He came to a meeting in shorts. You know what I'm saying? You
talking about from the Irishman?
Yeah.
Like that.
You show up with shorts. What the fuck?
That was funny.
You show up late and with fucking shorts.
Like how you go to meetings?
That was like disrespectful.
That was hilarious. That was a good scene.
You always had a suit on in the 70s. You always wore a suit in the 70s. When you flew, you were required to wear a suit.
Really?
In the 70s. Yeah, look at the planes in the 70s when people flew. Everybody was dressed to the nines. Only now do you see people with flip-flops and dirt on their heel, putting shoes up on your fucking thing. We've changed.
Yeah.
But flying has become a nightmare also. Flying should be an experience. When you go on vacation, doesn't matter whether you're going to Mexico, Mars, Jupiter, you're going on vacation. You're going on the plane. You're going to eat at the airport. You're going to see a bunch of people. What do? You get to an airport, they put you on a communist line for 2 hours. Shit that you don't know. All of a sudden you thought, we got to throw your shampoo away. What the fuck? I'm flying with no shampoo. They threw away my fucking ear things.
Yeah.
What's these pills? Oh, those are my pills from my sciatica.
When you're domestic, do they make you take your shoes off and all that shit too?
Oh, yeah.
Domestic flights?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
And I got clear. And they still, unless you got TSA, then you don't have to take your shoes off. But I'll fly with a warm-up suit.
You need that, what is it called? That global entry shit? Yeah, that global entry where you bypass all those customs and all that shit and you can just go right through. It's called global entry. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, that's great. But I got 19 felonies.
You don't qualify.
Fucking entries, all right. I get TSA free out of LA. They always give it to me because I fly 20 times a year out of it. They know I'm not a fucking terrorist. It's the other point. It's the other airports. The computer systems don't give you TSA free. Plus, I have the clear. So I cut right through you anyway.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? I know how to fly, so I know not to wear jeans. You don't wear jeans.
No, I like to be comfortable.
You have to wear warm up, so you have to take your belt off. You got to wear sneakers in case you got to run through an airport. You got to wear flip flops.
Sure.
I'm gonna wear flip flops. What if you got to run through an airport and there's an active shooter?
You also have to have easy access because in case you become a member of the Mile High Club.
Always. You got
easy access.
I don't drink alcohol on a flight. I don't try to retain sodium.
Last time I did
just
that,
drink water, no diet, soda, no nothing. Yeah, I don't do nothing on the plane.
I did
just
that
water.
once, man, before I got on the plane.
It's so weird how bad I feel even before when I take care of myself and I fly long distances, I feel it for a couple of days. I can imagine people who don't take care of themselves when they fly, how they feel. I just ordered one of those tight pants the chick wear, yoga pants.
Those spats?
I'm going to start wearing spats under the sweats.
I feel a lot of people wear those.
I couldn't believe
I don't like them.
I can't do it. I had to wear it for my leg, for the hamstring.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because the blood clots.
Yeah.
So I put them on both legs. I was like, damn.
A lot of people put them under their gi pants.
That's what your farts are going to smell like. Stuck in those spats.
You got to open it up and let the aroma out.
Get nice and stuck in there. But no, it's mindset is really big with everything.
Yeah, man.
When you get into jiu-jitsu, when you walk in that door, the first 3 classes, you realize you're completely lost. People mounting you, people passing your guard. If you took a look at the percentages, people probably quit after 4 classes because they don't think they're going to achieve that. There's people that go, fuck, it's hard. Let me put my head down. Somebody smart like you goes up to me and says, come here. You see what's happening today?
gonna happen for the next 11 months. Enjoy it. In a year, you keep coming here 3 times a week, you'll be doing it.
Oh man, I tell people that all
And
the
some
time.
people will put their head down and do exactly that, fight through whatever, and commit to it 3 times a week.
I have to explain to them that
3 times a week.
everybody goes through the same process.
Everybody goes through the same
Tell
process.
people, like when you start jujitsu, you have to master tap jitsu first. To learn how to tap with your foot, say tap with your hands, whatever, you know, because you don't know anything. It's like learning a language, you know, like I'm going to give you a couple moves. It's like giving you a couple words, and then later on you're going to learn how to put it into a sentence and connect the dots and all that stuff like that. That's jujitsu. It takes time, just like anything else. People ask me, how do I get better at jujitsu? I was like, you got to do it more. It's like anything. You want to get good at something, you got to do it all the time. If you're doing jujitsu for like once a week, you're not going to retain anything. Twice a week, 3 times a week, a little bit better, but you know what I mean? You got to just keep doing it, man. So like, yeah, I go through that every day. I have to encourage people. I even had a blue belt once, man. He was on the couch. I could tell he was like real sad, like almost in tears. Blue belt. And he's an older guy, man. Great guy. But man, you know, he's getting smashed by all these young cats and stuff like that. And he's like, professor, man, I think I'm just going to fucking quit. I'm just going to quit. I get my ass kicked every day and this and that. And I was like, listen, man, I had to sit down and talk to him, you know. Because, you know, people get the blue belt blues, man. But that's the cutoff point. Blue belt, people get their blue belt, they either drop off. If you make it to purple belt, statistics say that you're going to eventually go to your black belt. So, yes, on that. Just exactly like I see it all the time. I have to, like, encourage people because people get discouraged, you know?
You go, speaking of what, nice garlic one for you. I took 3 tablets today.
Disgusting.
This morning. Wait till you get a whiff of this.
You take garlic tabs?
Yeah. And I took 3 because I wanted to be special for them. And I had a salad too, which pushes everything out. Take a whiff of that.
How much would it cost to have you sit here and just choke him out every time he does this?
Oh my god,
he loves that stuff. He's a real man. He doesn't mind a good fart from time to time.
Those masks what are those called?
Sleep apnea masks.
When Asian people wear, you know, like when they're sick.
I'm trying to build a contraption. I'm trying to take my sleep apnea machine and figure out how to put it on people and fart. So just get a full sleep apnea in their fucking mask.
Oh my god.
You know.
Oh my god.
That's the system.
Oh my god.
Farting sleep apnea machine. You don't even know it's coming. You just breathe them. Because there's nothing better than farting and somebody walks into your fart and catches a huge breath of it. You know what I caught a manager one night at a comedy club. I had just farted and he came in with his mouth open.
Oh my god.
And I remember him like looking at me like a dick in his mouth. And I go, Doug, if I was you, I wouldn't stand there. I go, you already know, you smell, you fucking lived that fart.
Oh my god.
You just walked into it. He just walked into it and took a deep breath and it was all over the shop.
Oh my god.
How you know, it's so weird. 2020's coming.
I know, man. That's crazy. 2020.
This is why I wanted to get you on to just talk to people. You know, I tell people all the time, if you're thinking of doing resolutions and you wait until January 1st, you lost already.
Yeah.
Start right now.
Yeah, people like to
start now.
I'm going to start now.
No, because December means 10 pounds. People have no idea that once you hit December, it's 10 pounds. No matter what.
I don't know what it is, man. Around this time of year,
December's 10
crave
pounds.
sweets.
Sweets. They're everywhere.
Fucking sweets, man.
You know what I had yesterday?
I want all this shit.
You know, yesterday I had a rough day. I put my cat away.
Yeah,
12
man.
fucking years.
Sucks, dude.
I had to put him down. And this is the one I made the promise to with cocaine. I made 1,000 promises to 1,000 people. And the one I kept was to a cat that didn't even know he made a promise. I just got on my hands and knees and said, God, if you save this cat, I'll never snort coke again. I had to put him down yesterday. And when my wife got back, I didn't feel too good. When she left, I thought I was having a stroke because I got up and I laid on the floor with him until they took him. And I hadn't eaten. And I got up just to make a protein shake. And I made a wrong protein shake. Like I put mayonnaise in.
Oh, shit.
Like I did shit. I don't even know what I put in it. I put the wrong. I don't even put milk in protein. I make a protein shake with water. I put milk and ice cream. I go, what am I doing? That's how disheveled I was. I had to start from scratch. But when she got back, she goes, what do you want to do? And I go, listen, I know that you're too upset to eat cook. But we got a couple pieces of sushi. And when we walked out, she goes, are you happy? And I go, I feel a little better.
And she goes, what would make you happy? And I go, honest to God, something that I haven't had since I started jiu-jitsu or anything. She goes, what's that? I go, a piece of apple pie. Just because I'm petrified of diabetes. Petrified, Professor. So I said, let's go get it over to 420. And we split a Dutch apple pie with ice cream, you know. That was the extent of it. But usually I watch myself a lot in December.
Yeah.
Because those cookies add up.
Yeah, man, I don't typically eat
candy canes. I could eat a box of candy canes if you let me. While you're watching the news, you know, one candy cane.
You know what's going on now too is parents are bringing like fucking freshly baked cookies and they're putting them on the table right there. And I can't fucking just look at them, man.
No,
like,
you gotta watch yourself this time of the year.
Man,
you gotta really.
And I typically don't eat sweets. I don't keep any sweets in my pad because I'll get stoner munchies and I'll fucking if it's a box of cookies, I'll eat the whole box. So I don't even keep anything in my pad that I have to cook everything. You know, I make sure I have to cook it. Otherwise, I'll get like the munchies and eat all this shit. But
it's funny because yesterday I ate my points for the day are 41. That's what I'm allowed. And yesterday I ate 60. Thank God you have like extra points to dip into. But I ate
the holidays,
60.
Man.
No, I ate 60 because the pie put me over. The pie and the ice cream put me over
for
the
sure.
top.
Oh man, it's like pure sugar.
But it was, you know, you got to watch yourself this time of the year. Do you get a lot of new students now in the first?
Like usually in the new year, you know, that's when, like you said, everybody has the resolutions and everything, and then people pile in, you know. But I mean, like, geez, man, we already have so many students there. But we have people coming there all the time. But around the new year, that's, you know, we usually do a special. And absolutely, we get people who haven't been there in a while come back, and then we get new people that come in, you know, with resolutions and stuff like that. But I agree with you, man. It's like, you know what, don't use that as a crutch. You know, if you want to get in shape, just fucking start now. Get in shape and just do it, man. You know, don't wait. Oh, I'm just gonna do it to the new year, man. So I try to never stop like working out. You know, I'm always doing.
I really like and respect what you do. You post your videos every day. Win places show.
Yeah.
You're showing people the flows you're doing. You explain the flow of the week.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, you have a really, really good system over there.
I appreciate it, man.
I can't be fucking swinging no kettlebells for an hour without.
Yeah, well, we don't swing the kettlebell for an hour, man. We always warm up with. We always do mobility.
What's your class consist of? If I get there at 5:30.
If you get there at 5:30.
5:30.
At 5:30, you're gonna come in. We're gonna do mobility.
Which is
like neck rotations, shoulder rotations, elbow rotations, hip rotations. You know, get the blood flowing in the joints and stuff like that. Okay. It's something that I never used to do before. But like in my late 30s, I started getting injuries, and I was just like, man, I'm not warming up enough. And so especially like as we get older, we got to get blood flowing into those joints and stuff like that. You know, so we do that. It's a really for the first like 20, 25 minutes of the class, it's all very low impact. Like isometric stuff, like planks and stuff like that. Then we get into some body weight training, and it gets a little bit more intense, and then the like last 30 minutes of the class is when we start getting into the kettlebell, little by little. So like whenever you see the video that I post, that's like
they're already warmed up.
We've already built up.
Okay.
We've already built up to that.
I'm like, if I gotta walk in at 5:30, then he's gonna hit me with a figure eight.
Oh, fuck no, man.
I'm gonna have a heart attack. That's a heart attack.
I would be hurting everybody, and I wouldn't have anybody in my class, man. So like, it's like when people come to the gym, man, it's my priority to keep them safe. If I'm hurting people in my kettlebell class, nobody's gonna come. I won't have a fucking job. I've been fucking teaching kettlebell classes for 10 years, man. You know, and that's really what separates me from all these Instagram kettlebell flow people, you know, because if you look at them, they're not training anybody. When do you ever see me post a video of me just working out by myself? You know, is they're working out by themselves because they're not training with anybody. That's why I don't like working out by myself. I like working out with my students. It's more fun. You know, I practice what I preach, but it's very sad.
You're not there with a whistle. I watch.
No. I watch. I don't use a dry erase board or anything. All my workouts are in my head. I know my own program, you know, like the back of my hand. But yeah, like safety is key. I never force somebody to use too much weight that they're not comfortable with. I'm like, hey, how is that weight? Is it too heavy? We can go lighter. If it's too light, you know what I mean? To me, in the beginning, it's more about technique, and then it's really about what you want to do. You know, like if you want to progress, and gradually you have to start increasing the weight. If you want to get a little bit stronger, you have to increase weight a little bit. But even then, I don't go super heavy, man. I'm not really into doing like max reps and stuff like that is because when you start going heavier, you start doing max reps, then you're pushing yourself to do more weight than your body's accustomed to. And then that's when people start getting injured because you start losing form and stuff like that. And another reason people get injured too is because they don't warm up enough. So if you're really warm and you don't go too heavy, then chances are you're not going to get hurt doing
The
it.
primary focus of kettlebell is strength or cardio or both. It's supposedly like
In my classes, do
superior
everything.
tool for both.
Yeah. I get like in my class, you're gonna get strong and you're gonna burn a ton of calories as well. You know, so you're gonna get strong because I always practice in every class. You got to think about the movements that we do in everyday life. What do? We squat down and pick up stuff. So we squat, we do lunging, we hinge, we push, we pull, and we do some rotational stuff. So if you're working those movements, like with resistance and stuff and body weight, then you're going to build functional strength. If you combine those movements and do like compound movements that involve multiple motions, like squatting and pressing, like say for instance, you get a kettlebell, you squat and you press. It's called a thruster. You're working your whole body together. So you're developing strength that way as well. You're also developing muscle endurance and stuff like that. So there's different ways to get strong.
Now the thrusters, that's when you squat. On the way up, throw it up.
So like say for instance, CrossFit people, they do thrusters with the barbell. That means they squat and then at the top they'll press and you squat and you press. So you're just working air. It's a fantastic exercise. With kettlebell, you have like a bunch of different variations because you could do it with one kettlebell. You could do it with one kettlebell racked in one hand. You could do it with two kettlebells. You can add a twist to the punch at the top of the thruster. So that's why I like kettlebells because it allows for a lot more natural movement. And I don't go super heavy, man. I don't really believe in you know, I think a lot of people lift really heavy because it makes them feel confident, you know, it makes them feel that they're strong and stuff like that. But I'm a fucking fighter, man. You know, we get 220-pound guys come in and I can roll them up because I know jiu-jitsu. So like how much weight you lift, I really don't, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? Because I know like later on in life, like when you get our age and stuff like that, you're not gonna be you're trying to fucking deadlift fucking 500 pounds and shit like that. You know, you got to think about sustainability and stuff like that. So like when it comes to kettlebell work, man, I think maybe my main bell that I use most of the time is like a 16 kilogram kettlebell.
It's 32.
It's like 32. Yeah, something like that.
Listen, I'll go over 30.
Yeah, for swinging, I'll probably do like maybe like 24 kilograms and stuff like that. I don't go super heavy, man. I don't feel like I need to. It's just for me, it's just supplemental training to add to my regular jiu-jitsu training and stuff like that. It's just a supplement to keep my muscles strong.
Who's the guy that most of the training is based on? Pavlov, what's his name?
Oh, no.
The Russian. What's his name?
Pavel.
Pavel.
I don't even think he's Russian, but he see a lot of people think he invented kettlebell training. That's just been in fucking Russia forever, man. You know, and you know what's funny about kettlebell training is there's not a clear history of kettlebell training, but Pavel gets credit because he's really the person who brought kettlebells to America and popularized it. You know, but he has a whole different philosophy, man. Like his thing is like my original kettlebell coach was certified from Pavel. But they have this whole thing where you are the guy, you must swing with 40 kilos. And my instructor would be like, dude, you're an MMA fighter. You should be swinging with this much weight. I was like, dude, my back is fucking hurting after class. I'm like, why? Like, and I realized we didn't warm up, but that's how he teaches. If you see his video, like he has this one video, is like, if you are not tough, we make you tough. You got to see the video. It's like, it's almost like a joke, man. You know, like personally, I have never been a really big fan of that guy. You know, but he has his own philosophy. He was just on Joe Rogan's show, you know. Pavel, you gotta check it out for yourself. He wouldn't tell. Joe Rogan asked him how old he was. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
And like right there, you can see Joe got turned off because he was like, "Hey, so how old are you?" And he goes, "I'm 20." And he's like, "Oh," he goes, "No, but really, how old are you?" And then he wouldn't tell Joe Rogan his age. And Joe Rogan was like, "Hey, I'm 52. Are you older than me or younger than me?" And he was giving Joe the runaround. He wouldn't fucking do it. So Joe Rogan was like, "Oh, what's up with this guy?" You know. And then you know what's funny is a student explained something to me. He was like, "Man, you should be as famous as these guys and this guys." He's like, "But what happens is these guys, they know how to hack something. They figure out how to get like marketing and stuff like that. They find the marketing niche right there, and then boom, they blow up. But I study people, man. I see if somebody says they're this and then that, I research them. And to be honest with you, I've never seen that guy actually work out with the kettlebell. I've seen him demonstrating kettlebell exercise and stuff, but I've never seen him do an actual workout, like an hour-long workout. Now, if you look up somebody like Steve Cotter or Steve Maxwell, who are my early influences in kettlebell training, those guys were always working out with fucking kettlebells. They're always training people. That's why I like those guys. I'm like, okay, these guys are legit. They actually train people. I love Steve Maxwell. I love like those Steve Maxwell and Steve Cotter. Those are two, like, and if you train in kettlebells, you should research the OG cats like that. Those guys were doing it before us. Those guys were originally RKC people, but they, philosophies differ, so they broke off and did their own thing. But those guys know their shit. And so, like, for instance, whenever I first started learning kettlebells from one of those RKC guys, they talk about the snatch, like it's the best kettlebell exercise in the world. Oh, if you can snatch 100 times, your jiu-jitsu is just going to go through the roof. But I would do the snatch. I was like, come on, man. It's a core-based movement. It's not going to make your jiu-jitsu better, And I don't feel like it's a true test of strength. But back to Pravo, last night on Joe Rogan's show, he was asking us, so what kind of workouts do you do? You know what he told Joe Rogan? He said, I do swings and dips only. That's all he does. And Joe Rogan goes, you don't do anything else? He's like, no, because I feel those exercises cover everything. Swings. So a swing is a hinging movement. So you're primarily working your butt, your hamstrings, your abs, your lower back. And, you get a little bit of a full body workout, but man, it's not the be all and end all. There are so many other movements that you should really focus on, not just swings and dips. And the dips, what are you working? You're working your lower chest, you're working your triceps, you're working your shoulders, your core a little bit. But I'm glad he said that, because he teaches everybody all this kettlebell stuff and barbell stuff, yet he doesn't even do it himself. You know what I mean? That's why I'm glad he said that, because there you go, right there. Because back in the day, I even remember back in the day in martial art magazine, he would advertise in the magazines. The kettlebell is the AK-47 of the Russian Spetsnaz. Make you strong like Russian Spetsnaz, like stuff like that. And I was just like, give me a fucking break, man. And then he goes on Joe Rogan last night and talks about how he only does two things. So he doesn't do all the snatching and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that, to me, it's not authentic. You know what I mean?
When I get off a plane on a Sunday, I do 3 sets of swings, 3 sets of cleans, and Turkish get-ups.
Now the Turkish get-up, that's a whole other thing. You could probably
do a half a Turkish.
You could probably
do a knee.
If you know how to do them,
5 on each side, 3 times.
That's a great exercise.
And that's it.
And by the way, like,
I feel completely better.
You funny you bring in the Turkish get-up though, man. It's like I had to stop calling it the Turkish get-up, because at Legacy we have like a ton of Armenian people. And it just was not fucking jiving with them, man. They're like, fuck that. I'm not gonna fucking do that shit. I'm gonna do the fucking Armenian get-up. And I get it, man. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck. So I'm like real self-conscious about saying that now. So I just call it the kettlebell get-up now. but it's a great exercise. And it's very specific to jiu-jitsu, because the Turkish get-up is basically the same thing as what we call the technical lift in jiu-jitsu. And you're gonna use that movement. Like if you roll, you're gonna use something that looks like the Turkish get-up multiple times within that roll. So that is a great exercise. I definitely recommend people learning the kettlebell get-up.
Certification.
I'm actually going to be in Texas in March. March 14th, I'm going to be at a place called Rise Kickboxing. I'm going to be doing a 4-hour workshop there. And then shortly after that, I'm going to have a certification here in Burbank.
I just saw that there was like somebody took a picture like in France. One of your students opened up a school in France or something.
Student?
Certified by you, whatever the fuck. You certified them, and they went on to open up a school, and they sent you like a little video.
Was it a girl?
Yes.
Doing the rolls?
Yeah.
Oh, that's that. She's gonna be stoked about that. This is her handle on Instagram is Val Powerful. So she reposted a workout that I did, like a jiu-jitsu specific body weight flow. Yeah. So like, yeah, man, it's cool, man. I have followers all over the world. It's pretty cool, man, that people do that. It's very flattering. I dig it, man. Somebody on the other side of the world is doing your shit, But like she came. She's been following my workouts. She purchased my downloads online. So then when she was in town, she came and she got like a couple private lessons from me. So she understands it. She's already a trainer and she trains people as well. So yeah, That's what you're talking about, man. You're I don't even see you on Instagram half the time, but you're on there, man. You're scoping people out. Huh? You're watching, man. You just
watching, learning.
You're like
watching.
You're like in ninja mode. You're just like watching.
I watch what people do wrong on Instagram, on social media.
Sure.
What people do right. I'm learning.
Yeah, man.
I'm learning to see if this guy posts on Saturday, what kind of results is he getting.
Yeah.
You have to see where your social media is in your world, and you're doing a great job with it.
I mean, I appreciate it, man. I do it because I love it, man. Honestly, I don't like social media. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but we got to do it, And I always feel like I have to be posting things, but I'm happy to be doing it for a living, man.
Well,
It's not easy.
You think about what you do for people.
Absolutely.
You go on Facebook at 9 in the morning. And already you got
yeah. That's the way I'm
looking. 3-minute video up.
Cool, man. And people,
maybe I need to work out a little bit today.
Yeah. I get that all the
I
time.
have to go to Hollywood. I got to do this. I won't have time to go fucking kickboxing.
I get that. People hit me up and they're like, I see you training at 5:30.
Let me do 5 sets of swings.
Yeah. Make sure you warm up first.
I think if you look at it, okay, just to let you know, people at home, if you do, let's say, kickboxing. If you do kickboxing for 15 minutes, you burn 8 points.
Weight Watchers. What?
If you do
Was that your Weight Watchers app?
Kettlebell workout for 15 minutes, you burn 10 pounds. Nothing burns more calories than swings. I think it's swings and swimming.
So I can see, yeah. Swings like
and swimming.
But if they say kettlebell workout, it could mean a bunch of different things.
When it says no. If you when I put down when I do my little 3, 3, and 3, it's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes.
And you just use like a light kettlebell?
35. There's no reason to go over. Before I even met you guys, Lee and I went to a kettlebell class where the guy would have you swinging 85 pounds. And I would do it on Tuesday, and I couldn't do nothing. The law of diminishing returns.
Exactly.
With kettlebell.
That's why
if I'm gonna do something twice, I'm not getting.
So that's like that.
What's that guy that fought John Jock, the white dude that has a jiu-jitsu school? Years ago, Roy Harris.
Oh yeah, Roy Harris. I remember.
I read his jiu-jitsu thing, and it was brilliant about why schools aren't doing this and this. He goes, and I thought Vinny Magalese told me about a month ago because Vinny, CBD Line was looking to get somebody from PFL, and I called Vinny for something.
Yeah,
and it was funny that Roy Harris was the one that really made me start thinking about what am I doing with jiu-jitsu? Because he goes, listen, when you're over 40, the rules are completely changed. And he goes, that's what the problem is today. That when you're over 40, you go to a jiu-jitsu class and you feel inadequate because the 20-year-olds are kicking the shit out of you. They're just kicking the shit out of you. More mobile, whatever, your testosterone starts to decrease at a certain age. And he goes, I treat my 40-year-olds and over completely different than I do my.
That's why they have like the Masters training at Sundays.
He was saying that, but the Masters only Sundays at 8 a.m. So it fucking kills you.
That's the only time that
I'm either out of town or who the fuck is up at 8. I work on Saturday fucking night.
Yeah.
At 8 o'clock in my house, it's still fucking action. Take a look for this one. This is tremendous garlic. Oh yeah, this is the root. Sometimes you get a fart that's
like
in the middle of the root.
Italian garlic part.
It's tremendous. Look at him. He's all happy.
Start putting oil down on the floor to your other hamstring.
He's got to drive to Ontario. Just because you fuck with my hamstring, got nothing to do with fuck.
No, it'll keep you down on the couch.
That means I'll fucking eat 6 of those pills and blow your fucking eyebrows off your head. My farts will fucking burn those eyebrows like drinking poop out fucking vodka. So no, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're looking to really make a splash, contact professor. Let's say you live in Iowa or something. Just get yourself a 35-pound dumbbell and contact Professor Joey Alvarado.
Kettlebell.
Fucking what did I say? Dumbbell, kettlebell, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Well,
The thing.
The thing.
The thing.
I
The
can't
goddamn
do the
thing.
thing. What fucking thing? The thing you taught yesterday. I don't know what I taught yesterday. The thing with the arm and the fucking leg. Alberto used to go nuts. What thing? The thing. I don't fucking know. A Kimura. I don't fucking know.
Show me that thing.
That wasn't a Kimura. That was a Kamaplata. Hey, whatever.
Kamaplata.
Yeah, Omoplata.
You said Kamaplata.
Kamaplata. Whatever the fuck it is. Go Plata. Omoplata.
Yeah.
Fucking. I got more platters than fucking anything. Listen,
funny.
look up Joey Alvarado on Instagram. Where do you put your work on that? Instagram.
Yeah,
I see him on
Instagram, Facebook, everything, man.
Well, I appreciate you coming on.
Man, I always love coming on here. Can I give a shout out to my sponsors, the Kettlebell Kings?
Yes,
Always
absolutely.
hooking me up with the best kettlebells.
And Rogan still watches your stuff. He says you're fucking crazy.
I want to give that guy a workout sometime.
Fuck.
Like
I think over 50, we can't do that complete fucking kettle thing. But I'm happy you came in. I just
thank you for having me.
Listen, man, I want to let people know 2020 is coming. You know, I don't agree with people whining that, well, we live in a fucked up society. You know, Barbie should be fat. No, she shouldn't. Barbie shouldn't be fat because you're fat. You're a fat fuck because you eat. That's why. The same way with me. I wish I looked like the guy from fucking Aquaman. We all do. But you're not just born like that. Yeah, you go down to the doctor and take a couple shots, but you still gotta lift weights and go to the fucking gym.
Yeah.
The main thing is just being healthy, bro.
Yeah.
Just being healthy. Get your blood going. Get your oxygen.
Find something that you enjoy doing.
Something you enjoy doing and go for it. It's 2020.
Whether
That's
it's
it,
Zumba,
bitches. You sat there all fucking year thinking about what you were gonna do, and at the end of the day, you didn't do dick.
Yeah.
You didn't do dick. So it's over. You got. That's why I love Mondays. I tell people all the time, Monday's my favorite day of the week. You know why? Because you get a second chance at everything. Comedy, jiu-jitsu, boxing, eating pussy, licking assholes, sucking dick. Let's say you're gay, you suck a dick on a Friday, you don't do a good job. The guy don't call you back.
That's why people like your Monday motivation, man. Like
that's what it's all about.
My boy Whiter, I told you about the kid that he's like, tell Joey I love his Monday
Mondays
motivation.
Is what it's all about.
It makes you laugh and it gets your out like you listen
Get
to
the fuck up.
How can you get depressed after you listen to Joey?
Somebody's dying to suck a dick out there and you're walking around, I'm having a gloomy day.
Yeah.
Take that dick out and go on a fucking hunt.
Also, let me say something to people. Like, you know how people get really depressed over the holidays and stuff like that, man. You know, I had a student recently talk to me. You know, that's one thing about being a professor. Like, they confide in you.
You're the priest, you're the priest, my rabbi. When I was there with you, you were everything. I tell you the truth. I can't do this.
Yeah. But man, you got to keep your head up, man. You know, you always got to, if you have a roof over your head and you have food, man, you know, you got to stay positive and you got to just overcome that and just don't let the holidays get to you and stuff like that, man. My mom was, her birthday's on Christmas Day. My brother, that rest in peace too, his birthday was 3 days after. He was like murdered like 6 years ago, you know? So like, but no, it happens, man, you know, but it's life. We have to move on and we have to, you know, just do what we love in life and just stay positive, man. You know, just keep
2020. Don't think about what you don't have.
Exactly.
Think about what you do have.
Exactly.
And how fucking lucky you are.
Exactly.
When you see somebody, God forbid, in a wheelchair and you're complaining, go fuck yourself. Put yourself in his fucking shoes for one day, you little fucking pussy. Now cut the shit out.
Listen,
Check out Joey Alvarado and listen to Uncle Joey. Real quick, the church is brought to you by Policy Genius. Are you covered for life insurance? No. Why would you? You don't think that way. Neither did I at 38. But if you start now, before you start slipping and you have a pre-existing condition, everything works out. What happens if you slip on a banana peel? What is your kid still has to go to school? If you're not covered already, put life insurance at the top of your to-do list. Policy Genius makes it quick and easy. Find the right life insurance at the best price. With Policy Genius, they do all the legwork and you get covered. Go to policygenius.com right now. In minutes, you can compare quotes and get the best possible price with Policy Genius. You can save up to $1,500 a year. Don't be a fucking dummy, all right? Once you apply, they handle all the paperwork and the red tape. Policy Genius doesn't stop at life insurance either. They can hook you up with homeowners insurance, auto insurance, and disability. Listen, it's a pain in the ass to get insurance. It really is in today's world. Policy Genius makes it nice and easy. So if you need life insurance, head to Policy Genius. If you need home insurance, head to Policy Genius. If you need disability insurance, head to policygenius.com right now. It only takes a few minutes to find the right
insurance company for you and the right life insurance policy. Apply and have another thing crossed off your list in 2020. Policy Genius. When it comes to life insurance, it's nice to get it right. And tell them the Church of What's Happening Now sent you there. Another gift you can do for yourself over the holidays. Athletic Greens. Joey, what's Athletic Greens? Listen, it's vitamins. Can you imagine starting your day off with a blast of vitamins? Who's going to stop you? Nobody. If you want to feel tip-top Magoo, let Athletic Greens do the work. With one scoop, you get 75 essential vitamins, minerals, probiotics, prebiotics, digestive enzymes, and raw superfoods, and whole foods. They got everything. No more pill bottles and trying to choke down a dozen apples. It's all in one pack. Me, I use the travel pack. When I'm on the road, a little Athletic Greens is like a daily life insurance. You know, I'm out there in New York and all these places. I'm getting them, new germs thrown at me. So I want to be double fucking sure when I'm on the road. So I pop a little Athletic Green with some water, and it's got everything in there, and it's plant-based. If you're on keto, gluten, no chemicals, no artificial flavors, no artificial preservatives, no artificial sweeteners, the added sugar, no GMOs, herbicides, pesticides, wheat, dairy, gluten, corn, lactose, sucrose, egg, yeast, peanuts, or animal products. These guys are by the book. It's legit. Guys, you need to take care of yourself. And that's why I recommend supplements to everybody. It's easy. Just add cold water and shake it up. That's it. You can take that banana and shove it up your ass. What are you waiting for? Listen, the church family, you get 20 free travel packs valued at $79 with your first purchase. So do me a favor. Go to athleticgreens.com right now /church to get your travel pack. That's athleticgreen.com/church. I want to thank Athletic Greens. I want to thank Policy Genius for having our back. But most importantly, I want to thank you fucking savages for listening. Next week's Christmas. Guess what? You ain't got time to be depressed. We'll be here with you, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I want to thank Professor Joey Alvarado.
Thank you.
Over at Legacy. Go catch him. He's got a 5:30 a.m. class, a 6:30 p.m. class during the week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I think it's 11 on Saturdays.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. on Saturdays. Go visit him and tell him I sent you. Besides that, have a great fucking weekend. Enjoy yourself shopping. Go to Amazon, do your last shopping. Use the Church of What's Happening Now link. And that's it, and that's that.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys, and I want to wish you all a happy holiday season. And Hanukkah's around the corner for you fucking Jews. Get ready. Sharpen that dick and put some fucking grease on your shoes. It's time to slip and sue somebody. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I love you, cocksuckers.
Happy holiday.
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, the 23rd of December, you bad motherfuckers. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Upstart. Most of us find it hard. Getting into debt is easy. Getting out of debt, that's hard. Especially if your credit score isn't that great. They offer you a smarter interest rates to help you pay off your credit card debt. That's what Upstart does. You understand me? They consolidate and they get your party started, and they go beyond that than the traditional credit score. With Upstart, your interest rate is based on your education, job history, not your credit score. So do me a favor right now. Upstart is ranked #1 in that category with over 300 businesses on Trustpilot. Hurry to upstart.com/church, CHURCH, to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Start the year off with Upstart. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes and it won't affect your credit. That's upstart.com/church. It's also brought to you by, this is the gift. You're sitting there scratching your head. It's Monday. Like, what am I going to get my grandmother? You ready? A portable bidet. You're like, why would my grandmother need a portable bidet? Because her ass smells like a goat. That's why. Have you thought about it? Next time you go over for Christmas dinner, look at your grandmother's ass and just play Houdini for a minute. And say to yourself, what does a whiff of her muffler smell like? She's 82. Listen, you're like, Joey, what's a bidet? A bidet, it sprinkles water into your muffler, clean water, the same water you brush your teeth with, not toilet water. We'll get to all that stuff later. I'm just trying to educate you right now. They start at $79, and they're called Tushies, okay?
And Tushies don't play games. Why? Because it makes already off the dot. When you buy a Tushy, you're telling me you give a fuck about the environment. You greedy bastard. Half a roll to wipe your ass. 2 trees are dying in my neighborhood because you want to dry your pussy. Hair dry it, bitch. Old school, like the Quakers did. You know what I'm saying? Tell them. Anyway, go to hellotushy.com right now.
You gotta send that post.
/church and get 10% off your first order. Get a bidet started. Let's get this party started. How are you gonna get your little muffler licked if it's not gonna be clean? If you got UTIs and all that stuff in there. Let's face it. Some people are waiting for Santa Claus. Some people are waiting for somebody to just bump into you, lick your nutsack, and stuff that tongue up your muffler. Am I right, Anthony?
Yeah, I'm
That's
waiting
right.
for someone to lick my ball sack.
This is what I'm talking about here. So go to hellotushy.com/church. It's Monday the 23rd. Forget Jackie Gleason. Forget Santa Claus. It's all about you. Kick this meal, Lee. Everybody's jumping up and down. It's Christmas. We don't give a fuck at the church what's happening now. You understand me? All we care about is today. My girl's here. Annie Letterman looking spectacular. Top comedian, savage, gangster from Philly, part-time Quaker. You know, the whole thing. Drop it on me, beautiful.
I'm a violent Quaker.
So drop it on me. What's happening?
All right, it is. Am I allowed to tell the world that it's Sunday?
It's whatever you want.
We're recording on a Sunday. I came from church.
That's right.
I came from Quaker meeting. I came from church to go to church.
That's 2 churches in one.
Dude, I double church.
Forget about it.
That means I can do this. I can do whatever the fuck I want
You
now.
can just walk past St. Peter.
I'm gonna go rob a fucking bank.
You can just walk past St. Peter. Tell him, go talk to the guy behind me. He's got the ticket.
Go punch an old lady. Like,
The
fuck yeah, I go to
shark
church
hater.
twice.
What's going on, beautiful?
Nothing. I'm feeling good.
You're one of those girls that doesn't wear makeup and looks good. Like constantly. You have makeup just to torture me.
I'm wearing so much makeup.
And
It's
when you
so
put
funny.
makeup on, you're just stunning. Just stunning.
You try to be camera ready. Try to make them, ready. I'm ready. I've arrived.
How do you manage it, man?
I come in. I smell good. I look good. I'm funny. I try to have fun.
You're a hard
Have a good
worker.
time. I got to take my little church name tag off.
I saw that. I thought that was like a thing from you went to visit a prisoner. Your boyfriend that was in jail. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what your deal is. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What's going on these days?
These days, just comedy. So much fun. I had a good weekend. I did some Special K and I listened to some self-help books and got.
What's Special K?
It's like a rave drug that now they use for PTSD and depression. It's a disassociative, so it gives you perspective. You can look at things from an outside point of view.
Just like reef.
Yeah, well, sort of. It's a tranquilizer.
How are you? How long are you high for on them?
It lasts like an hour, I think.
That's it.
Yeah, but the results. They use it a lot for people that it's like antidepressants right away. You have to wait for an antidepressant to kick in and stuff. It's like it's supposed to reinstate the neural pathways in your brain.
It's just pharmaceutical or.
I mean, I don't do it. I mean, I do it raver style.
Okay.
But they're like trying to get I think they just passed an inhaler, so you're just snorting it. It's like,
that they're finding out all these things now about mushrooms. People are microdosing.
Yeah.
It helps with depression and whatnot. Man, when I was at my darkest point and I couldn't figure out life, and I might sound like a loser for saying this. The reason why I'm here is because of acid.
Yeah.
When I lost my mother at 16, I went on a 1.5 year acid trip looking for an answer.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking for an answer. It took my mind and took it somewhere I didn't want to be. And it gave you answers. And every day it gave me another day to go, all right, tomorrow I'll take another hit and we'll pick up where we left off.
Yeah.
It was such a deep thread going on in my life. And I know that somewhere along the line, it's beneficial. It wasn't beneficial how I was doing it. I'm not a scientist. I can't sit here and tell you. We bumped into somebody who explained ketamine to us.
That's ketamine.
Who said the
Special
effects
case
of ketamine that, it helps depression and all this stuff. I got to be strictly honest with you. Here's another drug. I got to tell you, that was horrible. It's a horrible drug. But when I was on it, I was focused.
That's what I did. That's Coke.
I did a line of Coke. You can't get more focused than that.
For me, Coke just like
it's
not my drug.
No, it's
never
nobody's
was.
drug.
Well, I'm
nobody's drug.
I'm sober other than ayahuasca, DMT, acid, mushrooms.
It's a lot of things.
Special K.
But you won't smoke Coke. You won't do a line of
I won't do Coke.
You won't do a Vicodin. You won't do an Oxycontin.
Well, it depends on if
I
it's
know
actually
you won't
me.
drink.
No, I don't drink.
You don't drink.
No
So
drinking.
you're doing the stuff.
I'm trying to like
open
things
you
that
up.
exactly that teach me. I don't want
Open
things
you
that
up a
take from
little
me.
bit. You know, when you, I say this with confidence, and I don't want people to sue me or jump off a building or criticize me. Sometimes me and Lee are fucking around here, and we'll drop a hit, a sit or something, and it takes me somewhere different because Lee will say, like, I walked all night, and I'll think of Lee and I'll giggle because for Lee it's something different than what it is for me. We were talking about mindset the last podcast, how you look at things.
Yeah.
You're gonna go follow Louis C.K. and Chris Rock. You're driving thinking you're gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta go follow Louis.
Yeah.
And then Chris Rock is going up, and then I'm going up.
Yeah.
I let him know what's going
Yeah.
on. On the drive down there, you're gonna lose. You're thinking in your mind you're gonna lose. But you might program your mindset.
Yeah.
You know, that you might just go down there and rock.
Yeah.
It's how you go in there. If you go in there with your shoulders slumped, well, I'm gonna die already. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. So it's the mindset.
Yeah.
When I do any type of those things, like I can look you in the face, tell you I've done over 100 acid trips. I never had a bad trip.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, when people say bad trips,
What are you
I'm like, I always say, explain to me what it is,
What are you
because these
talking about?
medicines give you what you need. It's like,
what are you talking about? A bad trip?
Be brave, bitch.
You know what a bad trip is? You saw the truth.
Yeah, you didn't want to see it.
And you didn't want to see
Well, tell me this. Don't you see this? Like, hallucinogens have taught me that life is like as equally hideous as it is gorgeous. So it's like, it's the same thing. So it's like, it does hurt, but it also, you have to feel that pain to feel the like beautiful fizzle of like the light too. It's the same thing.
When my mother died, I had such a void. And the only thing that filled it, there was two things that filled it. My friends in the daytime. And once I went home at night, those four walls got smaller. I am an advocate for people with a touch of mental health to get out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I have a touch of mental health issues. I have a lot of mental health issues. For me to survive, I know I got to get out of the house.
Yeah.
Because the walls will close in on you.
Yeah.
And you think about the bad stuff.
My dad always tells me whenever I'm depressed, he's like, go out and he's like, go talk to strangers or whatever, which is honestly how I got molested as a kid, but it's good advice as a grown up. Not as a kid. But it really is true. It's like I am a social, I really like to talk to people. I'm just going around chatting with people all day.
You know, depression starts by sleeping later. You look at all the symptoms at first. It opens up with sleep, sluggishness, you're tired. Then the walls start creeping in on you, and then you have to do something about it.
Yeah.
Go talk to somebody, get medication. But I would start with vitamin D.
Yeah.
That's the cure. That's the natural cure.
We're talking about dick, right?
We're talking about vitamin D. Sun. Do you bat both ways or just one? I don't mean to be rude.
No, everyone thinks I'm a lesbian.
I just by.
I don't know. Tim Dillon told me that I should say that I'm bi so that I can say all the words.
Yeah, you get away with murder.
So I'm bi.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
I just thought that you were like, I have a lot of respect for you. I never thought nothing of you sexually. I just thought that you were just with girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Wow.
I don't care.
I tried it. I don't like the taste.
I don't care one way or another. I love the taste. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good. Thank you.
Like calories, good taste.
No, I always say that because I was on the boys' baseball team and stuff. I had brothers, so I was always like competing as a boy with everyone. So I did all these things, and it's like, as I was saying, like instead of a dead pool, they had a dyke pool. Like everyone was like just betting on how gay I was going to be, and then I wasn't gay.
You're too beautiful to be gay. Look at you.
I got fingered once by a girl who looked like a boy, but I wasn't into it.
Really?
Yeah.
How old were you?
24.
Why did she finger you?
She just looked like a boy. I hung out with her all the time. This is when I lived in Santa Fe, which we're going to talk about. I lived in Santa Fe. I was bartending at this place called the Cowgirl. Did you go there?
I don't remember.
You definitely did. It's the spot. So I was bartending there, and it's funny because they have all these different celebrities that have houses there, or they're in town filming stuff because of the tax write-off for movies in New Mexico. And so I used to bartend for Sam Shepard. Do you remember Sam Shepard? Yeah. So he would come in, and one day, and like we'd always.
Who was he married?
What's her name? She's so beautiful.
Yeah, piece of ass.
Oh God, so gorgeous. She's in American Horror Story.
I'm jealous of Sam Shepard.
Just absolutely beautiful.
I'm jealous of Sam Shepard.
Well, he's dead now. You can
no,
get
I
her.
was jealous of him when he was.
You can get her now.
His wife.
What the hell is her name?
Marilyn Reese?
No. I don't think they were married. Jessica Lange.
Yes.
So beautiful. Talk about aging well. I mean, that bitch. Hot right now.
This man always rings twice.
Listen, titties to her knees, and we still want to play with them, don't we? I'm just saying, she's old as shit, but she's gorgeous.
You seen her lately?
I didn't see her. She looks amazing I've seen her in American Horror Story. She's gorgeous. But so Sam would come in, and one day I got off early, and we were having a margarita together. This is back when I drank, and I had this best friend who looked like a boy. She was a lesbian, just such a les. And I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about I was like, oh, I want to do comedy. I want to move to New York. I want to, and he was like, comedy's so scary. And I was like, yeah, I just want to live like an extraordinary life. He goes, you are living an extraordinary life. You're gay, right? I was like, no, I'm not gay. So he thought I was a lesbian because this girl all the time. So I was gonna make shirts that said Sam Shepard thinks I'm gay, and he was like, I want 10%. We had this whole thing, and then years later, I moved to New York, and I was working at this restaurant in Alphabet City, and Sam Shepard walked by, and I'm like, oh my God, Sam, I did it. I moved to New York. I'm doing stand up, and he goes, did this used to be a jazz club? And I was like, oh fuck, God damn it. No memory of who I was, just like, all right, bitch. But it was really funny. But anyway, so that girl, I had hung out with her all the time. We worked at the same restaurant together. I was drinking a lot, and she just planted those seeds. She was like, do you think you're gay? And I was like, I don't. She's like, do you think maybe the reason that you don't think you're gay is because you're gay? And I was like, huh? She Jedi mind tricked me a little bit, and I was like, I don't know. Maybe it's homophobia that I never considered being a lesbian. But I've been boy crazy since I was little, really little. Always boy crazy.
So wait, how does she finger you?
Well, oh my God. First of all, very similar to how you're fingering yourself.
I was last night, and you said how she fingered you, and then you told 3 different stories. I'm like, I want to.
Oh my God, Lee, put your boner away for 1 second.
Can't help it. I'm sorry.
All right, so then we were we would just drink late, and I was dating a bartender at a bar a couple things down, and he was he was like a bro, and I don't know. He showed me. We were over there one day, and he brought us into the office, and he showed both of us 2 girls, 1 cup. And she was like, see, boys suck. And I was like, so then that night we would make out, we'd get drunk and make out. And then we went back to her place, and she fingered, and I swear, I feel like she fingered homophobia into me. It just wasn't. I just was like, this isn't right. I was just like, I don't want this. This sucks. I was like, this fucking, how many knuckles are in there? Jesus.
No.
It sucked. It was just I just wasn't into it. I was like, let's just smoke a Newport.
How long did you live in Santa Fe?
7 years.
And you loved it?
But I mean, I would had developed quite a drinking problem there.
Okay.
I quit drinking right when I moved out of there.
There is to do there. Ski up there. There was nothing to do.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's like a retirement town.
The 6 weeks I was there, to answer your questions, I only went out to whatever the hot club was.
Swig.
Adam had a party one night at.
I was there. I was go-go dancing at that party.
Okay.
I was a go-go dancer at the one club, Swig. It doesn't exist anymore. It was owned by 2 gay guys who, and it was kind of a gay club, but because it was the only nightclub in Santa Fe, and Santa Fe is such a small town, everyone just went. So they had 3 podiums, and it was originally this gay guy, me, a little twink, me, and then this cross-dresser transvestite, Brandy, who was Calvin during the day and Brandy at night. And then they fired the boy, and then it was a stripper, me, and this, and people would come up to me like, do you have duct tape too? Because Brandy would have duct tape her dick. And so they come up to me, and I was like, I'm not even really a good dancer. I would be hammered, crying. people. I didn't like when people touched me or tipped. I would get mad when they were like, I'm like, you're objectifying me. Like, this is your job. But it was $50 an hour plus tips, and I would just wear like a slutty little outfit and just dance up there, get so hammered, just falling off. I would fall down all the time. I was crying. Fake eyelashes stuck to my cheek. I had those chicken cutlets, like the little like boob things, and I would sweat and they would slide up, and people like, your thing's showing. Like I was a mess.
Why were you crying? You didn't like it. You would.
I just was like, yeah, I don't know. I was just drunk, a mess. Yeah, and I was a nanny by day, and so I would go. My knees were all sore bending down from dancing, so I would like have to bend down to hang out with these kids that have glitter all over my face. It was ridiculous. Have like 2 hours of sleep. I was an innkeeper. I had to quit that job, or I guess I got fired, but I showed up wasted for my morning shift, and I was too drunk.
No comedy.
There's no comedy.
I mean, the
No comedy.
nightlife is zero. I
It's
was
zero.
there for 6 weeks, and I went to the bar around the corner from the Santa Fe, like a redneck type bar,
The cowgirl.
because of Kate
Heather.
Fletcher's girlfriend,
Shit, the cowgirl. Yeah, Heather. I bartended with her.
Heather.
Yeah.
And I used to go to when Alberto Crane had the jiu-jitsu place.
Uh-huh.
Alberto Crane is now here.
Okay.
He's got one of the biggest schools in Burbank and Glendale.
All right.
I met him in Santa Fe, New Mexico, his first jiu-jitsu.
It's unbelievable. Well, Tate got me sober. Tate,
yeah.
I used to wait on him at the cowgirl, and he was annoying as shit because they'd come in all sober, not like ordering drinks and shit, and you fucking no fucking sales. You know, but I mean, they would tip on stuff, but they were always like special needs and annoying. But Tate, I might have talked about this on Rogan, but Tate, he put together on the karaoke night, he knew I wanted to do stand-up. So he put together like a situation where I could go up during karaoke night and do stand-up. So I did my first show. He put that on for me. Then when I moved to New York and I realized I had to quit drinking, I called him and he helped me get sober and stuff. And
Tate's a good fucking.
yeah, and then I came out here. I didn't even know he was like connected to comedy in any way.
Fucking, yeah, he's connected.
Yeah, he's like one of my best friends for all
It's funny.
time.
He was an extra in the longest show.
Yeah.
I've watched his ascent, and it's you see somebody like Sebastian. I met Sebastian. Sebastian was that fucking.
Yeah.
And I was 36, and Sebastian was a kid, and he was a waiter. And you turn on MTV and you see Sebastian, and if you really like Sebastian, like if you guys were friends at the store, you get this twinkle in your heart. You're like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And it convinces you that this is a life.
Yeah.
That, like I try to tell these young guys, this is a life. This is a great life. It's just a journey.
It's the number one life.
I still remember nobody knowing who Sebastian was, but he had one fan, the club owner in Dallas. He kept telling everybody who came through, listen, the next big thing is Sebastian.
Yeah.
I him telling him, saying I've had him in here for the last 2 New Years because he's like dice like.
Yeah.
And in Texas, they really like that. And when you see Sebastian, you know, now you see the people who are on the conveyor belt, who are on their way up. They don't know it. They think they're struggling. I didn't get that role.
Yeah.
I went in 4 times for producers. You're on the what? You're getting 11:45 spots at the store.
Yeah.
Then you got a manager and an agent. You're on the conveyor belt.
This is a heaven that we're living on. I
This
can't
is a
believe.
heaven.
I like. It's not a different. When I wake up, I'm like, am I dreaming? I can't believe that it's like. And I'm not like financially. I'm not killing it right now, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
People have no idea. Like, I always say to myself, this every like 3 or 4 days when I'm writing in the morning, I stop and I go, what was I doing 10 years today? 10 years ago today. And I force my mind to go where I was 10 years ago today. I go, wow. And I go, let's go one deeper.
Yeah.
October of 99. I had New Year's at El Paso for 2000, for 2K. The world was going to end.
Oh, yeah.
I had Houston going up to it New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Triple tour planned, my big thing. And I was a regular.
Yeah.
I was already a regular. I was still getting 6 spots a week.
Fucking best.
And I was planning a tour. I didn't think I was up to par in LA. Like I was getting spots at the store. But when I would go to the Improv and get sandwiched in between like Patton Oswalt, I would always like, what's that word? Flutter. like a fish. I would
Yeah,
I just looked at myself. I probably did a hit of acid.
Yeah.
Somebody gave me something. I took it myself objectively, and I said, you know what? It's time to go on a trail run.
Yeah.
And I left December 20th of 99. I came back in like May. 6 months.
That's so fun.
Like the first 3 weeks were
Yeah.
everything else.
And then you
was
just went for it.
Just who's got an opening.
Yeah.
Call the Funny Bones. Listen, I'm on the road, whatever. MC.
Yeah, you really just have to make
Feature.
enough. That's all it
That's
is.
it.
Like just
That's right.
enough.
If you get 300, 400
Yeah.
a condo. 400 a condo. You're eating Subway sandwiches at
Yeah.
McDonald's. You exercise a little bit. You watch TV and you write. You buy a bag of dope. That's your big
Yeah.
fucking party for the week. You buy a $70 bag of dope that lasts.
Yeah.
You smoke everything. You smoke it down to your finger.
Yeah.
You look at your finger when you're in open mic, they're brown.
Yeah.
They're burnt. It's, everything you do is to the extreme. When you get a sandwich, you got it.
Those resin hits.
When you know those people that say, let's go try that, I ain't trying nothing. That Chinese lunch special gives you a soup, a salad, a bowl of rice, a feather for $6.95. That's where we're going. Yeah, but let's try the Hindu. I don't want to try nothing. You don't even take a chance. You don't even take a chance. Like, you got to go. You got $20 to last you for the day.
Yeah.
That meatball sandwich is $8.99. It's huge. It gives you a little bit of heartburn, but half of it for lunch. And
Yeah, it's 2
half for
meals.
dinner. You know, that's how you look at things. You start looking at things like that. And you just, when I got here, nobody was talking to me. Like, no Montreal. I had no comedy agent. I was with an agency called The Coloring Book.
Oh, hilarious.
And you had to make your resume different colors.
Are you making that up?
No. So I would have to go to Charlie Chan Printing. I would have to give her 100 resumes every 2 weeks. Because in those days, you got sent out. I would have to give her like 100 resumes. What's her resume? Joey Diaz, SAG-AFTRA, 5'10", 260 to 290, range 40 to 50, basketball, Bronx County,
Yeah.
Comedy Store, improv, some fake playhouse
Yeah.
bullshit, some fake acting coach, and swimming. Because interest. You always have to put swimming number one. Casting directors want to know if you could swim. Did you know
I just
that?
love to swim.
You know that? All right, there you go. You learned something from Uncle
That's
Joe.
so funny.
When it says interest on the bottom, you have to put swimming number one. Because they
Knitting.
want to swimming.
Knitting next.
No, not knitting. Swimming, martial arts, language.
Oof.
Like,
I'm speaking of language.
Oh,
You have to do your accents.
Make it up.
Oh, then that really comes to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, but what happens when you get the job and then you're like, I don't speak this?
No. You're going to write on the bottom whatever's going to get you into the job, but it's going to be very blatant. Like, you're going to say Yiddish. And then I'm going to call you, I'm going to fall in love with you. You're going to say a couple Yiddish words in there, but you're going to...
Fachada.
And then when you get to the set, they're going to say, we thought you spoke Yiddish. And you're going to go, yeah, when I was 3, I lived in Israel.
Yeah.
Not now, I forgot. Who do you speak Yiddish to all day in North Hollywood? You know what I'm saying?
Give me some lines.
You
I'll
always
read the
gotta
lines,
answer.
bitch.
You said here you could swim. Yeah.
Is this fucking improv?
When I was a kid, I was in the master swimming program. It was 20 years ago. My shoulder broke. But now what did I do? So to rewrite the part for you.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So you always got to lie about something. I told you this whole
I'll
career.
update my resume.
Comedy is a girlfriend. Comedy is a girlfriend. You got to date her, kiss her neck, bring her flight. It's the same thing with the resume.
Comedy's the girlfriend that can finger me. That's the only one.
Yeah, comedy is your girlfriend. So now you got to bullshit your way into the rooms. So you got to write that in the bottom.
I do hate that feeling though when you're like, oh, they're about to call me out on this fucking shit I just lied about.
I tell them the truth all the time. Like, I'll put heavy machine operator because I knew how to work a high low.
Yeah.
In college, whatever. I knew how to work a high low.
Yeah, you can
even turn it on now, though.
But listen to me.
But you can stretch a lot. You can stretch a lot.
Okay, let me give you an example. I had a dear friend who got called in for Sons of Anarchy. He called me back and he goes, at the audition, they asked me if I could ride a motorcycle. I go, what'd you tell him?
Said no.
I go, I hope you tell him yes.
Oh, no.
He goes, I did.
Oh.
I go, he goes, it was over 20 years ago. I go, good enough. He got there the day of the set.
He was all worried. He kept calling me, Joey, you made me lie. I'm in trouble. I go, no, I didn't make you lie. I made you be blunt. I made you be, what's that word?
Bold.
No, there's a word where it's obscure. The answer is obscure. You never give somebody like February 12th. You always go from the 12th to the 18th. You give them a
vague.
You gave him a vague answer. He didn't sleep the night before. He told me that in the morning.
Oh, that's so
I'm
funny.
just gonna quit.
I feel that.
He fucking went. He told me the truth. I was like, no worries. They're gonna pull you anyway.
Yeah, you're not gonna be on the fucking motorcycle. Yeah, nobody's.
Anyway.
We can't afford that.
They can't afford that. They have guys that dress up like you. You want Sons of Anakin? They go by.
Yeah, you see that wig?
Not one of them.
Yeah.
They're all wigs.
Tate Fletcher is actually every person.
Yeah, they're all wigs. So you don't have to really.
Okay.
It'd be nice if you could pop a wheelie. If you could pop a wheelie, there's some.
They would be mad though. They'd be upset because they don't want you to get hurt.
Right. There's some auditions where they go, listen, we want to ask you. Like there was an audition I went on where I swear to God, you had to do a commercial with an alligator.
Oh, that's fun.
In the water with an alligator?
In the water with an alligator.
Oh, that's fun.
So
The audition? I'd be like, can I have the fucking booking, bitch, before I...
You got to sign a waiver when you went in to let you know that you were going to work with the thing.
Yeah.
A guy like me signs that. I'm not taking that job. I'm not that retarded to take a scaled job with an alligator. But I'm going to put yes on it. I'm going to play with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to let the casting director fall in love with me.
Yeah.
I went into like
Book me
3
for something else, yeah.
and they went into somebody else, and I was happy. I never saw a commercial again. I doubt they shot it. Because at the end of the day, they were going to put you in the water up to your neck with a like a cage that people couldn't see, and the alligator was going to be talking next to you.
Oh, I love that. I'm an adrenaline junkie though.
Oh no! Some people.
I love something like that.
I mean, listen. At the end of the day, I think I would do it because it's going to be a trained animal.
Sounds fun.
They sedated or whatever.
It's definitely going to bite you.
It's not.
You never know.
They have it set up. They don't want you to get bitten. Like, think about, Tom Cruise always does his own stunts. That must annoy them so much. We're like, Tom, can we just have someone that's like trained to fucking do this? We don't have to deal with you. It's like so much extra. You have to be, it's like you have extra insurance and all that stuff. They're not going to want you to get hurt.
Yeah, but who are those tiger trainers in like Vegas?
Oh, the guy that got.
By his own tigers.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen, but that's what's fun about it. That's fun. Doesn't that make you feel alive?
No.
Listen,
Have you been skydiving?
No.
It's boring.
I would just go straight to the earth.
I can't get them to run with his shorts in front of. I can't get them to run the Popeye's chicken naked. Just run in front of them, front and back. I have for them $100. When people are waiting there for the spicy chicken sandwich, when there's $100, just run naked right in front.
There's a number.
Yeah, there's a number.
100's
more
low.
than $100.
100's low.
Starting out. That's his first job. Who gave you $10,000 on your first job? You got to earn yourself.
When I was
up.
naked?
No, you got to earn yourself.
She at least got 50 an hour.
I got 50 an hour to
I'm
do
giving
this.
you an hour for a 12-second job.
Yeah, but they didn't have camera phones back then.
But nobody's running it. You're going to run so fast.
Does he get to wear a bag or something over his head?
If he wants to.
Yeah, you could disguise your face. You didn't ask enough questions. Listen, you should have negotiated. Should have negotiated.
You imagine sitting on a line waiting for a chicken sandwich, and also a chubby guy comes running by naked, and you just.
Let me just say, there's going to be kids in that line, and he's going to get indecent exposure.
I'm going to jail. No, he won't, because by the time they catch on, listen, nobody wants to chase a fat chubby guy. Nobody wants to even touch him.
That sounds like me in college. I chased a lot of fat chubby guys.
Have you seen an arm tackle? That's what it is with a chubby guy. When you go to tackle me, your arm's going to slip right off into grease.
You can't bear hug me, bitch.
No, you're not going to bear hug me.
You can't bear hug me.
You're done. Nobody wants to chase a homeless guy.
A homeless?
Dirty.
Oh, he's going to talk to you about like that?
No. I meant to say a naked
I
man.
know.
Nobody's going to chase a naked man. It's like we were talking last night. What are the chances of being a pedophile with a voice box, right? That would be a good pedophile. If I had a voice box, I'd definitely become a pedophile because you're tremendous. Hey, little kid, come here.
Oh, I thought you were saying because you had like the little hole they could put their dicks in.
Well, that's a different. I never even thought of that.
It's smaller,
with the curtain.
Yeah, come on in.
In the 70s, they had the hole with the little curtain. It's like a peep show.
Surprise!
I'm like a priest put his little kid's dick in the like that.
Come to Poppy's throat.
Oh, that's disgusting.
It is disgusting. Merry Christmas,
what
everybody.
made you get into after all this? I mean, I know you got some deep shit later on, which is really nobody's business for right now. But how long did you want to do comedy for? How long was it burning you up?
I always made my dad laugh. So it was always like a thing where I was always just trying to make my dad laugh my whole life. So I kind of started to realize that I just talk shit. Like I wasn't raised with like boundaries or rules really. So I just always talk shit. I just always said whatever I think all the time. And I started to realize like I could kind of affect the room by doing that. And so then in probably around college, I was like, oh, I think I could like do stand-up. I think I could do that as a thing. I want to do that. So then I was living in New Mexico. Obviously, there was no stand-up. I was just drinking a bunch. And I just was like, I want to do it. And then when The Longest Yard came in, I met like Nick Swartzen and Adam Sandler and people like that. And once I could see it, you know, the arrogance of someone who starts comedy, when you just see it, like, oh, I could do that. Like I just being able to see them in real life and see like their actual size, that they're not like as big as I see them on screens.
They put their pants on.
They're regular, yeah.
Just like you.
And I was like, oh, I can do it. I thought he was very polite and very nice, and
sweet.
He was really, really sweet. And I was just he was one of the first celebrities I'd met. So I was so surprised at how little he was, and not that he's a little person, but like just compared to what I was used to seeing him. I was used to seeing him on big screens.
It was different. When I was growing up in Boston, like I would get starstruck for people on the news. Like there was no internet back then, so like they were like everyone on TV was like exciting. I wonder if it's different now.
Well, it's rare that I get starstruck now because I think what we do is the fucking coolest thing. I think like what we do is the number one thing. So, you know, I have a lot of respect for people, and and there's celebrities that I get excited to see, but I don't get like I get like starstruck over like I met Jeff Probst, the host of Survivor, and I love Survivor. I got really fucking starstruck over him. It was embarrassing. I mean, I got weird. Like I was like, I have to talk to you about this season. Like I got really weird. And like I just got normal with Pauly. Like people that have been in my life since I was a kid, usually I'll get starstruck over. So if I see like Pauly Shore or like someone,
I don't get starstruck. I get more. Like I can't believe that. I still remember MTV had a show called Comedy Kamikaze. It was on the afternoons at 4:30. But I still remember seeing Nick, DePaulo, Alicia Michaels, Pauly Shore at his prime. You know, MTV when Pauly Shore pretty much ran MTV.
Yeah.
And now I got Pauly's number.
Yeah. I know, it's wild,
you know
right?
What I'm saying? Like I used to date this girl.
How about Dave Chappelle on stage? It's like, what's my life?
What?
This is insane.
What the fuck is that?
I can have, you know what I realized too? It's about like, you have to adjust your goals because you can, I just realized I've gotten literally everything I want. I had a very like troubled childhood. And then I'm now in this place where it's like, I can't believe it. You were saying about where was I 10 years before? Where was I 20 years before? It's like, holy shit.
It really
I would be like, yeah, I would have gotten more traumatized as a kid if I never had a fucking Netflix special. I've been like, I need more bad things. I mean, it's like, I can't believe it's all worth it. It's everything that has ever happened in my life is absolutely worth it because of this time. So now it's like adjusting and being like, ask for more. You know, and you got to do the work and stuff, but it's like believe that you can have the things that you want. When you like meet these people, it's like, I fucking idolized your ass.
It's weird when you, like for me, I don't know. I've never really been so. I remember seeing Richard Gere at the time. I wanted to beat him up. From 1979 to 82, I wanted to jack Richard Gere up because every woman you talk to liked Richard Gere.
Yeah.
I took a girl to the movies one time, and Richard Gere showed his ass. I just dropped $30 for nothing.
Yeah. Good night.
Richard Gere showed his ass in American Gigolo. We did like an upside down headstand with every woman in the movie theater. And that was it. We were done. Well, I saw Richard Gere, and I wasn't. Nobody really do I get. James Coburn. When I first moved here, me and Joe Rogan chased James Coburn in the car on Sunset, and he had an Acura NSX. But then I got to work with him twice, and the starstruck went away.
Yeah, it goes away.
I get sentimental. Like
I got a call from there from Nick Swanson. He said, I need for you to do one line in my movie. But for some reason, I got stuck doing that one line with Don Johnson. You have no idea what Don Johnson meant to me growing up. He was Miami Vice. People didn't do anything on Friday nights from 9 and 10 to watch Don Johnson. He was the shit. And to talk to him now that he's grounded, and at that time, he had just had a kid. And he was old. And I felt like saying, aren't you a selfish bastard?
Yeah.
Having a kid. 2 years later, I
But
knocked
now
my
his
wife up at 50. And I was like, thank God I didn't call Don Johnson out.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, now his daughter's in 50 Shades of Grey.
Can you believe that?
That's so embarrassing.
That's just tremendous. Like there's so many people that
You can't watch your daughter's movie. She's getting whipped with a dick the entire movie. You could be proud of her.
He still has to be proud.
Of course he's proud, yeah.
She's a cute kid.
She's beautiful.
She's a cute
Beautiful
kid. She's
girl,
a great kid. She's a cute kid. No, there's so many people that I'm not. I don't get starstruck.
It doesn't really, I mean.
It motivates me to see them. Yeah. Like you get motivated, like if people, especially if they go on stage and kill.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I saw what's her name at the Improv. And I didn't even know it was her. And 20 years ago, I would have been sort of starstruck. The girl that used to be married to Richie Sambora and Tommy Lee. That poor girl, they put her through hell.
Who, Pamela Anderson?
No.
Oh, Heather Locklear? Oh, yeah.
She was American. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She didn't deserve to get herpes. She married 2 guys.
She got hepatitis. She got herpes. She got all the H's.
She got all fucking hooked on every pill they were hooked on.
Yeah, she was a lot of DUIs and stuff.
DUIs, it was like a poison. She let these momos in her life,
It's a disease.
This is a weird place here. So how long did it take? How long did you live in New York bouncing around?
I moved